Hmm. Lu Chuxia awoke once more, grappling with the disbelief of having traversed realms. With a sharp pain coursing through his meridians and an agonizing sensation akin to the dislocation of his internal organs, he pressed his palm against his chest. His hands stiffened, and he sighed inwardly, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen him. Prior to this bewildering journey, Lu Chuxia had been reclining in bed, simultaneously charging his device and scrolling through short videos. Unfortunately, a malfunction in the charger resulted in a sudden jolt, propelling him into the body of another individual who shared his name. The original owner of this body, at the tender age of 6, had faced famine in his hometown. Discovered by an elderly Taoist who sensed his latent spiritual roots, he was taken as a disciple and brought to Yunwu City to pursue the path of cultivation. Not long ago, the elderly master perished in the treacherous depths of the Yunwu Mountains while hunting demonic beasts. The original owner, having witnessed the treachery of the cultivation world, realized that without his master's guidance, survival in Yunwu City would be a daunting challenge for an ordinary mortal. In a desperate bid, he attempted to forge his dantian. Although he miraculously succeeded in establishing it and condensing spiritual energy, the absence of protective elders during this perilous endeavor led to his untimely demise, thus allowing Lu Chuxia to inhabit this body. Seated cross-legged, Lu Chuxia scanned his surroundings with a faint trace of spiritual awareness. Once he confirmed the absence of others, he solemnly called out, "System Father." There was no response. "Is there a golden finger?" Silence reigned still. Surely, a powerful artifact could be bestowed upon me. Or perhaps a venerable elder or some form of consciousness would suffice. He called out once more, his frustration palpable. Ultimately, there was nothing more to follow. That it seems I have been rather naive, believing that as a transmigrator, I would undoubtedly possess a golden finger, the hallmark of a true protagonist. Lu Chuxia lamented, shaking his head with a look of disappointment. Just as Lu Chuxia was engulfed in despair, a shimmering white light flashed in his mind, followed by a burst of purple lightning. Within his consciousness, a hazy portal materialized. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chuxia's face lit up with ecstatic joy. The essential golden finger of a transmigrator had finally manifested. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was drawn into the ethereal portal. As the scenery shifted before his eyes, he found himself in a thatched cottage, accompanied by a modest fence and 3 acres of fertile black farmland. Adjacent to the cottage stood a stone tablet. Character: female, Lu Chuxia. Lifespan: 96 years. Less land: white grade. Current structures: 3 acres of spiritual field, which upon consuming field energy can facilitate rapid growth of any spiritual value. With time and external flow at a ratio of 1 to 3 spiritual stones can be buried in the spiritual field to enhance fertility and cultivate spiritual herbs. A cultivation chamber capable of nurturing the primordial spirit. A spirit beast enclosure, where spirit beasts can be drawn into the enclosure. Unclaimed spirit beasts will directly acknowledge their master and awaken their spirit, binding them in a master-servant contract, with a limit of 3 beasts whose cultivation cannot exceed that of their master by more than 1 major tier. This blessed land is truly remarkable, with the spiritual fields for cultivation, a dedicated chamber for practice, and even an impressive spirit beast enclosure for nurturing aids. There is nothing more to desire. If I fail to ascend to immortality in the future, it shall be my own demise. Wait, it seems I have inadvertently forgotten something important. Alas, to my utter astonishment, I have inexplicably transformed into a woman. Oh heavens, how could you treat me so unjustly? No wonder I felt a slight prominence when pressing against my chest earlier. I had assumed it to be the result of rigorous training. As Lu Chuxia cast his gaze upon the inscription on the stone tablet indicating his gender as female, realization dawned upon him, prompting him to reach down to ascertain the truth of his transformation. To his dismay, he discovered that his masculine attributes had indeed vanished, leaving him in a female form. His first reaction, after a prolonged period of solitude, was a sense of loss regarding his former identity. I am on the verge of despair. Just as Lu Xianxia was engulfed in turmoil, he sensed the approach of visitors to his dwelling. It is you too. Upon stepping outside, Lu Xianxia recognized the newcomers as acquaintances of his late master, and his brow furrowed slightly. These individuals were comrades who had accompanied his master on hunting expeditions in the Misty Mountains. Following his master's demise, they had covertly sought to claim the 3 acres of spiritual farmland left behind. Originally, this land belonged to the city of Mist, but after his master's valorous contributions in a campaign against bandits, the city had graciously rewarded him with this parcel of fertile land. Only 3 years had elapsed since that time, with 7 years remaining on the lease. This 3-acre plot could yield an annual income of nearly 100 spirit stones, and with the jade rice nearing maturity, the prospect of wealth was imminent. In the eyes of the wandering cultivators in the city of Mist, this represented a significant fortune. Moreover, with his master deceased and himself previously a mere mortal, many had cast covetous eyes upon this bountiful prize. It was this very reason that had driven the original occupant to undertake perilous ventures. Dear niece Lu, how have you been contemplating my previous suggestion? Lu Guang inquired, his gaze laden with malice as he scrutinized Lu Xianxia. The proposal, of course, is utterly unappealing. I have already cultivated my dantian, and I am fully capable of cultivating and sowing 3 acres of spiritual fields. If neither Taoist Lu nor Taoist Zhang has any pressing matters, please feel free to leave, Lu Xianxia replied, her eyes flashing with a cold light, unceremoniously issuing an eviction notice. These 3 acres of spiritual fields were her lifeline in Yunwu City. Relinquishing them would render her vulnerable in this treacherous and perilous realm of cultivation, where anyone could easily take advantage of her, and death would be imminent. Very well. So, you have opened your dantian and advanced to the first layer of qi refinement. It seems my dear niece has grown quite bold. Although fighting is prohibited in Yunwu City, there have been numerous mysterious disappearances lately. I suggest you exercise caution in the days to come, Lu Guang threatened, his malevolent gaze fixated on Lu Xianxia as he sensed the faint aura emanating from her. Once he realized she was resolute, he beckoned Zhang Shan to depart. What shall we do now, Taoist Lu? Zhang Shan inquired after they had left. I initially intended to intimidate Lu Xianxia into relinquishing those 3 acres of spiritual fields to us. However, since that approach has failed, we shall pool our resources to purchase a concealment formation. In for a penny, in for a pound. Once we obtain the documentation affirming the spiritual fields from Yunwu Mountain and provide our annual offerings, the identity of the field's owner will be of no concern to the law enforcement of Yunwu City, Lu Guang remarked, making a throat-cutting gesture, his expression one of dark malevolence. Lu Xianxia gazed at the departing figures of Lu Guang and Zhang Shan, his mind racing with urgency. Judging by their demeanor, it was evident that they would not rest until they achieved their goal. He had just sensed their cultivation levels, one at the 4th layer of qi refinement and the other at the 5th. Currently at the 1st layer of qi refinement himself, he realized that facing them in an unknown confrontation would yield him no chance of victory. Attempting to leave Yunwu City would surely lead to his demise. Remaining in Yunwu City was not necessarily a guarantee of safety either. Although fighting was prohibited within the city, if a conflict were to occur quietly, or if the law enforcement team failed to arrive in time, the consequences could be fatal, rendering his death meaningless. There is a saying, a thief may evade capture for 1,000 days, but a guard cannot remain vigilant for 1,000 days. If he did not eliminate these two, he would find himself perpetually on edge, unable to eat or sleep peacefully, always wary of their presence. At this moment, Lu Xianxia could not afford to dwell on his transformed appearance. He felt an urgent sense of being hunted. He resolved to set a modest goal for himself, to survive, at least for now. Chapter 2. Acquiring spirit beasts. Though I have established my dantian, the forced rupture of my dantian and meridians has left me injured. Until I nurture my dantian and meridians back to health, I cannot continue to absorb and refine spiritual energy to enhance my cultivation. In the short term, my cultivation will remain stagnant. Moreover, talismans and formations require a certain level of cultivation to activate. With only a mere trace of spiritual energy within my dantian at the first layer of chi training, activating high-grade talismans not only consumes an excessive amount of spiritual energy but also takes too long. By the time I manage to activate a talisman, my enemies might have already struck. Conversely, talismans of too low a grade lack the necessary lethality to deliver a decisive blow. After much contemplation, Lu Chuxiao realized that the only feasible way to bolster her strength and ensure her safety was to utilize the spirit beast pen within the cave's paradise. By capturing spirit beasts and placing them in the pen, unbound spirit beasts would automatically recognize their master and forge a master-servant contract. This contract entails that if the master perishes, the beast will also die. However, it does not necessitate the expenditure of one's own spiritual power to establish the bond. The death of a spirit beast does not inflict any harm upon its master. In contrast, others must expend their spiritual power to contract a spirit beast. And the strength of one's spiritual essence varies from person to person, thereby imposing limitations on the number of spirit beasts one can contract. Exceeding this limit can lead to a backlash from the contracted beasts. While others may struggle to contract even a single spirit beast upon entering the first layer of chi training, Lu Chuxia harbored no such concerns. Once an unbound spirit beast is captured in the spirit beast pen, provided it does not resist, it will automatically recognize its master. And she still has the capacity to accommodate 3 additional spirit beasts. Once a resolution has been made in one's heart, the current task is to acquire spiritual beasts. To procure these beasts, one must possess wealth. With the treasures of the cave and the heavens at hand, is it truly difficult to amass riches? Moreover, the jade rice from the 3 acres of spirit fields will soon reach maturity within the next few days. In order to prevent Lu Guang and his cohort from acting out of desperation, it is imperative to swiftly secure the 3 spiritual beasts. Upon returning to the wooden cottage, Lu Chuxiao retrieved a storage bag from a hidden compartment within a drawer. This bag had been discreetly concealed by her master to safeguard her against unforeseen circumstances while venturing outdoors or hunting magical beasts. To her surprise, it proved to be quite useful. Lu Chuxiao placed a hand upon the storage bag, and in a flash of radiant light, a collection of approximately 30 thumb-sized spirit stones in a myriad of colors, along with 2 jade slips, materialized beside her. She first picked up the 2 jade slips and pressed them to her forehead to examine their contents. The first slip contained a set of cultivation techniques for the 5 elements, a rather common method practiced by many wandering cultivators in the realm of immortals. Its sole merit lies in its balance and tranquility, making it less likely for one to succumb to madness. And it facilitates the modification of other techniques once the foundation is established. With a method for cultivating during the chi refinement stage secured, she would now have some funds left to purchase additional techniques. The second jade slip recorded her master's observations and insights, revealing that the chi refinement stage consists of 12 layers. The 1st to 4th layers represent the early stage, the 5th to 8th layers the mid stage, and the 9th to 12th layers the late stage. Following this are the foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation stages. Additionally, the slip contained her master's experiences with alchemy and several recipes for pills suitable for the early and mid stages of chi refinement. Interestingly, the recipes detailed in the second jade slip were deemed slightly more valuable than the cultivation methods themselves. After organizing his possessions and formulating a clear plan for his future endeavors, Lu Chuxiao retrieved some jade rice seeds from the nearby spirit field. With over 30 spirit stones in hand, he retreated to his dwelling, seated himself in a meditative posture, and with a focused mind, his primordial spirit transcended into a hidden realm. He planted the jade rice seeds in 3 acres of spirit field, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The moment the jade rice was sown, it sprouted visibly, flourishing and maturing rapidly. The once rich black soil transformed into a grayish-white hue. Lu Chuxiao promptly harvested the jade rice and replanted the seeds. However, this time, the previous phenomenon did not occur, likely due to the depletion of the field's vitality, which could no longer stimulate the growth of jade rice. Consequently, he buried several spirit stones within the field, and gradually discovered that burying 10 spirit stones allowed him to cultivate 1 acre of jade rice. Each acre yielded 100 pounds of jade rice, selling for 3 pounds per spirit stone, resulting in approximately 33 spirit stones in profit per acre, yielding a twofold return. Once Lu Chuxiao exhausted his 30 spirit stones, he harvested 600 pounds of jade rice, valued at 200 spirit stones. For the average cultivator possessing merely dozens of spirit stones, this 200 spirit stones represented a substantial fortune. It is no wonder that Lu Guang and his companion were fervently devising ways to seize control of these 3 acres of spirit field, with capital in hand. Lu Chuxia dared not waste time. He disguised himself as a young boy and departed from his residential area, heading towards the market in Yunwu City, where spirit beasts were sold. The Spirit Beast Pavilion. This was the place. Lu Chuxiao wandered around the bustling market of Misty Cloud City, inquiring about various establishments, only to discover that the Spirit Beast Pavilion held the highest reputation, boasting a diverse range of spirit beasts with great potential, making it the unequivocal choice for purchasing such creatures. The significance of trustworthiness rendered a purchase at the Spirit Beast Pavilion worthwhile. Esteemed friend, we offer a comprehensive and extensive selection of spirit beasts. Please peruse our offerings to determine which type you wish to acquire. Upon entering the pavilion, Lu Chuxiao was met with warmth from a maidservant who did not dismiss him due to his youthful appearance. Satisfied, he nodded. Although the maid's features were graceful, it was her voluptuous figure that commanded attention. Were it not for the hormonal changes within him, the sight of such an alluring form would have surely induced a nosebleed. I seek to purchase a flying spirit beast, a water-dwelling amphibious one, and a combat-oriented creature. Given my modest finances, I do not require them to be of high rank. Intermediate level one would suffice. Ideally, I would prefer one capable of contending with mid-stage chi refinement practitioners. If not, one that can endure a beating would be acceptable. Might you have any suitable recommendations, dear maid? Lu Chuxiao remarked with a smile, his gaze lingering on the maid's bosom, embodying the essence of a youthful rogue. The maid, noticing his lingering gaze, felt a flush rise to her cheeks and, with a hint of pride, accentuated her alluring figure, yet remained steadfast in her duty. Based on your specifications, esteemed friend, the flying spirit beast, the golden thunder eagle, the water-dwelling amphibian, the azure wind python, and the diamond ape align perfectly with your requirements. The flying spirit beast, the golden thunder eagle, has undergone a mutation, albeit an unfortunate one, rendering it incapable of unleashing its innate spells. While it can still fly and its feathers are remarkably resilient, able to withstand considerable punishment, it is priced at 50 spirit stones. The dual environment Qingfeng python excels in wind evasion and water blades, demonstrating formidable combat prowess whether in water, on land, or in close quarters. Its tough scales can endure attacks from magical artifacts, and it is available for 60 spirit stones. The diamond ape, known for its volatile temperament, specializes in melee combat and possesses immense strength, capable of resisting low-grade magical artifacts, also priced at 50 spirit stones. However, I must caution my esteemed friend that none of these spirit beasts have been raised from a young age, and with your cultivation level and primordial spirit strength, contracting any of them as a spirit beast would be exceedingly challenging. I am aware of my own capabilities and merely intend to purchase these as gifts. Here are the spirit stones. Kindly fetch me the 3 spirit beasts. Lu Chuxiao produced the spirit stones and handed them to the maid, requesting her to retrieve the spirit beasts so he could depart. Chapter 3. Revenge is best served swiftly. Lu Chuxiao realized that the cost of fully hatched spirit beasts is significantly lower than that of spirit beast eggs, and he was pleasantly surprised to find them even cheaper than he had anticipated. However, in an effort to prevent the exposure of his hidden sanctuary, he regrettably discovered upon his departure that he was compelled to spend an additional 40 spirit stones on a spirit beast pouch to contain the beasts. This unexpected expense depleted his funds entirely, leaving him with a mere 9 spirit stones remaining. Upon exiting the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Lu Chuxiao mingled among the bustling crowd, glancing left and right to ascertain whether anyone was following her. After weaving through the throng, she found herself in a secluded alley. Seizing the moment when the surroundings were unoccupied, she swiftly discarded her male attire, letting her hair down and securing it with a red ribbon in a casual manner. With a deft motion, she applied a touch of makeup to restore her appearance as a delicate young girl, effortlessly transitioning between genders. She then strode out with an air of confidence. Upon returning to her residence, Lu Chuxiao eagerly placed the 3 spirit beasts into the spirit beast enclosure within her cave abode. The golden thunder eagle, a first-level mid-tier spirit beast, a failed mutation. Devoid of thunderous spells. Talent, extreme speed. Aptitude, below average. The Azure Wind Python, a first-level mid-tier spirit beast, possessing an exceedingly thin trace of dragon blood within. Talent, Wind Escape, Wind Blade. Aptitude, above average. The Diamond Ape, a first-level mid-tier spirit beast. Talent, incredible strength, copper skin, and iron bones. Aptitude, below average. As Lu Chuxiao secured the 3 spirit beasts within the enclosure, she gradually began to sense their myriad emotions, even experiencing a shared vision, akin to a blood bond that allowed her to direct them with precision. Remarkably, despite not having forged a master-servant contract with the spirit beasts, she felt an extraordinary control over their existence, which was a truly wondrous sensation that left her in awe of her cave abode's capabilities. Upon discovering that she had fortuitously acquired the Azure Wind Python, with its rare trace of dragon blood, Lu Chuxia exclaimed her fortune. Immediately, she released the Golden Thunder Eagle to monitor the skies above her dwelling, ready to alert her at the slightest disturbance. With 3 spiritual beasts as his enforcers, Lu Chuxia felt considerably more at ease. He contemplated how to orchestrate the downfall of Xianxia and Lu Guang. Realizing he could not afford to give them ample time to prepare, a swift resolution was imperative. Coincidentally, he was in need of spirit stones, and with the green jade rice now ripe for harvest, he decided to reap the 3 acres of rice, thus luring out his adversaries. As Lu Chuxia harvested the green jade rice, news swiftly reached Lu Guang and Xianxia. Through the keen eyes of the Golden Thunder Eagle, Lu Chuxiao observed a commoner lurking nearby. Upon witnessing him gather the rice, the commoner ceased monitoring Lu's residence and departed. Having successfully drawn out his foes, Lu Chuxiao prioritized his own safety, releasing the Qingfeng Python and the Diamond Ape from his hidden realm. He instructed them to conceal themselves in his vicinity and vowed that they must protect him at all costs should any assailants approach. Meanwhile, at Lu Guang's dwelling, a conversation unfolded. "Brother Lu, word has just reached us that Lu Chuxia has harvested the 3 acres of green jade rice. Shall we not take action?" Zhang Shan expressed his reluctance. It would be a travesty to let slip such a vulnerable yet affluent novice. "Fear not, Brother Zhang. The concealment formation is now in my possession. It cost me a significant portion of my wealth to acquire it, and you shall compensate me afterward. Tonight, we shall strike. I will control the concealment formation while you engage swiftly and decisively," Lu Guang said with a sinister grin, as though taking a life were as trivial as squashing an ant. As night fell, the moon shrouded in darkness and the stars obscured by clouds. The atmosphere was ripe for nefarious deeds. "They are coming." Seated cross-legged upon her bed, Lu Chuxia suddenly opened her eyes wide. In a realm unseen by outsiders, a vivid tableau unfolded within her gaze. On the earth, 2 indistinct figures swiftly approached her dwelling, as ethereal as a flash of lightning, halting just short of her abode. One of them produced 7 palm-sized flags, casting them onto the ground in a circular formation around her residence. With the utterance of an incantation, a flicker of spiritual light erupted, and a billowing cloud of white smoke enveloped Lu Chuxia's home in an instant. The other figure, witnessing the formation of the array, revealed a sinister smile as he stepped inside. Yet, before the smile could fully form, a razor-sharp wind blade struck him head-on. The man had not anticipated an ambush, and was cleaved in 2 without warning. "Is this it?" Lu Chuxia was momentarily taken aback by how easily Zhang Shan had met his demise, but quickly regained her composure. Summoning Zhang Shan's storage pouch into her grasp, a single spiritual beast had dispatched 1 foe with ease. Subsequently, Lu Chuxia discarded Zhang Shan's corpse outside. Upon sighting Zhang Shan's lifeless body, Lu Guang was taken aback. Through her vantage point, Lu Chuxia commanded the Golden Thunder Eagle, its razor-sharp talons lunging fiercely toward Lu Guang. Seizing the moment of Lu Guang's shock, she aimed to eliminate him. However, Lu Guang, possessing remarkable reflexes, executed a swift roll to evade the eagle's assault and inadvertently fell into the concealed formation. Reaching into his storage pouch, he summoned a tortoise-shell defensive artifact to shield himself. Despite his quick reactions, the cunning of the situation rendered his efforts futile. Lu Chuxia had meticulously calculated that in order for Lu Guang to evade the fierce onslaught of the Golden Thunder Eagle, he must advance forward. Lu Chuxia had already positioned the Azure Wind Python and the Diamond Ape in the precise spot where Lu Guang would land in the next moment. While he had taken refuge a considerable distance away, The azure wind python opened its mouth, unleashing a blade of wind that measured about a yard in length, which struck directly against the protective shell of Lu Guang's artifact, causing it to shimmer with a brilliant light. Alarmed, Lu Guang's face contorted with terror as he beheld the two spiritual beasts before him, completely bewildered by their sudden appearance. Having never anticipated that Lu Xiao had contracted such creatures. Following this, the diamond ape lunged forward, closing the distance to Lu Guang in an instant. With fists clenched, it let out a ferocious roar and delivered a rapid series of punches against the shell artifact. With a resounding bang, the protective shell shattered into countless fragments. And in a swift motion, the diamond ape delivered a decisive blow to Lu Guang's head, sending him to the afterlife. No matter how formidable one's cultivation, it paled in comparison to the might of my spiritual beasts. Lu Xiao, filled with delight, collected Lu Guang's storage pouch and instructed the diamond ape to bury the bodies of both individuals. Indeed, the saying holds true, vengeance is best served promptly. Subsequently, the golden thunder eagle was stationed outside as a lookout while the azure wind python and the diamond ape were returned to the spirit beast enclosure. This enclosure not only facilitated the awakening of spiritual energy but was also abundant in spiritual essence, conducive to the enhancement of the beast's cultivation. Upon returning to her dwelling, Lu Xiao methodically opened the storage pouches belonging to xianxia and Lu Guang. Within the jade slips, she discovered a cultivation technique from xianxia and a bestiary detailing various spiritual beasts. Chapter 4. Second level of qi refinement. After categorizing these items, Lu Xiao first planted the huangya grass and then commenced the mass cultivation of the qingyu rice using the spirit stones she had acquired. In recent days, the season of the jade rice harvest has arrived, allowing for its mass sale without attracting undue attention. With the potential troubles now resolved, it is imperative to prioritize the recuperation of the dantian and the meridian injuries to further enhance one's cultivation, practice spells, and acquire defensive artifacts to arm oneself. Utilizing the spirit stones obtained from Lu Guang and his companion storage bags, in less than half an hour, Lu Xiao exchanged the spirit stones for 1,200 pounds of jade rice, coupled with the 300 pounds harvested at her residence. She now possesses a total of 1,500 pounds of jade rice. If converted into spirit stones, this would amount to nearly 500 stones. The rejuvenation pill dissolves upon entering her mouth, releasing a refreshing aura that continuously mends her damaged meridians and dantian. As Lu Xiao savored a large bowl of steamed jade rice to satiate her hunger, she recalled the 3 carnivorous creatures she had raised, which would require sustenance and training in the days to come. The initial thrill of acquiring these spirit beasts for self-preservation now felt like a burden. After consuming the jade rice and refining its spiritual energy, Lu Xiao disguised herself as a young boy and continued to sell jade rice in the bustling market of Cloud Mist City. She refrained from selling jade rice more than once in any given shop, as her youth and low cultivation made her an easy target for exposure. Thus, she preferred to frequent multiple shops. Once she had disposed of all her jade rice, she found herself with 500 spirit stones and made her way directly to the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Esteemed friend, what would you like to purchase? I desire these items. This time, Lu Xiao paid little heed to the appearance or figure of the pavilion's attendant, instead handing her a jade slip. Within the jade tablet lies a contemplation by Lu Xiao regarding his desired purchases. Among them are 2 bottles of huangyadan, each containing 10 pills, 2 bottles of siling pills, and the essential seeds for refining huangyadan and huanglongdan. He intends to gradually cultivate and refine the huangyadan and huanglongdan herbs himself, as he plans to undertake alchemy in the future. Given the splendid opportunities provided by the cave paradise, it would be a waste to neglect the study of alchemy. Furthermore, the long-term cultivation of high-quality herbs and elixirs for sale would inevitably lead to exposure. Occasional sales might be acceptable, but self-sustenance is paramount. He envisions a cycle, producing and consuming his own goods, trading his refined elixirs for spirit stones, and subsequently nurturing herbs and concocting pills, which is the essence of survival. Esteemed friend, a total of 300 spirit stones. With that, Lu Xiao placed the 300 spirit stones upon the counter, gathered his belongings, and departed from the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Subsequently, he visited a shop selling ancient tomes, acquiring several texts and travelogues of predecessors, expending 20 spirit stones in the process. After completing his purchases, Lu Xiao returned to his residence, secured the door, and sat cross-legged upon his bed. With a focused thought, his primordial spirit entered the cave paradise. Before entering, Lu Xiao contemplated that once he amassed sufficient wealth, he would surely invest in a defensive formation or an illusory array for his abode. Without protective formations during his time in the cave paradise, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity. Upon entering, he first frolicked with the spiritual beasts for a while before sowing the seeds for refining Huangyadan and Huanglongan. On this occasion, Lu Chuxia did not hastily urge the cultivation of spiritual herbs or elixirs. He resolved instead to first enhance his own cultivation level and thoroughly comprehend the formula for refining the Huanya pill before embarking on the alchemical process. After planting the seeds of the spiritual herbs and restoring his primordial spirit, Lu Chuxia finally took up the tomes he had purchased and began to peruse them meticulously. The first jade slip contained records concerning Yunwu City and the Yunwu mountain range. It revealed that Yunwu City was governed by the renowned Golden Core loose cultivator, Yunwu Zhenren. Within the Yunwu mountain range, 3 major sects were established: the Yuling sect, the Danding sect, and the Wanjian sect. The Yuling sect primarily focused on beast mastery. The Danding sect specialized in alchemy, while the Wanjian sect was dedicated to sword cultivation. In addition to these 3 prominent sects, the mountain range was also home to various medium and small sects, as well as numerous families. To qualify as a large sect, a minimum of 5 golden core cultivators must be stationed to safeguard it, with disciples numbering over 10,000. A medium sect requires the presence of at least 1 false core cultivator and must have over 1,000 disciples, while a small sect necessitates the protection of a foundation establishment cultivator and a membership exceeding 100. Yunwu City, positioned against the Lin Kingdom, served as a strategic fortress to deter incursions from the Lin Kingdom. Its unique geographical location rendered it akin to a transit hub for the major sects. As every 2 decades, the various sects of the Yunwu mountain range would come to Yunwu City to recruit disciples. The second jade slip comprised the Baichao Lu, documenting the characteristics, growth environments, harvesting techniques, and cultivation methods of 100 varieties of spiritual herbs and elixirs, thereby imparting a wealth of knowledge to the novice Lu Chuxia. The third jade slip introduced various materials utilized in artifact refining. The fourth jade tablet was authored by a foundational cultivator, chronicling his life experiences and observations during his travels in the Kingdom of Yu, alongside vivid descriptions of perilous escapades. After perusing these ancient texts, Lu Chuxia gained a profound understanding of his current location and circumstances. He meticulously charted his path in cultivation, aspiring to elevate his prowess to the second level of qi refinement within a year, embark on alchemy in the subsequent year, and establish his foundation within a decade. Once his injuries had healed, Lu Chuxia began to consume the Huanya Dan for his cultivation. A year swiftly passed. One day, Lu Chuxia sat cross-legged on his bed, his body aglow with scintillating spiritual energy, which surged intensely before bursting forth with a resounding pop. In that moment, his aura surged, marking a natural breakthrough to the second level of qi refinement. Throughout the year, Lu Chuxia had not solely focused on enhancing his cultivation. He had thoroughly comprehended the formulation of Huangyadan and had also mastered several elemental spells, significantly augmenting his strength compared to a year prior. As for his 3 spirit beasts, they remained at the mid-level of the first stage. Their cultivation had not progressed. Yet the spirit beast enclosure within the blessed land had a nurturing effect, leading Lu Chuxia to notice a marked increase in their intelligence, particularly in the Qingfeng python. Finally, a breakthrough had been achieved. After a moment, Lu Chuxia opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating them, and a smile graced his face. He had taken another step closer to the foundation establishment stage. Next, he could delve into alchemy at a leisurely pace. However, he needed to acquire an alchemy furnace, as even the most rudimentary one required hundreds of spirit stones. It seemed he would need to gather spirit stones once more. Someone was approaching. Upon sensing the activation of her alarm array, Lu Chuxia's brow furrowed slightly. Ever since she had eliminated Lu Guang and Zhang Shan, no one had disturbed her, allowing her a year of tranquility. Chapter 5. The Mysterious Law Pavilion. What brings you 2 esteemed friends here? Lu Chuxia inquired as she stepped outside her dwelling, noticing an elderly man and a young girl standing not far from her spiritual field. Upon catching sight of the girl, a flicker of astonishment danced in Lu Chuxia's eyes. The girl appeared to be merely 15 or 16, her beauty ethereal and striking. An aura of frostiness emanated from her, accentuated by her attire of dark, flowing robes that highlighted her alluring figure. Her temperament was as frigid as ice, yet her form was captivatingly voluptuous, embodying a striking contrast of extremes. We are the Qins, grandfather and granddaughter, and we have just moved in next to you, so we thought it polite to introduce ourselves, the elder, Qin Yun, remarked, surprised to find that his neighbor was a mere girl. Qin Daoist, you are too kind. I am Lu, and it is a pleasure to meet both of you. Lu Chuxiao replied courteously, bowing slightly to the Qin duo. Lu Chuxiao sensed that the energies of the Qin grandfather and granddaughter were unfathomably profound. Their cultivation far surpassed her own, and their courteous demeanor raised her suspicions about their true intentions. The Qin girl merely cast a cold glance at Lu Chuxiao before turning away. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Chuxiao felt a stirring within her. Capturing this girl would undoubtedly fulfill her sense of achievement and vanity. Alas, she gazed at the departing silhouette of the Qin girl, then glanced downward. A sorrowful expression crossing her face. Perhaps indulging in something wouldn't be such a bad idea, especially since I have yet to try it. Upon this thought, a mischievous smile crept onto Lu Chuxiao's face, her youthful visage lending an oddly whimsical air to the expression. Regaining her composure, Lu Chuxiao made her way to the market, prioritizing the enhancement of her cultivation. After all, with a low level of skill and insufficient strength, she certainly did not wish to be subdued. She aimed to rise above. Upon arriving at the market, Lu Chuxiao navigated through winding paths until she found herself before a secluded and tranquil shop called Miofa Pavilion. Over the past year, her endeavors had not solely been focused on cultivation. She had also taken the opportunity to gather information in the market. Some shops boasted excellent reputations, others offered affordable prices, and some specialized in custom-made magical artifacts. However, Miofa Pavilion was a unique establishment dedicated to the trade of magical artifacts and refining materials, where one had to rely on their discernment to assess the offerings and negotiate a price with the proprietor. Once the transaction was completed, should one later feel they had overpaid, they could not seek redress, for the owner of Miofa Pavilion was known to be unforgiving, having dealt ruthlessly with those who dared to complain. Yet, despite this, the shop continued to operate daily. Today, Lu Chuxiao's visit to Miofa Pavilion was not merely to acquire an alchemical furnace. She also hoped to establish a tenuous connection with the shopkeeper, seeking to secure a foothold with this influential ally. As she entered the pavilion, she encountered an elderly figure, slender and clad in a blue robe. Reclining in a rocking chair behind the counter, his hair tied up. Without even glancing in her direction, his voice emerged, somewhat raspy. If you find something of interest, place it on the counter and propose your price. If I agree, you may take your purchase and leave. Indeed, the junior is aware. After Lu Chuxiao respectfully bowed to the old Taoist, she turned her gaze towards the Miofa Pavilion. Inside, the atmosphere was somewhat dim, with a plethora of items displayed on numerous shelves. Not only did it contain various unknown materials for refining, an assortment of weapons, but it also included the alchemical furnace Lu Chuxiao sought. However, neither the refining materials nor the diverse weapons exhibited any fluctuations of spiritual energy. They appeared dull and as if shrouded in a layer of prohibition, rendering it impossible to sense the strength or grade of the spiritual energy, thus making it futile to discern their quality through divine consciousness. It was akin to opening a mystery box. No wonder the Miofa Pavilion struggled with business, often going unnoticed. After all, not everyone could endure the psychological toll of such uncertainty. Lu Chuxiao was equally at a loss. She casually picked up a small umbrella-like artifact, which caused a slight tremor in others nearby. Subsequently, she nonchalantly set the small umbrella artifact down and picked up a piece of what seemed to be fine golden stone for refining. Noticing that the old Taoist did not object to her handling these items, she examined them curiously, resembling someone who had never experienced a marketplace before. After confirming her suspicions, she proceeded directly to the section housing the alchemical furnaces. The Miofa Pavilion possessed 3 alchemical furnaces, one white and footless, one black with 4 feet, and one green with 3 feet, albeit with 1 foot broken, rendering it a defective alchemical furnace. After inspecting each of the 3 furnaces, Lu Chuxiao discovered that the black alchemical furnace possessed the finest quality, its spiritual energy palpable to the touch. Although she had never encountered a spiritual weapon used by foundation-building cultivators, she was certain that this black alchemical furnace was at least a top-grade artifact. The white, footless alchemical furnace is a fine-grade magical artifact, while the blue, broken-footed furnace ranks as a medium-grade artifact. Given her current cultivation, Lu Chuxiao deemed a medium-grade furnace sufficient for her needs. After arriving at a resolute decision, she approached the counter with the blue, broken-footed furnace and inquired, "Esteemed elder, this alchemical furnace is priced at 150 spirit stones. May I take it? The market price for a low-grade alchemical furnace is indeed 150 spirit stones, and a medium-grade one is typically priced at 300. However, considering the damage to this medium-grade furnace, Xianxia offered the price of a low-grade furnace. As she placed 150 spirit stones on the counter, a wave of anxiety washed over her. After all, the medium-grade furnace was only missing 1 foot, which did not impede its functionality. Acquiring a medium-grade artifact for the price of a low-grade one felt like a fortuitous stroke of luck. Just as she contemplated adding more coins, she heard, "Very well. Thank you, esteemed elder." With the agreement reached, Xianxia's face lit up with joy as she exited the Miofa pavilion, clutching her newly acquired furnace. Remarkably, upon leaving the pavilion, the alchemical furnace in her grasp transformed from its previous dusty appearance, now shimmering with a vibrant azure light, exuding the potency of a medium-grade artifact. The words Qingyu Ding materialized on the furnace, further confirming its esteemed status. Xianxia, upon witnessing this, was filled with elation and promptly stored the furnace in her spatial pouch, realizing it indeed matched the quality she had sensed upon direct contact. Unbeknownst to her, this ability to perceive the quality and grade of artifacts after touching them was likely due to the mystical ambience of the Miofa pavilion. This revelation intrigued her significantly. The young girl offered a price that was neither high nor low. Could it be that she discerned the limitations of her own sealed spiritual energy? Qing Shuzi gazed at Xianxia's departing figure, recalling how she had been examining her surroundings, and murmured softly as a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. After purchasing the alchemical furnace, Xianxia made her way directly to the Spirit Pill Pavilion. This time, she intended to sell several high-aged spirit herbs, aiming to exchange them for a substantial number of spirit stones to fund her early endeavors in alchemy. She was aware that selling too many aged herbs could arouse suspicion among discerning individuals, leading them to speculate about her possessing a hidden paradise. Therefore, she had concocted a story to justify her sale of a few high-aged spirit herbs and planned to cease her transactions thereafter. Chapter 6. The Sale of Spirit Herbs. Esteemed friend, may I inquire what you wish to purchase? Is the manager available? I have business to discuss with him. Xianxia quietly inquired of the maidservant as she surveyed the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Noticing that numerous cultivators were selecting pills on the first floor, she realized that if she were to enter the reception room with the manager, it would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Feeling somewhat helpless, she continued, "Esteemed friend, please follow me." The maidservant led Xianxia into a modest reception room, then went to summon the manager of the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, a woman in her mid-20s, clad in delicate gauze and possessing a curvaceous figure, entered the room. With a flick of her hand, she emitted a stream of spiritual light, causing the reception room to shimmer momentarily before settling into tranquility. This formation is merely a shielding array, impenetrable even to the consciousness of Foundation establishment practitioners, rendering our conversation undetectable. I am Jiayue, and I wonder what significant business this esteemed friend wishes to discuss with me. Surprised to find that the one wishing to engage in trade is a youthful maiden, Jiayue expressed her astonishment. Aware of my lackluster spiritual roots and knowing that without the aid of spiritual pills or stones, cultivation is arduous, I reluctantly decided to sell the spiritual herbs my master harvested from the Yunwu mountain range to the Spirit Pill Pavilion in exchange for some spiritual stones for cultivation. Xianxia displayed a sorrowful countenance, managing to squeeze out 2 lines of tears. Subsequently, with a wave of her sleeve, a flash of radiant light revealed 3 jade boxes upon the table. Inside these boxes were the meticulously prepared spiritual herbs intended for sale to the Spirit Pill Pavilion in exchange for spiritual stones. Oh, as long as the herbs are of high quality, dear sister, I assure you I will offer you a fair price. Jiayue chuckled lightly, her fingers delicately opening the jade boxes. Upon inspecting the contents, she found 2 earth spirit fungi aged 200 years and 1 aged 100 year. She was slightly taken aback. Earth spirit fungi of 50 years can be utilized as the primary ingredient for crafting the Huanglong pill, while those of 100 years serve as the main medicine for enhancing the cultivation of early Foundation establishment practitioners. The 200-year-old earth spirit fungi are potent for refining the primary medicine beneficial for mid to late Foundation establishment practitioners. Earth spirit fungi are highly sought after in the realm of Qi and Foundation establishment, as they feature prominently in many medicinal formulations. They are indeed a popular spiritual herb. Dear manager, what is the worth of these 3 earth spirit fungi? Lu Chuxia's face displayed an expression of naive curiosity as she gazed expectantly at the steward of Lingdan Pavilion. The value of a century-old earth spirit mushroom was 200 low-grade spirit stones, while a 200-year-old specimen was worth 400 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. I wonder, dear sister, how do you find this price? The steward inquired with a confident smile, assuring that no other establishment would offer a higher price. Is it truly worth so many spirit stones? Lu Chuxia feigned surprise at the prospect of selling 3 earth spirit mushrooms for such a sum, before her face brightened with joy. She portrayed the innocence of a young girl perfectly, exclaiming, "Let us proceed with 1,000 low-grade spirit stones then. Additionally, dear steward, I require 2 bottles of Huangya Dan and 1 bottle of feeding spirit Dan," she added. Lu Chuxia, having conducted experiments in the spiritual fields of the blessed realm, discovered that a single spirit stone could nurture growth for 5 years. Thus, with 20 spirit stones, she could cultivate a century-old earth spirit mushroom, yielding a profit of 180 spirit stones. Filled with excitement at this realization, Lu Chuxiao regarded the blessed realm as a veritable treasure trove. Huangya Dan and feeding spirit Dan are priced at 10 spirit stones each, dear sister. Given the substantial business you've brought me, I shall charge you 9 spirit stones each for the Huangya Dan and feeding spirit Dan. After accounting for the cost of the spirit stones for the elixirs, the total came to 730 spirit stones. Please accept this, dear sister, the steward said, carefully placing the jade box containing the earth spirit mushrooms aside before presenting Lu Chuxia with 730 spirit stones along with the 2 bottles of elixirs. In ancient times, it is said that the abundance of spiritual energy rendered the rarest spiritual herbs and elixirs commonplace. However, as the celestial energies have gradually waned, the medicinal pills we consume today are derived from the refined recipes of yore. I harbor a keen interest in alchemy and wonder if your esteemed Lingdan Pavilion possesses any ancient formulas. Should the price be reasonable, I would like to procure one for my study. Acquiring an ancient recipe is the second purpose of Lu Chuxia's visit. He understands that the spiritual herbs required for crafting such elixirs often take hundreds, if not thousands, of years to mature. Yet, the efficacy of pills produced from ancient formulas far surpasses that of their modern counterparts, offering remarkable benefits whether for healing or enhancing cultivation. However, Lu Chuxia is not concerned about these matters. With the realm of fortune at his disposal and an ample supply of spirit stones, he can effortlessly cultivate spiritual herbs over countless years. This endeavor is quite feasible, as ancient recipes themselves are not exorbitantly priced. The challenge lies in the staggering age of the requisite herbs, which can be difficult to gather. The jade slip before him contains records of pill recipes for various realms, including chi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core, available for the modest sum of 30 spirit stones. Although Jiao Yue is somewhat puzzled by Lu Chuxia's interest in ancient recipes, she refrains from prying, adhering to the unspoken etiquette of commerce. She promptly retrieves a jade slip and presents it to Lu Chuxia. "Thank you, esteemed manager." Lu Chuxiao expresses his gratitude. After handing over 30 spirit stones to Jiayue, he takes the jade slip and places it against his forehead to examine its contents. As Lu Chuxia was pleasantly surprised, the jade slip contained not only alchemical formulas for cultivating qi, establishing a foundation, and achieving the golden core stage, but also 2 formulas specifically for spiritual beasts. One was an advanced version of the spirit feeding pill, designed to accelerate the cultivation progression of spiritual beasts. The other was the awakening pill, intended to enhance the intelligence of spiritual beasts, aiding them in refining their innate bones and enabling them to speak. After completing the transaction, Lu Chuxia hurriedly left. "Brother, this young girl has conversed with the steward of the alchemy pavilion for quite some time. She must be a plump target," remarked a middle-aged man at the 7th level of chi refinement, glaring at Lu Chuxia's departing figure. "Let us follow her. If the opportunity arises, we shall eliminate her," sneered another one-eyed cultivator at the 9th level of chi refinement. They promptly trailed behind Lu Chuxia. Upon exiting the alchemy pavilion, Lu Chuxia noticed that the 2 men were shadowing him. Realizing that his prolonged stay in the reception area had drawn unwanted attention and that they intended to kill him for his treasures, he swiftly made his way to a secluded alley. There, he quickly shed his female attire, donning a Taoist robe instead, and styled his hair into a bun. He retrieved a whisk from his storage pouch, which he elegantly wielded in his hand. Once he was properly disguised, he strutted out of the alley. The 2 pursuers, still fixated on the alley, remained blissfully unaware that he had slipped right beneath their noses. Chapter 7. The first alchemical attempt after successfully evading the two nefarious cultivators. Lu Chuxiao arrived at another apothecary, where he procured 100 pounds of fire yang wood for his alchemical endeavors. Given his inadequate cultivation level, he found himself unable to utilize his own spiritual energy to complete a single furnace of elixirs. Subsequently, he expended 100 spiritual stones to acquire the recipe for the spirit-feeding pill, along with the seeds of the spiritual herbs required. While he sought to enhance his own cultivation, he was equally mindful of the need to elevate the prowess of his spirit beast, as he still relied on it for protection. The higher the spirit beast's cultivation, the greater his own sense of security. Lu Chuxiao resolved to first master the art of alchemy. Once he had attained a certain proficiency, he would attempt to concoct elixirs from ancient recipes. The herbs from these ancient recipes were of significantly higher age, requiring more spiritual stones for their cultivation. In the early stages of alchemy, he could not afford failures. Thus, he would initially work with improved versions of the recipes. Once he successfully produced elixirs and became adept in the craft, he would then venture into using the ancient recipes. Lu Chuxiao cultivated 50 portions of the herbs required for crafting the yellow bud pill. Among these, 7 were the principal and auxiliary herbs, each possessing ages ranging from 10 to 20 years. The cost to cultivate a single portion of the yellow bud pill was approximately 15 spiritual stones. Each furnace yielded 9 pills, selling for 10 spiritual stones each. Thus, if he could produce 70 yellow bud pills from the 50 furnaces, he would ensure that the venture did not incur losses. The herbs for the spirit-feeding pill necessitated a slightly higher age, requiring 40 spiritual stones for a single portion. With his spiritual stones dwindling, Lu Chuxiao planned to focus on producing the yellow bud pill first, and once he had amassed sufficient spiritual stones, he would then proceed to concoct the spirit-feeding pill. However, the spirit-nourishing pill is effective only for first and second-tier spirit beasts in enhancing their cultivation. The effects are most pronounced when administered to first-tier spirit beasts. Once they reach the second tier, the efficacy of the pill significantly diminishes, and by the time they ascend to the third tier, the pill offers no benefits whatsoever. Naturally, both spirit and demon beasts may consume not only the spirit-nourishing pill and spirit beast pill, but also other elixirs designed for human cultivation, as well as high-grade spiritual herbs, spiritual stones, and demon pills, all of which can augment the cultivation of spirit or demon beasts. Nevertheless, the consumption of the spirit-nourishing pill and spirit beast pill can awaken the spirit, enhancing the intelligence of the spirit beasts, thus allowing for seamless control over them. With the necessary spiritual herbs prepared and set aside, the alchemical furnace has been properly arranged, and the fire yang wood placed beneath it is ready to be ignited to commence the alchemical process. Once all preparations are complete, Lu Chuxiao quietly enters a meditative state to elevate his spirit energy to its peak. After reaching this optimal state, he opens his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining forth, his spirit energy fully revitalized. With a swift flick of his fingers, he ignites the fire yang wood, initiating the preheating of the alchemical furnace. A quarter of an hour later, once the furnace is adequately preheated, Lu Chuxiao carefully follows the alchemical formula, placing the spiritual herbs into the furnace in succession until they dissolve into a liquid form. Upon achieving this, he increases the heat to begin purifying the impurities from the herbal essence. As the temperature rises, gray-black mist begins to emanate from the bubbling herbal liquid. However, before long, with a sudden pop, the heat proves excessive, incinerating the concoction into ashes, marking the failure of his first attempt at alchemy. After the initial failure in alchemy, Lu Chuxiao meticulously cleaned the cauldron. Rather than immediately attempting another concoction, he took the time to recuperate his spiritual energy and mental focus, reflecting on the shortcomings of his first endeavor before embarking on his second attempt. During the second alchemical process, despite cautiously refining the medicinal liquid, he inadvertently poured it into the fusion liquid too hastily, resulting in an imperfect amalgamation and another failure. In his third attempt, although he successfully purified and combined the liquids, he mismanaged the heat during the shaping of the elixir, leading to its complete incineration. The fourth attempt was a failure. The fifth attempt also ended in failure. It was not until 5 days later, with his hair and clothes disheveled and a dark smudge marring his face, that he gazed with a glimmer of joy at the 2 yellow bud pills in his hand. After 20 attempts, Lu Chuxiao finally succeeded in producing a batch of 2 yellow bud pills. With the success of the first batch, he grew increasingly adept and experienced in the subsequent concoctions. Ultimately, out of 30 batches, he successfully crafted 10, with each batch yielding an average of 5 pills. As he continued his practice, the success rate was anticipated to rise. Moreover, Lu Chuxiao noticed that as he prepared the yellow bud pills, his consciousness became more solid and his spiritual power more refined. The time required for the alchemical process gradually diminished. This practice of alchemy proved to be a unique form of cultivation. With the pills in hand, Lu Chuxiao began consuming one yellow bud pill every 7 days for his cultivation, dedicating over half a year to reach a natural breakthrough into the third layer of qi refinement. However, he soon realized that the efficacy of the yellow bud pills diminished with each subsequent use. She understood that her body had developed a resistance to the huangyadan and that prolonged consumption of the elixir had led to the accumulation of Dan poison within her system. Should the Dan poison accumulate excessively in the future, the human body would become resistant to the elixir, unable to fully absorb its effects, which would gradually diminish over time. Furthermore, during pivotal breakthroughs to higher realms, an excessive buildup of Dan poison could erupt, obstructing the advancement of one's cultivation and resulting in failure. In some cases, the accumulation of Dan poison could cause stagnation in one's cultivation, or even lead to the perilous descent into madness. To mitigate the effects of Dan poison, one could either reduce the intake of elixirs to allow for gradual expulsion of the poison from the body, or consume the Shisui Dan to cleanse the body of toxins. Another method involves capturing the elemental spirit fire to refine the spiritual energy within, thereby incinerating the Dan poison. Additionally, consuming honey from the Jade King Bee could also dissolve the poison within. Presently, the most effective solution for expelling Dan poison was to personally concoct the Shisui Dan for purification. With a plan forming in her mind, Lu Chuxiao rose and made her way to the Lingdan Pavilion. Upon her arrival, she encountered the enchanting stewardess, Jieyue, gracefully bidding farewell to a departing customer. Noticing this, Lu Chuxiao flashed a benign smile and called out, "Stewardess, it's you. Have you come to sell high-quality spiritual herbs and elixirs again?" Jieyue, recognizing Lu Chuxiao, approached and playfully pinched her cheek. Lu Chuxiao was momentarily taken aback by Jieyue's teasing, as her current height barely reached the level of Jieyue's bosom. As Jieyue leaned closer, the fragrant wind enveloped Lu Chuxiao, causing her gaze to inadvertently meet Jieyue's ample curves. As the rounded figure trembled slightly, Lu Chuxiao felt a surge of trepidation, an overwhelming impulse to catch it with her own hands. A true beauty of the mortal realm. Chapter 8. Dan Poison. The stewardess chuckled. "Do not jest. With my current level of cultivation, I dare not venture into the city to gather herbs. One misstep could lead to my demise in the Yunwu mountain range. At our Lingdan Pavilion, we naturally accept all kinds of spiritual pills. Little sister, why not present the huangyadan you have concocted for me to examine? Should its quality prove exceptional, I shall offer you a fair price." Upon hearing Lu Chuxiao's claim of being an alchemist, Jieyue regarded her with earnestness. It appears that alchemists are esteemed and sought after wherever they may be. Lu Chuxiao reached into her storage pouch, and with a flash of radiant light, 3 vials of huangyadan materialized. These vials contained the remnants of her previous consumption. The efficacy of the huangyadan had diminished significantly, prompting Lu Chuxiao to consider exchanging them for spirit stones to procure the formula for the Shisui pill. Intending to refine it to eliminate the Dan poison within her body, or perhaps to concoct the Huanglong pill suitable for mid-stage qi cultivation to enhance her prowess. Of commendable quality, indeed, our Lingdan Pavilion offers 8 spirit stones per pill for huangyadan. Since fate has brought us together, I shall purchase them at 8.5 spirit stones each. What say you, little sister? Jieyue accepted the jade vial from Lu Chuxiao, inspecting and inhaling the scent of the huangyadan within. Upon confirming its satisfactory quality, her eyes glimmered momentarily as she cast a glance at Lu Chuxiao before presenting her offer. Thus, it can be said that this Lu Daoyu, without any formal mentorship or guidance in alchemy, has managed to refine high-quality huangyadan within a mere year, demonstrating her exceptional talent for the art of alchemy. Should her aptitude for alchemy indeed be remarkable, perhaps in the future, the pricing could align with that of the stewardess. Lu Chuxiao was also aware of the various shops' purchasing prices for huangyadan. Realizing that Jieyue had generously offered half a spirit stone more than others for the acquisition of huangyadan. In this world, nothing comes without a cost. In the realm of cultivation, there are no unexpected windfalls. The adage that no good deed goes unpunished rings true, and Lu Chuxiao felt a sense of wariness towards Jiyue. Oh, by the way, would you care to purchase some spiritual herbs and medicines for refining Huangya Dan? As a gesture of goodwill, I could offer you a discount. Considering our acquaintance, the stewardess remarked, tossing Lu Chuxia a storage bag. I will procure spiritual herbs and medicines from the scattered cultivator stalls. They are significantly cheaper than what you offer at your Ling Inn pavilion, allowing for savings of several spirit stones. Stewardess, if one consumes too many elixirs, the accumulation of poison from the pills becomes considerable. Do you possess any effective methods to alleviate the internal pill toxicity? Lu Chuxia deliberately murmured a few words for Jiyue to overhear, indicating that her spiritual herbs and medicines for refining Huangya Dan were sourced from the scattered cultivator stalls. This was to dispel any suspicions Jiyue might harbor, should she later come to sell her elixirs at the Lingdan Pavilion without having purchased the necessary materials there. Your aura seems somewhat insubstantial. You must have recently experienced a breakthrough. It appears you have consumed a fair amount of Huangya Dan, and after prolonged use, the efficacy of Huangya Dan diminishes. Sensing the accumulation of pill toxicity within, one wishes to resolve it in advance to pave the path for future cultivation. Surely, you are already acquainted with several methods to alleviate the toxins within the body. During your qi refinement stage, the simplest and most effective way to expel these toxins is through the consumption of the Shisui pill. As you progress into the foundation establishment stage, the refinement of spiritual herbs and elixirs becomes increasingly complex, and the prices of such elixirs are quite steep. Unlike in the qi refinement stage, when one could consume elixirs as frivolously as one might eat beans, the intervals for taking them lengthen, allowing the body to gradually expel the toxins over time. If, during the foundation establishment stage, you possess the ability to consume these elixirs as casually as beans, it would be more prudent to directly refine the ancient formulas instead. Jiaoyu concluded with a playful remark directed at Lu Chuxia. According to you, Sister Guanshi, does this mean that the elixirs refined from ancient formulas are devoid of toxins? Lu Chuxia seized upon the crux of Jiaoyu's statement. While others in the foundation establishment stage may lack the capacity to indulge in spiritual elixirs so freely, he possesses the advantage of a blessed land, granting him such a capability. Thus, addressing the issue of toxins is imperative. The elixirs refined from ancient formulas utilize high-quality spiritual herbs, which have been aged over extensive periods. The older the herbs, the fewer impurities they contain, rendering the resultant elixirs nearly devoid of any contaminants post-refinement. Take the Huangyao pill as an example. If it contains a full 10 parts of toxins, the qi gathering pill from the ancient formula consumed during the qi refinement stage would harbor only 3 parts or even less. Given your current condition, consuming the Shisui pill to cleanse the toxins from your body is the most appropriate course of action. Do not aim too high. Instead, focus on diligent cultivation to establish your foundation at the earliest. Refrain from the temptation to meddle with the elixirs from ancient formulas just yet. After Jiaoyu offered a few words of advice to Lu Chuxia, she no longer paid her any mind. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuxia's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. A path forward had emerged. He recalled that the primary ingredient for the gathering qi pill was the gathering spirit herb, and that the other auxiliary ingredients could be found within the caves of fortune. All that remained was to acquire the gathering spirit herb, and he could then proceed to refine the gathering qi pill. Without further ado, Lu Chuxia made his way to the market where loose cultivators set up their stalls. And in no time at all, he had procured several years' worth of gathering spirit herbs. Though not particularly rare, it took a century for these herbs to reach maturity. With Jiaoyu's guidance, he learned that the pills crafted from ancient formulas could mitigate the accumulation of pill toxins within the body. Lu Chuxia was resolute in his endeavor to cultivate and refine the gathering qi pill. Over the past half-year of alchemical practice, his skills had significantly improved, achieving a success rate of 70% with the yellow bud pill. He often sold the various elixirs he concocted to Jiaoyu in exchange for spirit stones. What had once been a matter of the stewardess calling for assistance had now transformed into a more personal dynamic with Jiaoyu. Lu Chuxia sensed that Jiaoyu regarded him with a different perspective, though he could not discern her true intentions. Nevertheless, he felt no hostility or malice from her, and continued to seek her assistance in procuring the elixirs he had refined, thus alleviating much of his burden. Lu Chuxia had initially believed that he would be able to refine his pills in peace, enhancing his cultivation through their consumption. However, unforeseen circumstances soon arose, stemming from his own restless inclinations and the muddled judgment that often accompanies desire. Chapter 9. A helping hand that evening. Lu Chuxiao was engaged in his usual practice of alchemical refinement. Suddenly, within the gaze of the golden thunder eagle, Lu Chuxiao observed 7 cultivators clad in black encircling the residence of the Qin clan's ancestors and their descendant. They cast numerous formation flags and executed a series of spiritual incantations, meticulously arranging a formation. It was evident that these 7 individuals bore a grudge against the Qin family, intent on orchestrating their demise. The audacity of such an act within the confines of Cloud Mist City, where the Qin clan possessed considerable prowess, was astonishing. Should any disturbance arise, it would undoubtedly alert the city's law enforcement, rendering escape for the assailants nearly impossible and sealing the fate of the Qin family. Lu Chuxiao's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and concern. He grappled with the decision of whether to signal for help from Cloud Mist City to assist the Qin family. His own cultivation level was insufficient, and he feared that if the black-clad figures were to escape, he might become their future target, plunging his life into unease. As Lu Chuxiao wrestled with his indecision, he noticed the granddaughter of the Qin family approaching her abode. Previously contemplating whether to intervene, upon seeing her, he resolved that he must act. Without delay, Lu Chuxiao employed his agility to make his way toward her. "Who goes there?" Qin Tianxuang inquired. Placing a hand on her storage pouch, her demeanor icy and resolute. "It's me, your sister," Lu Chuxiao exclaimed. "I just witnessed 7 black-clad figures surrounding your residence, deploying formation flags. They intend to bring you harm, and I have come to warn you. If you wish to save your grandfather, it would be prudent to signal for help from Cloud Mist City, to alert the law enforcement, and either drive off or apprehend those intruders." Lu Chuxiao, upon discovering that the granddaughter of the Qian family intended to rescue her grandfather, launched a warning firework from Yunwu City, offering a few words of caution. Meanwhile, Qian Yun, noticing that someone had set up a formation near his residence, immediately recognized the situation. Without hesitation, he released a warning firework from Yunwu City, but alas, it was thwarted. Swiftly, Qian Yun activated the defensive formation of his abode. "It is you. How dare you find your way here?" he declared. "My Xuanwu defensive formation is akin to a tortoise's shell, under my control, and you will find it difficult to breach it for the time being. Moreover, I receive daily supplies. If I can hold out until tomorrow morning, you shall find it impossible to depart." Upon recognizing the intruders as enemies, Qian Yun's expression darkened. Internally, he was in a state of panic, yet he maintained a composed facade. "In your prime, controlling this formation, you may have posed a significant challenge to breach my Xuanwu defensive array. However, the tides may have shifted." At that moment, he inquired about his granddaughter, Qian Tianxuang. "Make your move," commanded the leader of the black-clad figures, smirking coldly at Qian Yun without further ado. Raising a hand, a green-hued jade seal shot forth, shimmering with fluctuating spiritual light, hovering above the Xuanwu defensive formation. As the leader executed a series of spiritual incantations, the jade seal suddenly blazed with brilliance, expanding to a size of several dozen zhang. With a mere gesture, he commanded, "Fall." The seal emanated a formidable pressure, descending upon the Xuanwu defensive formation. The remaining 6 black-clad figures each produced a talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy. Upon raising it, they transformed it into a golden spear aimed at the formation. Exceptional magical artifact, a first-level advanced golden spear talisman. Qian Yun's pupils slightly contracted as he conjured several spiritual seals, which fell upon the formation. The Xuanwu defense formation flickered with ethereal light, and a gigantic turtle, shimmering with mystical radiance, emerged, enveloping Qian Yun securely within its protective shell. However, feeling insecure, Qian Yun summoned a golden shield to safeguard his surroundings. With a resounding boom, a cerulean jade seal descended upon the turtle, distorting its form under the immense pressure. Subsequently, 6 golden spears shot forth, piercing the turtle as if they were the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. With a soft pop, the formation shattered, and Qian Yun suffered a backlash, spitting blood, his face paling to the hue of gold paper, gravely injured. Just as the leading black-clad figure intended to capture Qian Yun, a burst of colorful fireworks erupted from the darkness, illuminating the night with a vibrant display. The black-clad leader's expression shifted dramatically, recognizing the warning fireworks of Yunwu City. He exclaimed, "Cursed be it! Who dares to engage in combat within Yunwu City?" At that moment, a beam of sword light shot forth from the distance, slicing through the formation set by the black-clad figures. The sword light, undiminished in power, circled around 3 of the assailants before their heads tumbled to the ground. This is not good. It is a foundation-building cultivator. Split and flee. The leading black-clad individual, sensing the aura of the newcomer, turned pale with alarm. He produced a talisman adorned with a pair of wings and affixed it to himself, manifesting a pair of azure wings on his back. He transformed into a wisp of azure mist and fled towards the outskirts of Yunwu City. It was Lu Daoyu from next door who witnessed the malevolent individuals setting up a formation at our residence. She alerted me and kindly provided me with a warning firework from Yunwu City. Qin Tian Shuang hurriedly administered healing elixirs to her grandfather, recognizing that our previous visit to Lu Daoyu had saved both our lives. Tian Shuang, remember this. In the realm of cultivation, there are no absolute villains, nor are there unequivocal heroes. One must harbor benevolence in one's heart, act with integrity, and remain true to oneself and to the conscience of heaven and earth. Qin Yun expressed his concerns, noting that his grandfather's previous injuries had not yet healed, and now he had sustained further harm, fearing that his years were numbered. No, Grandpa. I will certainly heal you, Tian Shuang replied resolutely. If the rejuvenation pill cannot mend your wounds, the revitalization pill certainly can. I shall procure it from the market tomorrow. As for the Lu family, once I achieve foundational establishment, I shall ensure their complete annihilation. Tian Shuang's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart filled with unyielding determination. Do not worry. Grandpa will not pass away before witnessing your foundational establishment, Qin Yun reassured her, aware of his granddaughter's stubbornness, and chose to say no more. Chapter 10. Fifth layer of Qi refinement. After spending a night at the inn, Lu Chuxiao rose to gather information. Given the commotion that had transpired the previous day, the cultivators in Yunwu City were generally aware of the events that unfolded. It was revealed that the troublemakers from yesterday had been decisively dealt with by Qin Jian, the foremost disciple of the Yunwu real person, who had vanquished them all. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuxiao felt a sense of relief and proceeded back to her dwelling. The cost of lodging at the inn was 5 spirit stones per night, amounting to 150 spirit stones over the course of a month. Such expenses were unsustainable. With that many spirit stones, it would be wiser to invest in nurturing spiritual herbs and medicines for alchemy, thereby enhancing her cultivation and fostering spirit beasts. Currently, my capabilities are rather limited, and there are numerous items I wish to acquire, such as defensive arrays for my abode, protective artifacts, and formidable talismans for self-defense. However, all of these require a significant output of spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would be akin to a child wielding a broadsword, ineffectual and easily subdued. After much contemplation, Lu Chuxiao has decided to focus on enhancing his strength through spiritual beasts. Various creatures have been gathered into the spiritual beast enclosure of his cave paradise, where they are directly recognized as his own, awakened, and bound by a master-servant contract. Henceforth, even if the spiritual beasts surpass their master in cultivation, there is no need for concern regarding the beasts turning against him. Other cultivators establish contracts to prevent their spiritual beasts from exceeding their own power, thereby mitigating the risk of a backlash. However, Lu Chuxiao harbors no such anxieties. He can swiftly cultivate 3 spiritual beasts to late-stage level 1, or even level 2, effectively making him akin to a bodyguard at the foundation establishment stage. Training spiritual beasts is straightforward. They simply require the consumption of elixirs that enhance their cultivation, allowing them to progress through small realms with ease. Lu Dao, you need not worry. Following yesterday's events, malefactors will hesitate to act within the confines of Cloud Mist City. As long as you remain within the city, you are largely safe. Furthermore, if Lu Daoyu feels uneasy, we can expand the Xuanwu defensive array of our dwelling to encompass your residence as well. This is merely a small token of my goodwill, and I hope you will accept it. Qin Yun is also aware that Lu Daoyu's assistance yesterday indirectly provoked her enemies, bringing trouble upon her. Thus, she expresses her apologies and hands Lu Chuxiao a storage bag. Alas, Lu Daoyu emanated an obscure and enigmatic aura, suggesting he had sustained considerable injuries. It is likely that you now find yourselves in urgent need of spirit stones to purchase healing elixirs. Once your circumstances improve, expressing your gratitude to me shall not be too late. However, I sincerely hope that should I encounter difficulties in the future, you and your esteemed lineage will lend me your assistance rather than remaining indifferent. Lu Chuxiao glanced at the storage bag handed over by Qin Yun, feeling a flicker of temptation, yet he refrained from accepting it. Having performed a good deed, he sought no reward, choosing instead to uphold the virtue of altruism. Furthermore, he was not in dire need of such items. Thus, he resolved to honor the gesture completely. The debt of gratitude for saving a life is immeasurable. Should Lu Dao have any requests in the future, please do not hesitate to voice them, for I shall not stand idly by, promised Qinyan. Very well. When the time comes that I require your family's aid, I shall not be modest in asking, though I hope it will not be necessary. Lu Chuxia cast a glance at Qin Tianshuang, contemplating that the debt of gratitude could be repaid by granting me her hand in marriage. Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. Thank you. Qin Tianshuang replied, warmth enveloping her. Lu Chuxia chose not to elaborate further and turned towards his dwelling. Time swiftly passed, and 3 years had elapsed. Lu Chuxia was now 16 years old. In the realm of cultivation, individuals matured rapidly, and at 16, Lu Chuxia possessed a slender figure, finally experiencing a unique sensation. He still grappled with the acceptance of his transformation into a female form, yet his inclinations remained towards masculinity, for his essence was undeniably male. Dressed in a cerulean robe, with hair elegantly tied up and bangs delicately framing her forehead, the former willow leaf eyebrows have been sculpted into sharp, sword-like brows. She stands tall, exuding an air of grace and vigor, presenting an image that, if one were to disregard the chest, would easily lead one to believe she is of masculine identity. This sight sends a shiver down Lu Chuxia's spine, causing an instinctive tightening within her. Throughout these 3 years, prior to Lu Chuxia successfully concocting an ancient elixir, she has meticulously controlled her intake of medicinal pills to prevent an excessive accumulation of toxic energies within her body. Despite this, her cultivation has ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement, advancing into the mid-stage of qi refinement. Had she allowed herself the freedom to disregard the toxic energies, she would have long since broken through to the 6th level. With the boundless supply of spirit-feeding pills, Huangyao pills, and Hualong pills, her 3 spirit beasts have all achieved breakthroughs to the late 1st rank, equivalent to the late stage of qi refinement for cultivators. Consequently, her personal safety has significantly increased. Jiao Yue, you have arrived. Would you kindly assist me in exchanging these elixirs for spirit stones? Upon Jiao Yue's entrance into the reception area, Lu Chuxia elegantly gestured towards her storage pouch, and with a sweep of radiant light across the table, dozens of vials of elixirs materialized. Over the years, Lu Chuxia frequently engaged in trading elixirs for spirit stones with Jiao Yue, and as their relationship grew more familiar, the former title of sister manager transformed into sister Jiao Yue. Jiao Yue, who once referred to Lu Chuxia as little sister, now affectionately calls her Chuxia. Lu Chuxia is aware that Jiao Yue harbors ulterior motives, likely drawn to her alchemical prowess. Their mutual understanding remains unspoken, fostering a deeper bond between them. In the present day, Lu Chuxia can link arms with Jiao Yue, nuzzling against her shoulder. Feeling a thrill of excitement, Chuxia has successfully advanced to the 5th level of qi refinement, demonstrating commendable progress, having also crafted the Huanglong pill. The quality of these pills is exceptional, and she has produced a considerable quantity, boasting a success rate of approximately 70%. For this abundance of spiritual pills, she offers you a total of 1,100 spiritual stones. Ji Yue inspects the jade vials and subsequently presents a price. I possess a certain talent for alchemy, achieving a success rate of nearly 70% in concocting Huanglong pills. Lu Chuxia intends to showcase her alchemical prowess before Jiao Yue, nodding with pride. Jiao Yue is somewhat surprised. Not only has Chuxia just broken through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, but she has also managed to craft Huanglong pills with such a high success rate, indicating a formidable talent in alchemy. Chapter 11. Purchasing magical artifacts. Sister Jiao Yue, previously my cultivation was insufficient, and I lacked spiritual stones, which is why I did not acquire any protective magical artifacts. Now that I have gathered some spiritual stones, I wish to purchase a few protective artifacts. I wonder if you have any recommendations. Lu Chuxia smiles at Jiao Yue, having securely stored the spiritual stones she provided. If you seek high-quality magical artifacts, I suggest you visit the Artifact Pavilion. The pavilion is not only reputable and fairly priced, but it also offers powerful one-time use items that, when activated by someone at the qi refinement stage, can pose a considerable threat to Foundation establishment cultivators. For instance, items such as thunderbolts, talismans, and second-tier runes. Additionally, the Artifact Pavilion also sells manuals of cultivation techniques, secret arts, and formations. However, with your current wealth, you can barely afford a treasure that poses a threat to foundational practitioners. In my opinion, you should first acquire a weapon for offense and one for defense, and subsequently invest in a powerful artifact that could endanger foundational practitioners, serving as a crucial asset. Following that, consider cultivating some secret techniques for self-defense. Then gradually venture into the Misty Mountains to engage in combat with demonic beasts, thereby accumulating battle experience and navigating the treacherous intricacies of the immortal realm. Maturing and evolving over time. I have a connection with Zhang Daoyu from the Artifact Pavilion. Presenting this jade token to him may grant you a discount on spirit stones. Jiayue, aware of Lu Chuxia's circumstances, offered her advice and handed her a jade token. Thank you, Sister Jiayue, for your guidance. I shall take my leave now. Lu Chuxia accepted the jade token and, after formulating her plans, bid farewell. Having just broken through to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Not only could she concoct the Hualong pill, but her success rate reached an impressive 70%, indicating her exceptional alchemical talent. Should Chuxia accomplish that task on her behalf, her cultivation could further advance within her lifetime, securing her a place within the sect and preventing others from easily manipulating her. Given Chuxia's rate of progress, in 4 to 5 years, she should be able to break through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Jiayue gazed at Chuxia's departing figure, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes as she murmured softly. After exiting the spiritual pill pavilion, Lu Chuxia made her way directly to the Artifact Pavilion. Upon arriving at the Artifact Pavilion, Lu Chuxia glanced around the hall, observing an array of ordinary and peculiar artifacts, with the highest quality being merely of the upper grade. Lu Chuxia's purpose for visiting today was to acquire a premium artifact, rendering the items in the hall unworthy of his attention. He thus instructed the attendants of the pavilion to summon the manager to discuss the purchase of artifacts. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a mustache, entered the room. Lu Chuxia sensed an overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from this man, realizing that the manager of the Artifact Pavilion was, in fact, a Foundation establishment elder. Instantly, he felt a sense of deference and stood up respectfully. Lu Chuxia had previously assumed that the head of the Spirit Pill Pavilion, Jiaoyu, was at the peak of qi refinement, and he instinctively believed that the manager of the Artifact Pavilion would similarly be at the later stages or peak of qi refinement. Upon further reflection, it occurred to him that Jiaoyu might have been concealing her true aura, projecting a spiritual pressure merely at the peak of qi refinement, while in reality she was likely a Foundation establishment cultivator. After all, she would not refer to the manager before him as a fellow cultivator otherwise. Young friend, you are too polite. Please, have a seat. Are you dissatisfied with the artifacts outside, or do you seek something specific? Zhang, the manager, activated the reception array and warmly invited Lu Chuxia to sit down. I was recommended here by Sister Jiaoyu, Lu Chuxia replied, placing the jade token she had given him on the table. Oh, so she sent you. Pray tell, what kind of artifact do you require? Feel free to express your needs. Whatever we have at the pavilion, you may choose from. Since you come recommended by Jiaoyu, I shall ensure you receive a favorable price. Zhang Yu learned that the female cultivator before him had been recommended by Jiaoyu, contemplating her presence. He tucked away the jade token and addressed her, esteemed senior, I seek to procure one offensive and one defensive artifact of superior quality. Ideally, the offensive artifact should be a flying sword, while I have no particular requirements for the defensive one. Additionally, do you happen to possess any weighty, staff-like artifacts? The latter inquiry pertained to Lu Chuxia's intention to purchase a weapon for the King Kong ape. Given the ape's immense strength and resilient physique, a weighty staff-like artifact would significantly enhance its defensive capabilities, thereby maximizing its offensive potential. This weighty artifact, the Xianxia staff, is crafted from Xianxia stone and weighs a remarkable 1,000 pounds. It is a top-tier artifact, priced at 300 low-grade spirit stones. Here, I have 5 flying swords, each with varying attributes, all priced at 700 low-grade spirit stones. I recommend the Jin Rue sword, which, in addition to increasing the artifact's durability, enhances its sharpness, making it the most formidable among the 5 in terms of offensive power. There are several defensive artifacts available as well. I shall refrain from detailing the other 3 exceptional artifacts. This Qin Yin Jade, though classified as a top-tier artifact, possesses unique properties. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, it not only provides a protective shield but also grants the ability to conceal one's presence. Furthermore, should the owner face a lethal attack, the Qin Yin Jade will automatically generate a defensive shield to protect its master. However, the power of this automatic defense is equivalent to that of a mid-tier defensive artifact. This artifact is priced at 700 low-grade spirit stones. Zhang Guanshi retrieved several artifacts, carefully selecting those suitable for Lu Chuxia and presenting them to her. Lu Chuxia was indeed pleased with the 3 magical artifacts he had acquired. The first two need no further elaboration, yet he held a particular fondness for the Qingyan jade, which could autonomously protect its master and safeguard him in times of peril. Senior, I shall take the Jinrui's sword, the Shingon staff, and the Qingyan jade, he declared after a moment of contemplation, purchasing the trio of artifacts. The total cost amounted to 1,700 spirit stones, swiftly depleting Lu Chuxia's savings accumulated over the past 3 years, causing him considerable distress. Although he yearned to acquire a top-tier defensive artifact, his finances were regrettably insufficient. You were recommended by the Radiant Moon, so I cannot sell you these artifacts at the previously stated price. Instead, I will offer you all 3 for a total of 1,600 spirit stones, Zhang Yu remarked, recognizing the strain on Lu Chuxia's expression and, out of respect for Radiant Moon, reducing the price by 100 spirit stones. Thank you, Senior, Lu Chuxia exclaimed, delighted by the unexpected discount. He promptly retrieved the spirit stones to complete the acquisition of the 3 artifacts. After finalizing his purchase, Lu Chuxia refrained from lingering in the artifact pavilion. He wandered about for a while, even altering his attire and appearance. Once he ensured that no one was tailing him, he proceeded toward his residence. Upon returning, Lu Chuxia tossed the Shingon staff to the King Kong ape and commenced the ritualistic training of the Jinrui's sword and the Qingyan jade. Chapter 12. The Yuan Fruit. 3 days later, Lu Chuxia successfully completed the ritual training of the 2 artifacts. After completing the ritual with 2 magical artifacts, Lu Chuxia resolved to venture into the Yunwu mountain range. Since his arrival in this realm, he had yet to explore beyond Yunwu City and yearned to witness the world beyond. Accompanied by 3 late-stage first-level spiritual beasts, akin to bodyguards of the late Qi refinement stage, he possessed a versatile array of aerial, terrestrial, and aquatic creatures, capable of sharing their vision. He intended to navigate only the periphery of the Yunwu mountain range, where the dangers were minimal. Before embarking on his journey, Lu Chuxia disguised himself and purchased a primary-level ice spike talisman from a spirit talisman shop, equivalent to a full force attack from a foundational stage cultivator, for 300 low-grade spirit stones. He then made his way outside Yunwu City. Within the Yunwu mountain range, the towering peaks stretched endlessly, adorned with lush greenery, shrouded in mist, and resonating with the harmonious calls of cranes. The ground was carpeted with extraordinary flowers and herbs, saturated with spiritual energy, resembling an ethereal paradise. As Lu Chuxia delved deeper into the mountains, he remained vigilant, aware that the perils of Yunwu mountain range extended beyond the beasts. The true threats often stemmed from cultivators intent on murder and plunder. His golden thunder eagle soared above, circling and keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. While the diamond ape provided close protection, this expedition was merely an initial reconnaissance of the mountain's periphery, allowing him to gather experience in this world of cultivation. With aspirations to cultivate second-level beasts and delve deeper into the mountain range in the future, he sought to capture formidable beasts for his cave abode and establish master-servant contracts. However, as he ventured further into the Yunwu mountain range, Lu Chuxia began to sense something amiss. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of even a single low-level beast. Along this journey, Lu Chuxia collected a considerable number of spiritual herbs and medicines essential for the refinement of Huangya Dan and Huanglong Dan. Although their ages were not particularly high and did not yet meet the requirements for alchemy, they could nonetheless reduce the consumption of spiritual stones for cultivation, allowing Lu Chuxia to earn a modest profit. He diligently harvested every one of them and stored them in his cave abode. Suddenly, a peak-level earth bear came rushing from the left. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chuxia felt a surge of anxiety and promptly released the Qingfeng python, preparing for a fierce battle with the formidable creature. However, to his astonishment, the earth bear paid him no heed, charging straight ahead without a glance in Lu Chuxia's direction. Typically, encounters between demon beasts and cultivators culminate in a life-and-death struggle, as cultivators seek to slay these beasts for their materials to sell or to refine magical artifacts, while demon beasts, in turn, consume the cultivators' golden cores and nascent souls to enhance their own cultivation. At this moment, the earth bear seemed oblivious to Lu Chuxia's presence, which was quite unusual. Sharing vision with the golden thunder eagle, Lu Chuxia trailed behind the earth bear as it flew deeper into the misty mountains for approximately 5 miles. Suddenly, he saw the bear enter a valley. The golden thunder eagle soared overhead to survey the valley, and Lu Chuxia was taken aback by what he beheld through their shared vision. Surrounding the valley were dozens of mid to peak level demon beasts, all drooling in anticipation around a small green tree. This tree bore 9 fruits that shimmered with an ethereal blue light. The increased yuan fruit. Thanks to the shared vision with the golden thunder eagle, Lu Chuxia's face lit up with excitement upon seeing the increased yuan fruit tree. These fruits bloom after a century, bear fruit after another century, and only reach maturity after an additional 100 years. After consuming the yuan-enhancing fruit, cultivators of qi encounter no hindrances or bottlenecks, allowing them to effortlessly elevate their cultivation level by an entire layer. This enhancement is stable and does not undermine their foundational strength, akin to the natural progression of one's own training. However, a qi cultivator may only ingest a single yuan-enhancing fruit throughout their lifetime. Consuming a second fruit yields no further advancement in cultivation. Conversely, demonic beasts can also benefit from the yuan-enhancing fruit, yet they require 3 fruits to transcend minor realms of cultivation. It is no wonder that the earth bear, upon encountering him, regarded him with indifference, hastily seeking the ripening of the yuan-enhancing fruit. After sharing vision with the golden thunder eagle, Lu Chuxia discovered that the fruit would mature in 3 to 5 days, igniting a sense of urgency within him. The moment he beheld the yuan-enhancing fruit, his heart stirred with desire. However, given his current cultivation level and the presence of 3 spirit beasts, he feared that seizing the fruit amidst the multitude of demonic beasts and lurking cultivators would prove exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, as long as he possesses a segment of the yuan-enhancing fruit tree within his blessed land, he can cultivate it indefinitely using spirit stones. After advancing to the mid-stage of qi cultivation, he sensed intuitively that he could still acquire 2 additional spirit beasts for his spirit beast enclosure. Perhaps, by taking advantage of the upcoming days, he could capture 2 more spirit beasts, thereby enhancing his chances of obtaining the yuan-enhancing fruit. With many demonic beasts having vacated their lairs, Lu Chuxiao instructed the golden thunder eagle to monitor the valley's movements while he ventured into the nests of these beasts with the Qingfeng python and the diamond ape. The Qingfeng python led the way, employing its wind escape technique to clear the path ahead. Lu Chuxiao, amidst those solitary dens of demonic beasts, managed to gather a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and medicines aged between 10 and 50 years. These herbs were primarily utilized in the concoction of Huanglong Dan and Jinsui Dan. At that moment, a thunderous roar of a tiger echoed in the distance. Through the shared vision of the Qifeng python, Lu Chuxia discerned a fierce battle between the Qifeng python and a majestic white-striped tiger. The white tiger, approximately 10 feet in length, boasted a coat of glistening white fur that appeared as if freshly washed, adorned with inky black stripes that traversed its pristine pelage. It exuded an aura of grandeur and strength. However, Lu Chuxia sensed a hint of weakness in the creature. Let us go. The white tiger was at the pinnacle of its level, surpassing the Qingfeng python in cultivation. Concerned for her companion's safety, Lu Chuxia promptly beckoned the King Kong ape to move towards the white tiger. Upon witnessing the assault on his longtime companion, the King Kong ape, at Lu Chuxia's signal, seized the Xian gang staff and charged at the white tiger. The tiger, with a swift sweep of its tail, transformed it into a formidable staff to counter the attack. With a resounding crash, the white tiger was sent tumbling several times, while the King Kong ape staggered back a few steps. It was evident that the white tiger was at a disadvantage, yet seemed reluctant to abandon the cave entrance. Lu Chuxia surmised that there might be something of value guarded by the white tiger within the cave, perhaps even cubs. Draw the white tiger away from the cave, Lu Chuxia urged, activating the Qingyan jade, and loudly called out to the 2 beasts. Although the King Kong ape and the Qingfeng python were merely first-level demonic beasts, they had resided in the spiritual beast enclosure of the cave for several years, which had granted them a certain enlightenment. Now, at approximately 5 or 6 years old in terms of intelligence, the 2 beasts quickly grasped Lu Chuxia's intentions. The azure serpent coiled its tail towards the white tiger, while the indomitable ape wielded the mysterious staff, striking fiercely at the white tiger. The white tiger, caught off guard, managed to block the ape's formidable attack, but was swiftly ensnared by the azure serpent, which pulled it away from the cave. Once entangled, the white tiger resembled prey stuck to a trap, struggling vehemently against the serpent's relentless grip. With a swift motion, the azure serpent unleashed a blade of azure wind, cleaving the white tiger in 2. Upon witnessing the demise of the white tiger, Lu Chuxiao waved his hand, carefully storing the defeated creature within his celestial abode, before cautiously stepping into the cave. Inside, he discovered 8 stalks of golden essence mushrooms, a principal ingredient in the crafting of the golden essence pill. The mushrooms, aged for over a century, were remarkably potent, with 3 of them surpassing the century mark, while the remaining 5 were over 70 years old. Venturing deeper into the cave, Lu Chuxiao was suddenly greeted by the plaintive cries of a young tiger. In the nest, he stumbled upon a cub, roughly the size of a hunting dog. Upon seeing the white tiger cub, Lu Chuxiao gasped in astonishment. Chapter 13. The Nether White Tiger and the Wood Spirit. The Nether White Tiger, Lu Chuxiao observed, bore an uncanny resemblance to the adult white tiger, save for the black symbol of royalty upon its forehead, adorned with a tuft of hair that flickered like black flames. This was indeed the hallmark of the Nether White Tiger, a variant of the white tiger adept at soul absorption and spirit refinement, capable of devouring souls and transforming phantoms, with immense potential for ascension beyond the 3rd and 4th levels with ease. As the Nether White Tiger caught sight of an intruder, it prepared to unleash a mighty roar. At Lu Chuxiao's behest, the mighty gorilla struck the head of the ethereal white tiger with a singular, forceful blow, rendering it unconscious. Observing this, Lu Chuxiao waved her sleeve, effortlessly ensnaring the ethereal white tiger within the confines of her celestial domain's spirit beast enclosure. The ethereal white tiger, a low-grade spirit beast of the 1st rank. A variant species. Innate abilities: soul-devouring refinement, soul-reaping resurrection, soul transformation into wraith. Qualities: superior and inferior. Upon witnessing the ethereal white tiger's innate abilities, joy illuminated Lu Chuxiao's countenance. The capabilities of soul-devouring refinement and soul transformation into wraith were self-evident, while soul-reaping resurrection allowed the ethereal white tiger to consume the primordial spirit, consciousness, and ghostly entities, thereby augmenting its master-s awareness. A potent consciousness often correlates with heightened perception across various dimensions, not merely auditory and visual acuity, but a comprehensive enhancement that enables timely sensing, forecasting, and evading peril. Additionally, a formidable consciousness permits the manipulation of multiple magical artifacts and offers an advantage when surmounting barriers or ascending to higher realms. Regrettably, Lu Chuxiao mused, had she encountered the ethereal white tiger sooner and nurtured it to the late stages of the 1st rank, she might have contended for the primordial fruit. The nearby beasts had congregated in the valley to guard the ripening primordial fruit, leaving their lairs desolate, much to Lu Chuxiao's benefit. Over the course of 3 days, she ravaged numerous beast lairs, harvesting a considerable quantity of spiritual herbs and medicines, yielding a modest profit of several hundred spirit stones. On that particular morning, as Lu Chuxiao traversed a thicket, she sensed an anomaly in the surroundings. This thicket sloped gently, extending 5 miles horizontally and 7 miles vertically. Within the thicket, there were neither mystical herbs nor verdant grasses. Yet, Lu Chuxiao discerned numerous ordinary creatures and the remains of early-stage demon beasts amidst the brambles. Suddenly, she was struck by an idea, a flicker of joy gracing her countenance. She surveyed the thicket for a considerable time, but could not identify anything amiss. Consequently, Lu Chuxiao instructed the diamond ape to capture a dozen animals of varying sizes and release them into the thicket, urging them deeper within. As a spotted deer ventured into the heart of the underbrush, a blood-red, barbed vine surged forth, piercing its flesh. An astonishing scene unfolded. In less than 2 heartbeats, the deer's flesh and blood vanished entirely, leaving behind a desiccated skin draped over its skeletal frame. It was indeed a wood demon, or perhaps a variant capable of siphoning blood. Upon sighting the crimson thorny vine, Lu Chuxiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. To evolve into a wood demon, one must navigate a myriad of fortuitous circumstances to awaken sentience and assume a demon's form. However, early-stage wood demons possess limited intelligence and a frail spirit, rendering them incapable of forming contracts with cultivators. Any forced agreement would lead to their utter destruction. Each wood demon harbors unique talents and formidable abilities, making them excellent guardians. What puzzled Lu Chuxiao was the presence of this wood demon in a place unnoticed by other cultivators. Lu Chuxiao believed herself to be a favored child of fortune, having just emerged from the Misty City to explore the realm of cultivation. She not only managed to pilfer a modest sum of spirit stones from numerous beast lairs, but also acquired a spectral white tiger. Now, a wood spirit was beckoning her as well. Just because others could not forge a contract with the wood spirit did not imply that Lu Chuxiao would encounter the same fate. Any beast that was housed within the spirit beast enclosure of her cave abode would not face the calamity of contract failure leading to its demise. At Lu Chuxiao's behest, the Qingfeng python unleashed a formidable wind blade, measuring nearly 10 feet in length, directed at the wood spirit. The crimson vines of the wood spirit coiled into a wooden shield that stood in defense. However, the wooden shield could only withstand the onslaught for a brief moment before being shattered into fragments. The surrounding underbrush was similarly decimated, revealing the wood spirit's concealed roots. The Qingfeng python continued its assault, and the wood spirit's retaliatory vines dwindled in number, proving no match for its opponent. Ultimately, the King Kong ape stepped forward and uprooted the very spot where the wood spirit had taken root. Seizing the opportunity, Xianxia swiftly confined the wood spirit within the spirit beast enclosure of her cave abode. Bloodthorn, a low-grade spirit beast of the first tier. Innate abilities, bloodsucking. Limb regeneration. Aptitude, above average. This journey to the Cloud Mist Mountains had proven worthwhile, as she had acquired 2 promising spirit beasts. With proper nurturing, they would undoubtedly become formidable guardians in the future, in addition to yielding a modest profit. Now, all that remained was to procure the yuan fruit. And this expedition to the Cloud Mist Mountains would be deemed a resounding success. Upon placing Bloodthorn into the spirit beast enclosure and establishing a master-servant contract, Xiaoxia's face illuminated with joy as she learned of Bloodthorn's attributes. Subsequently, she ceased her petty thievery, calculating the passage of time. She surmised that the Xingyuan fruit was nearing maturity. She contemplated whether she could seize the opportunity amidst the chaos, extracting benefits from the fire. Thereafter, Xiaoxia employed her lightness technique and made her way toward the valley where the Xingyuan fruit trees flourished. Upon reaching the periphery of the valley, she shared her vision with the Golden Thunder Eagle and discovered that the valley was divided into 3 layers, with various demonic beasts encircling the outermost layer. In the sky, numerous flying demonic creatures were vigilantly guarding, anticipating the ripening of the Xingyuan fruit. The foremost creatures were dozens of peak-level demonic beasts, while those further back possessed lesser cultivation. Xiao also discerned several hidden groups of humans lurking around the valley's edge. It was evident that not only the demonic beasts coveted the Xingyuan fruit, but the cultivators did as well. Observing the situation, Xiao realized that she was not equipped to partake in this confrontation. After a moment of contemplation, she devised a plan and gradually retreated to the outskirts of the Yunk mountain range, leaving the Golden Thunder Eagle hovering above the valley, waiting for the opportune moment. Shortly after Xiao departed from the valley, the Xingyuan fruit emitted an increasingly brilliant azure light, and a rich fragrance wafted through the air. The demonic beasts, upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, grew even more agitated and frenzied. The fruit was on the verge of ripening. In that critical moment, Xiao silently invoked the command for speed. The Golden Thunder Eagle, enveloped in a shimmering golden radiance, transformed into a streak of lightning, darting swiftly toward the Xingyuan fruit. Its velocity rivaled that of a foundational cultivator soaring on a sword, and before the demonic beasts could react, the Golden Thunder Eagle snatched a Xingyuan fruit and soared rapidly away from the valley. The horde of demon beasts failed to intercept the Golden Thunder Eagle in time, and upon losing a single yuan fruit, they descended into chaos, competing fiercely for the remaining ones. Surprisingly, no flying demon beasts attempted to hinder the Golden Thunder Eagle. It seemed that the allure of the remaining 8 yuan fruits was too enticing. Chapter 14. The yuan fruit in hand at last, it was in her grasp. Xiao, positioned outside the Cloud Mist mountain range, beamed with joy as she witnessed the Golden Thunder Eagle soaring towards her at an astonishing speed. With a swift gesture, she summoned the Golden Thunder Eagle into her celestial abode. Seizing the opportunity in the absence of onlookers, Xiao hurried towards Cloud Mist City. Upon entering Cloud Mist City, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The inherent divine ability of the Golden Thunder Eagle was its incredible speed. Activating this speed required the consumption of its own essence blood, enhancing its flight velocity. With its current cultivation at the late stage of the first level, the Golden Thunder Eagle's speed, when fueled by its essence blood, rivaled that of a Foundation establishment cultivator flying on a sword, but could only be sustained for a maximum of 15 minutes. Beyond that, it would risk depleting its essence blood and succumbing. Xiao had initially feared that by urging the Golden Thunder Eagle to unleash its speed to seize the yuan fruit, it might be intercepted or even overwhelmed by the demon beasts. She had mentally prepared herself for the loss of such a precious spirit beast. However, the astonishing speed displayed by the Golden Thunder Eagle filled her with delight. With this success, reaching the 6th layer of Qi training was within reach, and she had not lost a late-stage spirit beast. Additionally, she could cultivate a yuan fruit tree in the future. And both the golden thunder eagle and the azure winged python, along with the diamond ape, would have the opportunity to advance to the pinnacle of the first level in a short span of time. Lu, my young friend, have you ventured to the Spirit Pill Pavilion once more to trade elixirs for spirit stones? As Qin Yun was about to step outside, he happened to catch sight of Lu Chuxia passing by their residence. With a smile, Qin Yun inquired of Lu Chuxia. Ever since Lu Chuxia had rescued the Qin family, there had been a budding friendship between them. Qin Yun was also aware that Lu Chuxia was an alchemist, frequently exchanging the elixirs she concocted at the Spirit Elixir Pavilion for spirit stones. Since my master's departure, I have not ventured outside of Yunwu City. This time, I am merely exploring the outskirts of the Yunwu mountain range, Lu Chuxia replied, shaking her head at Qin Yun. Young friend Lu, there are many unscrupulous and malevolent cultivators about. With your limited cultivation level, you must exercise caution beyond the confines of Yunwu City, Qin Yun remarked, his expression tightening slightly upon hearing Lu Chuxia's plans. Given her cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement, it was inevitable that she might attract unwanted attention from those with nefarious intentions. Thank you for your kind warning, fellow Taoist Qin. I am indeed aware of this. Thus, I have only circled around the outskirts of the Yunwu mountain range before returning. And what of Sister Tianchuang? I have not seen her around lately, Lu Chuxia inquired, acknowledging Qin Yun's good intentions with a nod of gratitude. Tianchuang is currently in seclusion, diligently cultivating, Qin Yun replied, affectionately stroking his beard as he spoke of his granddaughter. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Chuxia and Qin Yun parted ways. The fruit melted in her mouth, transforming into streams of pure spirit energy that surged towards her dantian. Lu Chuxia consumed it in a few bites, discarding the pit into her spatial pocket. The Xingyuan fruit was indeed a remarkable spiritual fruit that could enhance the cultivation of qi refinement practitioners by an entire level. After consuming it, her cultivation gradually ascended, and upon reaching a certain threshold, she distinctly heard a crack as her cultivation naturally broke through to the 6th level of qi refinement. 3 days later, Lu Chuxia opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. She murmured to herself, the Xingyuan fruit is indeed remarkable. Perhaps I should inquire about the various spiritual fruits and elixirs that, when consumed, can seamlessly elevate one's cultivation. Subsequently, Lu Chuxia appeared to be struck by a thought. She retrieved the ancient alchemical formula from the jade slip and pressed it against her forehead, delving deeper into the intricate details contained within. To her astonishment, she discovered 2 formulas that, once ingested, posed no hindrance or bottleneck, allowing cultivators to enhance their level of cultivation effortlessly, solidifying the increase without compromising their foundational essence. Much like the process of personal cultivation itself, one formula was for the Great Yuan Spirit Pill, suitable for foundation establishment cultivators. The other was for the Lesser Yuan Spirit Pill, intended for qi refinement practitioners. The primary ingredient for the Great Yuan Spirit Pill was the 1,000-year-old Zhu fruit, complemented by dozens of auxiliary herbs aged over 500 years. Conversely, the primary ingredient for the Lesser Yuan Spirit Pill was the 500-year-old Zhu fruit, paired with a selection of spiritual herbs and medicines aged 300 years and beyond. The raw consumption of Zhu fruit inherently enhances cultivation, and once it reaches the 1,000-year mark, it becomes a crucial auxiliary ingredient for elixirs suitable for the nascent soul stage. No one would dare to use 500-year-old spiritual herbs for concocting pills intended for qi refinement practitioners. Lu Chuxia, however, was an exception. As long as she possessed ample spirit stones, she could effortlessly cultivate high-aged spiritual herbs and medicines. These Great and Lesser Yuan Spirit Pills seemed tailor-made for her, and she was now poised to devise a plan for their creation. In the ensuing fortnight, Lu Chuxia remained indoors, diligently concocting various spiritual elixirs, utilizing spirit stones. She meticulously induced the growth of the core of the Xingyuan fruit, nurturing it until it blossomed and bore fruit. After expending over 1,500 spirit stones, she successfully harvested 9 Xingyuan fruits. Lu Chuxia promptly placed 3 of these fruits into a jade box, while the remaining 6 were administered to the King Kong ape and the Qifeng python, both of which were in seclusion, refining the Xingyuan fruit to elevate their energy to the pinnacle of the 1st level. As for the Yinming white tiger and the bloodthorn, their cultivation was too nascent. Lu Chuxia intended to allow them to progress to the mid-stage of the 1st level before considering their consumption of the Xingyuan fruit. Moreover, after nurturing the Xingyuan fruit, She found herself utterly impoverished and needed to exchange the fruits for spirit stones at the elixir pavilion. Once she had organized the elixirs she had crafted over the past days along with the Xingyuan fruit, she employed her lightness technique and made her way to the elixir pavilion. Sister Jiayue. Upon arriving at the elixir pavilion, Lu Chuxiao was fortunate enough to encounter Jiayue descending from the second floor with a customer. She greeted her with a smile. However, as Lu Chuxiao passed by the customer, she sensed a powerful spiritual pressure emanating from him, confirming that he was indeed a foundation establishment cultivator. This led her to deduce that Jiayue herself was likely a cultivator of foundation establishment as well. Nearly half a month prior, Lu Chuxiao had just advanced to the 5th level of qi refinement, and now, within this brief span, she had ascended to the 6th level. Such rapid progress was bound to astonish Jiayue. Sister Jiayue, may we converse inside? Lu Chuxiao gestured towards the reception room. Half a month ago, I ventured into the Misty Mountains, and fortune smiled upon me as I encountered the ripening of the Xingyuan fruit. Utilizing my innate talent for flight, I swiftly commanded my spiritual beast to unleash its extraordinary abilities at the precise moment the fruit matured, allowing me to seize 2 Xingyuan fruits. I consumed one, and my cultivation naturally ascended to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Here lies the remaining Xingyuan fruit. I kindly asked Sister Jiayue to exchange it for spirit stones. Lu Chuxiao succinctly conveyed her message, producing another Xingyuan fruit. You audacious girl. With merely the 5th layer of qi refinement, you dared to traverse the Misty Mountains. Not only did you emerge unscathed, but your luck was extraordinary, allowing you to acquire 2 Xingyuan fruits, Jiayue exclaimed, astonished by Lu Chuxiao's remarkable fortune. Chapter 15. The enemy's trail. I too possess some extraordinary talents, having contracted a few spiritual beasts. With their protection, I dared to explore the Misty Mountains, Lu Chuxiao replied. Sister Jiayue, regarding the matter of spiritual beasts, do you have any methods to help them advance to the 2nd tier? To elevate a monster beast, there are several approaches. First, they can gradually cultivate by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth over time, as their lifespans far exceed those of us cultivators. Tortoise-like beasts exemplify this method. Second, a 1st-tier beast may consume a foundation establishment pill, which offers a certain probability of advancing to the 2nd tier. Third, refining the demon cores and blood essence of similar creatures can purify their bloodlines, facilitating their advancement. Lastly, consuming rare herbs and treasures of the earth can also lead to the elevation of spiritual beasts. For instance, a water attribute spirit beast, upon consuming a 500-year-old spirit herb of the same element, may possess a chance to ascend to the 2nd tier. Naturally, the higher the age of the herb, the greater the likelihood of the spirit beast successfully advancing after consumption. However, spirit herbs exceeding 500 years are coveted even by golden core cultivators. They would hardly be offered to a mere 1st-tier demon beast. If you, Lu Chuxiao, aspire for your spirit beast to achieve greater heights in the future, you might consider purchasing some beast blood imbued with true spirit bloodlines from the Spirit Beast Pavilion for your spirit beast to refine. The blood of similar species is optimal, as it can purify the bloodline of your spirit beast, potentially leading to ancestral bloodline returns, thereby facilitating the enhancement of its cultivation and subsequent ascension. Jiayue merely cast a glance at Lu Chuxiao before she spoke slowly. Is that so? Upon learning that the consumption of corresponding attribute treasures could promote a spirit beast's advancement to the 2nd tier, Lu Chuxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. While it might be deemed extravagant for others to offer 500-year-old spirit herbs to a 1st-tier spirit beast, for Lu Chuxiao, as long as the spirit stones were available, such matters could be resolved in mere moments. The Xingyuan fruit, when consumed by a qi refinement cultivator, presents no obstructions or bottlenecks, effortlessly allowing an increase in cultivation level without concerns of instability in foundation. For qi refinement cultivators, it is a treasure of immense value. Coincidentally, there will be an auction at the Spirit Pill Pavilion in a month, where the Xingyuan fruit can serve as a highlight of the event. If you are at ease, Chuxiao, you may leave it with your sister for now. After the auction concludes, I shall settle the spirit stones with you. Jiayue said as she stored away the jade box containing the Xingyuan fruit. Why would I have any reservations? I trust Sister Jiayue to take care of it. Indeed. I heard from the maid of Lingdan Pavilion that recently some cultivators have been inquiring about you. Have you offended someone in Yunwu City? Upon reflecting on this, Jiayue furrowed her brows and asked Lu Chuxiao. 3 years ago, the warning fireworks in Yunwu City were related to me. It seems I disrupted someone's plans and have now attracted their attention. Lu Chuxiao also found it peculiar. After 3 years, the enemies of the Qinxing family had finally come knocking. Keep this jade talisman safe. If you find yourself in danger, crush it, and I will sense your location to come to your aid, provided it is within a 500-mile radius. At that moment, Jiayue elegantly flipped her hand, and a glimmering blue light flickered, revealing a jade talisman that she presented to Lu Chuxia. Thank you, Sister Jiayue. Lu Chuxia, with a beaming smile, felt a sense of security knowing that a Foundation establishment cultivator was watching over her. The century-old Zhu fruit is one of the main ingredients for the rejuvenation pill, but currently Lingdan Pavilion is out of stock. If you require it, I will reserve some for you once it becomes available. Jiayue shook her head. Do you not have even the seeds of the Zhu fruit? Or perhaps a young sapling would suffice? Lu Chuxia persisted in her inquiry. No, came the definitive response. In the end, after exchanging her self-crafted spirit pills for over 1,000 spirit stones, Lu Chuxia departed from Lingdan Pavilion. Subsequently, she visited Wanbao Tower, where she purchased a set of by Bo Yunwu array for 500 spirit stones. This formation serves both to defend and to conceal one's whereabouts. If established beside a lake, it can further enhance its formidable power. A practitioner at the late stage of Qi refinement can command this formation, rendering it impervious to the assault of 5 or 6 practitioners of the same level. Even a foundational stage practitioner would find it challenging to breach it in a short span. Currently, she has become the target of attention, and her residence, devoid of protective formations, is exceedingly precarious. In a certain cave within Cloud Mist City, the third brother and his companions ultimately vanished without a trace. Have any leads emerged regarding the whereabouts of the Qian family, particularly Qian Yun and his grandson? Approximately a year ago, a man bearing a mole at the end of his left eye, with an insidious demeanor, languidly addressed the individuals below him. Yet, the aura emanating from this lascivious man was unfathomable, and his spiritual pressure was astonishing. Oh, if the Qian ancestors are in Cloud Mist City, then the situation becomes manageable. We must devise a means to lure them out of the city and capture Qian Tianshuang alive. Upon learning that the Qian ancestors were in Cloud Mist City, the lascivious man straightened his posture, his eyes gleaming with excitement. My grandson has discovered that the Qian ancestors are closely associated with a female cultivator named Lu, who possesses a Qi refinement level of 5. Perhaps we could seize this Lu woman and, in doing so, draw the Qian ancestors out for a preliminary test. Very well. I entrust this matter to you. After purchasing the Bai Bo Yunwu formation at the Wanbao building, Lu Chuxiao made her way directly to the residence of the Qian ancestors. Upon arriving, she casually directed a beam of spiritual light towards the formation. In a short while, a hidden path revealed itself at the residence of the Qians. Qin Yun stood at the opposite end of the formation, approaching Lu Chuxiao with a smile and inquiring, Dear Lu, do you have any matters to discuss? This is not a suitable place for conversation. Might we find a more private setting? Lu Chuxiao responded to Qin Yun, Sister Tianshuang. You have emerged from your seclusion. Congratulations on advancing to the 12th level of Qi refinement. You are now but a step away from the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Upon entering Qin Yun's cave dwelling and sensing the aura emanating from Tianshuang, Lu Chuxiao beamed with joy and offered her congratulations. That step away has severed the hopes of countless cultivators. Advancing to the Foundation establishment stage is no trivial pursuit. Is there a particular matter that brings you here today? Chuxia? Tianshuang inquired, her cold demeanor softening slightly at the sight of Lu Chuxia. Since Lu Chuxia saved Qin Yun, her bond with the Qins had deepened considerably. Over the years, Lu Chuxia discovered that beneath Tianshuang's frosty exterior lay a fervent heart, a heart that reciprocates kindness tenfold. Once she identifies someone as a friend, she is unwavering in her loyalty. Initially, when Lu Chuxia interacted with Tianshuang, she found her to be aloof and unyielding. However, as their acquaintance blossomed, Tianshuang gradually shed her icy facade. In contrast, with others, Tianshuang remained as distant and taciturn as ever. Chapter 16. The gift of the Yuan fruit. Just recently, while I was at the Spirit Elixir Pavilion, the steward, Zhu, mentioned that someone has been inquiring about me. I have not offended anyone in Cloud Mist City, save for one instance 3 years ago. Lu Chuxia informed Qin Yun and his grandson of the situation. So they have come to seek them out? Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's expression turned grave. 3 years prior, they had indeed contemplated fleeing Yunwu City for a safer haven. However, at that time, he had exacerbated old injuries and incurred new ones, rendering lengthy travel unwise and necessitating a period of quiet recuperation. Moreover, escaping to another location did not guarantee greater safety than Yunwu City. After much reflection, They chose to remain in Yunwu City for the time being, planning to depart once Tianchuang established his foundation. After all, once Tianchuang reached the pinnacle of Qi training, he could advance to the foundation establishment stage without the need for foundation establishment pills. It appears that time is not on their side. Do you know whom you have offended? What is the level of their cultivation, and how many are they? We are all in this precarious situation together. I need to be informed to take precautions sooner rather than later. Noticing the grim expression on Qin Yun's face, Lu Chuxiao realized that their adversaries were formidable. Lu Chuxiao quickly inquired, "We are originally from Luyin Prefecture, where my family, the Qin clan, has been established for over 5 centuries. After the Lu family learned of a precious treasure possessed by us, they orchestrated a trap that led to the death of my third brother and subsequently attacked our clan. After a harrowing escape, my grandson and I found ourselves in grave condition. 3 years ago, I was further injured, leading to a decline in my cultivation to the Qi training stage. The Lu family has 2 foundation establishment cultivators. One was slain 3 years ago by the disciple of the Yunwu Jinren, while the remaining one, Lu Nan, had already reached the late foundation establishment stage by the time we arrived in Yunwu City. Given the passage of time, he has likely attained the peak of foundation establishment by now." After exchanging glances, Asai escaped Qin Yun as he addressed Lu Chuxiao with a measured tone. This presents a considerable predicament. Upon learning their adversary possessed the complete foundation establishment cultivation, Lu Chuxiao's countenance darkened perceptibly. Were their enemy merely at the intermediate or later stages of foundation establishment, her 3 spirit beasts, having advanced to the 2nd tier, could conceivably contend with such a cultivator. However, against one at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, whose spiritual energy is exceptionally refined and stands but a step away from the golden core stage, it would likely require a dozen or more cultivators at the early foundation establishment stage or 2nd-tier spirit beasts to merely hold them at bay. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Lu, we harbor no intention of implicating you, Qin Yun avowed, presuming Lu Chuxiao's apprehension stemmed from concerns for her own safety. We shall vacate this place by tomorrow. Senior, that is not my concern, Lu Chuxiao clarified. I am contemplating the number of foundation establishment cultivators required to effectively resist, or even eliminate, one at the apex of that stage. Given that Lu Nin has set his sights upon me, even if he were to dispatch you and seize the treasure, he would undoubtedly suspect that I am aware of it and fear I might divulge its existence, prompting him to eradicate me entirely. Therefore, whether you relocate or not is of little consequence to me, as Lu Nin has already formed his presumptions. Lu Chuxiao elucidated, modifying her form of address upon discovering Qin Yun's prior cultivation level. At a minimum, 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, wielding top-grade spiritual artifacts and potent talismans, would be necessary to inflict grievous injury or potentially slay a cultivator at the zenith of foundation establishment. As for the cultivators in the mid-foundation establishment stage, it typically requires the combined efforts of 7 or 8 individuals to have a chance at slaying a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator. In contrast, those in the early foundation establishment stage would need around 14 or 15 to unite in order to have any hope of defeating a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, the disparity in cultivation levels between early foundation establishment cultivators and those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment is vast, making them susceptible to being overwhelmed and slain individually. Qin Yun spoke solemnly. Elder, is there any assassination organization we could hire to eliminate Lu Nan? Or perhaps a one-time treasure of immense power that could be utilized to ensnare him? Lu Chuxiao pondered for a moment. Whether through hiring an assassin or acquiring a formidable one-time treasure capable of slaying a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator, both require a significant amount of spirit stones. Without spirit stones, our words are mere empty echoes. Qin Yun was somewhat taken aback by Lu Chuxiao's ruthlessness. It seemed that anyone who posed a threat to her would prompt her to conjure several lethal strategies in an instant. So, it appears we are left with no choice but to remain in the Yunwu mountain range, ensuring our own survival, Lu Chuxiao remarked with a slight furrow of her brow. That would be a reasonable conclusion, Qin Yun replied. 3 years ago, after the law enforcement team of Yunwu City eradicated the Lu family cultivators, no one has dared to engage in combat within the city limits. In fact, patrols by cultivators have even intensified in residential areas. As long as we remain in Yunwu City, our lives are relatively secure. Nonetheless, the secret techniques and methods wielded by cultivators are ever-evolving. Some possess the ability to employ soul-influencing spells, capable of bewitching lower-tier cultivators into obeying the commands of the spellcaster. Lu Xiaoyou's cultivation level is rather modest, rendering him susceptible to covert schemes. Unbeknownst to him, he has exited Yunwu City, and for his safety, I deem it prudent for him to remain in the company of our family. Lu Xiaoyu, just a few days ago you were at the 5th level of qi refinement, and now, within such a brief span, you have ascended to the 6th level? Qin Yun suggested that Lu Chuxia should stay with them, and upon inspecting Lu Chuxia's cultivation level with a sweep of his consciousness, he was taken aback. Recently, I encountered a fortuitous opportunity in the Yunwu Mountains and obtained 2 yuan-enhancing fruits, which enabled my advancement to the 6th level of qi refinement. I intend to bestow the remaining fruit upon Sister Tianxuang. Currently, Sister Tianxuang has reached the 12th level of qi refinement. Although consuming this yuan-enhancing fruit will not propel her to the foundation establishment stage, it will undoubtedly elevate her to the pinnacle of qi refinement in a short time, thus saving her several years of effort in refining spiritual energy. Lu Chuxia retrieved a jade box containing the yuan-enhancing fruit and presented it to Qin Yun Tianxuang. Lu Chuxia's decision to gift the fruit to Tianxuang was not without careful consideration, given that Tianxuang has already achieved the 12th level of qi refinement. Consuming this fruit will assuredly elevate her to the peak of qi refinement. Should an opportunity arise, or if their family possesses foundation establishment pills, Tianxuang could potentially break into the foundation establishment stage in a brief period. Once Tianxuang ascends to this stage, her personal safety will be further assured. Additionally, she is well aware that kindness begets kindness. Tianxuang is not a thankless individual, but rather someone who values gratitude and deep connections. In that moment, Qin Yun's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed upon the jade box containing the yuan-enhancing fruit. Thank you very much. Conversely, Qin Tian's eyes glimmered with gratitude. Yet she refrained from saying much and accepted the Xingyuan fruit offered by Lu Chuxia. In the end, after much contemplation, Lu Chuxia chose to reside with Qin Yun and the others. After Qin Yun cleared a cave dwelling for Lu Chuxia, she set up the Bai Bo Yunwu array in her new abode. Chapter 17. Second-level spirit beasts surrounded by formidable adversaries. Lu Chuxia felt an acute sense of urgency. In the short term, her cultivation could not reach a level capable of contending with fully established foundation-building practitioners. Presently, the only means available to enhance her spirit beast's cultivation was through the spiritual essence of the elixirs. The Qingfeng python and the King Kong ape had both reached the pinnacle of first-level cultivation, making it an opportune moment to nurture a millennium-grade spiritual herb that aligned with their attributes for them to consume and refine, facilitating their advancement to the second level. The Qingfeng python, being of the wind-water attribute, prompted her to cultivate a Yinning grass. The Yinning grass serves as the finest catalyst for concocting cold-type elixirs, enhancing their potency significantly. A century-old Yinning grass could produce a spiritual pill suitable for foundation-building practitioners, while a millennium-old specimen would undoubtedly attract the envy of nascent soul cultivators. Lu Chuxia had already planted the Yinning grass within her cave abode. Approaching a particular specimen, she took out spirit stones, crushed them, and scattered the fragments around the Yinning grass. With the spirit stone's enhancement, the age of the Yinning grass visibly increased. 100 years, 150 years, 200 years, 250 years. Just as Lu Chuxia was on the verge of exhausting her spirit stones, the Yinning grass was finally nurtured to a millennium age. The ethereal herb, known as the Yin condensing grass, reaches its 1,000-year maturity after a pivotal juncture, emanating an icy aura that encapsulates the medicinal field in frost. Should an ordinary person venture within 3 paces of the 1,000-year-old Yin condensing grass, they would likely succumb to the bitter chill and perish. The spirit beasts confined within their enclosure have been in a state of heightened excitement as the age of the Yin condensing grass has steadily increased, transmitting waves of desire to Lu Chuxia, yearning to consume the herb. Among them, the Qingfeng python exhibits the most intense craving. It seems that even if the properties of the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb do not align with the inherent attributes of the spirit beasts, an overpowering urge to devour remains. Consequently, Lu Chuxia carefully harvested the Yin condensing grass, cautious of its potent medicinal properties, fearing that the Qingfeng python might be unable to refine it, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Therefore, she decided to split the herb in half, allowing the Qingfeng python to refine one portion first. After consuming its share, the Qingfeng python fell into a deep slumber. With her limited supply of spiritual stones, Lu Chuxia could not cultivate herbs that would suit the attributes of the diamond ape. She resolved to procure the spiritual stones from the auction Xingyuan fruit and immediately commence nurturing the diamond ape and the golden thunder eagle. Meanwhile, Tianshuang, upon consuming the Xingyuan fruit, will elevate her cultivation to the peak of qi refinement, alleviating any concerns regarding the stability of her foundation. The condensed spiritual energy will also save her a few years of refining. With her innate talent, she could potentially advance to the foundation establishment stage within 3 months at the earliest or 6 months at the latest, thereby enhancing our chances against Lu Nan. Once again, we find ourselves indebted to Lu Xiaoyu for an immense favor. After Lu Chuxia departed, Qinyan gazed joyfully at the jade box containing the Xingyuan fruit in Tianshuang's hands. Grandfather, I shall immediately enter seclusion. I will not emerge until I have successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage, Tianshuang declared solemnly. Subsequently, she turned and retreated into her cave dwelling to commence her seclusion. A month later, what could this be? Lu Chuxia had just refined a Huanglong Dan when she sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy wildly rushing toward a particular location within the cave. Could it be? Uncertain of her thoughts, a glimmer of realization sparked in her eyes, prompting her to exit the cave post-haste. Upon arriving outside Tianshuang's dwelling, she detected the spiritual energy around her fervently streaming into Tianshuang's cave. At that moment, Qinyan stood outside Tianshuang's cave, crushing spirit stones that scattered around her dwelling. The shattered spirit stones transformed into streams of pure spiritual energy that surged toward Tianshuang. Senior, what is happening with Sister Tianshuang? Indeed, Tianshuang is advancing to the foundation establishment stage. By the looks of it, success is nearly guaranteed. Qinyan replied with a beaming smile. Immediately, joy illuminated Lu Chuxia's face, not solely due to Tianshuang's impending advancement, but also because she sensed that the Qi Feng python within the Cave of Abundance was enveloped in a resplendent azure glow, with spiritual energy pouring into it. Subsequently, its aura escalated significantly, emanating an unfathomable spiritual pressure. Lu Chuxia realized that the Qi Feng python had advanced to the second level. Indeed, today is a fortuitous day, a double celebration. After the passage of half a day, the spiritual energy surrounding Qin Tianshuang's secluded abode gradually dissipated. Shortly thereafter, she emerged from her retreat, announcing her advancement to the foundation establishment stage before once again retreating to solidify her cultivation. The primordial spirit arrived at the spiritual beast enclosure within the cave's paradise, where the successfully advanced Qin Feng python joyfully circled around Lu Chuxia, its head affectionately nuzzling against her pant leg from time to time. The other spiritual beasts within the enclosure gazed enviously at the Qin Feng python's ascent to level 2. They gathered around Lu Chuxia, seemingly hoping she would conjure a spiritual herb for them to consume. Among them, the Yuming white tiger was particularly eager, rolling onto its back to reveal its belly before Lu Chuxia, as if begging for affection, while its limbs came together in a reverent gesture towards her. A clear display of its desire for approval. Qin Feng python, level 2 early stage spiritual beast, possessing an exceedingly rare trace of dragon blood within its veins. Talent, wind escape. Wind blade, size alteration. Aptitude, upper middle. Lu Chuxia, now aware of the changes that accompanied the Qi Feng python's advancement, felt a stirring within her heart. The Qin Feng python transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring toward her hand and morphing into a blue bracelet that adorned her wrist. The spiritual energy was subtle, rendering the bracelet's true nature as a level 2 early stage spiritual beast imperceptible. Once the spirit stones were in place, she would promptly cultivate the spiritual herb and arrange for their advancement. As for the little tiger and little red, they would first need to elevate their cultivation to the late stage of level 1 before proceeding. After soothing the spiritual beasts for a moment, Lu Chuxia exited the cave paradise, exchanged greetings with Qin Yun, and made her way toward the spirit pill pavilion. Upon receiving Lu Chuxia's affirmation, the golden ape and the golden thunder eagle were filled with exhilaration, with the former howling excitedly within the spirit beast enclosure. As for the recent auction of the Xingyuan fruit held by the spirit pill pavilion, it concluded favorably, fetching a price of 3,500 spirit stones. Sister, I shall not take a commission. You may keep these spirit stones, Jiao Yu said, handing Lu Chuxia a storage bag. Thank you, Sister Jiao Yu, Lu Chuxia replied gratefully. However, I fear I may have attracted considerable trouble. The individual who has been watching me turns out to be a consummate foundation establishment cultivator. After securing the spirit stones, She glanced at Jiao Yu and cautiously inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiao Yu's expression darkened. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke slowly. In that case, you must fend for yourself. I can no longer assist you. Since that is the case, Sister Jiao Yu, let us speak plainly. You have always looked after me, which must mean you require my help with something. Allow me to surmise what it is you desire from me. My cultivation is lacking, and the only skill I possess is alchemy. As a disciple of the Pill Cauldron sect, you surely do not need to seek others for alchemical assistance. Your fellow sect members should suffice. Perhaps you have offended a significant figure within the Pill Cauldron sect, and now, with no one to aid you in alchemy, you have turned to me. You are quite astute, Jiao Yu conceded, casting a glance at Lu Chuxia. However, a consummate foundation establishment cultivator is beyond my capacity to confront. She marveled at Lu Chuxia's ability to deduce the general truth from the subtle hints she had provided. Chapter 18. Blood Spirit Grass. To contend with a cultivator at the zenith of the foundation establishment stage, it was never my intention for Sister Jiayue to confront them alone. We have another cultivator here in the late foundation establishment stage, one in the early foundation establishment stage, and 3 others possessing combat prowess equivalent to the early foundation establishment stage. I am merely curious as to Sister Jiayue's cultivation level. Lu Chuxia cast a glance at Jiayue before she inquired softly. Prior to my injury, I possessed a cultivation base in the late foundation establishment stage. Were my injuries to mend, 2 cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage, coupled with 4 possessing combat capabilities akin to the early foundation establishment stage, could contend with a cultivator at the apex of the foundation establishment stage. Alas, I am currently incapacitated. Jiayue was somewhat surprised that Lu Chuxia had managed to befriend a cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage. Was it not your intention to concoct elixirs for me, Sister Jiayue? Specifically, elixirs to mend injuries and restore one's foundation. Should you succeed in concocting them for me, would Sister Jiayue be willing to lend me your strength in eradicating that adversary at the peak of the foundation establishment stage? Lu Chuxia inquired once more, her resolve unwavering. I shall confide in you that within the Pill Cauldron sect, I offended a scion of a Golden Core Patriarch. That Golden Core Patriarch wields immense power, practically dominating the Pill Cauldron sect. To thwart my recovery, not only has the sect refrained from assigning alchemists to concoct elixirs for me, but they have also dispatched individuals to Cloud Mist City to guard the Spirit Pill Pavilion, preventing me from seeking healing elixirs to restore my injuries. Should you concoct elixirs for me and aid in my recovery, you would incur the wrath of that Golden Core Patriarch. However, disclosing this to you is of little consequence, as the elixirs consumed by foundation establishment cultivators are exceedingly intricate to concoct. Even the spiritual energy and mental fortitude of a chi refining peak cultivator may not suffice to support the concoction of a single batch of elixirs for foundation establishment cultivators. Jiayue, with a bittersweet smile, shook her head and remarked, I wonder what sort of elixir you intend to concoct? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuxia's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to inquire further. The foundation repairing base restoration pill and the injury healing vitality pill. Could you perhaps show me the formula, Sister Jiayue? Without hesitation, Jiayue retrieved a jade slip and tossed it to Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia grasped the jade slip, and with a sweep of her consciousness, she swiftly comprehended the intricacies of crafting the 2 elixirs, as the slip meticulously detailed the refining process. Noticing that the primary ingredient for the vitality pill was blood lingji, she pondered aloud, if one were to consume and refine a millennium-old blood lingji, would it not aid in your recovery from your injuries, Sister Jiayue? Upon this thought, she turned to Jiayue, who responded, a spiritual herb that has matured for 1,000 years possesses immensely potent properties. Blood lingji is inherently known for its ability to mend bodily injuries and replenish vital essence. Should we acquire a millennium-old specimen? Not only could my hidden wounds be completely healed, but there is also a chance to restore the foundation that has been compromised due to past injuries. However, given our status, where might we encounter such a rare herb? Jiayue sighed, shaking her head in resignation. So it seems that a millennium-old blood lingji could serve dual purposes. While it may be beyond our reach, perhaps the elder I am acquainted with in the foundation establishment stage could possess it. Lu Chuxia's eyes sparkled with hope as she proposed, Sister Jiayue, if I were to procure a millennium-old blood lingji to aid in your recovery, would you lend us your assistance in devising a plan to ambush our enemies? Why not? Jiayue replied, her spirit rekindled. The path of cultivation is inherently a contest against others, a race against time, and a struggle against the heavens. Let us seal this agreement. After bidding farewell to the luminous moon, Lu Chuxia hastened directly to her cave dwelling. Initially, she had intended to utilize the spirit stones obtained from the auction of the Xingyuan fruit to purchase some equipment or second-tier talismans for self-defense. However, the 3,000 spirit stones she possessed could barely suffice to cultivate 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs, leaving her with no surplus stones. Upon departing from the Spirit Pill Pavilion, Lu Chuxia traversed the bustling streets filled with people. Suddenly, she was jostled by someone. Casting a glance at the figure, she felt a stirring in her heart, but maintained her composure as she continued toward her cave. He genuinely feared that Lu Chuxia might vanish without a trace. At this critical juncture, when Tianxuang was solidifying her foundation, any misstep could prove disastrous. I just scanned my consciousness over my body and sensed something amiss. I kindly asked the senior to investigate further. Lu Chuxia addressed Qingyun. What? Upon hearing this, Qingyun's expression shifted. He then directed his consciousness toward Lu Chuxia and indeed discovered the pursuing spirit fragrance upon her. You have been marked with the Lu family's exclusive pursuing spirit fragrance. This fragrance, once sprinkled on clothing, will meld with the skin upon contact and will persist for a duration ranging from 6 months to a year, remaining undissipated. To remove it, a foundational cultivator is required. Once Tianxuang emerges from her seclusion, she can assist you in dispelling this fragrance. As for removing this pursuing spirit fragrance, I believe it may not be necessary. Perhaps we can use it to lure out the Lu family's cultivators. Senior, I wonder what your cultivation level was before you were injured. If engaged in combat, what prowess could you exhibit? Lu Chuxiao inquired of Qingyun, seemingly lost in thought. Before my injury, I was at the foundation establishment stage. If I were to disregard my wounds and fight with all my might, I could unleash the power of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Although Qingyun was unaware of Lu Chuxiao's motives for asking, he did not conceal the truth. They were now like grasshoppers on the same rope, and sharing this information with Lu Chuxiao posed no harm. Will the Millennium Blood Spirit Mushroom aid in your recovery? Lu Chuxiao inquired. If it were 3 years ago, the Millennium Blood Spirit Mushroom might have restored my injuries, but now it seems unlikely, Qingyun replied with a bitter smile. I have found a trustworthy ally, who possesses late foundation establishment cultivation. Once Sister Tianxuang emerges from her seclusion, we might be able to devise a plan to deal with Lu Nan. Senior, when Sister Tianxuang exits her retreat, please have her come to me. I have matters to discuss with her. Lu Chuxia felt a vague plan forming in her mind to confront Lu Nan, especially with the assistance of Jiao Yue, which raised the odds of successfully outmaneuvering Lu Nan to over 70%. Have you truly located a late foundation establishment master to assist us against Lu Nan? Qingyun asked, his face lighting up with surprise. Time was of the essence for him. If he could resolve their lifelong enemy's threat before his demise, he could depart with peace of mind. Indeed, engaging this person will require a price. I have already negotiated with them, and we need only await Sister Tianxuang's emergence to discuss our strategy against Lu Nan. Chapter 19. The contract of profound spirits. Upon entering the training chamber and activating the formation, my primordial spirit entered the realm of hidden paradise. With a flick of his wrist, the azure wind python transformed into a streak of azure light, entering the spirit beast enclosure. Lu Chuxia subsequently retrieved the remaining half of the incondensation herb and administered it to the azure wind python. It remained uncertain whether the python would successfully advance to the mid-second tier after consuming the remaining herb. Following this, Lu Chuxia hastened the cultivation of blood spirit mushrooms and prepared to grow spiritual herbs and medicines suited to the attributes of the golden thunder eagle and the diamond ape. The diamond ape possessed the attributes of gold and earth, prompting her to cultivate an earth spirit mushroom. The golden thunder eagle, embodying the essence of gold and thunder, found no suitable spiritual herbs within her celestial abode. However, earth can generate gold, and hence, the eagle could benefit from consuming earth attribute herbs to facilitate its advancement. This time, Lu Chuxia resolved to cultivate a millennium-old earth spirit mushroom, which she would later divide in two for both the diamond ape and the golden thunder eagle to consume and refine. Considering that the azure wind python could advance to the second tier by refining nearly half of a millennium-old incondensation herb, it was reasonable to surmise that both the diamond ape and the golden thunder eagle could similarly ascend to the early second tier after consuming half of the earth spirit mushroom. A generous amount of spirit stones was cast to expedite the growth of the earth spirit mushroom, and within a mere quarter of an hour, the millennium-old mushroom had been successfully cultivated. Once she divided the earth spirit mushroom, She cast it for the diamond ape and the golden thunder eagle to consume and refine. After ingesting their respective portions of the earth spirit mushroom, both beasts swiftly fell into a deep slumber. Subsequently, after cultivating a millennium-old blood spirit mushroom, Lu Chuxiao harvested it and placed it within a jade box, beginning the process of cultivating the spiritual herbs required for the ancient formulation of the gathering spirit pill. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The diamond ape and the golden thunder eagle unexpectedly advanced to the early second tier after consuming their portions of the millennium-old earth spirit mushroom. After the azure wind python consumed half a stalk of condensing grass, it did not advance to the mid-phase of the second tier. Yet it did reach the peak of the initial phase of the second tier, poised to break through to the mid-phase with the right opportunity. The golden thunder eagles, upon advancing to the initial phase of the second tier, did not experience an increase in their innate abilities, revealing their potential to be inferior to that of the azure wind python. During the past month, Lu Chuxiao successfully refined over a dozen batches of spirit-gathering pills. As her cultivation progressed, Lu Chuxiao noticed a significant increase in the success rate and yield of various elixirs intended for qi refining practitioners, even for those she was crafting for the first time. After successfully producing the ancient formula spirit-gathering pill, she discovered that one pill could equate to 5 Huanglong pills. In 7 days, she could refine and consume one, and within 6 months, she would be able to advance to the 7th layer of qi refining. One day, a transmission talisman arrived, and Lu Chuxiao casually emitted a strand of spiritual light to open the formation of her cave dwelling, revealing Qintian Shuang standing at her door. Lu Chuxiao welcomed Qintian Shuang inside and inquired, "Sister Tian Shuang, have you stabilized your cultivation?" "I have indeed solidified my cultivation and also refined 2 spiritual artifacts," Qintian Shuang replied, her icy demeanor softening with a faint smile. "My grandfather mentioned that you found assistance to confront Lu Nan. Is there something you need me to assist with?" "Sister Tianshuang, please deliver this jade box to Jiao Yu, the steward of the Spirit Pill Pavilion, without divulging any details. Once she receives the jade box, she will soon approach us to discuss our strategy against Lu Nan." Qin Tianshuang accepted the jade box without inquiring about its contents. After nodding in acknowledgement to Lu Chuxia, she proceeded towards the Ling and Pavilion. Meanwhile, upon receiving the blood spirit mushroom, Jiao Yu's face illuminated with joy, and without hesitation, she entered seclusion to consume the mushroom in order to restore her injuries and foundational strength. Qin Tianshuang nodded in satisfaction. With the presence of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, a mid-stage cultivator of considerable strength, alongside an early-stage cultivator and 3 early-stage combatants, they felt no apprehension in confronting Lu Nan. If their plans were executed with precision, capturing Lu Nan would not pose a significant challenge. Upon hearing that a late-stage foundation establishment ally would aid them against Lu Nan, Qin Yun expressed her astonishment. "Now that everything is in place, esteemed senior, do you possess a contract that prohibits betrayal among companions or any acts of aggression towards them?" At present, she had gathered 3 factions to contend with Lu Nan, and it appeared that her faction was the weakest among them. After eliminating Lu Nan, she feared that her contract regarding the 3 second-tier spirit beasts would arouse suspicion from Qin Yun, Jiao Yu, and the others, possibly even inciting their covetousness. To avert any future complications, it was imperative for her to establish a contract forbidding any hostile actions against her companions, a necessity that could not be overlooked. "I have acquired a scroll of the Shen Ling contract from an ancient cultivator's cave," she stated. "Once this contract is signed, it forbids any harm against companions. And even after dealing with Lu Nan, its effects remain in force. This means that once we enter into the Shen Ling contract, we shall not be enemies. We can never strike against one another. Should any ill intent arise, the Shen Ling contract will issue a warning. Once a scheme is devised and the opponent is slain, the contract of the Shen Ling will activate, leading to a regression in cultivation, ultimately resulting in decline and death." When Qin Yun heard Lu Chuxiao express her intention to sign a contract, he was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping her intentions. She was not only wary of their grandfather-granddaughter duo, but also cautious of the foundation establishment cultivator she had summoned. Qin Yun couldn't help but admire Lu Chuxiao's astuteness. Her foresight and strategic thinking allowed her to anticipate multiple steps ahead. Such qualities would enable her to thrive further in the realm of cultivation. Delighted by his words, Lu Chuxiao's face lit up with joy. The Shen Ling contract seemed tailor-made for her, and she was resolute in signing it. A month later, Within the underground chamber of the Spirit Pill Pavilion, Zhao Yue sat cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, a fierce glint flashing within. Taking a deep breath, a plume of white smoke billowed from her mouth, transforming into a miniature dragon that spiraled above her head before gradually dissipating. To her astonishment, consuming the millennium-old blood spirit mushroom had not only healed her hidden injuries, but had also restored her damaged foundation. The bottleneck of the later stage of foundation establishment had loosened. With diligent practice, she anticipated breaking through to the consummate stage within 3 to 5 years. Rebuilding after destruction. The ancients truly did not deceive me, Zhao Yue murmured with evident elation. Xianxia is indeed impressive. The foundation establishment cultivator she befriended possesses a millennium-old blood spirit mushroom. Now that my wounds have healed, it seems the time has come to discuss strategies against that consummate foundation establishment cultivator. As soon as Zhao Yue finished speaking, she flashed from the underground chamber and swiftly made her way to the cave dwelling where Xianxia and the others resided. Chapter 20. Conspiracy. Zhao Yue arrived at the cave dwelling of Xianxia and her companions. She retrieved a sound transmission talisman and uttered a few words into it before raising her hand, transforming it into a streak of azure light that swiftly soared towards the cave. Sister Zhao Yue, you have come. In no time, the formation opened, and Xianxia welcomed Zhao Yue into the cave. Inside, Qin Yun and Qintian Shuang, the grandfather and granddaughter, were already seated in the hall. Sister Zhao Yue, this is Senior Qin. Before his injury, he possessed late-stage foundation establishment prowess, and now he can unleash mid-stage foundation establishment combat strength. This is Sister Tian Shuang, who has only recently established her foundation. Senior Qin, Sister Tian Shuang, this is Zhao Yue, the steward of the Spiritual Pill Pavilion. With late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, Xianxia introduced them to one another. First, let us secure our alliance to avoid being caught off guard, Qin said, waving his sleeve. A 3-foot-tall sheet of paper, inscribed with golden spiritual runes at its corners and shimmering with ethereal light, floated before the four of them. Is there any objection to this? Zhao Yue glanced at Xianxia before flicking her finger, causing a droplet of blood to directly enter the spiritual contract, disappearing without a trace. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yun, Qintian Shuang, and Xianxia each followed suit, releasing a droplet of blood into the spiritual contract. Qin Yun then chanted a few incantations, pointing at the contract in the air. The spiritual contract ignited spontaneously, transforming into a white flame that swiftly turned to ash. At the moment it was reduced to cinders, Xianxia felt a vague intuition. Should Qin Yun, Qintian Shuang, or Zhao Yue harbor any ill intentions towards her, a warning would surely resonate within her. The individual we must contend with is named Lu Nan, possessing a profound mastery of foundational cultivation. It is currently known that he practices a metal-based cultivation technique, boasts formidable spiritual awareness, and wields 2 exquisite spiritual artifacts. After the signing of the Shen Ling contract, Qin Yun gradually revealed Lu Nan's information to the others. Given the strength of his spiritual awareness, we must prepare protective spiritual artifacts and talismans to safeguard against potential spiritual attacks, lest we suffer injuries from his esoteric methods and find ourselves slow to react, jeopardizing our lives. As for other matters, we shall adapt as the situation unfolds. When shall we confront this individual? Zhao Yue discerned the crux of the issue. I possess a superior spiritual artifact, the soul-settling bell, which not only enables spiritual assaults, but also safeguards the mind, rendering us impervious to Lu Nan's spiritual onslaught. What of the 3 early-stage foundational combatants you mentioned, Xianxia? Have you invited other foundational cultivators to assist in besieging Lu Nan? Qin Yun inquired of Xianxia. Very well. I shall lay my cards on the table. I have 3 early-stage second-tier spirit beasts. With a flourish, Xianxia summoned forth the Qingfeng python, the King Kong ape, and the golden thunder eagle, which immediately filled the majority of the cavernous hall. What? Both Zhao Yue and Qin Yun were astounded to witness Xianxia conjuring 3 second-tier spirit beasts. Zhao Yue, initially suspecting some illusionary trickery, swept his spiritual awareness over the trio, only to unmistakably sense the foundational pressure emanating from them, confirming their genuine second-tier status. A practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement has formed a contract with 3 early-stage second-tier spirit beasts, and has yet to experience any backlash from them. Such an occurrence is truly unprecedented. Even the icy calm Qin Tian Shuang displayed a look of astonishment. I possess a powerful primordial spirit and exceptional talent, Thus I am able to bind 3 early-stage second-tier spirit beasts. Lu Chuxiao remarked with a sly grin upon witnessing the shock on the faces of Jiao Yu and her companions. However, given Lu Chuxiao's current appearance, that lewd grin appeared exceedingly peculiar upon her visage. Now that we have established the Shen Ling contract, you need not fear, yet. If others were to witness a low-level Qi refinement practitioner capable of binding 3 second-tier spirit beasts without suffering backlash, they would undoubtedly seek to kill you and extract your soul. Chuxia, until you advance to the foundation establishment stage, remember not to reveal your spirit beasts to others lightly. Once they are exposed, for your own safety, you may have to resort to eliminating witnesses, Jiao Yu advised gravely. Nevertheless, she refrained from inquiring how Lu Chuxiao managed to contract 3 second-tier spirit beasts and cultivate them to that level in such a short span of time. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chuxiao felt a tremor in her heart. The ability of a low-tier practitioner to contract multiple high-tier spirit beasts is indeed abnormal, likely provoking the curiosity and avarice of other cultivators. Today, Jiao Yu imparted a crucial lesson. The greed of cultivators can lead to treachery and murder for wealth. Fortunately, they had already signed the Shen Ling contract. Had they not, Lu Chuxiao would not have dared to summon her 3 second-tier spirit beasts. Among those present, who harbors no secrets, the Qin family, due to their treasured possessions, faced annihilation, while Jiao Yu offended the descendants of the Golden Core ancestor. What led to this offense? Lu Chuxiao is even more suspicious. Her cultivation at the Qi refining stage enabled her to sign contracts with 3 second-tier demonic beasts. And within a mere 6 or 7 years, she managed to nurture them to the second tier, making her all the more conspicuous and suspect. In an instant, the 4 of them harbored ulterior motives and fell silent. With so many of us against Lu Nan, it shouldn't pose much of a problem, right? Lu Chuxiao inquired after a lengthy pause, her tone lacking conviction. Having never witnessed a foundation establishment cultivator in battle, she was unaware of the formidable prowess of those at the perfected foundation establishment stage and could not ascertain whether they could contend with Lu Nan. With our strength, even if we cannot slay Lu Nan, we should have no trouble safeguarding ourselves, Qin Yun affirmed with a nod. While it is true that we have sufficient means for self-preservation, you, Chuxiao, may not be so fortunate. Given that you have drawn Lu Nan's attention, he is likely to target you first. With your current cultivation, it is quite possible that a single strike could lead to your demise. Here, I have 3 second-tier talismans, which I will bestow upon you for protection. To me, these talismans are but trivial matters, yet for you, they could prove life-saving. At this moment, Jiao Yu produced 3 second-tier talismans and handed them to Lu Chuxiao. Thank you, Sister Jiao Yu, Lu Chuxiao responded without hesitation, her face lighting up with joy as she expressed her gratitude. The 3 talismans consisted of 2 diamond shield talismans and 1 binding silk talisman. After receiving the talismans from Jiao Yu, Lu Chuxiao smiled brightly at Qin Yun. Observing this, Qin Yun's lips curled into a wry smile as he reluctantly produced 2 second-tier talismans, stating, I only have 2 talismans on me. I hope you do not find it lacking. It is indeed commendable to have something, as the younger generation would never disdain the modesty of offerings. Lu Chuxiao, with swift reflexes, quickly seized the second-level talisman from Qin Yun's hands, fearing that Qin Yun might reconsider. Qin Yun presented Lu Chuxiao with 2 offensive talismans, the Meteor Fire Rain talismans. It appears that not only are defensive talismans scarce, but so too are magical tools and spiritual artifacts. Chapter 21. A Gift of Treasures. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chuxiao made her way to the Miofa Pavilion, hoping to uncover some valuable items. Upon arriving, she found the old Taoist still reclining in his chair behind the counter. However, this time, as Lu Chuxiao entered, the old man opened his eyes and regarded her. Ah, it is you, young girl. If you can find the most valuable item in my shop, I shall grant you 3 gifts. Upon recognizing Lu Chuxiao, the old Taoist straightened himself, his interest piqued. Oh, is that so? The younger generation shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee it will meet your expectations, esteemed elder. Lu Chuxiao responded, glancing at the old man before turning towards the shelves in the shop, her eyes subtly glimmering. The old man's intentions seemed less than pure. He appeared to be testing her. Furthermore, his cultivation was undoubtedly extraordinary. Should he bestow her with 3 items, they might serve her well against Lu Nan. Yet, Lu Chuxiao feared that she might attract unwanted attention from formidable figures, and her fragile form would not withstand such scrutiny. After some consideration, she decided against it. She swiftly approached the shelf lined with magical tools, her fingers delicately gliding over each item, assessing their quality. Soon, Lu Chuxia had identified her objective for this visit. This time, she ventured to the Miao Fa Pavilion with the intention of acquiring a couple of exceptionally powerful artifacts, and to her surprise, she indeed found one. It was a jade slip that contained a sealed sword aura. The slip appeared ancient and lackluster, yet upon her fingertips' gentle touch, the sound of a sword's resonance echoed in her ears, the sword energy swirling with formidable might, rendering her acutely aware of her own insignificance. "Senior, this is the one," Lu Chuxia declared as she approached the old Taoist with the jade slip in hand. "Youth, your discerning eye is commendable. In such a brief span, you have uncovered the most precious item in my establishment. If you desire this artifact, it shall serve as one of the 3 gifts I bestow upon you. As for the remaining 2, do share your wishes. Whatever I possess, I shall certainly present to you," King Suzy remarked with a smile as he glanced at Lu Chuxia. "I too have fortuitously discovered the most valuable treasure of the Miao Fa Pavilion," she replied. Earlier, within the pavilion's confines, she had indeed encountered items of greater worth than this sealed sword aura. It seemed that regardless of which item she chose today, it would undoubtedly be the most treasured possession of the Miao Fa Pavilion. Observing the old Taoist's demeanor, it appeared he had his own requests of her. At that moment, Lu Chuxia felt a twinge of regret for her visit to the pavilion. It truly was a case of one wave not settling before another arose. This jade slip contains a sealed strike of a perfected foundation-building cultivator. Even an inadvertent encounter with such power could gravely injure a peer of the same level. Additionally, I shall grant you a second-tier late-stage escape talisman. Once activated, this talisman can transport you 300 miles underground, a distance that even foundation-building cultivators cannot sense, thus aiding you in your escape. As for the cultivation method you seek, it is the Qinglian sword technique, capable of advancing to the golden core stage, which should suffice. King Suzy produced 2 items and handed them to Lu Chuxia. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Lu Chuxia replied, taking them with gratitude. She was taken aback by how readily the old Taoist granted her request. Uncertain of his intentions, she cast a hesitant glance at him before swiftly exiting the Miao Fa Pavilion with the items in hand. Once outside, a look of sheer joy illuminated Lu Chuxia's face, pondering how she would repay this karmic debt in the future. With the potential to unleash a full-force strike from an accomplished foundation establishment cultivator, she realized that if the timing were right, she could severely injure Lu Nan. Even if that didn't come to pass, possessing the Earth Escape Talisman now ensured her safety. This little one had become intriguing, being the first to return to the Miao Fa Pavilion a second time. Yet she remained uncertain if the spirit seal would be of any utility to her. King Suzy regarded Lu Chuxia's retreating figure thoughtfully. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, she promptly examined the Qinglian sword technique. The technique comprises 3 tiers: Qi training, foundation establishment, and golden core, which is more than adequate for her current needs. 7 days swiftly passed. On this day, Lu Chuxia exited her cave, heading towards the outskirts of Yunwu City, while Zhao Yu and her companions concealed their presence. Trailing behind her, shortly after she departed from Yunwu City, within a certain cave, a young man seemed to sense something amiss. The pursuing spirit peak has stirred. "I thought you would remain hidden within Yunwu City indefinitely," he remarked as he tapped his spirit beast pouch. A fully grown spirit pursuer, approximately the size of a clenched fist and adorned with a layer of golden spiritual patterns, surged forth. Upon emerging from the beast pouch, the spirit pursuer excitedly buzzed around the young man, darting in circles. Without hesitation, the young man signaled to his companions, following the spirit pursuer in pursuit. "This is the spot," Lu Chuxia declared as she left Yunwu City, making her way directly to the Yunwu mountain range. Arriving at the valley where the yuan fruit trees had previously flourished, this location was neither too close nor too far from Yunwu City, and it lay a considerable distance from the heart of the mountain range. Most cultivators who frequented this area were at the qi refining stage, making it an ideal setting for an ambush against Lu Nan. Shortly after Lu Chuxia arrived in the valley, 5 figures swiftly approached from afar, clad in matching attire. They were all at the late qi refining stage. Something is amiss. An elder, observing the smiling woman before him, felt an unsettling jolt within. Calmly, he gestured for the other 4 to halt. A mid-stage qi refining cultivator remaining unfazed and smiling in the presence of 5 late-stage cultivators could only indicate either a trick or immense confidence. Recalling the woman's connection to the Qin family, The elder feared that Qin Yun might be lurking in the shadows. Without delay, he crushed a jade talisman to notify the Grand Elder. The elder's keen perception was impressive. He discerned the anomaly with remarkable speed. Lu Chuxia did not hesitate to express her admiration for the elder, giving him a thumbs up. Uncle 7, subdue her first, commanded the leading young man as he lunged towards Lu Chuxia. She responded with a scornful smile directed at the young man. With a swift flick of his wrist, the azure wind python surged forth, transforming into a colossal serpent several dozen feet in length. Its tail lashed out, ensnaring the young man in a tight coil, rendering him lifeless beyond any hope of revival. The remaining three, in a state of panic, hastened to follow. At that moment, a flash of crimson light erupted, and fine tendrils emerged from the 5 corpses. In less than 3 breaths, the bodies were reduced to desiccated husks, their vital essence devoured entirely by the blood thorn. Chapter 22. The advancement of the blood thorn. After the blood thorn consumed the essence of 5 late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, it shimmered with a vibrant red light, its aura swelling as it naturally ascended to the mid-level of the first stage. Previously, Lu Chuxia had procured a substantial amount of beast blood for the blood thorn to absorb, and it had only been a hair's breadth away from this breakthrough. This marked a fortuitous start to the day's battle. Meanwhile, the azure wind python approached Lu Chuxia, clutching 5 storage bags in its jaws. After she retrieved the bags, the serpent transformed into a jade-green bracelet, which slipped onto Lu Chuxia's wrist. She then released the golden thunder eagle and the diamond ape from her spirit beast pouch. The diamond ape stood vigil beside her, while the golden thunder eagle soared into the mountain valley, remaining alert to its surroundings. Far away in Yunfu City, Lu Nan sensed the commotion and swiftly exited his cave, transforming into a streak of golden light as he sped towards the Yunwu mountain range. He was on his way. Through their shared vision, Lu Chuxia noticed the golden streak approaching the valley and promptly warned the concealed Jiao Yu and her companions. Subsequently, Lu Chuxia summoned 2 diamond shield talismans, conjuring 2 layers of robust golden barriers to protect herself. It was you who slaughtered the members of my Lu family. A golden glimmer flickered through the valley, revealing a young man clad in a brocade robe, a mole at the corner of his left eye, and an expression of lewdness. He casually surveyed several corpses that had turned to mummies, then turned to Lu Chuxia and said, "This is merely a modest gift from my esteemed senior. I hope you will graciously accept it." Lu Chuxia remained unperturbed, displaying no signs of trepidation in the presence of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Observing the audacity of the Qi refinement cultivator before him, Lu Nan swept his consciousness around the surroundings and chuckled softly. "Come out, you old ghost, all of you." At that moment, to the left and right of the valley, a flicker of spiritual light revealed the figures of the 3, including Jiyue. What a stroke of luck to encounter a Purine body. And now, an enchanting illusionist among the female cultivators. How fortunate I am. Lu Nan gazed intently at the hexagram disc for a while, and a line of small script appeared upon it, prompting him to erupt into hearty laughter as his eyes gleamed with excitement while scrutinizing Jiyue. Upon hearing Lu Nan's words, Jiyue's expression turned uncertain. She summoned several layers of defenses to protect herself, but could not impede the spiritual light. Once she realized it posed no threat, she exhaled softly in relief. "Jiyue, do not waste time with him. Simply eliminate him." As Qin Yun's voice fell, he summoned a jade rui shimmering with blue light, hurling it directly at Lu Nan. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang conjured a white flying sword, forming intricate hand seals that unleashed a multitude of white sword shadows towards Lu Nan. Jiyue, reacting more swiftly, summoned a colorful ribbon that coiled directly toward Lu Nan. Lu Chuxia flicked her wrist, and the azure wind python soared forth, transforming into a creature of considerable size. A shimmering azure light flickered from its maw, and a wind blade of considerable girth shot towards Lu Nan. Meanwhile, the golden thunder eagle swooped down from the heavens, its claws glinting with cold light as they reached for Lu Nan. The Vajra ape swung its profound cane, aiming directly to crush Lu Nan. In the face of such relentless assaults, Lu Nan remained unfazed. With a mere gesture, he summoned a mid-second tier golden scale serpent from his spirit beast pouch, its tail colliding forcefully with the Vajra ape's cane. The Vajra ape staggered back a few paces, while the golden scale serpent was sent tumbling through the air. In this contest of strength, the Vajra ape held a slight advantage. Then, Lu Nan conjured an azure jade bowl from seemingly nowhere. In a flash of ethereal light, The tangible attacks were redirected, while the mystical assaults were absorbed into the jade bowl, as if untouched by any force. What is this spirit artifact? The trio of Jiao Yu watched in astonishment as their attacks were effortlessly neutralized by the jade bowl. The struggle between the Vajra ape and the golden scale serpent raged fiercely. Despite the Vajra ape's inferior cultivation, its enchanted artifact lent considerable support, rendering their battle evenly matched. Lu Chuxia's mind raced, prompting the golden thunder eagle to abandon its pursuit of Lu Nan and turn its attention towards the golden scale serpent. It is better to injure 10 fingers than to sever a single one. With the golden scale serpent aiding the Vajra ape, the two beasts quickly gained the upper hand. However, the jade bowl's capacity to redirect and absorb attacks was not limitless. Otherwise, it would be utterly unparalleled. Lu Chuxiao exclaimed loudly. The three of them, under the luminous moonlight, reacted swiftly. Qin Yun consumed a scarlet pill, instantly elevating his aura and reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Grandfather! Qin Tianchuang exclaimed in shock upon witnessing her grandfather ingest the crimson elixir. Subsequently, she summoned the soul-settling bell, infusing it with spiritual energy. The bell expanded in the wind, transforming into a size of about 10 feet, hovering before Qin Yun. With a swift motion, she struck the bell with her palm. A dark ripple emerged, cascading in waves towards Lunan. Qin Tianchuang formed a hand seal, and the frost-flying sword materialized, growing to several dozen feet. Accompanied by a piercing howl as it surged towards Lu Nan with ferocious intent. Suddenly, a string of bells in Jiao Yu's grasp trembled, producing a series of melodious chimes, unleashing formless assaults directed at Lu Nan. The sword aura resonated like thunder. Upon hearing the tempest of sword energy, Lu Nan felt a jolt in his spirit, a prickling sensation coursing through him. The ringing of the bells soon overwhelmed him, inducing a dizzying spell. With no time to activate the jade bowl, he hastily summoned a defensive shield to intercept the initial onslaught. Once his mind steadied, Lu Nan gestured with one hand, and the jade bowl fell into his grasp. He then waved the bowl forward, absorbing all incoming attacks within its confines. Meanwhile, Lu Chuxiao observed the fierce struggle between the diamond ape, the golden thunder eagle, and the golden-scaled serpent. The diamond ape wielded the Shengang staff, striking the golden-scaled serpent with such force that it was sent flying over 10 feet. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chuxia unleashed an ice spike talisman, piercing it directly into the serpent's vital spot, anchoring it in place. As the golden thunder eagle swooped down, its claws tore through the body of the golden-scaled serpent, splitting it in twain. With the serpent's demise, Lu Nan signed a contract with it, only to suffer a backlash that caused blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. You seek death, Junior. Witnessing the slaughter of the spirit beast he had nurtured for years, Lu Nan cast a cold, piercing gaze at Lu Chuxia and bellowed. He then pressed his finger to his brow, unleashing a stream of black light that shot towards Lu Chuxia with the swiftness of lightning. Be careful, Jiwa shouted urgently at Lu Chuxia, but as she prepared to intervene, it was too late. The black light surged towards her sea of consciousness, revealing itself as a mental attack. Lu Chuxia, aware of her fragile state during the qi refinement stage, knew she stood no chance against the mental prowess of a foundation establishment practitioner. Without hesitation, under Lu Nan's mental assault, her primordial spirit swiftly retreated into her hidden realm. Chapter 23. Slaying a powerful foe at this moment. As Lu Nan's mental attack penetrated Lu Chuxia's sea of consciousness, he discovered that her primordial spirit had vanished without a trace. Just as he pondered this mystery, his attention was drawn to a gently floating within her sea of consciousness. This azure orb shimmered with a soft, ethereal light, suspended deep within Lu Chuxia's mind. Lu Nan's consciousness felt invigorated under the radiance of this azure light, as if bolstered by a subtle strength. Had Lu Chuxia laid eyes upon this azure orb, she would have recognized it as a glass marble she had played with in her childhood. After a cut on her hand had caused blood to flow onto the marble, it had acknowledged its master, seamlessly merging into her sea of consciousness without her awareness. In a previous life, she met her demise due to an electric shock, and it was this very orb that transported Lu Chuxia to this realm, allowing her to inhabit this body. Upon witnessing this, Lu Nan directed her consciousness toward the azure orb, instantly finding herself in a space abundant with spiritual energy, complete with fields, dwellings, and beasts. Could this be a treasure with its own spatial dimension? Lu Nan's consciousness joyfully realized. Welcome to my paradise. declared Lu Chuxia's primordial spirit as it emerged from the cultivation chamber, utterly unfazed by Lu Nan's consciousness. Earlier, Lu Chuxia had discovered that within her own paradise, she wielded control over all its elements, ruling supreme. This implied that now, Lu Nan's consciousness had entered her domain, rendering it entirely at her mercy. You intend to kill me? You ought to consider your circumstances, Lu Chuxia retorted with a cold laugh, her mind shifting. Lu Nan's consciousness found itself immobilized, held captive above the paradise. At that moment, the spectral white tiger leaped forth from the spirit beast enclosure. The dark flames atop the tiger's head flickered ominously, and with a flash of shadowy spiritual light, a black streak surged forth, aimed directly at Lu Nan's consciousness. In an instant, a wretched scream echoed as Lu Nan's consciousness weakened visibly before their very eyes. After several such encounters, the spectral white tiger finally consumed and refined Lu Nan's consciousness. Following this, Lu Chuxia subtly sensed a significant enhancement in her own consciousness. To the outside world, Lu Chuxia appeared to be standing still, and then her aura seemed to vanish entirely. The trio, Jiayue and her companions, believed that Lu Chuxia had been eradicated by Lu Nan's divine consciousness. Their expressions shifted dramatically. However, before long, they witnessed Lu Nan's face turn pale as he staggered back several steps, as if he had suffered a significant setback. At that moment, Lu Chuxia had already opened her eyes. Without her needing to command, the Vajra ape wielded the xianxia stick and struck towards Lu Nan. The Qingfeng python coiled forward, directly aiming at Lu Nan. Once Jiayue and her companions confirmed Lu Chuxia's safety, they relaxed and launched a frenzied assault on Lu Nan. Fate had been kind to me. Compared to the two of you, you are my most significant opportunity. Undeterred by the onslaught, Lu Nan advanced step by step towards Lu Chuxia. A manic expression etched upon his face. With a swift motion of his hands, he deflected the Qifeng python with one palm and blocked the attack of the xianxia stick with another. Subsequently, he waved the jade bowl in his hand, which had absorbed the collective attacks, now sending them flying towards Jiayue and her companions. This cunning rogue had concealed his true strength so well, mastering the path of body cultivation and able to contend with second-tier spirit beasts. Qin Yun, witnessing Lu Nan's deflection of the Qingfeng python, changed countenance dramatically. At this moment, Lu Chuxia and the others had gathered together. Qin Yun tossed the soul-settling bell into the void, unleashing a series of spiritual seals with both hands. With a resonant sound, the bell transformed into a protective shield of considerable size, enveloping the four of them closely. Jiayue summoned colorful ribbons, weaving them into layers of protective barriers. Lu Chuxia was not idle either. She activated 2 meteor fire rain talismans, sending forth fiery orbs the size of fists hurtling towards Lu Nan. With one hand firmly gripping the jade talisman that contained the full force strike of a perfected foundation-building cultivator, and the other hand clutching an earth escape talisman, she was prepared to activate her escape at the slightest hint of danger. As Lu Nan approached within 10 feet, he reached out to tear apart the first layer of the protective ribbon. With both hands grasping the ribbon, he forcefully yanked it forward, shredding it into several pieces that fluttered down like flower butterflies. After the destruction of the spirit tool cultivated by the Moonlight Festival, she felt a backlash through their connection, and a mouthful of blood was violently expelled. Under Lu Chuxia's command, the Qingfeng python, the diamond ape, and the golden thunder eagle launched a frenzied assault on Lu Nan without regard for their lives. Observing this, Qin Yun's expression changed dramatically. The physical cultivators were now within striking distance, like fish caught on a cutting board, awaiting their fate. Qin Yun bit his tongue, and a spray of essence blood erupted, falling onto the soul suppression bell above him. Subsequently, his hands moved like fluttering butterflies as he inscribed spirit seals onto the bell, causing a greenish light to emerge from his head and descend onto the bell. Within that light, the features of Qin Yun could be faintly discerned, revealing his primordial spirit. No. It seemed that Lu Tianchuang sensed something amiss and gasped in alarm. Just then, with a resounding clang, a tangible beam of black light shot directly towards Lu Nan. It collided with the shield before Lu Nan, causing it to crash to the ground, and the black light then surged into Lu Nan's body. As the black light enveloped Lu Nan, he let out a horrified scream, standing frozen in place. Now was the moment. As Lu Chuxia recognized the opportune moment, she promptly crushed the jade talisman in her hand. In an instant, a fierce sword aura surged forth, seemingly poised to cleave the very fabric of the cosmos. And it struck Lu Nan with unrelenting force, severing him in two. At that moment, Two luminous orbs, one golden and the other azure, erupted from Lunan's body. The azure orb descended into Qin Yun, while the golden orb shot forth into the valley, representing Lunan's primordial spirit. With a flick of her wrist, Qin Shuang wielded her flying sword, shattering Lunan's primordial spirit into fragments. Lunan had perished, and thus the great battle came to an end. Grandfather. Qin Yun embraced the frail figure of Qin Shuang, whose visage resembled gilded parchment, breath faint, blood spilling from her lips. Given Qin Yun's condition, it appeared she would not survive. Grandfather is likely beyond saving. I was already gravely injured. I had previously used medicinal pills to suppress my wounds. But now, as I engage in combat, my injuries have flared anew, and having consumed a secret elixir, I find I can no longer endure. While death is an inevitable fate, if I can eliminate this formidable foe before my demise, it shall be a worthy end. Taoist friend Jiao Chuxia. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges for you women. You each harbor secrets that you are well aware of. Now that you have forged the Shen Ling pact, you shall remain friends for life, never to become enemies. In the journey of cultivation that lies ahead, I implore you to support one another as you traverse this path together. Qin Yun placed the hands of Jiao Yu, Lu Chuxia, and Qin Shuang atop one another, evoking a sense of entrustment. The path of cultivation is inherently solitary, but rest assured, esteemed senior, we three shall undoubtedly support one another. Lu Chuxia quickly affirmed to Qin Yun. Taoist friend, do not worry. I shall look after them, Jiao Yu solemnly assured, nodding in acknowledgement to Qin Yun. With your words, I feel reassured. As the heavy clouds descended, the life within her seemed to fade away. This fierce battle has undoubtedly attracted considerable attention. The three of them organized their belongings and swiftly took flight upon the back of the Golden Thunder Eagle towards Cloud Mist City. Within the depths of the city, in the cave dwelling, I divided the contents of Lunan's storage pouch into 3 parts. One portion consisting of elixirs and refining materials, another containing the spirit tools he utilized, and the last comprising the spirit stones from his pouch. As for the tomes and cultivation techniques, should you desire copies, feel free to replicate them. In my view, I shall take the portion with the elixirs and refining materials for my own use or to sell at the elixir pavilion. The spirit tools belonging to Lunan will be allocated to you, Tian Shuang, while the spirit stones shall be given to Chuxia. Dear sisters, do you agree with this distribution? If not, we can discuss it further. Following this life and death battle and the signing of the Shen Ling contract, the bond among the three of them deepened, signifying a friendship that transcends ordinary relationships. I have no objections. Naturally, Lu Chuxia was eager to receive the spirit stones, as it would spare her the trouble of selling elixirs and herbs in exchange for them. The pile of spirit stones before her must number over 10,000. While this arrangement seems to benefit her, it appears that Jiao Yu is at a slight disadvantage. Perhaps I should supplement her with additional spirit stones. Tian Shuang. Upon receiving Lunan's jade bowl, an exceptional defensive spirit tool, of which she has already witnessed the power, realized how fortunate she was in this distribution. In contrast, Jiao Yu's allotment of merely a few elixirs and refining materials seems somewhat lacking. No longer, within this document, there exists the mention of Qindao's companion, which hardly qualifies as an advantage. However, this object is indeed rather intriguing. Jiao Yu handed the circular disc she had been examining to Tian Shuang and Lu Chuxia for their perusal. This appears to be a device for assessing the physical constitution of cultivators. Lu Chuxia toyed with the disc, arriving at her own conclusions. Previously, when Lunan utilized this disc to perform a spell, it unleashed a wave of black and white spiritual light that enveloped Jiao Yu. Lunan remarked that encountering a pure Yin body was already a stroke of fortune, yet now, he had unexpectedly come across a female cultivator with a bewitching, illusionary physique. The pure Yin body presumably refers to Tian Shuang, while the bewitching physique pertains to Jiao Yu. Qin Yun had previously stated that Lunan annihilated his entire clan for the sake of a precious treasure, and that the persecution of their family by Lunan was a facade, concealing the truth of Tian Shuang's pure Yin body. The pure Yin body must be born on an auspicious Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin hour, and it must be female. Such bodies are exceedingly rare. Cultivating techniques of the ice attribute yield enhanced effects for them. Furthermore, absorbing the initial Yin essence from a female cultivator with a pure Yin constitution can assist cultivators in breaking through major realms, while regular supplementation can significantly advance their cultivation. The higher the cultivation level of a female cultivator with a pure Yin body, the greater and swifter the enhancement in the cultivator's realm through supplementation. It is no wonder Lu Nen sought the destruction of the Qin family and the capture of Qintian Xuan. His intention was to absorb her essence to aid his breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Upon examining this spirit testing disc, I discovered that it is not a spirit tool, but rather an ancient treasure. It will automatically trigger an alert if there are spiritual entities within a radius of 10 zhang. Moreover, I suspect that the Jade Bowl, too, is an ancient treasure. In the present day, Qinian Shuang and Zhao Yue possess unique physiques, both of them tacitly aware of an unspoken understanding. They also recognize that Lu Chuxia harbors significant secrets of her own. The three of them have mutually agreed to remain silent on the matter. Ancient treasures? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuxia expressed her confusion. Ancient treasures, as the name suggests, are artifacts crafted by ancient cultivators. These treasures have withstood the test of time, having been acquired by later generations who discovered their immense power. Research indicates that the methods of crafting these ancient treasures differ significantly from contemporary techniques. Moreover, the materials used in their creation are often rare and precious, resulting in ancient treasures that far surpass the potency of modern artifacts. Consequently, such items are collectively referred to as ancient treasures. Another intriguing aspect of these treasures is that they cannot be stored in spatial bags. Instead, they can only be miniaturized and carried on one's person. Observing that Lu Chuxia and Qinian Shuang were unfamiliar with the concept of ancient treasures, Zhao Yue took the time to elucidate the matter to them. "Ah, I see. This spirit testing plate shall belong to you, Sister Zhao Yue," Lu Chuxia remarked, nodding in understanding. "I concur," Qintian Shuang added, also nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall not be polite then," Zhao Yue declared. "Chuxia, Qintian Shuang, do you have any plans for the future?" Without any pretense, Zhao Yue accepted the spirit testing plate and inquired about Lu Chuxia and Qinian Shuang's intentions. Upon seeing Zhao Yue accept the plate, smiles blossomed on Lu Chuxia and Qinian Shuang's faces, for it signified that Zhao Yue regarded them as her own. As for me, I intend to continue refining pills and cultivating in Yunwu City, striving to establish my foundation as soon as possible. Furthermore, it appears I may have inadvertently attracted the attention of formidable individuals. Upon contemplating the venerable Taoist of the Miao Fa Pavilion, Lu Chuxia resolved to confide in both Zhao Yue and Qinian Shuang. The two sisters still recalled the decisive moment when I vanquished Lu Nan. It was I who shattered a fragment of the seal, delivering a blow worthy of a consummate foundation establishment swordsman, which ultimately led to Lu Nan's demise. This jade talisman was bestowed upon me by the proprietor of the Miao Fa Pavilion. I surmise that the proprietor has an urgent matter that necessitates my assistance, thus fostering goodwill towards me. Lu Chuxia did not withhold this information from Zhao Yue and Qintian Shuang. I am also familiar with this individual, who has operated the Miao Fa Pavilion in Yunwu City for many years. On the surface, he appears unremarkable, yet I suspect he is a golden core cultivator. Given that he seeks your aid, it is only a matter of time before he approaches you. In my view, it is prudent to remain steadfast amidst uncertainty. 3 years hence, the various sects will hold the Yunwu Forest trials. Chuxia, you may participate in the trials to procure the spiritual herbs and medicines required by the 3 major sects, thereby gaining entry into one of these sects and seeking their protection. As for you, Tian Shuang, I would advise against joining the 3 major sections. Among them lurk numerous ancient beings. Should they discern your unique constitution, the consequences could be dire. What exactly is the Yunwu Forest trial? Lu Chuxia inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. The Yunwu Forest Trial is a secret realm governed by the various sects of the Yunwu mountain range, accessible solely to cultivators below the foundation establishment level. It opens once every 30 years, allowing all cultivators to enter the realm in search of various spiritual herbs and the primary ingredients for refining foundation establishment pills, which can then be exchanged for a place within the sects or for the pills themselves. Harvesting a single primary ingredient for the foundation establishment pill grants entry into any sect. Gathering 3 such ingredients can be exchanged for 1 foundation establishment pill. Certainly, while this may seem advantageous, the secret realm is fraught with peril. It harbors not only second-tier demonic beasts, but also the treachery of cultivators who seek to slay for treasures, fearing losses among their disciples. Various sects permit loose cultivators to enter the secret realm to harvest diverse spiritual herbs on their behalf. This serves a dual purpose: to amass the spiritual herbs gathered by these loose cultivators and to replenish the sects with fresh talent. Zhao Yue, aware that Lu Chuxia had recently lost her master and was still naive to many matters, took it upon herself to elucidate the situation. Chapter 25. The celestial sound scriptures, it seems as though this secret realm has been meticulously prepared for me. Sister Jiua, I have one final question. Are body cultivators truly this formidable? Had it not been for Senior Qin's selfless strike, I would not have found the opportunity to shatter a seal and unleash a full-powered strike from a foundational sword cultivator, which ultimately felled Lu Nan. The prowess of body cultivators is indisputable. Once they close the distance, they are akin to fish caught on a board, utterly at the mercy of their adversaries. My own combat strength pales in comparison to that of my peers. It is not merely my predicament. It is a common truth that 9 out of 10 female cultivators cannot rival their male counterparts of the same tier. At least 70 to 80% of female cultivators are outmatched by male cultivators of equivalent rank. The techniques that we female practitioners cultivate often focus on beauty maintenance, health preservation, or rapid advancement, lacking any bottleneck-breaking methodologies. Consequently, such techniques typically yield combat prowess inferior to that of male cultivators of the same level. This has led to a scarcity of high-ranking female cultivators in the realm of immortality, with most female practitioners relying on the support of their male counterparts. After this battle, I have come to realize the necessity of mastering several formidable secret techniques or methods to avoid suffering losses against equally ranked cultivators, or worse, to lose my life. After this battle, the Moonlight experienced a sudden awakening. While her cultivation level advanced, she realized the importance of combat prowess. Merely possessing a high realm without corresponding strength rendered her cultivation futile. Upon activating the formation of her cave dwelling, Lu Chuxia's primordial spirit entered the paradise of her secluded realm. She first assessed the injuries of the Qingfeng python, the golden thunder eagle, and the diamond ape. Observing that the 3 beasts lay in the spirit beast enclosure, refining spiritual elixirs to recuperate. With that, she decided to leave them be. Conversely, the bloodthorn absorbed the essence of a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator, particularly that of a physical cultivator, which caused its cultivation to surge to the pinnacle of late stage 1, surpassing even the spectral white tiger. After tending to the spiritual herbs and medicines within her paradise, Lu Chuxia returned her primordial spirit to its rightful place and began to examine the jade slips obtained from Lu Nan. After meticulously reviewing each slip, she held one in her hand and murmured, "The heavenly sound cannon, a technique dedicated to sound cultivation. This discipline specializes in targeting a cultivator's primordial spirit, disregarding any defenses, directly assaulting the internal organs. With mastery, its power is immense. It can even produce music that ensnares individuals in illusions, compelling enemies to turn against each other." At that moment, Lu Chuxia pondered whether to cultivate the Qinglian sword technique or the heavenly sound cannon. After much deliberation, she resolved to pursue the heavenly sound cannon. Unlike the Qinglian sword technique, which encompasses intricate sword formations and secret arts, requiring no mental maneuvering, it merely necessitates practice to wield against foes. Having reached a decision, Lu Chuxia swiftly reviewed the mental techniques of the heavenly sound cannon, and upon familiarizing herself, she began to alter her cultivation method. Fortunately, her previous practice of the 5 elements technique, which was harmonious and balanced, posed no risks in her transition to this new practice. After refining her skills, Lu Chuxia commenced the consumption of the spirit-gathering pill to enhance her cultivation, driven by an urgent desire to elevate her prowess swiftly. 3 years later, she found herself facing the trials of the Misty Forest, a venture she felt compelled to undertake. From Zhao Yue, she learned that the primary ingredients for crafting the foundation establishment pill were non-existent in the outside world, tightly controlled by the 3 major sects, with neither the ingredients nor their seeds available for purchase. To establish her foundation, she must procure the 3 essential herbs needed for the pill's creation. Thus, the upcoming trials in the Misty Forest were imperative for her. As the 3 years gradually passed, Lu Chuxia had reached the age of 20. She possessed a slender physique, characterized by her long legs, delicate skin, and a captivating figure. Her lips held a natural crimson hue, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Had she not adorned her brows with elegance and altered her voice to convey confidence, she would have undoubtedly been perceived as an enchanting beauty. Nevertheless, her unique allure and charisma set her apart, imbued with an enchanting elegance. Often, while gazing into the mirror, she found herself entranced by her own reflection. Over the past 3 years, with the substantial intake of spirit-gathering pills and the successful formulation of the minor yuan spirit pill, she broke through to the first level of cultivation. Through her dedicated practice, Lu Chuxia advanced from the 6th to the 10th level of qi refinement, achieving an astonishing breakthrough of 4 levels within 3 years. As for her spirit beasts, the netherwhite tiger and bloodthorn had both reached the pinnacle of the first level, while the Qingfeng python progressed to the mid-second level, and the diamond ape and golden thunder eagle remained at the initial stage of the second level. On this day, after concluding her training, Lu Chuxia felt a stirring within her heart. She opened the formation of her cave abode, welcoming the radiant Jiyue with a smile. Congratulations, Sister Jiyue. On achieving the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, you have taken a significant step toward the Golden Core realm. It has been a year since we last met, and you have progressed to the 10th level of Qi refinement. It seems that if you can procure the primary herb needed for the foundation establishment pill during the trial in the Yunwu forest, it won't be long before you can establish your foundation. At that time, the three of us can venture forth together, possessing ample strength for self-defense. Sister Zhao Yue, do you have any thoughts regarding the Golden Core? Lu Chuxia was aware that Zhao Yue, now at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, was contemplating the matter of forming a Golden Core. She understood that cultivators required potent elixirs to assist in this advancement, such as the Golden Core pill, dust-reducing pill, and solidifying gold pill, which would increase the chances of successfully forming a Golden Core. Lu Chuxia knew that by gathering the necessary spiritual herbs for these elixirs, she could facilitate their creation, yet her current cultivation was insufficient to refine such potent pills. After reaching the late stage of Qi refinement, she had attempted to concoct elixirs suitable for foundation establishment cultivators, but her lack of mastery often resulted in failed batches, with a dismally low success rate. But let us set that matter aside for now. This is the spiritual instrument you entrusted me to procure for you. Moreover, Chuxia, do you have any intentions of joining a sect for your training? Jiyue inquired, handing Lu Chuxia a jade flute. Let us take our time to consider this. Furthermore, once Sister Zhao Yue advances to the Golden Core realm, I will have a formidable ally to assist me in gathering resources for cultivation. Lu Chuxia delicately played with the azure jade flute in her hands. This flute, vibrant and green, possessed 6 holes, 5 in the front and 1 at the back. Thus it was also referred to as the 6-holed flute, an artifact of moderate spiritual quality. She had never truly considered joining one of the 3 major sections. Presently, she had mastered 2 cultivation techniques that had reached the Golden Core stage, which sufficed for her needs. Moreover, she possessed 3 spirit beasts equivalent to the foundation establishment stage, and it would not be long before she acquired 5 spirit beasts of the same caliber. The ancient alchemical formulas she had purchased meticulously detailed the elixirs suitable for Golden Core cultivators, so she was not concerned about lacking the recipes. By merely gathering spiritual herbs and medicinal seeds, she could cultivate them, producing and selling her own goods, thereby exchanging them for spirit stones and other artifacts. She saw no reason to join the 3 major sects for such matters. She lacked nothing, and being part of a sect would only subject her to various restrictions. She preferred the freedom of being a solitary cultivator. Chapter 26. The opening of the Misty Realm. At present, she was no longer a novice in cultivation. She understood that this world was known as the Xianxia realm, which was divided into 4 domains: east, south, west, and north. The eastern domain was a vast ocean dotted with numerous islands. It was rich in aquatic treasures but lacked spiritual herbs. The western domain was a land of Buddhism, characterized by its harsh, sandy terrain. It was said that years ago, an invasion by the demon clan led to a great battle, transforming the region into a barren desert. The southern domain was where Lu Chuxia currently resided, a place where cultivation had dwindled. It was rumored that no nascent soul cultivators had appeared in many years, severing all ties with the eastern and northern domains. The northern domain, in contrast, was a sacred land for cultivation, rich in spiritual energy, teeming with talent, and home to venerable ancestors at the transformation stage. Having embarked on her journey of cultivation, she harbored no desire to confine herself to the southern domain. She yearned to explore the eastern, northern, and western domains as well. You understand the importance of this matter. The trial in the Misty Forest shall commence in a fortnight, and once it begins, participants will only have a month to remain within its confines. Should one fail to emerge after this period, they shall vanish without a trace until the next trial. This is a crucial point to remember. Furthermore, I have gathered a map of the Misty Forest trial for your reference. As Jiyue presented a jade slip to Lu Chuxia, she felt assured of Lu Chuxia's safety, knowing that she possessed 3 second-tier spirit beasts and 2 peak first-tier spirit beasts. 2 weeks later, Lu Chuxia arrived at a plaza behind the Lord's Manor in Misty City. The plaza was already teeming with cultivators, numbering nearly 5,000. Most were at the late stage of Qi refinement, gathered in groups of 3 to 5. all aspiring to enter the misty secret realm in search of the primary herbs needed for crafting foundation establishment pills, with the intent to exchange them for pills to solidify their foundations or to join one of the three major sections. Instances of individuals like xianxia standing alone were rare. She stood with her arms crossed, eyes closed, patiently awaiting the opening of the misty secret realm. During this time, several individuals invited her to form a team. Their intentions were far from genuine, driven by ulterior motives, all of which xianxia declined. She cherished her own body and had no intention of granting others the opportunity. After all, what is more delectable than savoring one's own essence? Before long, 3 beams of light streaked in from the distance, halting above the plaza. 2 elderly men and a young man, all cultivators, hovered in the air. Golden core practitioners? xianxia sensed the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from the 3 individuals in the air, vast and unfathomable as the ocean, with a sense of foreboding. She declared that upon entering the misty secret realm, regardless of the quantity of spiritual herbs or medicines collected, all must be submitted. The amount submitted would be converted into foundation establishment pills or spirit stones, which could also be exchanged for opportunities to join the sect at their discretion. Should anyone attempt to hoard spiritual medicines without submission, death would be the penalty upon discovery. A tipsy old Taoist glanced at the chi cultivators gathered in the square and slurred, since these youngsters wished to enter the misty secret realm to gather spiritual herbs. They must have inquired about the rules. Very well. Consequently, the 3 individuals each retrieved a golden jade tablet. They cast their jade tablets forward, which instantly radiated a dazzling golden light. With a series of intricate hand gestures, they infused their respective jade tablets with spiritual incantations. Following a deliberate point into the void and uttering the command go, the 3 jade tablets shimmered with golden light, transforming into 3-foot-long flying swords that pulsed with astonishing spiritual pressure. After a few flickers of spiritual light, the swords sliced through the void, revealing a misty white portal above. From within this portal surged a torrent of pure spiritual energy. Peering into the ethereal entrance, xianxia beheld a landscape of mountains and waters, where celestial cranes called out and exotic flowers flourished, presenting a scene of otherworldly beauty. Hurry inside. This secret realm will close in a month. Do not think of hiding within to cultivate. If you do not emerge, you shall never escape. The drunken Taoist bellowed to the chi cultivators in the square. Upon crossing the vast, white threshold, xianxia felt a momentary dizziness, only to find herself at the foot of a majestic mountain range. Surrounding her was an absence of fellow cultivators, indicating that entry into this secret realm was governed by random teleportation. This location was not marked on the map provided by the bright moon, leaving her directionless. However, one of the primary ingredients for refining the foundation establishment pill, the chi feng vine, thrived in the rugged terrain of lofty mountains and sheer cliffs, suggesting a chance to locate it here. With a flick of her brow, she summoned the 3 mystical beasts, Qingfeng Python, King Kong Ape, and Golden Thunder Eagle, from her celestial abode. The sight of her second-tier spirit beasts emerging in this secret realm brought a radiant smile to her face. With these 3 by her side, she felt invincible amidst the mists of the secret realm. Subsequently, she tapped her spirit beast pouch and released the netherworld white tiger. Having previously feared that the confined beasts might not respond in this ethereal domain, with a graceful leap, xianxia perched upon the back of the netherworld white tiger. Her mind attuned, the Golden Thunder Eagle soared into the sky, surveying the surroundings and scouting for any spiritual herbs or medicinal flora. The Qingfeng Python coiled around her wrist, transforming into a delicate azure bracelet, while the King Kong Ape brandished its xianxia staff, leading the way ahead. In this formidable assembly, xianxia felt emboldened. Venturing into treacherous terrains, such places often harbored concealed dangers, yet they also promised greater rewards, as risk and gain were invariably correlated. Just now, as I passed by a hillside, the Golden Thunder Eagle swiftly called out to alert xianxia. Through the shared vision of the Golden Thunder Eagle, xianxia quickly discerned that on the cliff face of the slope grew 7 or 8 strands of azure wind vine. Indeed, what a serendipitous discovery, effortlessly attained. Immediately, xianxia patted the head of the ethereal white tiger, and upon receiving a nod, the ethereal white tiger let out a howl and galloped forth. To concoct a foundational elixir, 500 years' worth of azure wind vine is required for medicinal use. Here, among the 8 strands of azure wind vine, 1 boasts an age of 800 years, 2 are 600 years old, 3 are 400 years old, and 2 are 200 years old. Wherever there are spiritual herbs and medicines, there inevitably exist guardian beasts. The Cloud Mist secret realm opens once every 30 years, and the fact that several strands of azure wind vines suitable for the foundational elixir have remained untouched indicates the presence of formidable guardian beasts protecting them. Chapter 27. The three-tailed blue fox with the call of the golden thunder eagle echoing, two azure-scaled serpents, each about a yard in length, slithered out from a nearby cave. Their triangular eyes glimmered with a cold light, and their bodies rose high, fixated on the golden thunder eagle in the sky. Birds and beasts that take to the air are the natural enemies of serpents, and the two azure-scaled serpents immediately fell into a state of alertness. From the spiritual pressure emanating from the azure-scaled serpents, xianxia sensed that they possessed initial second-tier cultivation. It is no wonder that these strands of azure wind vine have remained unharvested. The reason lies with these two serpents. Any cultivator attempting to harvest the azure wind vine likely met their fate in the bellies of these two serpents, without needing xianxia's command. The diamond ape engaged in a fierce struggle with a blue-scaled serpent, wielding the Shen staff. The golden thunder eagle, swift as lightning, swooped down, its two glimmering claws seizing the serpent, one claw grasping its vital point, the other capturing its head. The blue-scaled serpent had no time to evade, resulting in it being torn asunder by the golden thunder eagle. Meanwhile, the diamond ape, with powerful swings and aided by magical artifacts, seized the opportunity to smash the remaining serpent's head into a pulpy mass. Although the potential of the diamond ape and the golden thunder eagle was not particularly high, they found no challenge in dealing with the relatively weak blue-scaled serpents. Furthermore, having awakened their spiritual intelligence in the blessed realm, their intellect surpassed that of their contemporaries, making the confrontation with the serpents even more effortless. As the two blue-scaled serpents fell, a flash of crimson light emanated from the blood thorn on xianxia's wrist, causing a red vine the size of an adult's thumb to sprout from the ground, adorned with icy barbs, as it sought to absorb the serpent's essence. Within the Cloud Mist secret realm, she required the protection of the bloodthorn, which was at its peak level. Xianxia worried that if the bloodthorn absorbed the essence of the two second-tier beasts, it might ascend to a higher level and fall into a dormant state. Thus, she promptly halted the bloodthorn's actions, retrieving the carcasses of the two serpents to process later after exiting the Cloud Mist secret realm. Xianxia also gathered several blue wind vines, planting them within the blessed realm. Upon entering the Cloud Mist secret realm, she had successfully discovered a primary ingredient for concocting foundation establishment pills, marking a fortuitous beginning. Continuing onward, Xianxia commanded the golden thunder eagle to soar into the heights, vigilant in its search for spiritual herbs and plants, particularly attentive to areas where second-tier demonic beasts might reside. Within this misty realm, any location inhabited by such creatures would undoubtedly be safeguarded against the coveted spiritual flora. After half a day's exploration, Xianxia had only discovered a few spiritual herbs aged 50 to 60 years, with not a single one over a century in sight. At this juncture, a pang of regret struck her for not having contracted a treasure-seeking spirit beast. In the jade slip left by her master, it was recorded that within the cave preceding the golden thunder bamboo, a burly man, his face alight with joy, spoke to a young man. The two of them were practitioners at the 12th and 11th levels of chi refinement, respectively. Let us hasten to acquire the golden thunder bamboo. All three major sects covet it, and in exchange, we could obtain foundation building pills, enabling both of us to establish our foundations, the young man exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Patience, the burly man replied. The jade slip specifically mentioned a second-tier novice gold-eating mouse guarding the cave where the golden thunder bamboo grows. It has been 30 years. We cannot ascertain whether the mouse has advanced since then. Senior brother, despite the gold-eating mouse's second-tier prowess, we have prepared formations and second-tier talismans. We should have no trouble dealing with it, the young man asserted confidently. Do not underestimate a second-tier demonic beast, junior brother. There is still ample time before the misty realm closes. Let us proceed cautiously, sending someone ahead to scout the path and ensuring we are thoroughly prepared. The burly man had devised a strategy, whispering a few plans into the ear of the young man. The young man nodded repeatedly with a smile, and soon, the two brothers stealthily approached a nearby cave. Noticing that the golden thunder bamboo remained within, they refrained from alarming it and promptly retreated. Elder brother, the three-tailed fox lies right here, according to the list posted by the Spirit Control sect, capturing a single three-tailed fox, regardless of its cultivation level, can exchange for a foundational cultivation pill. At the bottom of a slope, three identical young men, seemingly triplet brothers, stood together. One possessed peak chi refinement cultivation, while the other two were at the 11th layer of chi refinement. One of them, with an expression of excitement, declared, "The three-tailed fox possesses the bloodline of the true spirit, the nine-tailed celestial fox, renowned for its treasure-seeking abilities and illusionary arts, showcasing immense potential." A litter of three-tailed foxes typically consists of one male and one female, ensuring at least two offspring. With these two foundational cultivation pills secured, should a litter of three-tailed fox kits be born, all three of us could establish our foundations. The second brother's face also radiated joy. "Elder brother, you should use the spirit-luring incense to coax the three-tailed fox from the cave. I will ensnare it with the spirit-binding net, while the second brother keeps watch." The eldest brother promptly organized their plan. The spirit-binding net is an exquisite artifact specifically designed for capturing demon beasts. Once ensnared, a demon beast trapped within the net would lose its demonic powers. The lower the cultivation level of the captured beast, the more effective the net would be, and vice versa. However, the spirit-binding net is only suitable for capturing first-tier demon beasts. It would prove inadequate for second-tier ones. Excellent. With that, the third brother retrieved a 1-foot-long stick of incense from his storage bag, emanating a peculiar fragrance. The alluring spirit incense is a concoction crafted by alchemists, designed to entice and attract mystical beasts. For creatures of the second tier and below, the aroma emitted by this incense possesses an irresistible allure. However, for those above the second tier, the effect is significantly diminished. Observing the actions of the third brother, he deftly applied a crimson hue atop the incense, which then released a faint yellow smoke, permeating the air with a rich and peculiar scent. As he formed intricate hand seals, the yellow mist gradually wafted toward the cavern nestled within the hillside. In a brief span of time, a series of squeaks echoed from within the cave, followed by the emergence of two three-tailed azure foxes. These foxes, possessing peak cultivation, bore a lustrous azure hue akin to jade. Yet each was adorned with only a single tail. They exhibited great caution, resisting the temptation to fully exit as they surveyed their surroundings for any lurking danger. After a little over a moment's time, with 1/3 of the incense having burned away, the two three-tailed foxes cautiously crawled out from their lair. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant, with one petite fox occasionally glancing back toward the cave. Upon noticing the petite fox's behavior, the eldest brother's countenance brightened with delight. He exchanged a knowing glance with his two siblings, who swiftly grasped his intent. There were indeed more three-tailed foxes within the cavern. Chapter 28. The Three-Eyed Azure Fox. At that moment, a chorus of youthful squeaks resonated from within the cavern. A diminutive head emerged from the cave, followed by a 2-foot-tall three-tailed azure fox. Two larger three-tailed azure foxes were completely entranced by the alluring scent of the enticing spirit fragrance, prostrating themselves before it, eyes closed in rapture as they inhaled its aromatic essence. At that moment, the leader, noticing the three-tailed azure foxes gathered together, took advantage of the two larger ones who were lost in the fragrance's enchantment. With a swift leap, he unfurled the binding spirit net in his hands, casting it toward the trio. The two larger foxes, caught off guard, fell victim to the net without resistance. The smaller three-tailed azure fox, seemingly unaffected by the alluring scent, emitted a flash of azure light and deftly evaded the binding net. At this juncture, the two ensnared three-tailed azure foxes regained their senses and began to struggle desperately within the confines of the binding net. However, their demonic power was severely restricted by the binding net, and with the leader possessing peak chi training prowess, it was no easy feat for the two three-tailed azure foxes to escape its grasp. In a frantic attempt to flee, the two foxes shrieked wildly at the smaller one, desperate to prevent its escape. "Quickly, stop that little creature," the leader urgently commanded his companions. He then opened his spirit beast pouch, and, after casting a spell, the two larger three-tailed azure foxes were drawn into the pouch. Just as the leader's words fell, the smaller three-tailed azure fox emitted a desperate cry, a flash of azure light enveloping it as it made a hasty retreat into the distance. As the coveted foundation establishment pill slipped from their grasp, the three brothers could not let it go easily and hastily pursued the diminutive three-tailed fox. Despite its mere mid-level cultivation, this petite creature exhibited an astonishing speed, evading its pursuers effortlessly. In that moment, the brothers found themselves unable to catch up. Suddenly, a group of 5 emerged from the adjacent forest. Upon sighting the mid-level three-tailed fox, their faces lit up with delight. "You are disciples of the Xianxia sect," the eldest brother observed, noting their azure robes adorned with the intricate emblem of a dragon. Realization dawned on him. The founder of the Xianxia sect, the venerable golden dragon, had contracted a golden dragon as his guardian spirit beast, which had fought valiantly alongside him. Consequently, this beast became the sect's totem. Within the Misty Realm, cultivators were not solely comprised of the wandering practitioners from Yunwu City, disciples from various sects, unable to procure foundation establishment pills within their own ranks, also ventured into this mystical domain to seek their fortunes. While sects neither opposed nor supported their disciples' entry into the Misty Realm, they merely allowed it to be a matter of personal choice. "Step aside. This three-tailed fox belongs to us," the leader of the group declared. His gaze fixated greedily on the surrounded fox, ignoring the trio entirely. The eldest brother exchanged a knowing glance with his siblings, signaling them to retreat swiftly. The 5 individuals before them were disciples of the Xianxia sect, 2 possessing a 12th level Qi refinement cultivation, 2 at the 11th level, and 1 at the 10th level. The Xianxia sect excels in commanding spirit beasts in battle, and when confronting an individual, they must simultaneously contend with several adversaries of equal strength. Once the conflict ensues, it is evident that the trio of brothers would not stand a chance against the 5 opponents. "Wait a moment. Senior brother, this three-tailed blue fox is merely a cub. A typical litter consists of 1 male and 1 female. The appearance of this cub suggests that there must be other captured three-tailed blue foxes within their spirit beast bags." One of the Xianxia sect cultivators fixated on the spirit beast bags hanging from the brothers' waists. Upon hearing this, the 3 brothers exchanged wary glances with the 5 members of the Xianxia sect and slowly began to retreat. "This three-tailed blue fox belongs to me. Do any of you have objections?" Xianxia, upon discovering the situation with the golden thunder eagle, had already stored away her diamond ape and rushed to this location. She had previously contemplated forming a bond with a treasure-seeking spirit beast, and lo and behold, the heavens had been kind to her, presenting a treasure-seeking spirit beast right before her eyes. Xianxia graciously accepted the opportunity without hesitation. How audacious! The 5 members of the Xianxia sect erupted in fury upon witnessing someone seize the three-tailed blue fox before their very eyes. Instantly, one of them unleashed their spirit beast, intent on eliminating Xianxia to reclaim the fox. However, as the Xianxia sect cultivator attempted to pursue, they found themselves unable to intercept, allowing the trio of brothers to depart unimpeded. "Good riddance. Let us eliminate them," Xianxia chuckled softly. In a swift motion, the azure wind python soared from her wrist, expanding into a colossal form. As it opened its mouth, a dazzling azure light flickered momentarily before a wind blade, imbued with astonishing spiritual pressure, surged forth, hurtling directly towards the 5 members of the Xianxia sect. "Ah, no, it is a second-tier spirit beast." The 5 members of the Spirit Control sect never anticipated that the female cultivator before them would suddenly unleash a second-tier spirit beast, instantly sending them into a state of sheer terror. A second-tier spirit beast was far beyond their capacity to contend with. At that moment, regret flooded their minds, and they hastily summoned their defensive artifacts, with some even commanding their own spirit beasts to shield them in front. As the wind blade sliced through the air, it cleaved both human and beast as easily as cutting fruit, leaving a gruesome scene of dismembered bodies and scattered innards. One strike was all it took to render them incapacitated. As bloodthorn vines flashed crimson, a tendril emerged from the ground, wrapping around the fallen humans and spirit beasts. In less than a dozen breaths, both man and beast had been transformed into mere desiccated corpses. After satisfying its hunger, the bloodthorn vine knew to bind the storage bags of the 5 individuals and draw them before Xianxia. Observing this, Xianxia couldn't help but admire the cleverness of the bloodthorn vine. After disposing of the 5, Xianxia waved her hand towards the 3-tailed azure fox, drawing it into the spirit beast compartment of her cave abode. In an instant, she became aware of all the details regarding the 3-tailed azure fox. The 3-eyed azure fox, a mid-tier first-level mutated spirit beast, endowed with the bloodline power of the 9-tailed celestial fox. Innate abilities: illusion, treasure-seeking capability, extremely sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy, able to detect the presence of spiritual objects within a 100-mile radius. Aptitude: above average. The fact that she had acquired a 3-eyed azure fox, a mutated spirit beast, brought an expression of immense joy to Xianxia's face. With a mere thought, the 3-eyed azure fox materialized before her. Upon emerging from the celestial realm, The three-eyed azure fox momentarily appeared dazed. However, it soon felt an inexplicable affinity towards the individual before it, compelling the fox to willingly offer itself entirely. With an affectionate leap, the three-eyed azure fox nestled into Luchuxia's embrace, nuzzling tenderly against her. This intimate gesture led Luchuxia to suspect that the fox was male, playfully encroaching upon her personal space. In response, she gently grasped the nape of the three-eyed azure fox, scrutinizing its brow, where indeed she discerned a singular, inverted azure vein nestled between its eyes. Chapter 29. Golden Thunder Bamboo. Although the three-tailed azure fox and the three-eyed azure fox differ by merely a single character, they inherit the potent bloodline of the legendary nine-tailed celestial fox, rendering them worlds apart. Should the three-tailed azure fox possess merely a tenth of the nine-tailed celestial fox's bloodline power, the three-eyed azure fox has inherited between 30 to 50% of that formidable lineage. For every tail the three-tailed azure fox grows, it can ascend a significant realm, culminating at 3 tails, beyond which, barring extraordinary fortune or the ability to transcend the limitations of its bloodline, its potential is confined to the 3rd level. Conversely, the three-eyed azure fox has undergone a mutation, its ceiling of potential far surpassing the 3rd or even 4th levels. Whether it be a demon beast or a spirit beast, once a mutation occurs, the path of cultivation becomes unpredictable, allowing the entity to transcend its inherent constraints and ascend to higher realms. The fact that this three-eyed azure fox has caught Luchuxia's eye and chosen to submit to her is one of the most significant variables in this unfolding narrative. Above, the golden thunder eagle remains vigilant, while a green winged python coils protectively around her wrist. Bloodthorn vines safeguard her closely, and her steed, the ethereal white tiger, stands ready. Thus, Luchuxia chose not to summon the King Kong monkey. The target of the King Kong ape was exceedingly grand, and she feared to alarm those nefarious cultivators. There exists a saying, a golden belt accompanies the acts of murder and arson. Just moments ago, she had examined the storage bags of the 5 chi refining cultivators, discovering within them over 3,000 spirit stones, alongside a dozen or so spirit herbs and medicines aged between 50 and 200 years. Merely this transaction, coupled with the previously unearthed Qing foam vine and the acquisition of a three-eyed green fox, rendered this expedition into the misty realm worthwhile. Subsequently, she commanded the bloodthorn to encircle the neck of the three-eyed green fox, instructing it to lead her in search of spirit herbs and medicines within the misty realm. As soon as the three-eyed green fox was released, it surged forth like a dragon entering the sea, excitedly leading Luchuxia southeast after a brief sniff. Observing this, Luchuxia hastily instructed Yumingba to follow closely behind. In the days that followed, Luchuxia found herself in a state of comfort. With the treasure-seeking fox at her side, she effortlessly acquired numerous spirit herbs and medicines, even managing to seize those guarded by second-tier demon beasts, aided by the Qingfeng python. Although Luchuxia amassed a considerable collection of spirit herbs and medicines, she noted that none exceeded a millennium in age. One day, the three-eyed green fox transmitted a wave of exuberance towards her, a sensation unprecedented since their contract was established. Luchuxia speculated that it must have encountered some rare heavenly materials or exceptionally aged spirit herbs and medicines to elicit such a response. Shortly thereafter, the golden thunder eagle soaring in the heavens above also conveyed waves of exhilaration, emitting cries and circling overhead, seemingly urging Luchuxia onward. Upon witnessing the scene, Luchuxia felt a surge of inspiration. The three-eyed blue fox and the golden thunder eagle swiftly converged towards a specific location. When Luchuxia arrived at the foot of a desolate and perilous mountain, she observed 4 individuals ensnaring a second-tier initial stage gold-devouring rat within a mysterious tortoise 4-symbol formation. Additionally, someone emanated a green light from their body, soaring directly into a cavern. Luchuxia's eyes sparkled with insight as she peered into the cave, where she beheld a 3-foot-tall bamboo, shimmering with golden hues and crackling with electric arcs. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by profound joy. It was no wonder the three-eyed blue fox and the golden thunder eagle were so exhilarated. The golden thunder eagle, inherently associated with lightning, had experienced a mutation failure, rendering it incapable of casting thunder-based spells. However, upon encountering this millennium-old golden thunder bamboo, it could refine this treasure, replenishing its depleted essence and potentially leading to a transformation. The golden thunder bamboo is one of the 3 renowned spiritual bamboos, irreplicable by human cultivation. It emerges only when ordinary bamboo is struck by heavenly lightning, resulting in a mutation, thus birthing the heavenly thunder bamboo, also known as golden thunder bamboo. Should a golden thunder bamboo over a millennium in age materialize, it would possess the ability to unleash the exorcising divine thunder, specifically targeting various malevolent spells and magical techniques. Each appearance of the golden thunder bamboo, whether in the human realm or the spiritual realm, incites a tempest of bloodshed, as malevolent forces seek to obliterate it to prevent righteous cultivators from harnessing its essence to forge powerful artifacts. The leaves of the golden thunder bamboo can be processed into heavenly thunder demon-slaying thunder, particularly effective against inner demons and other malevolent entities. Furthermore, if spiritual insects consume the leaves, there exists a chance they may undergo mutation, truly rendering it a treasure beyond measure. She never anticipated discovering a golden thunder bamboo within the enigmatic cloud mist secret realm. Alas, this is dire. There is yet another golden-eating mouse within the cavern. We must flee. At this moment, the cultivator who had ventured into the cave, upon discovering the presence of another second-tier golden-eating mouse, was overtaken by terror and hastily attempted to escape. However, he was no match for the creature. In an instant, the sizable golden-eating mouse opened its maw, from which emanated a radiant golden light, drawing the chi practitioner uncontrollably towards it. Outside, the four individuals who had set up a confinement array to trap the golden-eating mouse heard the cultivator's exclamation about the additional presence of a mouse within. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, they instinctively scattered in 4 different directions. As the golden-eating mouse, emerging from the cave, exhaled a beam of golden light, the one ensnared by the array was instantly freed. Subsequently, the 2 golden-eating mice pursued their targets in opposite directions. Marvelous! The golden-eating mice have diverted attention. This is an opportune moment to act. Let us proceed. Not far from xianxia, a flicker of spiritual light heralded the arrival of 2 individuals. One robust and the other slender, the former radiating joy as he greeted his fellow disciple. Once the 2 brothers entered the cave, xianxia's own aura flickered momentarily, revealing her presence. Upon her arrival, she had already discerned the existence of another group of concealed cultivators, even before the Qingfeng python advanced to the second tier. When its newly manifested divine ability, the size of wishes, materialized as a green bracelet upon her wrist, xianxia had realized that the Qingfeng python possessed the capability to mask its own aura and cultivation level. The bloodthorns, being highly sensitive to vital energy, could detect the location of any concealed individual, irrespective of their attempts to obscure their presence, as long as the vital energy coursing through them remained unmasked. The senior brother pondered how to divide the lone golden thunder bamboo between himself and his junior, when the burly man, after transplanting the bamboo into a jade box, was suddenly interrupted by a query from his companion. By exchanging with the 3 major sects for foundation establishment pills, both of us could cultivate. However, before he could finish, a flying sword pierced through his chest. Having grown up together, they were like brothers, sharing a profound bond. And both had been disciples of the same master, yet, despite his vigilance, he had not anticipated betrayal from his junior. The dead need not understand the reasons behind their demise. The junior brother let out a chilling laugh, and with a flick of his flying sword, decapitated the burly man. Chapter 30. Purple Monkey Flower. xianxia did not expect to witness the tragic spectacle of brotherly betrayal in this realm. It appeared that in the world of cultivation, deceit reigned supreme, and all bonds were rendered illusory in the face of self-interest. xianxia summoned the spectral white tiger, which responded with a fierce roar. A dark, rippling wave surged forth towards the treacherous junior brother, who had not anticipated the presence of another cultivator nearby. As the wave passed through him, he was suddenly besieged by excruciating pain, his vision darkening, and his soul experiencing torment. Just then, a blood-red vine ensnared him, and with a sharp pain coursing through his body, he succumbed to silence. After disposing of the junior brother, Huang Zisu gestured towards the ground, summoning 2 storage bags and the jade box to herself. With a flick of her wrist, she enveloped them in spiritual light, securing them within her cave dwelling. The urgency of the spectral white tiger compelled it to vacate the area immediately. Seeking refuge, it concealed itself within the hollow of a colossal, lifeless tree. Outside, it stationed the bloodthorn and the azure wind python as sentinels. xianxia settled into a meditative posture, allowing her primordial spirit to traverse into the realm of the cave's celestial abode. After retrieving the golden thunder bamboo, xianxia designated a specific area for its cultivation. Subsequently, She scattered 1,000 spirit stones around the vicinity of the golden thunder bamboo. She perceptibly noted the increasing age of the bamboo. With such growth, it would eventually yield. And once the spirit stones were adequately supplied, a millennium-old golden thunder bamboo would be at her fingertips. In the future, employing the golden thunder bamboo to forge magical artifacts would grant her an inherent advantage against nefarious entities. Meanwhile, the golden thunder eagle, with an expression of longing, gazed at the golden thunder bamboo. Were it not for Luchuxia's restraint, it would have lunged at the bamboo in an instant. The eagle chirped in understanding of Luchuxia's words, expressing its joy with cheerful calls and flapping its wings in delight, affectionately nudging Luchuxia's palm with its beak. Afterward, Luchuxia released the golden thunder eagle. Once her primordial spirit resumed its rightful place, she continued her exploration of the cloud mist secret realm. At present, her quest was to locate the primary herb for concocting the foundation establishment pill, still in need of the purple monkey flower and the heavenly spirit fruit. Upon exiting the celestial cave, Luchuxia recognized her surroundings as somewhat familiar. She promptly retrieved the map of the cloud mist secret realm that Jiao Yu had provided her and discovered that she was quite close to the Monkey Mountain, where the purple monkey flower thrived. Memorizing the route, Luchuxia hastened her journey toward the Monkey Mountain. Upon arriving at Monkey Mountain, I was greeted by a hillside adorned with a multitude of peach trees, where one could occasionally observe agile monkeys frolicking and playing. Yet, these monkeys were not mythical beasts, nor were the peach trees esteemed spiritual flora. Just as Luchuxia contemplated ascending the mountain, 3 individuals approached from the left. They were none other than the trio of siblings who had previously confronted the Yuling sect. Is it truly you? Have you managed to capture this 3-tailed azure fox from the clutches of those 5 practitioners of the Yuling sect? Exclaimed Ada in astonishment upon noticing the 3-tailed fox beside Luchuxia. He could hardly fathom that the female cultivator before him had not only evaded the grasp of 5 formidable adversaries but had also seized this rare creature. In an instant, Ada exchanged wary glances with his brothers, each of them regarding Luchuxia with a newfound apprehension. It was evident that a person capable of escaping from 5 late-stage qi refinement practitioners was no ordinary individual. I owe my acquisition of this 3-tailed azure fox to the generosity of my 3 esteemed friends, Luchuxia acknowledged. Have you come to Monkey Mountain to scheme for the coveted purple monkey flower as well? If so, let us collaborate. Understanding the potential of the powerful spirit beast she had obtained, and recognizing the considerable efforts the 3 brothers had exerted, she was inclined to offer them some benefits in return. Very well, how shall we proceed with our collaboration? How will we divide the spoils? Ada and his brothers exchanged glances once more and nodded in agreement. For every 4 purple monkey flowers, I shall grant each of you 1. Should there be more? We shall split the remaining flowers equally. How does that sound? Luchuxia is indeed a magnanimous individual, since they have assisted in acquiring a spirit beast of exceptional potential. Luchuxia is naturally generous in return. By the way, may I ask your esteemed name? I am Ada, and these are my brothers, a Air and a San. Ada inquired, clasping his fist towards Luchuxia. Observing the Monkey Mountain, which still appeared serene and undisturbed, it was evident that no one had yet laid claim to it. Lu Daoyu, what do you propose we do to divert the beasts of Monkey Mountain so we can gather the purple monkey flower? After exchanging names, Ada posed his question to Luchuxia. In every clan, there must be a king. And it stands to reason that this Monkey Mountain is ruled by a monkey king overseeing the entire tribe. This monkey king would undoubtedly possess a cultivation level of at least 2. Is there any way you could lure away the lower-level beasts scattered throughout the mountain? Luchuxia pondered, her thoughts stirring. What clever plan do you have, Lu Daoyu? Ada asked, intrigued. If you can indeed draw away the beasts below level 2. And if you 3 brothers trust me, I shall take care of the remaining matters. Once I successfully gather the purple monkey flower, I will ensure a share is given to you. We possess spirit-luring incense, which, when ignited, can attract beasts of level 2 and below. However, this incense burns for only a brief span of 2/4 of an hour, granting you merely that time to act, Luchuxia noted, somewhat surprised by Ada's unwavering trust and boldness. I am merely taking a gamble, wagering on your character. Should you indeed procure the purple monkey flower and depart, then we shall have only ourselves to blame for misjudging your integrity. The 3 brothers suffered only the loss of half a spirit incense stick, which was of little consequence. However, Ada was quite perceptive, noting that one would eventually feel grateful for the decision made this time. Luchuxia was taken aback by Ada's wisdom. as he was capable of contemplating a matter with such depth. Once they had concealed themselves, the brothers ignited the spirit incense. As soon as the incense was lit, the ordinary monkeys of the mountain flocked towards its alluring scent. Soon after, a first-tier initial-level demon beast followed closely behind. The lower the cultivation of the monkey demons, the swifter their approach. Before long, 5 pinnacle-level first-tier monkey demons arrived, prompting xianxia to signal Ada and the other brothers. And they stealthily made their way to the summit of Monkey Mountain. Chapter 31. The Tianluan White Ape Monkey Mountain towered dozens of zhang high and stretched for several miles. With the monkeys lured away by the spirit incense, xianxia encountered not a single monkey on his ascent. Instead, as he ascended towards the mountain's peak, the spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, and the peach trees near the summit exuded a faint aura of spirit energy, nearly reaching the threshold of a spirit peach tree. Just as xianxia approached the mountaintop, a warning cry from a golden thunder eagle echoed through the air. Following that, a beastly roar erupted from a cave at the summit. A white ape, several zhang in size, with a pair of azure wings sprouting from its back, burst forth from the cave, a mid-level second-tier demon beast. Upon spotting xianxia, the white ape's eyes gleamed with ferocity, and it lunged towards him with outstretched hands. In response, xianxia's wrist glimmered with azure light, and the azure wind python emerged, its tail sweeping towards the white ape. The golden thunder eagle also swooped down, aiming to seize the white ape. It is the Tianluan White Ape. Upon encountering this magnificent creature, xianxia was taken aback and exclaimed in astonishment. The Tianluan White Ape is a harmonious amalgamation of the ethereal Tianluan and the formidable mountain giant ape, possessing a unique essence of its own. It not only inherits the Tianluan's remarkable speed and agility, but also the immense strength of the mountain giant ape, rendering its combat prowess extraordinarily formidable. xianxia, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily summoned the King Kong ape from her celestial abode. Together, the combined might of the King Kong ape, the golden thunder eagle, and the azure wind python would confront the Tianluan White Ape. Fortunately, she had refrained from allowing the golden thunder eagle to absorb the golden thunder bamboo earlier. Otherwise, a significant loss in combat strength would have ensued. At the foot of the mountain, Ada and his 2 companions suddenly noticed 4 second-tier demon beasts emerging from the summit, their expressions shifting to one of perplexity and concern. They were at a loss as to the unfolding events. Eldest brother, second-tier demon beasts are beyond our capacity to contend with, especially 4 of them. Fellow Taoist Lu must be in grave danger. We should flee at once, urged Aer, alarmed by the sight. Not so hastily, replied Ada, observing the scene. These 4 demon beasts do not appear to be allied. They seem to be engaged in combat with one another. Let us wait a moment. If fellow Taoist Lu has yet to descend when the enticing spirit incense burns out, we shall depart. Moreover, we possess this. As waves of spiritual energy from the fierce battle at the mountaintop reached them, Ada's countenance fluctuated between uncertainty and determination. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, I shall take out a golden talisman. He procured a shimmering golden talisman adorned with a pair of golden wings. The aura emanating from the talisman indicated that it was a second-tier flying talisman. Fortune favors the bold. Having already placed his wager, he was reluctant to depart before witnessing the outcome. Upon witnessing the 3 beasts engaging in a fierce battle with the Tianluan White Ape, xianxia mounted her ethereal white tiger and ventured into the lair of the Tianluan White Ape. Enraged by her intrusion, the Tianluan White Ape let out a series of furious roars, attempting to thwart her entry, yet was restrained by the 3 beasts of the Qifeng python. However, prior to her full entrance into the cave, a faint yet alluring fragrance of wine wafted from within, captivating her senses. xianxia, struck by an idea, her eyes gleaming with excitement, dismounted from the back of her ethereal white tiger and urged it into the cave. With a shared vision, she discerned that the cave harbored no immediate danger, allowing her to gradually step inside. The cave was modest in size, merely spanning a dozen or so zhang. Ahead, a patch of wild grass formed what appeared to be the nest of the Tianluan White Ape, while the left wall was adorned with several clusters of purple flowers reminiscent of monkey faces, known as the purple monkey flower. Among the 9 clusters, 5 were of 500 years of age, and 4 were younger. Fortuitously, xianxia's companions, the 3 brothers, were well favored in this encounter. Observing the vibrant purple monkey flowers, her eyes sparkled with delight. The primary ingredients required for concocting the foundation establishment pill necessitated flowers aged 500 years or more. According to their prior agreement, she was to allocate 1 such flower to each of the 3 brothers. contingent upon their waiting for her at the foot of the mountain upon her descent. Thus far, 2/3 of the mission within the misty secret realm had been accomplished. Subsequently, xianxia retrieved 3 jade boxes, carefully placing the 3 500-year-old purple monkey flowers inside, securing them within her storage pouch. The remaining purple monkey flowers were all stored within her cave abode. Afterward, she made her way towards a stone platform resembling a mortar on the right side of the cave. As she approached the cave, a faint yet alluring fragrance of wine wafted from within. Upon entering, the aroma intensified, invigorating her spirit. The stone mortar, modest in size, about a foot in diameter, contained a plethora of unknown spiritual fruits, with a shallow layer of golden liquid at the bottom. The rich scent of wine and the potent spiritual energy emanated from this concoction. If xianxia's conjectures were accurate, this must be the monkey wine brewed by the Tianwan white ape. Dipping her finger into the monkey wine, she tasted it, and an overwhelming surge of pure spiritual energy flooded into her dantian, enhancing her cultivation significantly and causing her complexion to flush with vitality. The effects of this monkey wine were astonishing. After refining a portion of it, she anticipated reaching the peak of chi refinement soon. And with the aid of a foundation establishment pill, she could ascend to the foundation establishment stage within a year. Furthermore, with the remaining monkey wine, she could swiftly progress to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Seeing the remarkable enhancement in her cultivation, xianxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. This venture into the misty secret realm had proven immensely rewarding. She retrieved a jade flask and filled it with the entirety of the monkey wine, gently shaking it. She estimated there were just over 10 pounds. Alas, it was insufficient. After ensuring that there were no overlooked spots within the cave, xianxia made her way towards the exit. At this moment, the 3 beasts of the Qingfeng python and the Tianwan white ape were engaged in a fierce battle atop the mountain. Although the 3 beasts held the upper hand, they could not swiftly subdue the Tianwan white ape. xianxia, witnessing this, initially considered retreating, but the Tianwan white ape clung stubbornly to the fight. Resolving to take decisive action, xianxia did not hesitate any longer. With a swift motion, she summoned the 6-holed flute from her storage pouch. With a surge of concentration, the spectral white tiger of the underworld let out a resounding roar, unleashing a wave of dark spiritual light toward the Tianwan white ape. As xianxia played a mournful melody on the flute, streams of azure spiritual light emanated from her lips, cascading toward the Tianwan white ape. The dark light enveloped the creature, causing it to momentarily falter. However, the subsequent azure light struck with force, causing the Tianwan white ape to shudder in agony. Seizing the opportunity while the Tianwan white ape was momentarily immobilized, xianxia unleashed the blood thorns from her hand, ensnaring the creature tightly. The barbed thorns pierced into the Tianwan white ape, drawing forth its life essence. Yet, the creature's tough hide rendered it largely impervious to the attack. Meanwhile, the Qingfeng python expanded in size, transforming into a formidable presence of several tens of feet. With a powerful coil, it secured the Tianwan white ape in place, rendering it unable to escape. In a swift moment, the diamond ape, witnessing the struggle, wielded its xianxia staff with precision, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the Tianwan white ape's skull. As for today's developments, they were unexpected indeed. No one had forewarned of such events. I dare wager that no more than 30 individuals would subscribe, as the total collections barely reached 300. Chapter 32, Dragon Saliva Grass. Here, this is your prized purple monkey flower. After resolving the incident with the celestial wand and the white ape, xianxia descended the mountain astride the ethereal white tiger. Noticing that the 3 brothers, led by Ada, were still behind her, she tossed them 3 jade boxes containing purple monkey flowers. It was uncertain whether these brothers were exceptionally skilled and audacious, or perhaps had some ulterior motive, or simply possessed an unwavering confidence in their abilities. At that moment, xianxia found herself harboring a slight curiosity towards the trio. "Thank you, Taoist Lu," Ada expressed gratefully as he carefully opened the jade box. Revealing 3 500-year-old purple monkey flowers within, his face lighting up with joy. Ada felt exhilarated. He had indeed made a fortunate gamble. xianxia, however, discerned Ada's cautious demeanor, for it was wise to remain vigilant against others. "Do you know where I might find heavenly spirit fruits?" xianxia inquired. As she still required a primary ingredient for concocting the foundation establishment pill, the map given to her by Jiayue did not indicate the origins of the heavenly spirit fruit, prompting her to seek information from Ada and his brothers. This jade slip records 3 locations where heavenly spirit fruits can be found. I hope it will be of assistance to you, Taoist Lu, Ada replied, offering her a jade slip. We shall take our leave now. May fate allow us to meet again in the future. With a respectful gesture, Ada bid farewell and departed. These three individuals were clearly not ordinary cultivators. They were likely not mere wandering practitioners. Upon examining the jade slip Ada had handed her, Xianxia discovered a meticulously detailed map of the misty secret realm, which not only marked the locations of over 10 primary ingredients for the Foundation Establishment pill, but also indicated areas fraught with danger, home to second-tier magical beasts. If these three were indeed wandering cultivators, it would have been improbable for them to produce such an intricate and comprehensive map. In conjunction with the maps of Jiaoyu and Ada, there exists a pristine lake, 100 miles from her current location, where several celestial fruit trees stand. However, the map indicates that within the lake resides a second-tier beast, a descendant of the true spirit bloodline. This lineage is far superior to those beasts merely infused with the essence of the true spirit. The former represents a direct descendant of the true spirit, separated by only 2 or 3 generations, with their bloodline yet untainted and immense potential. Such creatures are referred to as dragon seeds. In contrast, the latter has been diluted over countless generations, possessing an exceedingly thin true spirit bloodline, rendering the two categories incomparable. Having devised a plan in her mind, Xianxia set off towards the Qingshan Lake with a company of spiritual beasts. After a brief journey, as they traversed a sparsely vegetated mountain, the three-eyed azure fox suddenly grew restless, darting towards the barren heights and frantically scratching at the ground. In an instant, a flash of white light caught Xianxia's attention. Approaching the source, she discovered a glimmering stone radiating with ethereal energy. A surge of spiritual aura enveloped her, and Xianxia's countenance brightened with joy as inspiration struck her. With a flick of her wrist, crimson vines unfurled and burrowed into the earth. The ground heaved, and moments later, bloodthorns emerged, accompanied by several luminous stones, revealing that the mountain was adorned with veins of spirit stones. Realizing the significance of her discovery, Xianxia hesitated momentarily before prioritizing the celestial fruits, intending to dedicate the remainder of her time to excavating spirit stones. Subsequently, she continued her journey towards Qingshan Lake, accompanied by her spiritual beasts. As she approached the vicinity of Qingshan Lake, a series of intense fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from that direction, accompanied by the resonant calls of dragons and phoenixes. With a resounding roar, a dragon's cry pierced the air, and Xianxia beheld, amidst the ethereal mist, a colossal azure creature, over 10 zhang in length. With a serpentine body and a crocodilian head, adorned with eagle talons on its belly, deer-like antlers on its serpent tail, and whiskers at the corners of its fish-scaled mouth. It lunged towards a magnificent bird radiating a crimson spiritual glow, its tail feathers boasting 5 brilliant red plumes. This was a dragon species and a phoenix species. Witnessing this scene, Xianxia felt a profound shock within her heart. Although both beasts were merely at the mid-level of the second tier, the spiritual pressure they exuded was not significantly less formidable than that of Lu Nan, whom she had previously faced. The three-tailed azure fox and the golden thunder eagle, among other spiritual beasts, sensed the oppressive force emanating from their souls, causing them to tremble slightly. If they were to engage in battle, their spirit would diminish by a third even before the conflict began. It was evident that these adversaries were far beyond what her spiritual beasts could contend with. Xianxia's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. Should she press on and risk herself amid the chaos, or adopt a wait-and-see approach, hoping for the dragon and phoenix to exhaust each other, thus allowing her to reap the rewards? Alternatively, should she withdraw and seek another location where the heavenly spirit fruit might grow? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xianxia made her decision. She summoned the Yuming white tiger and the golden thunder eagle into her cave abode, before stealthily advancing further. The azure wind python on her wrist diligently adjusted its size, concealing Xianxia's figure and presence. Guided by the three-eyed azure fox, she swiftly arrived at Qingshan Lake, where several other cultivators, eager to seize the opportunity, were vying for the heavenly spirit fruits while the azure dragon and phoenix were locked in combat. At this moment, several groups of individuals were engaged in a fierce skirmish, while Xianxia vaguely sensed that there were others lurking around Qingshan Lake. Beside the lake stood 4 divine spirit fruit trees, 2 of which bore ripe fruits, while one had just begun to yield, and the other was merely in bloom, drawing no contention. After altering her appearance, Xianxia swiftly uprooted the newly fruiting divine spirit fruit tree and stored it in her heavenly abode before plunging into the depths of Qingshan Lake. It was hard to believe that the Jiao Dragon Cavern harbored no treasures. Indeed, seizing the opportunity before the Azure Jiao returned, she embarked on a day of exploration within the lair. The other cultivators watched as Lu Chuxia deftly collected an unripe divine spirit fruit, then dove into the lake, leaving them momentarily stunned. However, they quickly regained their composure, and many followed suit into the depths of Qingshan Lake. Upon entering the water, the azure wind python coiled around Lu Chuxia, guiding her downwards. Soon, it led her to a cavern imbued with the essence of the Jiao Dragon. Before the lair lay three seemingly ordinary blades of grass, yet these grasses emanated a distinct aura of the Jiao Dragon. Upon recognizing this, Lu Chuxia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Dragon saliva grass. This grass is born from the long-dripped essence of Jiao Dragon saliva onto common grass, nourished by the dragon's aura, transforming it into dragon's saliva grass. This remarkable herb has numerous applications. Most simply, it can be consumed and refined by beasts containing Jiao Dragon blood, awakening their inherent powers, purifying their lineage, leading to transformation, and even enhancing their cultivation. Each of these three dragon saliva grasses boasted 300 years of age. It remained uncertain whether they could thrive within her heavenly abode. Lu Chuxia was uncertain about how long the conflict between the Azure Jiao and the Feng species would persist. At this moment, time equated to life. After she collected the three dragon spiral grasses, her gaze shifted to the tree behind the nest. Chapter 33. The Dragon Coiling Tree. The spirit of the dragon would, upon first encountering the tree at the Jiao Dragon's nest, Lu Chuxia sensed that it was extraordinary. The tree appeared ancient, its roots intertwined, while its trunk bore scales the size of a human palm, reminiscent of a dragon's armor. Furthermore, she felt an intense aura of the Jiao emanating from this tree. Yet, it stood only 2 or 3 zhang tall, suggesting it had yet to reach maturity. This was the Dragon Coiling Tree. A realization struck Lu Chuxia, illuminating her features with sheer ecstasy. It was no wonder that this place could nurture a mid-level Azure Jiao. Upon recognizing the tree as the Dragon Coiling Tree, her expression transformed into one of enlightenment. At that moment, the Qifeng python exhibited waves of excitement, circling the Dragon Coiling Tree, conveying an overwhelming desire to entwine itself around it. The phoenix finds solace in the parasol tree, while the dragon resides within the Dragon Coiling Tree. Each of these trees embodies the essence of their respective creatures, the phoenix and the Jiao, thus giving rise to the legend of the phoenix perching on the parasol tree and the dragon coiling around the Dragon Coiling Tree. The phoenix and the Jiao, perched upon their respective trees, can purify their own bloodline power, while the potent bloodline aura from the phoenix and Jiao nourishes both trees. The relationship between the two is symbiotic, fostering mutual growth. If a scruffy bird were to perch upon a phoenix tree, the ethereal essence of the tree would gradually refine the bird's bloodline, fostering its evolution towards that of a phoenix. However, as Lu Chuxia was aware, both in the mortal realm and the spirit world, the phoenix tree and the dragon coil tree are exceedingly rare, with instances of their extinction even being reported. One could only encounter these trees in secret realms or perilous locations. To her astonishment, she discovered a dragon coil tree in this very place. Without hesitation, she began to excavate the soil surrounding the tree, and with a swift gesture, she intended to transport the dragon coil tree into her hidden paradise. Yet, Lu Chuxia was taken aback when, instead of being planted in her spiritual field as she had intended, the dragon coil tree uncontrollably rooted itself within the spirit beast enclosure. The dragonwood spirit, a companion guardian of the pure-blood dragon lineage, upon reaching maturity and transcending the transformation tribulation, could assume human form. Recognizing the first dragon it encounters as its master, in its juvenile stage, it had yet to awaken its intelligence. Its innate talent allowed it to release the essence of the flood dragon, purifying the bloodlines of demon beasts infused with the dragon's heritage, thus facilitating their transformation into dragons. Its qualifications were deemed exceptional. How could this dragon coil tree so swiftly transform into a dragon with spirit? Before she could ponder further, Lu Chuxia sensed an approaching presence. In a short span, 3 male cultivators in the later stages of qi refinement, upon noticing the desolate dragon's nest and a massive pit, presumed Lu Chuxia had unearthed some treasure. The leading male cultivator glared fiercely at Lu Chuxia and demanded, "Hand over your storage bag, and I shall spare your life." "Humph. With you lot, are you here simply to deliver a meal?" Lu Chuxia regarded the 3 late-stage qi practitioners before her with disdain. Without needing any instruction from Lu Chuxia, The Qingfeng python manifested in a flash of spiritual light, appearing behind one of the late-stage Qi practitioners. With a single gulp, it devoured him whole. A second-tier spirit beast. This is impossible. How could you possess a second-tier demon beast? The remaining 2 practitioners, witnessing the sudden emergence of a second-tier spirit beast from the female cultivator, were filled with disbelief and terror, fleeing in panic. How can we confront a second-tier spirit beast? It feels like we are merely offering ourselves as a meal. The Qingfeng python coiled its tail around them tightly, despite their attempts to strike it with their magical artifacts. The sounds of clinking echoed as their attacks failed to breach the python's defenses. They could only watch in horror as they were swallowed whole. Subsequently, the Qingfeng python opened its mouth and spat out 3 storage bags towards Lu Chuxia, then coiling around her, began moving towards the water's surface. Lu Chuxia sensed that by removing the dragon pan tree, the azure flood dragon, engaged in battle with the phoenix seed, would undoubtedly feel its absence. It was likely that the azure flood dragon had abandoned its adversary and was now hastening back to its lair. Indeed, as Huang Zisu had surmised, the azure flood dragon, upon sensing the life force of its sustenance, the dragon pan tree, had vanished, became enraged. With fierce claws and a twisting tail, it launched a frenzied assault on the phoenix seed. The fire phoenix. The fire phoenix, possessing a fiery temperament and high intelligence, realized that its longtime foe must have encountered some calamity and was eager to escape. However, it found itself unable to shake off the azure flood dragon, which clung to it tenaciously. Only after they had both exhausted themselves in battle did the fire phoenix finally relent, allowing the azure flood dragon to depart. The unfortunate cultivators near Qingshan Lake encountered a calamity. Upon meeting a green dragon, they were swallowed whole, sealing their fate within the dragon's belly. After Lu Chuxia secured the dragon coiling tree within her cave abode, she departed from Qingshan Lake, mounting the back of the golden thunder eagle, which swiftly carried her in the opposite direction toward the location of the previously discovered spirit stone vein. With the golden thunder eagle racing ahead, in less than an hour, Lu Chuxiao arrived once again at the spirit stone mine she had found earlier. Without delay, she immediately set up the misty wave array that she had brought from the cloud mist secret realm. As she placed the spirit stones onto the array plate, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring not only Lu Chuxiao's figure but also the terrain itself. With a sigh of relief, she felt secure. After establishing the formation, she settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, her spirit entering her cave abode. Earlier, the Qingfeng python had been taken into her sanctuary, and now it coiled around the dragon coiling tree in a series of loops. Lu Chuxia distinctly sensed a unique aura emanating from the tree, gradually flowing toward the Qingfeng python, which comfortably closed its eyes in a state of bliss. Lu Chuxia surmised that this special aura must be the essence of the dragon, which was transforming the Qingfeng python's body, purifying and awakening the dragon bloodline within it. After her spirit returned to its rightful place, Lu Chuxia opened her eyes, gazing at the spirit stone mine with a glimmer of excitement. With a flick of her brow, all her companions, the three-eyed Qing fox, the diamond ape, the nether-white tiger, and the vigilant golden thunder eagle in the sky, immediately gathered before her. Now, with merely half a month remaining until the closure of the misty realm, every spirit stone extracted counts. At this moment, Lu Chuxia felt a pang of regret for not having contracted some mining spirit beasts or spirit insects, which has truly hindered her opportunity to profit. Chapter 34. Medium-grade spirit stones. The King Kong ape wielded its Xianxia staff and struck the ground with a resounding thud, before prying it up, revealing several spirit stones. Lu Chuxia followed closely behind, collecting the stones as they emerged. The golden thunder eagle was even more direct. It zeroed in on the spirit stones, its sharp, glinting beak piercing through the hard rock as effortlessly as if it were tofu, each time emerging with a spirit stone in its grasp. The bloodthorn took root and plunged directly into the earth, causing the ground to swell. Moments later, it surfaced, bringing with it several spirit stones. The three-eyed blue fox and the nether-white tiger incessantly dug with their forepaws, occasionally unearthing a few spirit stones as well. Lu Chuxia had initially believed they would continue mining until the very end of their time in the Misty Realm. One day, the three-eyed blue fox, filled with excitement, transmitted waves of fervor to Lu Chuxia, its forepaws incessantly digging at a specific spot within the spirit stone mine. Had it discovered a spirit herb of exceptional quality? Observing the three-eyed blue fox's demeanor, Lu Chuxia understood the reason for its exhilaration. With a swift motion, xianxia summoned the three-eyed blue fox into her grasp. A flicker of spirit light illuminating her hand. The fox was suddenly caught by its master, its bewitching eyes reflecting a pleading expression. It then bowed its forepaws in a gesture of deference towards xianxia, appearing utterly adorable. Unable to resist, xianxia embraced the three-eyed blue fox, playfully ruffling its fur. The three-eyed blue fox cooperatively closed its eyes, a look of comfort gracing its face. The diamond ape took the place of the three-eyed blue fox, wielding the profound cane and delving into the earth tirelessly. The bloodthorn, the netherworld white tiger, and the golden thunder eagle also joined in this excavation. Medium-grade spirit stones. After digging down for several dozen zhang, xianxia suddenly beheld a spirit stone brimming with spiritual energy, not only more abundant than a low-grade spirit stone, but also purer. A look of surprise illuminated her face. She had not expected to unearth a medium-grade spirit stone. Spirit stones are categorized into 4 grades: upper, middle, lower, and extreme. Typically, 100 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for a single medium-grade one, while it takes 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones to obtain a single upper-grade one. As for extreme-grade spirit stones, their worth is immeasurable, being exceedingly rare throughout the entire realm of cultivation. It is almost unheard of for anyone to trade high-grade spirit stones for low-grade ones, as the higher the grade, the purer the spiritual energy contained within, with fewer impurities, thus allowing for swifter absorption and refinement. There are even rumors that extreme-grade spirit stones can aid cultivators in their endeavors to conceive. xianxia had initially presumed that this vein of spirit stones was merely a small one. Yet, even without delving deeply, the discovery of a medium-grade spirit stone suggested that this was no minor spirit stone vein. Were you so excited earlier because of the presence of medium-grade spirit stones? xianxia, noticing the absence of any rare materials, spirit herbs, or medicinal plants after digging for several dozen zhang, gently tapped the head of the three-eyed blue fox and inquired. Squeak. The three-eyed azure fox vigorously shook its head, emitting a series of high-pitched chirps, while its forepaws mimicked a vigorous digging motion. Are you suggesting we should continue to excavate, for there lies treasure below? xianxia grasped the meaning. The azure fox, its luminous eyes gleaming, nodded emphatically at xianxia. After a brief interval, the diamond apes and several beasts delved into the ground for several dozen zhang, during which xianxia collected over 100 medium-grade spirit stones and nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the diamond ape struck the vein's wall with a mighty blow, an echoing sound reverberated through the air. The azure fox became increasingly animated, gesturing excitedly towards xianxia. Instantly, xianxia commanded the diamond ape to strike with fervor. With a resounding crash, the ape smashed a hole approximately a zhang wide into the mine wall. In an instant, a torrent of pure spiritual energy surged forth, rushing towards xianxia. This pristine energy seemed to require no refinement. It directly penetrated her meridians and dantians, momentarily enhancing her cultivation to the 10th level of qi refinement. xianxia's curiosity regarding the contents of the cavern deepened. She tossed several moonlight stones into the air above the cave. Soon, she discerned the interior's layout. The cavern was modest in size, measuring just over 10 zhang in diameter, adorned with stalactites, some diminutive like stone bamboo shoots, others towering like majestic Ganoderma pillars. Furthermore, some stalactites extended to the ground, obstructing the path ahead. As xianxia ventured further into the cave, the spiritual energy grew increasingly dense. Suddenly, a brilliant sight captivated her. A colossal stalactite dripped a milky white liquid into the stone basin below. In the stillness of the cavern, the sound resonated distinctly. Within the basin, a small pool of the milky liquid emanated pure spiritual energy. This was a millennia-old stalactite. xianxia, struck by inspiration, her eyes alight with joy, exclaimed with fervor. The formation of a millennia-old stalactite requires the essence of heaven and earth, taking countless years to condense. Typically, these formations arise in areas rich in spiritual stone veins or subterranean realms, where the density and purity of spiritual energy hasten their development and enhance their efficacy. A single drop of this ancient stalactite not only replenishes the spiritual energy of an infant soul cultivator, but also serves as a principal ingredient in refining golden elixirs. This expedition into the misty realm had indeed proven lucrative. As xianxia gazed into the basin, estimating there to be 30 or 40 drops, she hastily retrieved a jade vial to secure these precious drops, placing them within her celestial abode. She had not anticipated acquiring such a vital ingredient for the golden elixir during her journey in the misty realm. What is this? After collecting the millennia-old stalactite, Xianxia noticed that the basin contained a multitude of densely packed white eggs. The white eggs exuded a faint vitality, suggesting that the earlier stalactite had nurtured this life force, ensuring the survival of these eggs. Upon comparing them to the spirit insect eggs, she recognized. Xiao realized she was unfamiliar with the species of these spirit insect eggs. Chapter 35. The Spirit-Eating Worm After the Removal of the Millennium Stalactite. The vitality of these egg worms gradually began to dissipate in its absence. Xiao felt a surge of urgency in her heart. She believed that by placing these spirit worm eggs into the spirit beast enclosure within her blessed realm, she could ensure their survival. Yet, she feared that by doing so, she might occupy her quota for signing spirit beasts, which could prevent her from contracting other spirit beasts in the future. Instantly, her expression fluctuated between hope and despair. And in a moment of resolve, she waved her sleeve and directly transferred the spirit worm eggs into the spirit beast enclosure of her blessed realm. She was betting on the notion that having remained in the stalactite for such an extended period without hatching, these spirit worm eggs must possess extraordinary qualities. As soon as the eggs were placed into the spirit beast enclosure, a wave of information rushed forth. Spirit-eating worm, 99, unhatched. Congenital deficiencies hinder hatching. They require spiritual energy nourishment. Currently, the spirit beast enclosure's level is too low to facilitate the hatching of spirit-eating worms. Talent, none. Qualification, exceptional. Upon discovering that these eggs were spirit-eating worms, a radiant joy illuminated Xiao's face. In the realm of cultivation, there exist two legendary worms, the spirit-eating worm and the gold-devouring worm. Though their names differ by a mere character, their powers are immensely formidable. The gold-devouring worm is known for its voracious appetite for metals and the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, exhibiting incredible ferocity, impervious to fire and water, and often congregating in spherical formations. It can be ensnared by jade-like objects, and its uraniiform counterparts counter each other, possessing a fragile primordial spirit that fears mental attacks. The spirit-devouring insect, adept at consuming the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, possesses an extraordinarily resilient body, impervious to blades and fire, and insatiable in its hunger. It appears nearly invincible, save for its weakness against divine soul attacks, which it fears due to its frail original spirit. However, it is worth noting that formidable external forces can indeed bring about its demise. The low level of the spirit beast enclosure renders it incapable of hatching the devouring insect, confirming my earlier conjecture that this blessed paradise is capable of evolution. The conditions for such evolution are likely tied to my cultivation level. Upon realizing the potential for evolution within this realm, Xiao felt a surge of determination. Within this cavern, the essence of the world's spiritual energy has coalesced into stalactites, yet the cave lacks spirit stones, as they have all transformed into nourishing material. In the days to come, Xiao entered seclusion for cultivation, surrounding herself with bloodthorns for protection, while releasing the remaining spirit beasts to mine. In the Luoyuan County, at Luoyuan Peak, within the ancestral grounds of the Qin family, a middle-aged man addressed Qin Tianquang, who occupied the seat of honor. Tianquang, our clan has scoured the entirety of Luoyuan County and discovered an array beneath a lake in the southern part of the city. We have assaulted this formation for half a day, yet we remain unable to breach it. This location must be what you seek. Uncle Lu, I am aware of this matter. Those clan members who know of it must keep their lips sealed. You need not concern yourselves with this. Consider it as if you are unaware. Furthermore, the Li family's cultivators are relentlessly pursuing, intent on eradicating all traces, fearing that, like me, they may return in the future to leave behind a calamity for our clan. As for other trivial matters, you shall take charge of them, Uncle Lu. Qin Tianquang instructed her uncle. Thereafter, she gathered the remnants of the Qin family and set about the task of rebuilding it. In the present day, the Qin family holds a dominant position within the Luoyuan County. After refining the jade bowl acquired from Lunan, Qin Tianquang discerned that it was an exquisite ancient treasure known as the spirit-absorbing bowl. This remarkable artifact possesses the ability to absorb and reflect enemy attacks, exhibiting profound mysteries. The higher one's cultivation, the more potent the effects of wielding the spirit-absorbing bowl become. A cultivator at the Golden Core stage would find themselves evenly matched against those in the mid-Golden Core stage if they utilized this bowl. The Lu and Qian families have long been arch-rivals, each intimately aware of the other's circumstances. Lunan, having refrained from extensive travels, had not managed to acquire such an ancient treasure despite its allure to Golden Core practitioners. Therefore, Qian Tianchuang surmised that Lu Nin must have discovered an ancient cultivation cave within Luyan County or its vicinity, after failing to uncover significant wealth within the Lu residence. Qian Tianchuang grew increasingly convinced of the existence of another estate belonging to Lu Nan. Thus, after 3 years of searching, she finally uncovered a lead. Upon identifying the suspicious location, Qian Tianchuang promptly summoned her flying sword and set forth towards the southern part of the city. Upon reaching the lake mentioned by her uncle, she invoked a defensive spiritual artifact before diving to the lake's depths. There, she found a shimmering array of azure light safeguarding the center of the lake. As she circled the formation, occasionally striking at it, she recognized it as a water-based defensive array previously set up by Lu Nan, the Water Dragon Formation. This purely water-attributed defensive array, situated within lakes, seas, or areas rich in aquatic spiritual energy, greatly amplifies its defensive capabilities. Fortunately, as the array lacked a host, she was able to breach it with relative ease after dedicating some time to the task. Without uttering a word, Qian Tianchuang unleashed her flying sword, launching a fervent assault on the Water Dragon Formation. The formation merely rippled slightly before remaining steadfast, resembling an impenetrable turtle shell. After expending a full 3 days and nights, Qian Tianchuang finally managed to breach the Water Dragon Formation. Upon its collapse, a dark cavern came into view. Qian Tianchuang summoned her defensive spiritual artifact and ventured into the depths of the black tunnel. It twisted and descended, seemingly burrowing deep into the earth. After walking cautiously for a quarter of an hour, her surroundings suddenly brightened, revealing a chamber reminiscent of a cultivation room. At the head of the chamber lay a stone bed, while the walls on either side bore several niches containing various materials such as spirit stones and jade slips. Approaching, Qian Tianchuang examined each item, confirming they were indeed reserves left by the Lu family. In the center of the chamber, intricate and esoteric formations were engraved. Yet Qian Tianchuang could discern no clarity, only recognizing it as a potential teleportation array. This position. Noticing the niche carved into the left wall appeared somewhat familiar. She placed the spirit-absorbing jade bowl into it, which fit perfectly alongside another space that seemed akin to the spiritual testing plate held by Sister Jiua. Thus, it could be inferred that Lu Nan acquired the spirit-absorbing jade bowl and the spiritual testing plate from this very location. It seemed he had not traversed the teleportation array to the other side. Lu Nan, ever cunning, might have deemed the other side either fraught with peril or devoid of gain, or perhaps the dangers were insurmountable for him. Desiring to advance to the realm of golden core, Qian Tianchuang murmured softly. Her expression fluctuated between joy and despair as she sensed an opportunity awaiting on the other side of the teleportation array. She recalled that her sister, Jiu, had already attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Without a fortuitous encounter, forming a golden core would be exceedingly difficult. A thought crossed her mind, prompting her to retrieve a communication jade talisman. With a single hand, she gestured and infused several spiritual incantations into the talisman. After a fleeting flash of azure brilliance, a line of small characters materialized within it. Upon seeing this, Qian Tianchuang's heart steadied, and she sat cross-legged, waiting in silence. Chapter 36. Exchange for Foundation Establishment Pills. On this day, within the depths of the Spirit Stone Mine in the Misty Cloud secret realm, Luchuxia opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. It is nearly time. I must depart from the Misty Cloud secret realm, she declared. For the past 10 days, Luchuxia had been diligently cultivating within the cavern. Although her cultivation had not yet broken through, she had made significant progress toward the 10th level of Qi refinement. Luchuxia estimated that if she consumed a few more spirit-gathering pills, she would undoubtedly reach the 11th level within 3 to 5 months. During this period, several spiritual beasts had excavated spirit stones, yielding an impressive bounty of 40 to 50,000 spirit stones for Luchuxia, along with numerous rare treasures acquired from the Misty Cloud secret realm, making her fortune flourish. We are leaving. After retracting the Vajra ape and golden thunder eagle, Luchuxia mounted the back of the nether white tiger and made her way toward the exit of the Misty Cloud secret realm. Those cultivators within the realm could instinctively sense the impending closure of the Misty Cloud secret realm and its exit. The moment of departure was often fraught with peril, due to the presence of numerous cultivators lying in wait at the exit, intent on committing murder and seizing treasures. Preying upon other practitioners who had crafted their wares within the Misty Realm, she found herself isolated and exceedingly vulnerable to ambush. Although Luchuxia harbored no fear, there was no need to invite unnecessary trouble upon herself. Earlier, She had arranged a rendezvous with the three brothers, Ada, to exit the Misty Realm together. Among them, one was at the pinnacle of chi refinement, two at the 11th level, and one at the 10th level, accompanied by a first-tier peak spiritual beast, equating to formidable combat prowess. Given such formidable strength, any would-be assailants would undoubtedly think twice before attempting to target them. Upon arriving at their agreed meeting point, Xianxia found the three brothers already waiting for her. After a warm greeting and a brief exchange of pleasantries, the four of them, along with the beast, set off towards the exit. They proceeded with caution, remaining vigilant as they navigated the path leading out of the Misty Realm. Along the way, they discerned several ambushes laid by other cultivators, who likely refrained from attacking upon recognizing the formidable presence of late-stage chi refinement practitioners. Additionally, they encountered a skirmish between cultivators. To avoid any entanglements and potential trouble, Xianxia and her companions opted to take a detour. After a considerable 2 hours, the group finally arrived before a portal radiating a brilliant white light. Once Xianxia stowed her spectral white tiger, she stepped through the luminous portal, only to be met with a sensation of vertigo, as if the very fabric of reality had spun around her. And she soon found herself in the square behind the Lord's mansion of Misty City. At this moment, numerous cultivators emerged from the Misty Realm, forming a queue to surrender the spiritual herbs and medicines harvested within. A young golden core cultivator wielded a golden mirror, casting its reflection upon the chi refinement practitioners as they presented their offerings. When no reaction appeared on the mirror's surface, the practitioners were permitted to depart. To harbor spiritual medicine in secrecy is to court death. Then, as the young golden core cultivator illuminated another chi refinement practitioner with the golden mirror, a radiant beam of golden light emanated from it, cascading down from the practitioner's bosom, revealing a small, three-pronged golden herb that fell into the golden core cultivator's grasp. "Spare me, senior," the chi refinement practitioner begged, hastily kneeling and bowing in supplication upon realizing that his concealed spiritual herb had been discovered. Upon seizing the golden herb, the golden core cultivator swiftly flicked his fingers, unleashing several strands of sword chi that cleaved the chi refinement practitioner into multiple pieces, serving as a stark warning to the others who awaited their turn to submit their herbs and medicines. The 1,000-year-old golden herb, indeed, rendered this journey worthwhile. The young golden core cultivator's expression brightened upon recognizing the prized herb's age. He promptly extracted a jade box, carefully storing it within one of his storage pouches. The spiritual herbs and medicines surrendered from the Misty Realm were to be equally divided among the three sects, unless a cultivator sought to exchange them for admission into one of the sects, in which case those herbs would belong solely to that sect. One after another, cultivators submitted their spiritual herbs and elixirs. Xianxia observed that only a small fraction of them had joined the three major sects, while the majority remained in the Misty Realm with scant rewards. Not only were their earnings insufficient to exchange for Foundation establishment pills, but they also lacked the qualifications to secure a place in the three sections. A small number of cultivators directly traded the spiritual herbs and elixirs gathered from the Misty Realm for Foundation establishment pills before departing. "Esteemed seniors, these are the spiritual herbs and elixirs I obtained from the Misty Realm," Xianxia said, as her turn to present her findings approached. Upon exiting the Misty Realm, she had stored all her valuable acquisitions in her cave abode, only retrieving 3 primary herbs needed for the creation of Foundation establishment pills, intending to exchange them for a single pill to conceal her intentions for future cultivation. "Indeed, do you wish to join a sect for training? Or do you seek to exchange for a Foundation establishment pill?" questioned the tipsy elder as he accepted Xianxia's offerings, belching lightly. Soon after, Xianxia sensed a peculiar aura sweeping over her, a clear indication that the golden core cultivator was probing to ascertain whether she had any hidden spiritual herbs or elixirs. "I wish to exchange for a Foundation establishment pill," she stated respectfully, noting that the reflective surface of the mirror revealed no response. The elder flicked his finger, and a jade vial shot back toward Xianxia. Grasping the vial with one hand, she performed a courteous bow to the trio of golden core cultivators before gradually retreating. Having obtained a Foundation establishment pill in the midst of the crowd, Xianxia noticed a few discerning individuals trailing behind her, curious if she had made any gains. As Xianxia departed from the square, she noticed the radiant Xiaoyue approaching, cognizant that Xiaoyue was awaiting her emergence from the Misty Realm. In an instant, Xiaoyue comprehended the situation, her formidable aura of perfected Foundation cultivation emanating without reservation, which caused the chi refining practitioners trailing Xianxia to scatter in fright. Fearing the repercussions of attracting the attention of a fully realized foundation cultivator, they hastily retreated, realizing that the cost of obtaining a single foundation pill seemed rather steep. Upon hearing this, Jiayue shook her head in slight disappointment. Jiayue, do you think the spiritual herbs and medicines in the Misty Realm are as common as cabbages? Easily found everywhere? The fact that I managed to acquire even one foundation pill is already a stroke of great fortune. Besides, my aptitude is decent. Consuming a single foundation pill would indeed allow me to establish my foundation, so do not worry, dear sister. Lu Chuxia, misinterpreting Jiayue's concern, offered her reassurance. That is not my intent, Jiayue replied. If you possessed a few more foundation pills, you could begin establishing your foundation without needing to cultivate to the 12th level of qi refining. This would save you several years, as you would otherwise have to reach that level before commencing your foundation establishment. Sister Jiayue, is there some hidden secret to foundation establishment? Lu Chuxia inquired, her spirits lifted by Jiayue's words. It appeared that, as long as one had enough foundation pills, there was no need to reach the 12th level of qi refining to commence the foundation process. Although she currently possessed but one foundation pill, she had the necessary spiritual herbs and medicines for its refinement. With the right amount of spirit stones, she could indeed produce more foundation pills. Chapter 37. The Secrets of Foundation Establishment in Ancient Times. The air was thick with spiritual energy, and the land was adorned with rare and extraordinary flora, abundant in elixirs beneficial to low-level cultivators. Practitioners of qi cultivation could advance to the 9th level of qi refining, at which point they were poised to embark on the journey of foundation establishment. However, for reasons unknown, the spiritual essence of the world has gradually waned, rendering spiritual herbs and elixirs increasingly scarce, particularly those of superior quality, which are now seldom found, thus complicating the path of cultivation. In response, some cultivators have sought to refine ancient techniques, introducing additional levels to the qi refining stage, extending it to the 10th, 11th, and 12th tiers. This enhancement aims to solidify one's foundation, facilitating a more seamless transition into the foundation establishment phase. For those of exceptional talent, there are practitioners who can eschew the need for foundation establishment pills, achieving this milestone directly upon reaching the 9th level of qi refining. Conversely, for those of more ordinary aptitude, possessing a sufficient supply of foundation establishment pills allows them to forcibly ascend to this critical stage. The foundation establishment pills are specifically designed for this purpose, and their potency does not undermine the foundational stability of the practitioner. I have also prepared a solid foundation pill for you. Consuming it post-establishment will instantly stabilize your cultivation, alleviating concerns of instability during confrontations. After revealing the secrets of foundation establishment, Jiayue tossed a jade vial to Lu Chuxia, within which lay the solid foundation pill. Lu Chuxia accepted the vial, her heart awash with mixed emotions. Having forged the Shen spirit contract, they now stood shoulder to shoulder in battle, bound by a bond of life and death. With such ties, their reliability surpassed that of mere acquaintances. The 4 essential elements of cultivation are wealth, companions, methods, and land. The companions occupy the 2nd position, where companions refers not only to romantic partners but also to friends bound by life and death. Perhaps Jiayue recognized her potential and chose to invest in their bond early on, thus forming a sincere friendship. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Half a month after your entry into the Misty Cloud secret realm, Tianxuang sent me a message. She discovered a peculiar teleportation array in Luyun County and suspects that there may be opportunities on the other side. Let us venture forth to investigate. Upon receiving the foundational elixir that Jiayue prepared for her, Lu Chuxia noticed that Jiayue did not express her gratitude. Yet her nod of delight indicated that Chuxia was regarded as a valued ally. Very well, we shall set out at once. Lu Chuxia was pleasantly surprised that fortune had presented itself so swiftly. During your time in the Misty Cloud secret realm, the Miofa Pavilion was closed, and I inquired about news but found nothing of significance. This excursion provides an excellent opportunity for you to take a respite. Jiayue absent-mindedly touched her ear, her index finger lightly tapping her earlobe. Lu Chuxia observed that whenever Jiayue faced significant matters or engaged in serious discussions, she had a tendency to touch her ear and gently tap her earlobe. In contrast, Tianxuang preferred to gather her hair with 3 strokes. Such habits, it seems, they may not even be aware of. Is there such a matter? Let us depart immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuxia's expression grew slightly serious. After the 2 women exited Misty Cloud City, Lu Chuxia promptly released the Golden Thunder Eagle from its spatial abode, soaring towards Luyun County at great speed. Luyun County is neither far nor close to Misty Cloud City, yet the Golden Thunder Eagle, a second-tier flying spirit beast, flew with remarkable swiftness. Even so, it took half a day to finally arrive at Luyun County. This is the place. Jiwei pointed towards the lake before them and immediately summoned a defensive spiritual artifact, diving into the depths of the water. Upon reaching the lakebed, she beheld a protective shield. Jiawei retrieved a communication talisman, murmuring a few incantations into it. And with a flick of her wrist, the talisman transformed into a crimson streak of light, soaring towards the shield. Moments later, Qitian Shuang welcomed Lu Chuxia and her companion into the cave dwelling. Jiawei, Chuxia, this is the place, Qitian Shuang indicated towards the teleportation array. Wait a moment. Let me examine this teleportation array closely. Jiawei observed the formation on the ground, her brows slightly furrowing, sensing that this array differed from those she had previously studied. It appeared to be a teleportation array, yet Jiawei felt an instinctive awareness that it was not as simple as it seemed. Lu Chuxia and Qitian Shuang remained silent, patiently awaiting Jiawei's insights as she scrutinized the array. Sister Jiawei, is there something amiss with the formation? Lu Chuxia inquired, noticing Jiawei's contemplative expression. There are certain elements within this formation that would mislead an untrained eye into believing it is merely a teleportation array. Moreover, this array facilitates only one-way teleportation. Jiawei gazed intently at the formation on the ground, her eyes shimmering with intrigue, as if she had glimpsed a cherished treasure. One-way teleportation? Does that mean the array at the other end can only bring us here? Or are we limited to traveling to the other side? Qitian Shuang was taken aback, realizing that the teleportation array was indeed complex, functioning solely as a one-way passage. In this case, they must carefully deliberate whether to embark on a journey through the teleportation array, for the unknown dangers that may lurk on the other side remain a mystery. This unidirectional teleportation array, once activated from our side, cannot facilitate a return passage. However, if the array markings were to be extended here in a recess for spirit stones formed, this unidirectional array could be transformed into a bidirectional one, allowing for mutual transportation, a nested array, if you will. Yet, in my estimation, the other end of the teleportation array likely leads to a cultivator's cave. While our current location appears to be a contingency set by its master for emergencies or retreat, Jiawei pointed excitedly at several array markings on the ground, eagerly explaining to Lu Chuxia and Qitian Shuang. So shall we teleport over and investigate? Qitian Shuang inquired, glancing at Jiawei and Lu Chuxia. There is no rush, Jiawei replied, shaking her head. I need to fully comprehend this nested array first, and it will take some time to convert the unidirectional teleportation array into a bidirectional one. In my opinion, Jiawei, you should remain here to study this nested teleportation array, while I retreat into seclusion to cultivate. I have gleaned insights within the Misty Realm, and whether it takes a year or 3, I am determined to establish my foundation. My spiritual beast can also benefit from this time, advancing its cultivation further. Afterward, we can teleport with greater assurance of safety. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chuxia slowly addressed Jiawei and Qitian Shuang. Chuxia, you believe you can establish your foundation so soon? You are but 20 years of age, are you not? Even if one establishes a foundation within 5 years, at merely 25 years of age, one would still rival the cultivation speed of the core disciples from the major sections. Upon hearing this, Jiawei was astonished, realizing that Lu Chuxia could establish a foundation in as little as 1 year or as long as 3. Each individual harbors their own secrets. Lu Chuxia's rapid cultivation in the multitude of contracted spirit beasts, which exceed her own cultivation level without any backlash, prompted Jiawei and Qitian Shuang to tacitly refrain from further inquiries. Chapter 38. Success in Foundation Establishment. Arriving at a cave residence on Luyun Peak. Rich in spiritual energy, Lu Chuxia meticulously arranged her formation before settling into a meditative posture. With a flick of her hand, a glimmer of spiritual light illuminated as several storage bags and spirit beast containers materialized in her grasp. These items had been acquired from the qi refining cultivators of the Yuling sect at the lake's bottom. Upon opening the spirit beast container, she discovered that the beasts within had perished alongside their master. Disposing of the deceased beasts into the cave's bountiful realm, she allowed the bloodthorn to feast upon them as sustenance. The magical tools and alchemical materials from the qi refining cultivators did not pique Lu Chuxia's interest. She set them aside to sell at a later opportunity. In a short span, she anticipated advancing to the foundation establishment stage, rendering the magical tools obsolete. Only spiritual artifacts captured her attention. After expending considerable effort to procure the Jin Rue sword and Qing Yin jade, she found herself on the verge of discarding them. Having scarcely utilized them, Luchuxia devoted her focus to the jade slips, examining them one by one. After a quarter of an hour, she held a particular jade slip, rotating it thoughtfully between her fingers. Among the dozens of jade slips in the storage bags, only this one captivated her interest, containing the record of a blood dissolution technique. This secret technique involves refining the bloodline power of similar spiritual beasts, purifying one's own bloodline to return to ancestral traits. Previously, I acquired a celestial Luan white ape within the misty secret realm, which can now be tested on the body of the diamond ape. Perhaps the diamond ape will inherit the celestial bloodline power residing within the celestial Luan white ape. After pondering the blood dissolution technique for half a day and preparing the necessary materials, Luchuxia's primordial spirit entered the blessed land of the cave. Upon Luchuxia's arrival, the beasts immediately surrounded her. The golden thunder eagle lowered its head, nudging Luchuxia before gesturing with its wings towards the direction where the golden thunder bamboo was planted. The diamond ape gazed longingly at the celestial lawn white ape. Bloodthorns had already taken root near several second-tier demon beasts, seeking to siphon their essence blood. Even if the golden thunder eagle could not purify the bloodline or stimulate the development of lightning-based supernatural abilities, a single segment of golden thunder bamboo could still elevate its cultivation further. As for the golden thunder bamboo, after a portion was severed, it immediately dimmed and withered, its leaves drooping. Observing this, Luchuxia hurriedly scattered several hundred spirit stones, allowing the golden thunder bamboo to gradually regain its vitality. Prompting a sigh of relief from Luchuxia. Within the blessed land, after collecting materials from the corpses of several second-tier demon beasts for forging, Luchuxia left the body of the celestial one white ape intact, allowing the bloodthorns to drain the rest. After absorbing the essence blood from several demon beasts, the bloodthorns glimmered with a faint red light, firmly rooted in the ground, motionless. It appeared that once it digested the essence blood of the demon beasts, its cultivation would advance further. The ethereal white tiger and the three-eyed azure fox were presented with several bottles of spirit-feeding elixirs by Huang Zisu, who sent them off to engage in their cultivation. Soon, her gaze fell upon the azure wind python coiled around the dragon coil tree. Its eyes closed as it absorbed the essence of the ethereal dragon emanating from the tree. The creature shimmered with a hazy, spiritual radiance, its aura steadily growing stronger. Witnessing this positive development, Luchuxia shifted her focus to the diamond ape and the celestial Yuan white ape. She instructed the diamond ape to sit cross-legged beside the corpse of the celestial Yuan white ape. With a flick of her finger, a blade of sword energy sliced through the wrists of the celestial Yuan white ape, and as she formed a mystic seal with her hands, vibrant crimson spiritual light flickered at its wrists, transforming into torrents of blood that surged into the diamond ape's mouth and nostrils. Concurrently, the once robust body of the celestial Yuan white ape began to wither. This blood absorption technique was akin to siphoning the entirety of the celestial Yuan white ape's blood, essence, and vital fluid into the diamond ape's being. The diamond ape would refine the essence while discarding the dross, harnessing the bloodline power of the celestial Yuan white ape, purifying its own bloodline strength, and potentially inheriting the celestial Yuan bloodline within. Following this, Luchuxia gestured towards the celestial Yuan white ape. And 3 droplets of essence, 2 gold and 1 azure, emerged from its body and entered the diamond ape. Subsequently, the celestial Yuan white ape was reduced to mere skeletal remains. However, the diamond ape radiated a golden spiritual light, its aura steadily ascending as it diligently refined the essence of the celestial Yuan white ape. Once Luchuxia had settled the spirit beast within her cave abode, she commenced the cultivation of the spiritual herbs and medicines required for the foundation establishment pill. After nurturing 50 portions of the primary ingredients for the pill, she finally halted to recuperate her energy before embarking on the alchemical process of crafting the foundation establishment pill. Although the foundation establishment pill is primarily intended for practitioners of qi cultivation, Luchuxia found the process somewhat challenging given her own cultivation level. After several unsuccessful attempts, she eventually grasped the technique and successfully refined a total of 50 foundation establishment pills. Once she exhausted the spiritual herbs used for this batch, Luchuxia, with her spirit returning to its rightful place, let out a gentle chuckle. With a flick of her sleeve, an array of verdant pills soared forth, their layers of green radiating a delightful fragrance and astonishing spiritual energy, all of which were the foundation establishment pills she had crafted. with her eyes closed. She repeatedly circulated her cultivation technique through the Great Zhou cycle, losing track of time. When she finally opened her eyes, a moment of clarity dawned upon her. With a deep breath, she inhaled, drawing in a streak of azure energy that enveloped one of the foundation establishment pills and drew it into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a stream of pure spiritual energy that flowed down her throat and into her dantian, where it melded with her body's meridians. However, the process of establishing a foundation consists of two crucial steps. The first involves gathering all the spiritual energy from the 8 extraordinary meridians into the dantian, while the second requires compressing this energy into a liquid state, which signifies successful foundation establishment. At this moment, the advantages of her powerful spirit became apparent. The stronger the spirit, the easier it was to condense and compress the spiritual energy, thus increasing the chances of success. Unexpectedly, rather than aiding her in establishing her foundation, this pure spiritual energy elevated xianxia's cultivation to the pinnacle of the 11th layer of qi cultivation. As the potency of this energy waned, xianxia inhaled once more, ingesting 2 additional foundation establishment pills. If the consumption of the first foundation pill stirred a tempest within her body, then the ingestion of 2 simultaneously unleashed a tumultuous tidal wave. Xianxia directly transcended to the 12th level of qi training, consolidating the spiritual energy of the 8 extraordinary meridians entirely within her dantian. Yet, the spiritual energy remained insufficient. With her eyes wide open, Xianxia took another breath, swallowing 3 foundation pills that transformed into torrents of pure spiritual energy, furiously surging into her dantian. With this influx, her dantian erupted like a storm, generating waves of spiritual energy akin to a torrential downpour, as droplets of azure liquid, akin to grains of rice, cascaded down, reminiscent of a gentle rain. Subsequently, Xianxia's aura surged, marking her breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 39. Upgrading the Cave Heaven and Blessed Land following Xianxia's ascension to the foundation establishment stage. A resounding roar echoed within her sea of consciousness. The distant white mist gradually dissipated, revealing several acres of black spiritual fields and a spirit well, while the area for spirit beasts expanded outward. Drawn by this surge of energy, the Qingfeng python, in the midst of its secluded cultivation, directly advanced to the late 2nd level, while the King Kong ape broke through to the mid-2nd level. Upon achieving this new stage, the King Kong ape sprouted a pair of azure wings, each spanning nearly 10 feet, astonishingly inheriting the bloodline power of the Tianwan, evolving into the Tianwan white ape. Following a flash of golden lightning, the golden thunder eagle radiated arcs of electricity, successfully awakening its thunderous innate talent and advancing to the mid-2nd level. The bloodthorn also ascended to the 2nd level, and the nether white tiger, after consuming the foundation pill provided by Xianxia, successfully progressed to the early 2nd level. Upon reaching the late stage of the 1st level, the three-eyed blue fox advanced further. After successfully establishing her foundation, Xianxia was enveloped by an acrid odor that lingered around her. Frowning slightly, she flicked her fingers and cast several cleansing spells, banishing the impurities that had accumulated during her foundation establishment. Subsequently, she conjured a water technique. Xianxia observed that her body, having been purified by spiritual energy, felt as though it had been washed of all filth. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her beauty accentuated by bright eyes and pearly teeth, radiating a captivating elegance that elevated her appearance to an ethereal level. After the foundation establishment and cleansing of her marrow, her physique was now elongated, curvaceous in all the right places, and her beauty and figure surpassed even her prior state. Feeling a wave of admiration for her own reflection, Xianxia gently caressed her face. However, she reminded herself to stabilize her realm before indulging further, for any excessive stimulation could jeopardize her newfound status, turning it into a source of ridicule. Once she regained her composure, Xianxia retrieved the foundation solidifying pill prepared for her by the moonlit deity and consumed it. As the spiritual energy within her coalesced, the chaotic essence in her dantian settled, securing her initial foundation. She could now engage in battles without the fear of losing her standing. Xianxia calculated that merely half a year had passed during her seclusion. Upon breaking through to the foundation stage, she also noticed changes in her blessed land, indicating an advancement. With a flicker of her divine consciousness, she entered her blessed land, arriving before the stone tablet. Character: female. Xianxia. Lifespan: 243 years. Blessed land: primary. Current infrastructure: 10 acres of spiritual field. Capable of rapidly enhancing any spiritual value with a time flow ratio of 1:10 compared to the outside world. Spiritual stones can be buried in the field to enrich fertility and cultivate spiritual herbs. In the cultivation chamber, one can nurture their primordial spirit, heal wounds, and achieve sudden enlightenment. There exists a spirit beast enclosure, where establishing a bond and awakening their essence can expedite the training of spirit beasts. Additionally, there is an unsealed spirit well, whose waters possess a faint aura that can cleanse the body of medicinal toxins. Upon discovering the newly unlocked functions of the blessed land, a look of great joy spread across Lu Chusha's face. The purified waters of the spirit well can eliminate internal toxins, thus alleviating any concerns she may have regarding the consumption of medicinal pills in the future. The cultivation chamber also offers enlightenment capabilities, relieving her worries about the esoteric and obscure nature of certain cultivation techniques. The spirit beast enclosure can further accelerate the training of spirit beasts, though she was uncertain of the effectiveness. At that moment, several spirit beasts, upon seeing Lu Chuxia enter the blessed land, gathered around her, displaying expressions of eagerness to please. The accomplishments they had achieved over the past few days were largely due to the assistance of this sacred space. Now, aside from the three-eyed azure fox, each had advanced to the second tier and resided within the spirit beast enclosure, their intellect resembling that of 11 or 12-year-olds. They recognized that their current achievements were a result of Lu Chusha's guidance. Lu Chuxia waved to the azure wind python, which transformed into a small azure light and coiled around her wrist. At this moment, the python's head and abdomen were noticeably swollen, indicating a tendency to evolve into a dragon, emanating a subtle draconic aura. Looking towards the dragon coil tree, she observed a significant reduction in the draconic aura emanating from it, suggesting that the azure wind python had absorbed a considerable amount of it. However, as the python had yet to fully transform, the draconic energy it possessed could not nourish the dragon coil tree. The golden thunder eagle, mid-second tier, successfully mutated. Talent, speed of light, thunderstrike. Aptitude, above average. Qingfeng python, late phase of level 2, currently awakening the bloodline of the Jiao dragon, having awakened 60%. Talent, wind escape, wind blade, size manipulation. Aptitude, above average. Tianluan white ape, mid-phase of level 2, already mutated. Talent, incredible strength, copper skin iron bones, wind escape. Aptitude, above average. Wyoming white tiger, early phase of level 2, a mutated spirit beast. Talent, soul-devouring refinement, soul-devouring rebirth, soul refinement transformation. Aptitude, variable. Bloodthorn, early phase of level 2. Talent, blood-sucking, limb regeneration, camouflage. Aptitude, above average. Upon discovering the significant advancement in the cultivation of the spirit beasts in their enhanced talents, potential, and aptitude, Lu Chuxia's face lit up with joy. She no longer harbored concerns about the spirit beast's inferior qualifications or their inability to keep pace with her own cultivation. After the spirit beast enclosure underwent an upgrade, the previously housed spirit-eating worms began to thrive under a peculiar aura within the enclosure, showing signs of potential hatching. The dragon coil tree, dragon with spirit, had also grown to about a foot in height, emanating a distinct spiritual energy, its aura unmistakably reaching level 2. After playfully interacting with the spirit beasts, Lu Chuxia made her way to the training room, retrieving the Qinglian sword technique and Tianyin scripture to comprehend their teachings. Upon advancing to the foundation establishment stage, she realized that certain secret arts within these two techniques still required diligent practice. The Qinglian sword technique had already enabled her to manifest sword energy differentiation, with the next steps being the integration of sword energy with thunderous sound and the unity of body and sword. Lu Chuxia hoped that the insights gained within the training room would assist her in achieving the harmonious union of body and sword. Under ordinary circumstances, practitioners in the Qi refinement stage can only master the differentiation of sword energy, while those at the foundation establishment stage are capable of wielding the thunderous resonance of sword energy. It is only the golden core practitioners who can achieve the unity of man and sword. Should one master the thunderous resonance of sword energy during the Qi refinement period, it would enable them to combat foes beyond their level, signifying exceptional talent in swordsmanship. The ability to grasp the secret techniques of sword cultivation at such a level is typically reserved for the most gifted individuals. The path of sword cultivation is not merely a matter of diligent practice. It necessitates an extraordinary aptitude for comprehending the sword's essence, achieved through sudden enlightenment. Lu Chuxia's success in foundation establishment despite her seclusion, stems from her desire to utilize the enlightening capabilities of the cultivation chamber within the blessed realm, hoping to attain the unity of man and sword. This formidable technique greatly amplifies one's combat prowess, and its power escalates with the practitioner's cultivation level, making it one of the most effective methods for confronting foes beyond one's rank. Although she is accompanied by numerous spirit beasts for protection, it is prudent to possess a diverse array of skills, ensuring she remains capable of engaging in battle should unforeseen circumstances arise. The haunting melodies of the heavenly sound canon also warrant her attention. Chapter 40. 3 years later, 3 years hence, xianxia has reached the age of 23. On this day, as the radiant sword lights dissipated from her form within the cave dwelling, she opened her eyes, which shimmered with a fleeting glimmer of sword energy. Sensing something profound, she waved her hand to open the cave's entrance, only to encounter the departing Xianxia. Xianxia, you have advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Congratulations on making further strides on your path of cultivation, Xianxia remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she sensed the spiritual pressure emanating from xianxia. And congratulations to you, Sister Xianxia, on reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage. Before entering her seclusion, xianxia had shared a portion of the monkey wine she acquired in the misty secret realm with Xianxia. After 3 years of seclusion, Xianxia has successfully advanced to the mid-foundation stage thanks to the transformative elixir known as monkey wine. This accomplishment is largely attributed to xianxia. Now, let us seek out Sister Jiao Yue, Xianxia remarked, nodding at xianxia. Very well, xianxia replied with a moment's hesitation before gesturing with one hand, summoning the golden thunder eagle from their celestial abode. The two of them mounted the majestic creature and hurried towards the lake. xianxia had initially intended to procure several protective spiritual artifacts, but upon considering the exploration of the ancient cultivator's cave, she reasoned that if they were to discover any spiritual tools or ancient treasures within, it would render unnecessary any expenditure of spirit stones. If you had delayed any longer, I would have had to summon you both from your retreat. Jiao Yue greeted them as they arrived at the secret cave beneath the lake, her expression brightening at the sight of their notable advancements in cultivation. What has compelled you to summon us? xianxia inquired, sensing an underlying message in Jiao Yue's words. Over the past 3 years, there have been unusual occurrences in the cloud mist forest, and I suspect that a beast tide is imminent, Jiao Yue replied, her countenance growing serious. I wish to investigate this cultivator's cave before the tide arrives. If I can discover any elixirs capable of aiding in the formation of core, I may ensure your safety during the forthcoming onslaught. The beast tide? xianxia pondered, aware that such events transpire every century or so, during which the beasts of Cloud Mist City would launch an assault, utilizing cultivators to eliminate the majority of low-tier monsters, thus reducing resource consumption. It also served as a brutal form of competition among the beasts, a testament to the law of the jungle where the strong prevail over the weak. As we cultivators draw upon the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, the demonic beasts, in turn, consume the flesh and blood of cultivators, as well as their golden cores, to aid their own ascension. When the beast tide strikes, danger intertwines with opportunity. Those who survive the onslaught often find their cultivation advancing significantly, although at a heavy cost of life. Seeing xianxia still somewhat perplexed, Jiao Yue took the time to elucidate the matter further. For now, however, the focus shifted to the quest for a miraculous elixir capable of aiding Jiao Yue in forming her golden core. A flicker of inspiration ignited within xianxia's mind. With a sweep of her divine sense, she assessed Jiao Yue, noting the solidified aura of her spiritual energy. It appeared that over the past 3 years, she had diligently honed her spiritual essence, preparing herself for the formation of her golden core. All that remained was the acquisition of a suitable elixir, allowing her to enter seclusion and successfully condense her golden core. Jiao Yue, allow me to send my spirit beast first to scout the situation on the other side before we proceed, xianxia suggested. Noticing Jiao Yue's intention to position herself in the center of the teleportation array, gently, she grasped Jiao Yue's delicate hand, its softness and smoothness stirring an unexpected flutter in xianxia's heart. Quickly regaining her composure, she flicked her fingers, sending forth a small, pale white insect, about the size of an infant's fist. It possessed 2 wings, 8 appendages on its abdomen, and a serrated mouth. This creature was the spirit-eating insect xianxia had procured from the misty realm. After advancing to the initial level of the cave paradise, the spirit beast enclosure had similarly progressed, emanating a peculiar aura that gradually transformed the bodies of these spirit-eating insects, enhancing their vitality. Remarkably, they hatched a year ago and have since reached the mid-level of the first stage in cultivation. As Xianxia executed a spell that merged with the teleportation array, the array emitted a resonant hum, followed by a flash of white light, and the spirit-eating insect within the array vanished without a trace. Xianxia stood still, her eyes closed. Upon realizing that she could share vision with the spirit-eating insect, a subtle smile graced her features. Earlier, she had tested her ability to share vision with spirit beasts within a certain range. Beyond that distance, such sharing was impossible. During the chi refinement stage, the distance for sharing vision with spirit beast was 500 miles, while in the foundation establishment stage, it extended to 1,000 miles. The fact that the spirit-eating insect could transmit to the other side while maintaining shared vision indicated that the cultivator's cave was no more than 1,000 miles away from them. Xianxia commanded the spirit-eating insect to fly down the passage, discovering that the other side of the teleportation array led into a dark corridor, devoid of any formations. With a flicker of intent, she urged the insect to advance further. After flying through the corridor for a brief moment, they arrived at a grand hall. The hall measured roughly 10 feet in circumference, with 5 passageways at the front. Above each passageway were inscribed the words, elixirs, spiritual herb garden, weapons, classics, and puppets, corresponding to each respective passage. Having ascertained that the other side of the teleportation array posed no immediate danger, Xianxia opened her eyes and declared, "The other side of the teleportation array is currently safe, but there are 5 passageways. Each passageway corresponds to elixirs, spiritual herbs, weapons, classics, and puppets, suggesting that these items are stored behind them. Let us proceed through the teleportation now." Upon hearing this, Jiayue's face lit up with a hint of joy. 3 individuals stood upon the teleportation array, and Jiayue cast a spiritual incantation that descended upon the array. Xianxia felt a disorienting whirl, and in an instant, the trio found themselves on the other side of the formation. They made their way to the 5 corresponding passages in the central hall. "Let us first explore the passage for elixirs," suggested Qin Tianshuang, who observed the pathways but discerned little. However, their primary objective was to locate the miraculous elixir for Jiayue's alchemical advancement, relegating all other pursuits to a later time. Xianxia nodded in agreement. "Then let us commence." Jiayue was acutely aware of Tianshuang and Chusha's intentions. Though she said little, she felt a profound sense of gratitude, perhaps from the moment they forged the Shen Ling contract. Binding them in a bond of life and death, it had been her greatest fortune. With such sisterly camaraderie, she was determined to forge ahead without disappointment. Xianxia summoned the Tianluan white ape, while the Yuming white tiger ventured forth to scout the path ahead, with the trio following closely behind. As for the golden thunder eagle, its considerable size rendered it impractical to release in this confined space. It would be summoned later should the need for combat arise. "Xianxia, your King Kong ape has undergone a remarkable transformation into a Tianluan white ape, and this Yuming white tiger possesses initial second-tier cultivation. You truly astonish me," Jiayue remarked, her eyes glimmering with delight upon witnessing Chusha's contract with such potent spirit beasts. She was not only elated for Chusha's acquisition of these formidable companions, but also relieved that with their protection, the dangers of exploring the cultivator's cave had significantly diminished. Chapter 41. The puppets. 4 puppets rushed towards us. Through the shared vision of the spirit-eating insect flying ahead, Xianxia discerned that not far from them, there were 4 puppets, each about the size of a zhang, clad in a verdant hue, wielding shields and long swords. These puppets seemed to sense their presence. Their eyes glimmered with a green light, and they advanced, albeit somewhat stiffly, in our direction. Observing the Tianluan white ape and the Yuming white tiger ensnared in the onslaught of the 4 puppets, it was evident that they were at a disadvantage, perilously close to danger. With a flick of her wrists, Xianxia unleashed 2 beams of spirit light, one azure, one crimson, propelling them forward. The azure wind python engaged one puppet in a fierce struggle. The bloodthorn vine unleashed a multitude of tendrils, encircling another puppet, its barbed spines attempting to pierce the puppet's form to siphon its essence. However, it appeared that these puppets were composed of an indomitable material, leaving no mark behind. Instead, the puppet wielding the longsword swung it, severing countless tendrils with ease. The bloodthorn vine, known for its resilience and regenerative power, continued to entwine and grow after the initial onslaught, momentarily restraining the puppet. Xianxia pondered that it was better to sacrifice 10 fingers than to lose a single digit. "Tianshuang, let us assist the azure wind python in vanquishing that puppet." Tian Shuang, without further ado, summoned his flying sword, forming intricate hand seals. With a swift motion, the frost sword shimmered into existence, cleaving towards the puppet with precision. Xianxia summoned the golden thunder eagle and the spirit-eating insect from her celestial abode. Although the space was limited, hindering the golden thunder eagle's flight, its position at the rear allowed it to unleash thunderous attacks, aiding the yumming white tiger in ensnaring the puppet. A swarm of soul-eating insects emerged, and with a flicker of thought from Xianxia, 99 of these creatures buzzed ominously, their serrated jaws snapping as they fervently lunged at the puppet ensnared by bloodthorns. These insects, known for their insatiable appetite and formidable mandibles, possessed a robust exterior akin to bronze and iron. Yet, upon biting into the puppet, they left merely the faintest of impressions, the material of which it was composed remaining a mystery. In contrast, when struck by the puppet's flying sword, the insects were momentarily disoriented, wavering before they regained their composure and resumed their relentless assault, seemingly determined to achieve their goal without respite. Observing the fierce tenacity of the insects, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. A howl erupted as a black ripple surged from the dark flame insignia atop the head of the spectral white tiger, sweeping directly toward the puppet. The puppet momentarily halted, caught off guard. In the rear, the golden thunder eagle let out a sharp cry, and a bolt of lightning descended upon the puppet, causing it to falter again. Xianxia noted the puppet's reactions had notably slowed. With another flicker of her mind, she commanded the spectral white tiger and the golden thunder eagle to persist with their soul-seizing and lightning strikes against the puppet. After several rounds of relentless assault, the puppet stood motionless. Meanwhile, on another front, the radiant moon summoned a circular spiritual artifact to bind the puppet, while Tian Shuang wielded her frost sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy aimed at the puppet's chest. With a sharp crack, the puppet remained rooted in place, unyielding. In early summer, Xianxia launched an attack on the chest of the puppet, the very location where the source of its control is situated, serving as the central core. Shattering this point would render the puppet motionless. After vanquishing one puppet, Jiao Yu and Tian Shuang continued their assault on another. In a brief span of time, the three of them, alongside a few beasts, managed to dispatch all 4 puppets. These 4 puppets, classified as level 2, possessed an exceptionally rigid exterior. Having guarded this place for many years, the energy source that sustained their core had nearly dissipated over time. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortless to neutralize these 4 puppets. Upon defeating the 4, Jiao Yu gazed at the remaining motionless puppet and remarked, "The emergence of these 4 puppets suggests that the master of this cavern might be a puppeteer." Xianxia pondered this notion as well. "Sister Jiao Yu Xianxia, I find myself intrigued by this puppet. Perhaps I could study it further. The path of puppetry, if mastered, could provide several companions of equal rank to safeguard oneself, offering a layer of security in the realm of cultivation. To confront a puppeteer, one must be prepared to face multiplied adversaries. When the time comes, we should explore the passageway related to puppetry, in search of insights or techniques regarding puppet creation." Jiao Yu cast several beams of spiritual light to collect the 4 puppets and handed them over to Tian Shuang. Subsequently, the 3 of them continued down the passageway leading to the elixirs. Along the way, they encountered no further puppets or traps guarded by formations. Upon reaching the end of the passage, they discovered a stone chamber. Xianxia instructed the Tianwan white ape to proceed ahead and push open the entrance to the stone chamber. As the chamber door creaked open, a cloud of dust cascaded down from above. Peering into the stone chamber from the outside, one could discern its square and round dimensions, spanning several zhang in size. The walls were etched with numerous recesses, each cradling jade vases or tablets inscribed with ancient texts. The Tianwan white ape ventured cautiously around the chamber, finding no signs of danger. It was only then that Xianxia and her companions felt reassured enough to enter. "Is this the Xianxia Dan? Could it be the Ningjin Dan? And here lies the Jiejin Dan as well?" The expressions of Jiao Yue and Qinian Chuang radiated delight as they beheld the jade vases containing the precious concoctions. However, upon opening one of the vases, they were dismayed to find the elixir had transformed into mere powder. Jiwa, witnessing the miraculous potion disintegrate before her eyes, felt an immense sorrow wash over her. The jade vases bore no protective formations to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy, and the elixirs had succumbed to the ravages of time, rendering them utterly useless. Undeterred, she proceeded to open each vase in turn, only to encounter the same disheartening fate. The elixirs had all turned to dust. Observing this, Xianxia began to examine the tablets and texts. These ancient inscriptions contained invaluable records of formulas and the properties of spiritual herbs, imparting a wealth of knowledge about alchemy to Lu Chuxia. Jiayue, do not despair. Although these elixirs are no longer viable, we still have the spiritual herb garden. Surely, the herbs there have not withered away as well. There may be ingredients within that could aid you in refining your own elixirs, Qinian Shuang reassured, gently patting Jiayue's shoulder, who wore a look of disappointment. Let us hope so, Jiayue replied, clinging to a flicker of hope. In the early summer, among the three of us, you alone are the alchemist, and you have carefully stored away these jade slips and ancient texts. Should they prove useful, please compile a selection for the Tianshuang family. As for me, I have no need of them. Jiao placed her hopes in the medicinal herb garden within this cave, and with renewed determination, she turned to Lu Chuxia. All right. Lu Chuxia responded without hesitation, deftly waving her hand as radiant beams of light surged forth, swiftly collecting the jade slips and texts into her storage pouch. Chapter 42. Jade Mellow Mushroom and Yuan Yang Fruit. Familiar formulas, familiar aromas. As they traversed the pathway of medicinal herbs, they encountered 4 puppets blocking their way. Once they discerned the puppets' weaknesses, within a mere quarter of an hour, Lu Chuxia and her companions dispatched the 4 adversaries. Upon reaching the end of the passage, what awaited them was not a stone chamber, but a shimmering array of golden, azure, and yellow hues. This was the Sankai Guardian Array. Not only could this formation gather spiritual energy, but it also possessed formidable defensive capabilities, making it well suited for guarding the medicinal herb garden. Upon seeing the array at the passage's end, Jiao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Sankai Guardian Array was a refined version of the Sankai Grand Array. The term Sankai refers to the 3 elements of heaven, earth, and humanity, which serve as the 3 focal points of the formation. It necessitates the simultaneous efforts of 3 individuals to effectively breach the array. Otherwise, it would require several times more time and effort to dismantle the Sankai Guardian Array. Tianshuan, you stand here, and Chuxia, you stand here. When I say attack, we shall strike with all our might simultaneously. After Jiao Yu circled the Triad Spirit Guardian Array, she discerned the location of the array's core, positioning herself and her companions at 3 strategic points. Lu Chuxia allocated several spirit beasts. The Yuming White Tiger and the Tianluan White Ape stood beside Qin Tianshuang, while the Golden Thunder Eagle took its place next to Jiao Yu. The Bloodthorn and the Qingfeng Python remained by Lu Chuxia's side. With the assistance of these spirit beasts, their efforts to breach the Triad Spirit Guardian Array became significantly more manageable. Simultaneously, Lu Chuxia, Qin Tianshuang, and their spirit beasts launched an assault on the Triad Spirit Guardian Array. The golden, azure, and yellow shield of the array flickered violently, appearing to weaken momentarily. Upon realizing their attacks were effective, the trio and their beasts coordinated their efforts once more against the protective barrier of the array. In less than a quarter of an hour, a resounding pop echoed as the shield of the Triad Spirit Guardian Array shattered, revealing a spiritual herb garden spanning several dozen feet. Among the treasures was the Yusue mushroom, also known as the Yuanong fruit. The Yusue mushroom is one of the 3 primary ingredients for concocting the golden pill. Even a millennium-old Yusue mushroom carries a 10% probability of yielding a golden pill upon consumption, as do the millennial stalactites and the Tianyuan fruits. The Yuanyang fruit, when ingested and refined by a fully realized foundation establishment practitioner, also presents a 10% chance of forming a golden pill. Wonderful! This place harbors both the Yusue mushroom and the Yuanyang fruit. Even if consumed directly, there is a 20% chance of achieving the golden pill. Jiao Yu exclaimed with great delight, noticing the abundance of the precious herbs within the garden. Moreover, this can significantly aid Sister Jiao Yu. At that moment, Lu Chuxiao extended a jade vial containing a drop of Millennium Stalactite to Jiao Yu. This is the Millennium Stalactite. As Jiao Yu opened the jade vial, an overwhelming surge of pure spiritual energy gushed forth from within. In an instant, Jiao Yu comprehended the precious contents of the vial. Sister, I shall not be polite any longer, she declared, casting a glance at Lu Chuxia without uttering any words of gratitude, and promptly stowed the jade vial away. Thus, it appears that we are merely 1 Tian Yuan fruit short of concocting the golden elixir? Qin Tianshuang inquired upon witnessing Chuxia's possession of the Millennium Stalactite. Theoretically, that is indeed the case. With the beast tide imminent, time is of the essence. Once we exit this cave, I shall choose a suitable location to condense the golden elixir. With the aid of the jade myrtle, the Yuan Yang fruit, and the Millennium Stalactite, I possess a 30% chance of success in forming the golden elixir, which is quite substantial. Since I became aware of my own spiritual nature, I have pondered that during any breakthrough, the consumption of beneficial spiritual pills invariably facilitates the process, irrespective of the magnitude of the realm. Therefore, with these 3 spiritual treasures assisting me in transcending to the golden elixir phase, I am confident in my ability to succeed, Jiao Yu remarked, turning her gaze toward Tianshuang. Among the trio, only they two were spiritual entities, and it was likely that Tianshuang shared this sentiment. Indeed, that is true, Tianshuang replied after a moment of contemplation. Nodding in agreement. Well then, let us refrain from over-discussing this matter. We should first gather and distribute these spiritual herbs and medicines. Afterwards, we shall explore the passage for weapons and tomes. Luchuxia beckoned the two of them to hasten in harvesting the spiritual herbs and distributing them. Ultimately, Luchuxia allocated 3 jade myrtle, 2 yuan-yang fruits, and several other spiritual herbs and medicines aged over a millennium. Moreover, within this mystical herb garden, the spiritual herbs and elixirs are rather scarce, numbering no more than 20 or 30 plants. The most venerable among them are merely 2 specimens of the 3,000-year-old jade spirit mushroom. After meticulously allocating the spiritual herbs and elixirs, they proceeded toward the passage leading to the weapons. Upon vanquishing the puppets guarding the corridor, they entered a stone chamber, where upon a stone pedestal lay 5 dusty magical artifacts. These included a blue flying sword, a small blue umbrella, a white mirror, a fluttering ribbon, and a nearly transparent silver needle, the size of a hair. These are magical artifacts, not ancient treasures, suggesting that this cultivator's dwelling is not a remnant of an ancient practitioner. Jiang Yu gazed at the artifacts on the pedestal, examining each one closely. She discovered that the blue flying sword is a mid-grade magical artifact, while the small blue umbrella, the white mirror, and the fluttering ribbon are all top-grade artifacts. The nearly transparent silver needle is classified as a low-grade artifact. The blue flying sword and silver needle serve as offensive artifacts. The fluttering ribbon can both attack and defend, and also functions as a means of flight, whereas the blue umbrella serves a defensive purpose, and the white mirror acts as an auxiliary tool. Currently, I am in need of a flying sword, and thus I shall claim the blue flying sword for myself. Lu Chuxia took the blue flying sword, having advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Her previous golden sharp sword was rendered obsolete. She had intended to purchase a spiritual flying sword, yet now she has acquired a mid-grade magical sword within the dwelling. This sword is sufficient for her use until she reaches the golden core stage. Therefore, I shall also take the silver needle artifact. The remaining 3 artifacts shall await Jiang Yu's ascension to the golden core realm, at which point she can begin their ritualistic cultivation. When the time comes. After Sister Jiao Yue ascends to the golden core realm, she will possess 3 exquisite magical artifacts, ensuring her standing among her peers. Qi Tianshuang has taken away the silver needle artifact. Very well, I shall not be modest then. Jiao Yue felt a surge of gratitude. Both Chu Xia and Tianshuang had reserved the finest treasures for her. She silently vowed that as long as they remained loyal to her, she would reciprocate with unwavering devotion. Chapter 43. The Art of Spirit Refinement. At last, the 3 of them ventured towards the passage of ancient tomes, accompanied by a secret technique, the Art of Spirit Refinement. For a puppet master, possessing a formidable spirit consciousness is paramount to commanding numerous and powerful puppets. The Art of Spirit Refinement comprises 4 tiers, requiring not only the aid of elixirs during cultivation but also the endurance of excruciating pain from the tearing of one's spirit consciousness. Within the ancient texts, they learned that this place was a secluded abode of the 1,000 mechanisms recluse. Renowned for his mastery over puppets, the recluse was a solitary cultivator from a millennium ago, known to have attained the false infant stage before his mysterious disappearance. Qin Tianshuang expressed a keen interest in puppetry, prompting Lu Chuxia and Jiao Yue to readily bestow the technique 1,000 mechanisms, 100 refinements upon her. As for the art of spirit refinement, each of them made a copy, all intending to cultivate this profound technique. However, retreating to Cloud Mist City for the purpose of forming their cores seemed unfeasible. If I remain absent from the Spirit Pill Pavilion for an extended period, the spies planted by my adversaries will report my absence, leading them to send individuals to investigate or disrupt my progress, ultimately hindering my core formation. Thus, I am resolved to seek an alternative location for this crucial endeavor. Regarding core formation, it is a matter of utmost seriousness, Jiao Yue remarked solemnly. Sister Jiao Yue, what do you mean by seeking another place for the formation of the golden core? Is this not an excellent location for such an endeavor? Moreover, Both I and Chu Xiao will be here to protect you during your cultivation, ensuring that you are undisturbed by others. Or do you believe that our ancestral land is beneath your notice? Qin Tianchuang understands that Zhao Yue fears being implicated, which is why she seeks an alternative site for her golden core formation, feigning that Zhao Yue looks down upon her ancestral grounds. Sister Zhao Yue, ever since we established the Shen Ling contract and fostered close ties, we have drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives, who may perceive us as a united front. Regardless of where you choose to cultivate your golden core, this reality cannot be evaded. It would solidify our connection. Therefore, let us proceed with the formation right here in Tianchuang's ancestral land, where we shall provide you with protection. Lu Chuxia turned to Zhao Yue, hoping that this time, Zhao Yue would successfully form her golden core. Not only would she gain a powerful ally, but with the protection of a golden core elder during the impending beast tide, she would also ensure her survival. In this life, I shall not fail you, nor shall you fail me. Zhao Yue felt deeply moved, her eyes glistening with emotion as she nodded in agreement. Tianchuang, to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, let the cultivators of the Qin family disperse to various locations, preserving a fragment of our flame. Once Jiue's seclusion for the formation is arranged, Lu Chuxia addressed Qin Tianchuang. I am already aware of this matter. Chuxia, as a loose cultivator, it is unnecessary for you to partake in the beast tide. Given your aptitude and the spirit beast that accompanies you, it is certain that you will eventually attain the golden core. Tianchuang, I previously promised to protect Sister Zhao Yue. If you send me away today, it would be an act of betrayal. Furthermore, should the beast tide breach Yunwu City and invade the territory of Lin, how could I hope to remain unscathed? It is better to take a gamble and place one's hopes on Sister Zhao Yue. Once Sister Zhao Yue forms her golden core and is sheltered by a golden core cultivator, this impending beast tide may well be withstood. Previously, Lu Chuxia had contemplated this matter, but after a moment's reflection, she abandoned the notion. Once the beast tide erupts, it would not only be the Lin kingdom that suffers, the neighboring kingdoms of Yu, Qi, and Jiang, all in proximity to the Cloud and Mist Mountain range, will likewise be engulfed in the chaos. With nowhere to flee, it would be wiser to assist Zhao Yue in her cultivation of the golden core, forming a united front. As long as she does not encounter a golden core cultivator, armed with a few spiritual beasts, she would be invincible during her foundation establishment stage. Very well. Since you have made your calculations, do as you see fit. Upon seeing Chuxia's determination, Qin Tianchuang refrained from further commentary. She understood that the original body had perished, leaving behind lingering sentiments. The family represented the original body's deepest attachment. Although the original had departed to pursue cultivation, the memories of her parents and siblings remained ever present, and she yearned to ensure their well-being. This was to prevent any future disturbances from the original body's unresolved feelings, which could manifest as inner demons and impede her advancement. Excellent. Qin Tianchuang nodded, feeling no apprehension, with Chuxia's spiritual beasts to guard her. As long as she avoided golden core cultivators, she could navigate the foundation establishment stage with confidence. After exchanging some worldly treasures such as gold, silver, and silk, along with concocting some health-enhancing pills suitable for mortals, Lu Chuxia set off on her journey to her original home, riding on the small golden thunder eagle. The original home was located in Yunhe Village, Shanshui Town, Qingshan County, Luoyuan Prefecture. Upon the awakening of the thunderous divine powers within, Xiao Jin ascended to the mid-second tier, significantly enhancing its flight speed. Within a mere hour, it arrived at the mountainous region of Yunhe Village. Xiao Jin, possessing a considerable stature, appeared majestic and formidable. To avoid alarming the villagers, she swiftly retracted Xiao Jin into her realm of paradise. Subsequently, with a sweep of her consciousness, she instantly discerned the current state of affairs in Yunhe Village. In her original life, she was the fifth child in her family, with 2 elder brothers and 2 elder sisters, as well as a younger brother and sister. When the old Taoist led her to Xianyun City for cultivation, he bestowed a sum of silver upon the Lu family. The Lu family utilized this fortune to arrange marriages for her elder brothers. And now even the youngest brother is wed, establishing a home and acquiring land, leading a rather prosperous life. The 3 sisters, benefiting from their family's wealth and the emergence of a cultivator among them, were well known in the surrounding villages, and both of her sisters married favorably. Currently, her parents are surrounded by grandchildren, reveling in familial bliss. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chuxia could not help but exhibit a flicker of excitement, stirred by a wave of homesickness. She understood that these emotions were remnants of her original self's lingering sentiments. However, It seemed that the original family was now facing a minor predicament. Chapter 44. Returning in glory, Lu Chuxia emanated radiant energy as she traversed swiftly, covering considerable distances in mere strides, and soon found herself in the Lu family's backyard. With the weather showing no signs of rain, the crops in the fields were on the verge of withering. What could be done about this? In the backyard, her mother, clad in fine cotton, her hair a cascade of silver, wore a countenance filled with worry. What can we do? With the heavens withholding rain, we are powerless. Lu's father sat on the threshold of his home, his face etched with worry. As he puffed on his dry tobacco, he pondered the uncertainty of the days ahead. As the eldest, we'll have to prepare thin meals for the family, saving some grain for what lies ahead, Lu's mother sighed. At that moment, Lu's younger brother noticed a strikingly beautiful woman in their backyard, her features reminiscent of someone familiar. Is that you, Chuxia? His words stirred the Lu family. Lu's mother turned, rising unsteadily, her body trembling, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Observing her hesitation, Lu Chuxia approached and took her hand. Sister, dear sister, called the three Lu brothers, rushing toward Lu Chuxia with excitement. Father, mother, why are you so troubled? Allow me to show you. With a graceful gesture, Lu Chuxia performed a rain-calling spell. A gentle drizzle began to fall upon the skies of Yunhe village. The rain lasted for half an hour, nurturing the crops in the fields. Those that had survived the drought flourished, while the perished plants began to sprout anew. The fields, once parched, were revived, and as the great river gradually filled, Lu Chuxia ceased her spell. Such minor magic was effortless for Lu Chuxia at the foundational stage of her cultivation. Lu's father was utterly astonished, and the rest of the Lu family stood in stunned disbelief at the miraculous sight before them. With a surge of joy, she realized that the crops would not perish from drought this year. A bountiful harvest awaited. Since I cannot fulfill my filial duties at your side, I have prepared these treasures for you, so that you may live without worry in the days to come. Wealth should not be flaunted. These possessions, dear parents and elder brother, are for your prudent use. Lu Chuxia waved her sleeve, and soon, several chests filled with exquisite silks, gold, silver, precious jewels, and ancient artifacts appeared in the courtyard. The sudden appearance of such riches left the Lu family in a state of shock, rendered almost numb. Elder brother, among mortals, those with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. I have just inspected the children in the house. None possess the aptitude for cultivation, Lu Chuxia remarked, shaking her head. Particularly, the eldest and second sisters of the Lu family clung to her, weeping. Within the original memories, Lu Chuxia recalled how the eldest and second sisters had cared for her, ensuring that any food or drink was first given to their younger siblings. The nephews, upon meeting their aunt for the first time, displayed a warm familiarity. Lu Chuxia could sense the deep bond of blood that connected them. Even if she were to ascend and become an ancestor in the future, this blood relationship could never be severed. In that moment, Lu Chuxia seemed to grasp an important truth. The path of cultivation is not one of severing love and affection. If one were to forsake all emotions in pursuit of immortality, in the end, one would still be alone. What significance would it hold to stand atop the pinnacle, surrounded by nothing but solitude, without even a companion to converse with? The journey of cultivation is enriched by the presence of 2 or 3 close friends or family members. Together, they can traverse the realms of the immortal world, allowing one to entrust their back to them, finding solace in companionship. With this realization, a wave of clarity washed over Lu Chuxia, as if something within her had dissipated into the ether. Lu Chuxia understood that the lingering remnants of her original self had dissipated. She had become who she truly was. The time spent with her family always seemed to pass swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. On this particular morning, she addressed her parents and siblings, saying, I must take my leave. This vial of elixirs should be carefully preserved. Consuming just one will grant a life free from illness, allowing one to thrive for a full century. Furthermore, these elixirs possess healing properties, as long as there is a breath left. Taking a single grain can preserve one's life. You have all experienced their effects during these days. In the ancestral hall, where we honor our forebears, I have also arranged some small treasures. Should a descendant of the Lu family with spiritual roots emerge in the future, they will be able to unlock the gifts I have left behind, thus embarking on the path of immortality. This parting may very well be our last encounter. Eldest brother, second brother, sixth brother, I entrust our parents' care to you. I shall take my leave. After leaving her treasures, Lu Chuxia ascended on the golden thunder eagle, riding the winds away. Chuxia, third sister. After her departure, The Liu family was enveloped in sorrow. As for the items Xianxia had left in the ancestral hall, they included a cultivation technique, the Heavenly Sound Cannon, along with several elixirs to enhance the cultivation of Qi practitioners and a few foundation-building pills. She had also left the golden sharp sword and the azure smoke jade within the ancestral shrine. The future now rested on whether the Liu family would again produce a practitioner with spiritual roots, destined to tread the path of immortality. Chapter 45, The Radiant Moon and the Formation of the Dan. After cultivating some spiritual herbs and medicines for refining beast elixirs, Xianxia began her work on the elixirs for spiritual beasts. The Spirit Beast pill is an advanced version of the Spirit Feeding pill and is derived from ancient alchemical recipes. It is particularly suitable for second and third-tier spirit beasts, expediting their cultivation and progression. The formation of a golden pill can occur within 3 to 5 years, depending on the individual. Xianxia intends to enhance her cultivation during these 3 to 5 years, allowing her spirit beasts to also make significant advancements. This preparation will enable her to survive more effectively during the impending beast tide. Once she has completed the refinement of the Spirit Beast pill and distributed it among the spirit beasts, Xianxia begins her seclusion for cultivation. She still possesses a considerable amount of monkey wine obtained from the Misty Realm, which is sufficient for her to reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Thus, there is no need for her to consume pills designed to enhance cultivation, thus conserving some resources. Within the Lord's Manor of Misty City, Qing Jian, with a grave expression, reported to Master Yunwu, the scouts have investigated the situation in the Misty Forest. The various beast tribes are poised for action and will launch the beast tide once they are fully organized. Do not panic, replied Master Yunwu. I have already sent word to the 3 major sects. They will soon provide support to Misty City. Additionally, ensure that alchemists, talisman makers, and artifact crafters produce ample strategic supplies. Assemble the scattered cultivators in the city into a guard unit, and summon the cultivators from the families in the rear to defend Misty City. I have been stuck at the late stage of Golden Pill for several centuries. Perhaps this time I can slay a late-stage third-tier beast and use its demon pill to craft a breakthrough elixir. As for you, if you reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment, I will slay a beast of early third tier to obtain its demon pill and craft an external pill for you, aiding your ascension to the Golden Pill realm. The Cloud Mist Master, a refined gentleman in his 40s, possesses eyes that are slightly larger than the average person's, and upon closer inspection, one might discern that he has dual pupils. Thank you, Master, his disciple expressed gratefully. Upon hearing that his master would arrange for him to advance to the Golden Core stage, Qing Jian's face lit up with joy. Within the Grand Hall of the Dan Ding sect, a message from the Cloud Mist Master arrived, announcing that the various beast clans in the Cloud Mist Forest were poised to unleash a beast tide at any moment. He called for 3 individuals to journey to Cloud Mist City for support, inquiring who would be willing to go. The Cloud Mist Master surveyed the 5 attendees before speaking at a measured pace. As a practitioner at the late Golden Core stage, the Cloud Mist Master not only held the highest cultivation level within the Dan Ding sect but also ranked as a master alchemist, wielding considerable influence within the sect. His son, Yun Xiao, was also a mid-Golden Core cultivator, while his disciple, Zhang Lin, was at the same level, and his grand-disciple, Chao Qi, was at the early Golden Core stage. Thus, his lineage boasted 4 Golden Core masters. Jiao Yu had offended none other than Yun Lu, the grandson of the Cloud Mist Master. Had it not been for Jiao Yu's connection to a Golden Core master within the Dan Ding sect, the situation regarding Cloud Mist City would not have been so easily dismissed. I shall go, declared a scholarly-looking man, possessing mid-Golden Core cultivation. My junior brother and I will accompany you, Yun Xiao responded, glancing at his disciple, Zhang Lin. Let Xiao lead the team, accompanied by Lin and Brother One. Additionally, summon 3,000 Qi training practitioners, 300 foundation establishment practitioners, and a supply of resources from within the sect to support Cloud Mist City. We shall depart in 3 days, the Cloud Mist Master concluded, finalizing the list for the mission to Cloud Mist City. In a certain cave within the Dan Ding sect, one individual inquired, "You mean to say that the wretched Jiao Yu has been missing for 3 years? Why do you only now come to inform me?" A handsome and elegant man, with a pair of peach blossom eyes revealing a hint of malice, wore a furious expression. Before the disappearance of Jiao Yu, what level of cultivation did she possess? Yun Lu pondered, directing his inquiry towards the newcomer. It seems that Jiao Yu is likely in search of miraculous elixirs to heal her internal injuries. There is even a possibility that she has already recuperated and advanced her cultivation further. Now that I have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, If circumstances truly favor me at that time, it would be a stroke of fortune. Ha ha ha. At this thought, a look of wild joy broke across Yunlu's face, and he erupted into hearty laughter. The newcomer, witnessing Yunlu's manic demeanor, instinctively lowered his head, attempting to minimize his presence. Meanwhile, the Yuling sect and the Wanjian sect were engaged in discussions regarding support for Yunwu City. In a certain cave within the ancestral grounds of the Qin family, Luchuxia's primordial spirit returned to its rightful place. Upon opening her eyes, a glimmer of joy shone within them. Although 3 years of secluded cultivation did not elevate her to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, she had reached the pinnacle of the early stage, just one step away from advancing further. Among her spiritual beasts, only the three-eyed blue fox had reached the early second level, while 99 spirit-devouring insects had attained the pinnacle of the first level. The other spiritual beasts, despite their 3 years of cultivation, had not crossed into higher realms. Nevertheless, while her cultivation remained at its original stage, she had made significant strides forward within her current level. Additionally, she had employed the efforts of the Qin family cultivators to gather spiritual herbs and elixirs, successfully concocting a secret medicine for the first layer of the spirit cultivation technique, and had successfully cultivated the first layer during these 3 years. Earlier, Luchuxia discovered that upon her traversal, her spiritual awareness surpassed that of her peers at the same cultivation level. After successfully cultivating the first tier of the spirit refinement technique, she realized that her spiritual perception now rivaled that of a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. This formidable awareness not only allowed her to command a greater number of spiritual artifacts in battle, but also enabled her to precisely manipulate the spiritual energy within her body during breakthrough moments. On this day, a funnel-shaped vortex of spiritual energy formed above the cave dwelling of the Moonlit Sister, with the surrounding spiritual essence surging fervently into her retreat. Practitioners closing off in the ancestral grounds of the Qin family suddenly sensed a depletion in the spiritual energy, prompting them to emerge from their seclusion. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, they beheld a whirlwind of spiritual energy frantically pouring into the dwelling, whispering amongst themselves, perplexed by the unfolding events. At that moment, the sky was adorned with drifting white clouds, and a resplendent rainbow flickered with myriad colors, illuminating the area encircling the Moonlit Sisters' retreat, resembling a celestial realm. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated through the air, the sounds of wind and thunder reverberating as clouds gathered and wind stirred. Ethereal light manifested as magpies and cranes soared above the cave, the gathering spiritual energy creating an enchanting spectacle of divine essence. The Moonlit Sister has attained her golden core, remarked Qin Tianchuang, her typically serene countenance now reflecting excitement as she gazed at the extraordinary phenomenon of core formation. Luchuxia, observing this wondrous sight, felt a surge of anticipation. While Qi refinement and foundation establishment practitioners remained pawns unable to dictate their destinies, golden core practitioners ascended to higher echelons, transforming from mere pieces on the board to the very players themselves, enjoying an extended lifespan that could reach a millennium. In the depths of the cave, the radiant moon gazed upon the golden elixir, no larger than a broad bean, nestled within her dantian. She subdued the excitement and joy that surged within her upon achieving the status of a golden elixir cultivator. With this newfound rank, she had acquired a voice within the Danding sect. Even those who sought to oppose her would need to think twice, for she could now wield control over her own destiny. Suppressing her elation, she reminded herself that this was merely the beginning. Having formed her elixir today, she aspired to reach the realm of the nascent soul in the future, regardless of the arduous and treacherous path that lay ahead. She vowed to persevere until the moment she transcended into immortality. The path of the immortal is one of unyielding progression. Chapter 47. The beast tied deep within the misty cloud forest, in a certain cave, a resplendent 7-colored giant python coiled elegantly around a stone pillar. This majestic serpent bore horns atop its head and a slightly bulging abdomen, yet it lacked the claws of a true dragon. Nevertheless, the aura it emanated was formidable, straddling the line between levels 3 and 4, akin to that of a human embryonic cultivator. This 7-colored giant python had experienced a stroke of fortune, having inadvertently consumed a 5,000-year-old 7-glow lotus, which significantly enhanced its cultivation. However, due to its lowly bloodline, it had not ascended to level 4. Instead, it had purified its bloodline power, evolving into a semi-dragon state, capable of articulating human speech. This beast tide was instigated by the python itself, seeking to harness the power of the tide to break through to level 4, transforming from serpent to dragon. Beneath the stone pillar, approximately 30 level 3 demon beasts lay prostrate, seemingly obedient to the commands of the seven-colored python. Silver Moon, lead a dozen level 3 demon beasts to besiege Cloud Mist City. Golden Crown Tiger, rally several level 3 demon beasts to assault the Myriad Sword sect. The Iron-Skinned Bull, impervious to blows, led several third-tier demon beasts in an assault on the Spirit Guard sect. Their purpose was to divert the attention of Yunwu City, the Spirit Guard sect, and the 10,000 Swords sect. I personally launched an attack on the Pill Cauldron sect, hoping to harness the power of their elixirs to aid my ascension to the 4th tier and subsequently transform into a dragon from a serpent. The chilling voice of the multicolored giant python echoed, issuing commands one after another. With the awakening of its spirit and the refining of its rib bones, it gained the ability to articulate human speech, its intellect having expanded significantly to comprehend strategies. A chorus of beastly roars erupted in response to the giant python's words. Once I achieve the 4th tier, I shall undoubtedly assist you in your transformation into the 4th tier as well, the multicolored giant python pledged. Deep within the Yunwu forest, countless demon beasts gathered, each species and tier densely sprawled beneath a stone platform, paralyzed with fear. Above the platform, a dozen third-tier demon beasts, radiating formidable demonic energy, stood, sat, or hovered in the air. With a resounding howl from a towering, snow-white silver moon wolf, the demon beasts below the stone platform erupted into a cacophony of roars. Subsequently, they retreated in waves like a tide, fleeing outward from the Yunwu forest. Following the exodus of many demon beasts, a dozen third-tier beasts trailed behind the lower-tier demons, seemingly overseeing the retreat. Meanwhile, within Yunwu City, upon hearing the wolf's howl, the Golden Core cultivators paused their activities and rushed to the city walls, where they stood vigilant and prepared for any confrontation. As the silver moonlit giant wolf let out a howl, countless low-tier demonic beasts seemed to receive a command, frantically charging towards Misty Cloud City. On the city walls, numerous cultivators stood in formation, each wielding magical instruments and talismans, casting spells to repel the oncoming beasts. At that moment, a group of over 100 cultivators simultaneously formed intricate hand seals, unleashing a fire dragon several dozen feet long that soared forth to wreak havoc among the throngs of beasts. With a flick of its tail, countless demonic creatures were engulfed in flames, meeting their fiery demise. In another section of the wall, 100 chi refinement cultivators formed a sword array. As they executed their sword techniques in unison, each summoned a golden flying sword, radiating with a brilliant light, merging into a colossal flying sword of considerable size. The sword deftly wove through the horde of beasts, and wherever it passed, blood and gore erupted as the creatures were cleaved effortlessly in two, leaving behind a gruesome scene of severed limbs and spilled entrails. Amidst the chaos, various spells, magical artifacts, and spiritual instruments soared through the air, filling the atmosphere with a palpable stench of blood. The endless wave of low-tier demonic beasts seemed inexhaustible, even as they were slaughtered. The ground was quickly replenished with their relentless numbers. Soon, the beasts crashed against the protective barrier of the city walls, employing self-destructive tactics to assault it. Initially, the defensive shield remained steadfast, but as time progressed, it began to recede, its radiant glow dimming gradually. The guards of Misty Cloud City executed their combined attack techniques with remarkable synchronization. Above the city, 10 golden core cultivators, including Xianxia, hovered in the air. Observing the unity of the guards as they skillfully dispatched the demonic beasts, Xianxia nodded in approval. The lower-grade demon beasts are excessively numerous, and the combined attack technique can only sustain for a few rounds before the beasts reach the protective barrier of the city wall. Over time, the consumption of spirit stones becomes astronomical. The Wine Taoist shook his head. The number of second-level demon beasts far exceeds that of Foundation Establishment cultivators, and it remains uncertain how many Foundation Establishment cultivators will perish this time. The scribe cast a glance at the second-level demon beasts behind the tide of beasts. Observing the throng of second-level demon beasts, comprised of wolves, tigers, leopards, snakes, pigs, dogs, and horses, he felt a growing sense of unease. At that moment, the Golden Core cultivators leading the 3 major sects seemed to sense something amiss. Each took out a communication disc to examine, and their expressions changed dramatically. The demon beasts were not only besieging Cloud Mist City, but had also launched an assault on our sect. It appears they intend to sever mutual support. Cutting off each other's avenues for assistance, Xianxia remarked with a slight change in expression. During every beast tide, the demon beasts particularly favor attacking the Pill Cauldron sect. As a sect dedicated to alchemy, The demon beasts can advance by consuming elixirs. If they breach the Pill Cauldron sect and devour some elixirs, it would suffice for their digestion. Our spirit control sect is also under siege by the demon beasts, the Wine Taoist stated as he stowed away the communication disc. The Myriad Sword sect faces a similar plight, Xianfeng Jinren noted with a slight furrow of his brow. What on earth are the demon beasts up to this time? Upon witnessing that the demon beasts were not only attacking Cloud Mist City, but also simultaneously besieging the three major sects, Yunwu Jinren frowned slightly. In previous outbreaks of beast tides, the demon beasts primarily focused their assaults on either Cloud Mist City or the Pill Cauldron sect, never simultaneously attacking all three major sects along with Cloud Mist City. The impending threat was undeniably palpable, prompting the esteemed Cloud Mist Realizer to ponder the ulterior motives of the demonic beasts. The defensive array of Cloud Mist City could not withstand much longer. It was imperative to activate the formation, allowing the Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators to venture forth and engage in combat with the beasts. Observing the flickering golden barrier of the city's protective formation, the Wine Taoist noted the substantial damage to the array flags, rendering the formation nearly inoperative and on the verge of being breached. Thus, they prepared to confront the enemy. The Cloud Mist Realizer executed a mystical incantation that resonated with the city's formation, causing the golden barrier to gradually recede. The cultivators within Cloud Mist City readied themselves for the impending battle against the demonic beasts. Groups of 3 or more, sometimes numbering a dozen, formed battle formations and clashed with the beasts. In that tumultuous moment, countless demonic creatures perished at the hands of the cultivators, while many cultivators also met their demise in the jaws of the beasts. At that very instant, a dozen third-tier demonic beasts charged directly towards the Cloud Mist Realizer and his comrades. On just the first day, these fierce beasts sought to engage in a savage confrontation. One could only speculate their intentions. Observing the third-tier beasts advancing towards their golden core realizer, the cloud cultivators hastily prepared for battle. To prevent collateral damage to the cultivators of Cloud Mist City, they swiftly retreated towards the Cloud Mist Forest. Chapter 48. The 8 Extremes Splitting Light Formation. The Danding sect had dispatched a contingent of cultivators to assist Cloud Mist City upon detecting unusual movements of the demonic beasts in the Cloud Mist Forest. Subsequently, the Danding sect activated their protective sect formation night and day. The approaching demonic beasts instantly alerted the 3 golden core cultivators stationed at the Danding sect. With such a multitude of beasts, including 6 third-tier creatures, 1 in the late stage, 2 in the mid-stage, and 3 in the early stage, it was evident that the Danding sect was being taken seriously this time. The area surrounding the Yunha sect was besieged by ferocious beasts, rendering escape impossible. With 6 third-tier beasts present, Yunha furrowed his brow deeply. Brother Yunha, should we seek assistance from Yunwu City, the Yuling sect, or the Wanjian sect? Inquired Zhang Xing, a golden core cultivator from the document department, his expression reflecting unease. Having only recently attained the golden core stage, he found it exceedingly challenging to contend with beasts of the same rank. The emergence of 6 third-tier beasts outside the sect posed a grave threat. Should the tide of beasts breach the protective array, his own safety would be jeopardized. Seeking aid from the Yuling sect or the Wanjian sect was a distant hope. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the air as countless lower-tier beasts surged towards the protective array of the Danding sect. The sect's cultivators, positioned within the array, unleashed their spells, talismans, magical artifacts, and spirit tools against the oncoming beasts. An array of spells and artifacts filled the sky, claiming the lives of numerous beasts. However, the sheer number of attackers rendered their efforts seemingly insignificant. The relentless onslaught of beasts displayed an alarming ferocity, with even second-tier beasts joining the fray. The protective array of the Danding sect began to visibly dim under the pressure. This surge of beasts was unlike any previous tide, historically. Such assaults would last no less than 3 to 5 years, and at times up to a decade. Yet, on the very first day of this tide, second-tier beasts were already participating in the attack. Were these beasts intent on mounting a direct assault on the Danding sect? As Yunha observed the second-tier beasts contributing to the siege, his expression shifted dramatically. Just then, his countenance paled further as 6 robust third-tier iron hide bulls charged from a distance, intent on colliding with the protective array of the Danding sect. The protective array of the Danding sect trembled, as if on the brink of shattering. This was dire. It was imperative to activate the 8 Extremes Splitting Light Array. Should the protective formation falter, it would spell doom for 99% of the cultivators within the sect, including the 3 golden core practitioners who would also be in peril. Immediately, Master Yunha formed intricate hand seals, channeling streams of spiritual light into the array. As the protective formation flickered wildly, it distorted, ensnaring numerous demonic beasts within 8 mirror-like shields. Once the 8 extremes splitting light array was initiated, the protective force multiplied, effectively isolating the onslaught of the ferocious beasts, allowing the cultivators to systematically eradicate the creatures trapped within the shields. Even if a beast managed to breach one shield, it would not affect the others. Alarmingly, Yunwu City, the Yuling sect, and the 10,000 Swords sect were under siege from third-tier demonic beasts, preoccupied with their own crises. These beasts seemed to have lost their sanity. Xiaoqi and Zhangxing, you are to lead the sect disciples to eliminate the demonic beasts within each segment of the 8 extreme splitting light array. As the Danding sect's protective formation disbanded into the 8 extremes splitting light array, it hovered in the void, enhancing its defensive might. Xiaoqi and Zhangxing, leading a contingent of disciples, entered each shield to counterattack the beasts. At that moment, an unexpected anomaly arose. A 7-colored streak, accompanied by the sound of tearing air, surged toward Master Yunha. Seemingly prepared, he opened his mouth, revealing a gleaming golden alchemical furnace that shimmered with resplendent spiritual light to shield himself. The vibrant streak collided with the furnace, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The golden alchemical furnace was propelled outward, revealing several fine cracks upon its surface. This strike had inflicted damage upon a mid-grade magical treasure. What? Upon witnessing the harm done to his treasured artifact, Master Yunha felt a surge of backlash, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he trembled not solely due to the injury of his artifact, but also because a brilliant array of 7 colors surged towards him from a distance. The magnificent 7-colored python emanated a formidable aura that had surpassed the 3rd level, yet had not quite reached the 4th. A half-serpent, a creature on the cusp of 4th-level beasthood. Master Yunha gasped in astonishment. No wonder the beast tide launched a fierce assault on the first day with a 3rd-level beast. A half-step 4th-level beast had emerged among them. This creature had united the 3rd-level beasts within its territory, aiming for a swift resolution to conquer the Danding sect and subsequently unify the Lin Kingdom. Master Yunha could only relay the situation regarding the Danding sect and the presence of a half-step 4th-level beast to Xiao'er before he was consumed with fending off the attacks of the 7-colored python. The python opened its maw, unleashing a spectacular column of vibrant colors that swept across the heavens and the earth, stirring the winds and clouds with overwhelming might, causing Master Yunha's expression to shift dramatically. With a flick of his sleeve, a golden wheel manifested, and with a single gesture from Master Yunha, it spiraled towards the vibrant column. He then flicked his fingers, causing a dull gray stick to descend before him. Master Yunha's fingers danced in rapid succession, casting a series of spiritual incantations that imbued the gray stick with a verdant luminescence, akin to an ancient tree sprouting anew as it grew skyward and earthward, transforming into a green barrier that shielded him. Subsequently, Yun and the real person summoned 2 defensive treasures to safeguard themselves, allowing them to finally relax. The golden wheel entwined around the colorful giant pillar, cleaving it in twain. However, after passing the golden wheel, the severed ends of the colorful giant pillar rejoined and continued to surge towards Yun and the real person with ferocity. When the colorful giant pillar collided with the azure barrier, it merely paused for a moment before shattering the barrier into fragments. It then struck the 2 treasures summoned by Yun and the real person, producing a tremendous impact that left them battered and bruised. Thereafter, Yun and the real person transformed into a streak of azure light, fleeing towards the main hall of the Danding sect. Within the 8 extremes splitting light array, the golden core cultivators Xiaoqi and Zhangxing had united their efforts to besiege 2 separated demon beasts, successfully vanquishing 2 early-stage level 3 creatures. Chapter 49. The Silver Wolf Bows to the Moon. Where do you think you can flee? At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from behind Yun and the real person. Upon hearing this, Yun gasped in shock, exclaiming, a half-step level 4 demon beast capable of human speech, born from the refinement of its skeletal structure. I shall see where you intend to escape. The colorful giant python pursued Yun and the real person to the main hall of the Danding sect, its cold serpent eyes fixated upon them. Escape? I need not flee any longer. At this point, Yun turned to face the threat, his earlier panic replaced by a triumphant smirk. As he gestured with his hands, A spiritual incantation descended upon the statue of an elderly man clad in white robes within the main hall. The statue emanated a brilliant white light, seemingly coming to life. "I beseech you, ancestor, to aid me in slaying this formidable foe." Yun respectfully addressed the statue of the elder. The nascent soul's consciousness. The vibrant giant python witnessed the white-robed statue spring to life, imbued with a profound essence, and in that instant, it comprehended the gravity of its situation. It realized the vast chasm between the third and fourth levels. Even though it was on the brink of the fourth level, it could not rival the strike of a nascent soul cultivator's divine thought. Even if it managed to endure the assault, it would be grievously wounded. And with Yunhe Jinren lurking nearby, any delay could jeopardize its very existence. The elder in white scrutinized both Yunhe Jinren and the vibrant giant python, recognizing the latter as an intruder. With a fierce glare, he thundered, "You wretched beast dared to tarnish my lineage." With a single hand, he struck the air, sending the vibrant giant python hurtling away. Following this forceful blow, the elder's form dimmed and gradually dissipated, and the white-robed statue fractured, crumbling into dust. The giant python, having sustained such a strike, lost numerous scales, bleeding profusely, and appeared to have lost half its life, an utterly woeful sight. Yet, it dared not linger. It was imperative to evade Yunhe Jinren's wrath, and to guard against other third-level demon beasts that might seize the opportunity to consume its demon core and flesh to enhance their cultivation. Preserving its life took precedence. It could ponder its recovery later. Several groups of demon beasts had already breached the 8 extremes dividing light array, with 4 third-level demon beasts besieging Xiaoqi and Zhongxing. The 2 of them were on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault of the 4 beasts, and it seemed they could not hold out much longer. Upon witnessing their leader struck down and fleeing in a grievously wounded state, the 4 third-level demon beasts dared not linger at the Danding sect, fearing they might share the same fate and lose their lives, scattering in panic. The other demon beasts, lacking the organization of higher-level monsters, either fell to the cultivator's blades or fled in all directions. On the other side, in Cloud Mist City, after enduring a fierce assault from a third-tier monster, the Golden Core cultivators stationed there engaged in a fierce battle, locked in a struggle with no clear victor emerging. Alarmingly, a half-step 4th-tier 7-colored giant python was besieging my Danding sect. We must swiftly break the deadlock and provide support to our sect. Upon receiving a message from his father, Yin Xiu's expression changed dramatically. However, it was the esteemed Master Yun Wu who first managed to break the impasse. Master Yun Wu, a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, faced off against a late-stage Tier 3 Silver Moon Giant Wolf and a mid-stage Tier 3 Crimson Gold Snake. With a flicker of his azure pupils, a beam of green light shot forth, piercing the body of the Crimson Gold Snake. For reasons unknown, the snake stood frozen in place. Master Yun Wu then summoned a jade dagger, cleaving the Crimson Gold Snake in twain. At that moment, the essence of the snake sought refuge within its golden core, attempting to escape. Yet, Master Yun Wu, with a single hand, grasped the air, capturing the beast's spirit as it was propelled back into his grasp. He then produced a jade box to contain the demon core, stowing it away in his storage pouch. The entire sequence of actions was executed with such fluidity and precision that the Silver Moon Giant Wolf had no time to react. Instead, witnessing the slaughter of its companion right before its eyes, the Silver Moon Giant Wolf felt disdained by Master Yun Wu. With a howl of fury, it raised its head, its forelegs slightly bending. A burgeoning silver light emanated from its mouth, as a radiant glow surged towards it, casting a shadow over a radius of several dozen feet, plunging the area into darkness. Master Yun Wu, enveloped in this obscurity, found his senses utterly confounded. Not only was the surrounding scene invisible to his naked eye, but even his spiritual awareness was rendered blind, as if he were in a state of utter darkness. The Silver Wolf pays homage to the moon, truly an extraordinary sight. Upon witnessing this, the Cloud and Mist Master's expression tightened slightly. With a deft gesture, he pointed his index finger to his brow. 2 beams of azure light surged forth from his eyes, akin to illuminating beacons, instantly dispelling the darkness. "Now I see you." With his vision restored, the Cloud and Mist Master cast his jade blade before him, channeling a series of blade techniques into it. The jade blade emanated a misty azure glow, expanding to a formidable size of several dozen feet. Swiftly, with a mere flick of his finger, the jade blade hurled itself towards the Silver Moon Giant Wolf. The Silver Moon Giant Wolf, taken aback by the Cloud and Mist Master's rapid recovery of sight and awareness, found itself under immediate threat. The Silver Wolf, with the silver moon still unformed in its maw, could only hastily retaliate. A fragmented crescent moon emerged from its jaws, hurtling towards the jade blade. The blade cleaved the waning moon in two with unyielding force, continuing its relentless assault against the silver moon giant wolf. Caught off guard, the wolf could not evade in time. The blade struck its chest, carving a wound deep enough to expose bone, nearly severing it in two. Meanwhile, the scribe faced two early-stage Tier 3 golden sparrows. Despite being at the mid-stage of the golden core realm, he found himself ensnared by the two early-stage beasts. At that moment, the scribe executed an illusory maneuver, seemingly launching a full-force attack against one of the golden sparrows, as if determined to slay it even at the cost of injury. The other golden sparrow, witnessing this, promptly swooped down to lend assistance, attacking the scribe. With a light chuckle, the scribe remarked, "You have fallen for my trick." The silk scarf atop his head soared into the air, billowing in the wind and transforming into a white ribbon that ensnared the diving golden sparrow. The unsuspecting bird, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, found itself bound tightly. The scholar leisurely unfurled the fan in his hand, and with a swift flourish, it soared forth to sever the tightly bound golden sparrow. In a decisive blow, the creature was vanquished, its demon core extracted with seamless efficiency, leaving no time for the other golden sparrow to offer assistance. A mournful howl echoed through the air, and it seemed that the third-tier demon beasts sensed an impending threat. Abandoning their adversaries to flee in all directions toward the misty forest, they came and went at will. But the golden core cultivators were unwilling to forego the opportunity to strike down the beleaguered foes. Aware that a single individual would struggle to impede demon beasts of the same rank, many golden core cultivators relinquished their opponents and banded together to encircle a third-tier beast. Chapter 50. Preparing for counterattack. In this first battle in 3,000 years, several third-tier demon beasts had been slain. With the inner cores of these beasts, refining them into external elixirs could enable one or two individuals to break through to the golden core realm, thus making our defense against this beast tide considerably easier. The wine Taoist beamed with satisfaction upon witnessing the slaughter of numerous third-tier demon beasts. Yunwu City had emerged victorious, yet the Danding sect faced dire straits. Besieged by a half-step fourth-tier demon beast, the current state of the sect remained uncertain. The other golden core cultivators, upon hearing this, turned pale with shock, realizing that a half-step fourth-tier demon beast had manifested in the Lin Kingdom. In the face of the impending beast tide, the cultivators from the Yuling sect and the Wanjian sect hastily reached out to the golden core practitioners within their sections. Upon confirming that their respective sects had suffered minimal losses and that there were no formidable fourth-tier demon beasts launching an assault, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. During such a crisis, the various factions within the Lin Kingdom were akin to grasshoppers on the same string. The annihilation of the Danding sect would inevitably spell trouble for the other two sections. The golden core practitioners from both factions were acutely aware of this reality. The Danding sect could not be eradicated. While it might be severely weakened, it would be preferable for it to become a subordinate sect, dedicated to alchemical endeavors on behalf of the other two sections. Upon witnessing the Danding sect employing the contingency measures left by their venerable ancestor to severely injure a half-step fourth-tier demon beast, they managed to mitigate their losses significantly. Nevertheless, Yunhe was gravely wounded, and both Chao Qi and Zhang Xing bore injuries not much lighter than his own. The Foundation Establishment cultivators and Qi refinement disciples also sustained a fair share of casualties. Since they were all present, it was prudent to convene and deliberate on the matters concerning the beast tide. Seeing that the three golden core practitioners dispatched to support Yunwu City, along with the esteemed Yunwu Zhenren, the wine Taoist from the Yuling sect, and Xianxia Zhenren from the Wanjian sect had all arrived, Yunhe addressed the assembly with a solemn tone. "What insights might you have regarding this beast tide, fellow Taoist Yunhe?" inquired Yunwu Zhenren, casting a glance at him. "I had not anticipated the emergence of a half-step fourth-tier demon beast within the borders of our Lin Kingdom. Fortunately, this beast has been gravely wounded by the contingency measures left by our venerable ancestor, making it unlikely for it to recover in the short term. Even if encountered, it will be unable to unleash its full combat prowess. I have heard from Shoair that you also vanquished several third-tier demon beasts in Yunwu City. Currently, the number of third-tier demon beasts within the borders of our Lin Kingdom has diminished compared to previous years. Now, taking advantage of this lull in demon activity, it is time for us to launch a counteroffensive, ideally eradicating the third-tier demon beast entirely from our realm. In my humble opinion, Each of our 3 major sects should dispatch 4 golden core cultivators, forming teams of 3, accompanied by a contingent of foundation establishment and chi refinement practitioners, to encircle and eliminate the demon beasts from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions. We should carry signaling fireworks. Should we encounter an insurmountable foe, we will send out distress signals for mutual assistance. After observing the expressions of Master Yunhe, Master Jiudao, Master Qianjian, and Master Yunwu, he slowly spoke. I believe this plan is feasible. Master Yunwu nodded in agreement. After exchanging glances, Master Jiudao and Master Qianjian retrieved their communication plates to contact their leader. Ultimately, the 3 sects and Master Yunwu consented to the counteroffensive to cleanse the demon beasts from the Yunwu forest, within a certain cave in Yunwu City. The Danding sect was under attack from a half-step 4th-tier demon beast. Master Yunhe, severely injured, managed to repel the beast using a hidden tactic left by the sect's founder. Xiaoqi and Zhang Xing, the golden core cultivators remaining at the sect, also sustained significant injuries. Now, the 3 major sects, in alliance with Master Yunwu, plan to counterattack and eliminate the demon beasts within Yunwu Forest. If you truly encounter a golden core cultivator, both Sister Tianchuang and I, being mere foundation establishment practitioners, would be unable to assist. Therefore, Sister Tianchuang and I shall remain in Yunwu City. As for the Qingfeng Python, it can still stay by Sister Jiyue's side. The contract I have with my spirit beast allows us to share vision, so if the Qingfeng Python remains near Sister Jiyue, I will be able to promptly know what transpires around her. If Sister Jiyue requires assistance, do not hesitate to send us a message. Luchuxia exchanged a glance with Qin Tianchuang, and upon noticing a subtle shake of the head from Qin Tianchuang, Luchuxia comprehended her thoughts. The two then parted ways. Taking advantage of the impending beast tide, Luchuxia resolved to acquire a substantial amount of secondary beast blood, primarily to nourish the bloodthorn, with sufficient essence to absorb. The bloodthorn could swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. As the beast tide approached, the scarcity of medicinal pills became apparent. Having procured a considerable quantity of secondary beast blood without expending a single spirit stone, settling the transactions entirely with medicinal pills, Luchuxia initially intended to acquire some powerful bloodline beasts, such as tigers, eagles, and snakes, to employ the hemolysis technique on her spirit beasts, thereby activating their bloodline potential. However, after an exhaustive search, she found no corpses of beasts that met her criteria. After obtaining her desired items, and with the nourishment from the secondary beast blood, the bloodthorn, which was already close to the mid-2nd tier, experienced a surge of radiant energy. Following the absorption of a significant amount of secondary beast blood, it erupted with a vibrant glow, and its aura suddenly intensified, leading to a breakthrough into the mid-2nd tier. Subsequently, after playfully interacting with the spirit beasts in her cave abode, Luchuxia made her way towards the group of spirit-eating insects. Over the past 3 years, she had fed these insects a variety of exquisite items, allowing them to reach the pinnacle of the 1st tier. However, for reasons unknown, this group of spirit-eating insects, upon reaching the pinnacle of their 1st level, appeared to be afflicted, lacking vitality, and refusing to consume their sustenance. Luchuxia surmised that these spirit-eating insects might be stuck at the threshold that stimulates their evolution. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Perhaps there existed something that could provoke the evolution of the spirit-eating insects. Chapter 51. Cultivating spirit-eating insects. Luchuxia approached the spiritual field where the golden thunder bamboo was being cultivated. Once cultivated for over 10,000 years, the golden thunder bamboo would be capable of releasing the exorcising divine thunder, specifically designed to counter various malevolent spells and techniques. Over the years, Luchuxia had diligently nurtured the golden thunder bamboo. However, the resources required to cultivate it to such an age were beyond her means. Coupled with her need to raise several spiritual beasts, her expenses were considerable. Even the spiritual stones mined from the misty secret realm were rapidly depleted. Throughout these years, Luchuxia had managed to cultivate the golden thunder bamboo to a mere 3,000 years. Despite this, she had expended nearly 10,000 spiritual stones to achieve this milestone. Notably, the cultivation yielded a golden shoot, which allowed her to grow a 2nd golden thunder bamboo. Remarkably, the 2nd bamboo was of the same exceptional quality as the 1st, and it too was nurtured to 1,000 years. The leaves of the golden thunder bamboo, when consumed by the spirit-eating insects, had the potential to induce mutations. Thus, Luchuxia intended for the spirit-eating insects to devour the bamboo leaves, hoping to facilitate their evolution. Should the spirit-eating insects ascend to the initial stage of the second level, it would be a significant boon. The leaves of the golden thunder bamboo resembled gilded foliage, their texture slightly rigid to the touch, and faint arcs of electricity danced across them, imparting an electrifying sensation upon contact. Soon after, Luchutia arrived at the enclosure housing the spirit-eating insects. This group of insects seemed to sense something, immediately fluttering excitedly towards her. Each spirit-eating insect conveyed an overwhelming desire to devour the leaves of the golden thunder bamboo. Had Luchutia not restrained them, they would have surely lunged for the precious leaves she held in her hand. Observing this, a knowing expression graced Luchutia's face. Spirit insects, by nature, possessed minimal intelligence, and their ability to transform was exceedingly rare. Even upon advancing to higher tiers, their intellect remained largely unchanged. Their cognitive capabilities paled in comparison to those of similarly ranked spirit beasts. However, having been placed within Luchutia's enclosure, which had the effect of awakening their spirits, she distinctly sensed an elevation in their intelligence, akin to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Luchutia had a premonition that with careful nurturing, these spirit-eating insects could become a significant asset on her path to cultivation. She first scattered the leaves of the millennium-old golden thunder bamboo into the air. 99 spirit-eating insects zealously descended upon the leaves, each using their 8 limbs to grasp multiple pieces of the precious foliage. A chorus of crunching sounds filled the air, and in no time, the leaves of the millennium-old golden thunder bamboo were entirely consumed by the swarm. The insects communicated a sense of satisfaction to Luchutia, yet there lingered an air of insatiability as they fixated on the 3,000-year-old bamboo leaves in her hand. Upon witnessing the scene, Luchutia, not one to be stingy, elegantly tossed the leaves of the 3,000-year-old golden thunder bamboo into the air. Instantly, the swarm of spirit-eating insects became frenzied, darting eagerly toward the bamboo leaves. Once they had consumed the precious foliage, the insects seemed to be intoxicated, swirling in the air with a drunken sway. Their bodies shimmered with a dual luminescence of white and gold, and a fierce, ominous aura erupted from the swarm. The weakest 20 among them, driven mad by their gluttony, began to viciously tear at one another, battling to the death. The victor, upon vanquishing the vanquished, would devour every remnant of their opponent. As if seeking to replenish their own essence, the stronger grew ever more formidable, while the weaker left no trace behind, a quintessential illustration of nature's ruthless law. The strong thrive, and the weak perish. Once the 10 triumphant insects emerged from the fray, the remaining 88 settled into a collective slumber, their bodies radiating a faint white and gold glow. Their energy gradually heightened, indicating that after this consumption, these 88 spirit-eating insects would assuredly advance to the early second level, although 10 had been lost in the conflict. The power of 88 early second-level insects far surpassed that of 99 peak first-level insects. Luchutia observed the spirit beasts in the sanctuary diligently cultivating. After tending to the spiritual herbs in her paradise, she returned her consciousness to its original state and consumed the monkey wine to enhance her cultivation. The path of cultivation demands unwavering perseverance. In the depths of the Danding sect, within the abode of Yunha, Lure, this time I have slain a 3rd-level beast and transformed its demon core into an external elixir. You have been in seclusion within the sect to break through to the golden core stage. Earlier, we had agreed to send a few golden core cultivators to the Yunwu forest to exterminate the beasts. Thus, Yunha summoned the father and son, Yunxiu and his father, to his cave dwelling and instructed Lure. The 4 golden core cultivators dispatched by the Danding sect are Yunxiu, Wenshu, Zhonglin, and Chaoqi, while Yunha and Zhongxing remain to guard the sect. Grandfather, father, even with the external elixir refined from the inner core of a 3rd-level beast, the probability of breakthrough to the golden core stage does not exceed 30%. Do you remember Jiaoyu? I have had contact with her, and it is likely that she is a spirit body and still possesses her original Lean Maiden form. If I were to cultivate with Jiaoyu, combined with the external elixir, I would have a 50 to 60% chance of breaking through to the golden core realm. So, Lure, do you have any plans? Yunha inquired. He was aware that his grandson practiced a dual cultivation technique that involved absorption, allowing for rapid advancement. And as long as he did not offend a powerful female cultivator, Yunha would turn a blind eye. Lure was perceptive and noted that the female cultivators he targeted were all without any significant backing. This fortuitously coincided with the sect's decision to send disciples to the Yunwu forest to eliminate the beasts. Father, assign me to the same team as Jiaoyu, and I will devise a way for her to disappear unnoticed. It is quite normal for some disciples to go missing during the extermination of beasts in the Yunwu forest. As long as I handle it discreetly, even Uncle Wenshu will not uncover anything. Luer appeared to have already contemplated this plan. Very well. I shall ensure this matter is taken care of for you. Furthermore, I have specially crafted a talisman for your protection. Take it with you. Additionally, here is a low-grade defensive artifact for you to carry. As you venture into the misty forest to eliminate the beasts, remember that even as your father, I cannot guarantee your safety. Your well-being must be your foremost priority. At this moment, Yun Xiu produced a palm-sized shield and a resplendent talisman, handing them to Yun Lu. Concerned for his grandson's safety, Yun He also presented him with 2 early-stage defensive talismans, fully arming Yun Lu. Chapter 52. Self-revelation of cultivation. Within the confines of the Documents Cave, you have advanced to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. I can see your spiritual energy has solidified. You must have diligently refined it in this realm, preparing to condense your golden core. Recently, I slew a 3rd-tier beast and obtained a 3rd-tier early-stage demon core. I intend to refine this core into an external elixir to assist you in breaking through to the golden core realm. This time, Brother Zhang will also be present within the sect to protect you, so you may focus on your advancement without worry. Once you achieve the golden core stage, not only will the Yun family have no hold over you, but you will also have a voice within the sect, becoming my ally. At that time, we could stand against the Yun family together. When Shu glanced at the bright moon before speaking with a solemn expression, Uncle One, Brother Lu has been at the foundation establishment pinnacle longer than I have, and I still possess ample lifespan. I shall defer this opportunity to condense my golden core to him. I am in no haste. Jiyue felt deeply moved upon seeing when Shu relinquished the chance to condense his golden core for the sake of his senior disciple. In the Danding sect, it seems that only a few individuals can truly consider their own interests and protect themselves. In the past, when I was able to condense the Golden Dan, your master exerted tremendous effort, which consequently damaged his foundation, hindering his progress in cultivation and robbing him of the chance to form the Golden Dan. When your master passed away, I promised him that I would support one of his disciples in achieving the Golden Dan, thereby continuing his path in cultivation. Among you siblings, some have perished, some are injured, and some are aging. Only you have reached the peak of foundation establishment, showcasing the greatest potential. Hence, I shall devote my utmost efforts to assist you in condensing the Golden Dan. As when Shu recalled his departed friend, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Jiao Yu understood that her master and uncle shared a profound friendship and was taken aback by the gravity of their situation. Uncle One is indeed commendable. Valuing loyalty and righteousness, even though her master has passed, he has remained steadfast in honoring the promise made to him. Uncle Wen, I truly do not require the opportunity to condense the Golden Dan, for I have already succeeded in doing so. As Jiao Yu's words fell, she gently tapped the azure bracelet on her wrist, causing the azure wind python to unfurl in size, emanating a formidable aura characteristic of the Golden Dan stage from her being. What? I can hardly believe it. Jiao Yu, you have actually formed the Golden Dan. With this revelation, our Danding sect not only gains an additional Golden Dan cultivator, but surpasses the other 2 sects in numbers. Our lineage now boasts 1 more Golden Dan master, which significantly amplifies our influence within the Danding sect. It is indeed time for the Yun family to relinquish a portion of their authority within the sect. Master One, Yun Lu has long harbored intentions to exploit my pristine essence, aiming to use me as a stepping stone on his path to immortality, rendering me a mere shadow in his schemes. Esteemed Master One, as you and your fellow Golden Core cultivators venture into the misty forest to eradicate the demonic beasts, it is worth noting that the Yun family possesses 3 Golden Core practitioners. Should they engage in any underhanded tactics, it could lead to your unfortunate demise. If they were to act ruthlessly, eliminating you is not an impossibility. Yun Lu, possessing commendable talent, might procure the elixir necessary for solidifying his Golden Core during this beast tide. In your absence, he could very well usurp your position upon achieving his Golden Core. It is not that I view them with such disdain, but rather that their nature dictates such possibilities, and we must brace ourselves for the worst. Jia Yue, with a composed and serene demeanor, spoke. Jia Yue, we are not bound by the ties of master and disciple, and thus, there is no need to adhere to generational hierarchies. Now that you have also attained the Golden Core, let us refer to each other as siblings. Jia Yue, do you have any plans or strategies in mind? Master Wen observed how Jia Yue's years of experience had honed her composure and cunning, allowing her to assess situations with discernment. contrasting sharply with the fragility and helplessness she once exhibited when seeking his counsel. At this moment, Master Wen nodded in satisfaction. Together with Brother Zhang, our faction boasts 3 golden core practitioners, enabling us to contend equally with any faction of the Yun family. Should Brother Lu successfully solidify his golden core this time, our faction would then comprise 4 golden core cultivators. Perhaps we could devise a plan. Should the golden core practitioners of the Yun family harbor ulterior motives, we could take the opportunity to eliminate 1 or 2 of them. Thus, I shall ensure that my esteemed Jin Danjinren does not fall short of the other 2 factions, nor shall he be at a disadvantage. Jiaoyu conveyed her thoughts to Wen Shu. Wei Er, in his ambition to condense an external elixir into a golden core, may find his aspirations somewhat ambitious. Wen Shu mused, a faint stir within him, followed by a wry shake of his head. However, with this item to assist, Jiaoyu continued, as she gracefully flipped her palm, revealing a shimmering azure light, from which she produced a jade spirit mushroom and offered it to Wen Shu. With this addition, Wei Er's chances of forming his core have risen to a remarkable 40%. In this endeavor, Wei Er owes you a tremendous favor, she remarked. Wen Shu said little in response, accepting the jade spirit mushroom with a complex expression. In years past, he had merely thwarted the Yun family's covetous gaze upon Jiaoyu, sending her to Yunwu City to evade the machinations of the Yun father and son. Little did he know that the assistance he once provided would yield such profound consequences today. In the depths of Lu Chuxia's cave within Yunwu City, a discussion unfolded. While my deployment to the Yunwu forest to hunt the beasts is understandable, what compels the inclusion of you, a mere alchemist, in this endeavor? Qintian Shuang inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. The alchemists, artifact masters, and formation masters of the foundational stage have all been dispatched to the Yunwu forest to combat the beasts. Only a scant few foundational cultivators remain stationed here, those who have secured their positions through connections. As for us, lacking any avenues, we have naturally been assigned to the Yunwu forest to assist in the eradication of these creatures. It would be prudent for us to venture forth together. In doing so, we can ensure mutual support, Lu Chuxia replied with a smile. Although venturing into the misty forest to hunt down the monstrous beasts poses certain dangers, it also presents a splendid opportunity for resource collection. As long as she encounters no third-tier beasts, she remains untroubled. Chapter 53. The Hunt for Beasts on the following day. Fully prepared, a group from Misty City, comprising practitioners from the 3 major sects, set forth into the Misty Forest to eradicate the beasts. Each team consisted of 5 foundation-building cultivators leading 50 chi-refining practitioners. Among the 5 foundation-building cultivators, at least 2 possessed mid-stage foundation-building prowess, while some teams were further led by late-stage foundation-building practitioners, advancing methodically in a coordinated manner. Each team maintained a distance of 10 miles apart. Should they encounter an insurmountable beast, they could signal for assistance with distress flares. In Lu Chuxia's team, apart from herself and Qintian Shuang, the remaining 3 were male cultivators. All free practitioners, 1 mid-stage foundation-building cultivator named Li Jia, and 2 early-stage foundation-building cultivators named Huang De and Chao Qing. As the grand procession made its way towards the misty forest, Lu Chuxia summoned the golden thunder eagle from the realm of her cave abode, allowing it to soar above and serve as a watchful sentinel. The Tianluan white ape walked beside her and Qintian Shuang, safeguarding their surroundings while the teams advanced steadily into the forest. Should they encounter first-tier beasts, the chi-refining practitioners trailing behind would step forward to address the situation, while Lu Chuxia and her companions would observe closely. Only if the chi-refining practitioners faced overwhelming odds or life-threatening dangers would they intervene. Their responsibility was to confront second-tier beasts, which typically appeared in solitary numbers, easily dealt with by the Tianluan white ape. Thus, their journey deeper into the misty forest was remarkably smooth and swift. However, in order to allow the other teams to catch up, they often took brief rests, waiting for their companions to match their pace. The chi practitioners began to sustain injuries as well. To confront a Tier 2 early-stage beast, it typically required the efforts of a dozen chi practitioners. Let us rest for half a day. Once the other teams have caught up, we shall venture deeper, Lu Chuxia remarked after they managed to slay 3 Tier 2 mid-stage beasts. It was indeed a privilege to be assigned to the same team as Lu. Huang De beamed with satisfaction after the allocation of resources. Nonetheless, the distribution of spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, and beast blood was to be claimed by Lu Chuxia, as she had the assistance of 2 spirit beasts, thus contributing the most and naturally reaping the greatest rewards. The essence of the beast was designated for Qin Tianshuang, while the refining materials from the other beasts were to be evenly divided among Li Jia, Huangda, and Shaoqing. At that moment, not far from Lu Chuxia and her team, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy erupted, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars as chaotic energy surged in all directions. Following this, a vibrant firework shot into the sky. This was a distress signal from a golden core practitioner, who was embroiled in a fierce battle with a Tier 3 beast. In contrast, the distress signal from a Foundation establishment practitioner was a dazzling display of colors. Meanwhile, as Yun Xiu, Wen Shu, and Xiao Qi pressed southward into the cloud mist forest, they were suddenly ambushed by 4 Tier 3 beasts, a late-stage ironhide bull, a mid-stage crimson gold serpent, and 2 early-stage golden sparrows. Upon witnessing this, Yun Xiu and Zhang Lin exchanged glances and simultaneously charged towards the 2 golden sparrows. Both of them possessed mid-stage golden core cultivation, effortlessly handling a golden sparrow equivalent to an early-stage golden core. The remaining late-stage, 3rd-tier iron hide bull and the crimson gold serpent were left to the scribe. Upon witnessing this, the scribe's expression darkened slightly. Recalling the words Jia Yue had spoken to him earlier, a flicker of determination ignited within him as he shattered a jade slip. If you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With a folding fan in hand, the scribe waved it gracefully, unleashing a swirling white tempest that swept the iron hide bull away, keeping it at bay without engaging directly. The iron hide bull, known for its formidable defense, could not withstand the onslaught without powerful artifacts or multiple golden core cultivators attacking simultaneously. It was swiftly overwhelmed, its speed being its sole vulnerability. This was not a time for a life-and-death struggle, especially with Yun Xiu and Zhang Lin lurking nearby. Self-preservation was paramount. Meanwhile, Jia Yue cast her gaze toward Yun Lu in the distance, a cold smile gracing her lips, enhancing her captivating allure. Indeed, Yun Lu had participated in the siege against the beasts, even going so far as to place himself on the same team as her. The 3 Foundation establishment cultivators assigned alongside him were all affiliated with the Yun clan, each at late-stage Foundation establishment, which only underscored Yun Lu's high regard for her. Had she not reached the golden core, she would have surely fallen into their trap. At that moment, a fierce battle erupted nearby, resonating with golden core intensity. Yun Lu appeared to sense something amiss, a flicker of delight crossing his features as he exchanged a knowing glance with a Qi refinement cultivator. Promptly, the Qi refinement cultivator led the others away from Yun Lu and his companions, while Yun Lu and the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators began to encircle Jia Yue. Yun Lu, what is it that you intend to do? The radiant moon, upon noticing Yun Lu's movements, chuckled lightly as she observed the 4 foundational cultivators surrounding her. What do I intend to do? You are not unaware, are you, Jia Yue? It is a privilege for you to assist me in breaking through to the golden core realm. Yun Lu's sinister gaze brazenly appraised Jia Yue's figure. In that case, I shall not be courteous to you. I presume you have caused the demise of numerous female cultivators. Today, I shall avenge them. As Jia Yue's words fell, she flicked her wrist. The azure wind python surged forth, expanding in the breeze, and unleashed a strike that cleaved a slightly slower reacting foundational cultivator in 2. Subsequently, the azure wind python coiled toward another foundational cultivator. At this moment, the remaining 2 foundational cultivators finally reacted, summoning their spiritual artifacts to engage in combat with the azure wind python. What? Impossible. How could you have advanced to the golden core stage? Once the azure wind python detached from Jia Yue's wrist, her golden core realm was revealed, leaving Yun Lu in a state of shock and disbelief. With a single hand wave, the superior-grade magical treasure, the celestial silkworm, transformed into a white ribbon and swept toward Yun Lu. Seeing this, Yun Lu hastily activated 2 early-stage, 3rd-level defensive talismans bestowed upon him by his grandfather. With his other hand, he clutched a resplendent golden talisman, a treasured artifact left to him by his father, desperately channeling all his spiritual energy into it in an attempt to activate its power. The celestial silkworm struck against the protective barrier formed by the 3rd-level talismans, shattering the first layer of the shield. The potent concussive force, coupled with the dissipation of the last tri-tiered talisman-derived shield enveloping Yun Lu, sent him spiraling aside. His inner sanctum assailed, Yun Lu disgorged a mouthful of blood. Chapter 54. Retribution once more, Jia Yue invoked the spirit-absorbing jade bowl, which emanated an azure emanation, engulfing Yun Lu's discarded protective shield and drawing it into its depths. Bereft of his defensive barrier, and before he could activate his talisman treasure, Jiao Yu brandished the celestial silk sash. With a mere flick, Yunlu was rent asunder. With a further manipulation of the sash, it ensnared the two Foundation establishment cultivators engaged in combat with the Azure Wind Serpent. Jiao Yu exerted her strength, and the cultivators were contorted into grotesque coils. Earlier, upon Yunlu's entreaty for aid from his father, Yun Xiu, fearful for his son's well-being, had hastily diverted his avian adversary, the golden finch, to his junior disciple, Zhang Lin, and sped towards his son's location. Prior to venturing into the misty forest, Yunlu had been equipped with an arsenal of tri-tiered talismans and treasures, sufficient to address most contingencies. His current urgent plea indicated an encounter with a formidable foe beyond his capabilities. Observing Yun Xiu's abandonment of his duel with the golden finch to Zhang Lin, Wen Shu discerned Jiao Yu's intent to target Yunlu. Yunlu's appeal to Yun Xiu, and the latter's precipitate departure to safeguard his son, were duly noted. In response, Wen Shu wielded his folding fan, directing a sweeping gust towards Zhang Lin's battlefield. The Ironhide Bull, not one to persist in futility, recognizing its repeated failure to engage the core formation cultivator, ceased its assault on Wen Shu. Instead, gathering strength, he charged furiously towards Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin found himself entangled by two agile golden sparrows, unable to confront the assault of the iron-skinned bull head-on, leaving him overwhelmed in his defense. Senior Brother 1, I cannot withstand the onslaught of these three monstrous beasts. I humbly request your assistance in restraining one of the third-tier beasts. Zhang Lin urgently sought help from Wen Shu. I observe that Senior Brother Yun has departed in haste, likely encountering a matter of utmost urgency, perhaps a threat to his life. As for this golden serpent, I also trouble Zhang Junior Brother to hold it at bay for a moment. I shall assist Senior Brother Yun. After repelling the golden serpent towards Zhang Lin's direction, Wen Shu transformed into a streak of white light, accelerating towards the moonlit horizon. Had Zhang Lin and Yun Xiu not contemplated betraying him earlier, Wen Shu would not have abandoned Zhang Lin to face four third-tier beasts alone. Once he departed, Zhang Lin's fate became all too evident. With the departure of its adversary, the golden serpent joined its companions in attacking Zhang Lin. Upon seeing Wen Shu leave and the golden serpent rejoining the fray, Zhang Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Instantly, he yearned to escape, yet the two golden sparrows clung tightly to him. Were it not for the arrival of a golden core cultivator to support Zhang Lin, his demise would have been inevitable. After tidying the scene, the moonlit figure hastened towards the site of the golden core battle. Not long after she had left the scene, she encountered a golden streak of light approaching. The golden light abruptly halted in the air not far from her, revealing the arrival of Yun Xiu. His countenance was dark and brooding as he casually brushed his hand over his storage pouch. An ancient, teal oil lamp materialized in the palm of Yun Xiu's hand. Only the wick of the oil lamp extinguished, devoid of kerosene, serving as a soul lamp, and indeed, it was the soul lamp of Yunlu. The extinguishment of the soul lamp signified the demise of a soul. Did you slay my son? Yun Xiu clenched his palm, reducing the soul lamp to ashes. His gaze fierce as it pierced the bright moon. In that moment, he discerned the golden elixir aura radiating from Jiao Yu, and it dawned upon him that his son had perished at her hands. It was akin to a seasoned hunter being pecked by the very prey he pursued. His anger surged. Did he not grasp the plight of Yunlu? How many female cultivators had suffered at his hands? Today, to slay him was to execute divine retribution. Before Jiao Yu could finish her words, Yun Xiu wielded a golden pair of scissors, aiming directly at her. Jiao Yu reacted with remarkable speed, summoning the exquisite jade umbrella, a treasure acquired from a cultivator's abode. With a swift motion, she positioned the umbrella above her head, enveloping herself in a thick, azure shield. The golden scissors clashed against the azure barrier, creating but ripples on its surface. As Jiao Yu infused the umbrella with spiritual energy, the azure shield solidified instantly. A superior defensive artifact. Upon witnessing Jiao Yu's command over such a treasure, Yun Xiu was taken aback. Despite having cultivated the golden elixir for many years, he possessed only 3 mid-grade artifacts, while superior artifacts were scarce in the Lin Kingdom. Even if they existed, they were typically in the hands of the leaders of the 3 major sects or those in the latter stages of golden elixir cultivation. Jiao Yu was not one to hold back, as she summoned the celestial silkworm belt, twisting, whipping, and entangling to assail Yun Xiu. Yet, upon seeing Jiao Yu deploy another superior artifact, his expression changed dramatically. At that moment, he sought to withdraw. He was aware that Jiao Yu possessed 2 exceptional treasures for her protection, and relying solely on his own strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish her. It seemed as though Jiao Yu had discerned Yun Xiu's intent to withdraw, How could she allow him to escape so easily? With a single hand reaching into the void. A milky glow flickered in her grasp, and a white mirror materialized in her palm. Another exquisite treasure, the spirit-binding mirror, obtained from a hidden abode. Xiaoyu, wielding the spirit-binding mirror with both hands, thrust it forward, unleashing a radiant beam of light towards Yunxiu. Upon realizing that Xiaoyu had summoned her third exceptional treasure, Yunxiu's countenance darkened, fully aware that she was in possession of a significant opportunity. Although his cultivation surpassed hers by a margin, the assistance of three extraordinary treasures had effectively bridged the gap in their strengths. If he were not careful today, he might very well find himself in dire straits. As the luminous beam surged towards him, Yunxiu dared not confront it head-on. He hastily summoned a low-grade defensive treasure in the form of a shield. However, the brilliant beam pierced through the shield effortlessly, hurtling directly toward him. Caught off guard by the inadequacy of his defensive artifact, he realized too late, as the beam penetrated his body, rendering his spiritual energy inoperative. As if he had lost all his cultivation. The low-grade defensive treasure that had once stood before him flickered momentarily before reverting to its original form and falling away. In the midst of his downfall, Xiaoyu would not let this opportunity slip away. She brandished the celestial silkworm whip and, with a swift motion, sent Yunxiu hurtling away. Following this, she deftly coiled the celestial silkworm whip into the void, ensnaring the retreating Yunxiu. The essence of Yunxiu was concealed within the golden elixir, yet it still yearned for escape. Xiaoyu had long anticipated this, and with a surge of power from the fixed spirit realm, a colossal beam of white light erupted, immobilizing Yunxiu's golden elixir. No, the essence of Yunxiu, hidden within the golden elixir, roared in defiance. However, upon Xiaoyu's mere gesture in the void, Yunxiu's golden elixir shattered, extinguishing the essence and obliterating the path of life and death. Chapter 55. Using a knife to kill. I never anticipated that you could vanquish Yunxiu. This has indeed taken me by surprise. When Shu arrived just in time to witness Xiaoyu annihilating Yunxiu's golden elixir and essence, his astonishment palpable. Xiaoyu, having recently formed her elixir, was capable of defeating a mid-stage golden elixir practitioner like Yunxiu, wielding power comparable to that of 2 or 3 early-stage golden elixir cultivators. I merely relied on the might of several magical artifacts. Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly after she had stowed away the artifacts. Having dispatched both father and son of the Yun family, Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of relief. The earlier pressures and fears imposed by Yun Lu seemed to dissipate entirely. What shall we do now, Xiaoyu? When Shu inquired, what of Zhang Lin? Noticing that the battle ahead appeared to have reached its conclusion, Xiaoyu began to speculate. With their essence extinguished, there is no reason to hesitate. We must eradicate them completely, Xiaoyu declared coldly. Deep within the cloud mist forest, in a dark and damp subterranean cavern, a massive serpent, bloodied and with numerous scales missing, coiled tightly. This serpent was the semi-level 4, multicolored giant python that had attacked the Danding sect. At this moment, the vibrant giant python's aura appeared somewhat weakened, seemingly only capable of exerting the strength of a late-stage 3rd level. As the Qifeng python released its compact form, it instantly attracted the pure aura of the dragonpan tree, which was keenly sensed by the colorful giant python. Suddenly, the python opened its chilling serpent eyes. What a pure aura of the dragon! If I could devour and refine this essence, not only would my injuries be mended, but my bloodline would also become more refined. After a brief moment of human-like hesitation, the 7-colored python transformed into a radiant streak and swiftly flew towards the Qifeng python. Within a certain cave of the Danding sect, after receiving a distress signal from his grandson, Yunhe's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily set off to provide aid. However, shortly after departing the sect, Yunhe's countenance darkened like a stormy sea. With a swift motion, he brushed his hand over his storage bag, summoning an ancient, blue-hued oil lamp into his palm. Yet, the wick of the lamp was extinguished, and it contained no oil. It was indeed a soul lamp, belonging to Yunxiu. The extinguished soul lamp signified that the person had perished. Could it be that Yunxiu had encountered that half-step 4th-level beast? At that moment, as Xiaoyu and when Shu deliberated on how to eliminate the true person Yunhe, a magnificent streak of 7 colors surged through the distance towards them. This is not good. The half-step 4th-level beast is heading our way, exclaimed Wen Shu, his expression changing drastically. The Qingfeng python seemed to sense the intent of the colorful giant python, transforming into a streak of azure light as it sped towards Luchuxia. The Qingfeng python understood that the seven-colored giant python sought to devour it and refine the power of its bloodline, aiming to purify and amplify its own innate abilities. It is also aware that, given its current cultivation level, it stands no chance against the resplendent seven-colored giant python. At this moment, the azure wind python perceives that the master's cave abode is the safest sanctuary. Thus, it instinctively darts towards Lu Chuxia. Just as Jiayue and Wenshu stand on high alert, the seven-colored giant python bypasses them entirely, disregarding their presence, and pursues the azure wind python instead. This is dire. Its target is indeed the azure wind python. Upon realizing that the seven-colored giant python is set on its pursuit, Jiayue quickly summons the celestial silkworm belt, propelling herself towards the giant python. The aura emanating from the azure wind python is remarkably pure, already exhibiting tendencies of transformation into a true dragon, while the seven-colored giant python, being half-dragon and severely injured, has undoubtedly sensed the azure wind python's presence and seeks to devour its bloodline power to aid in its recovery and to refine its own bloodline essence. Meanwhile, Lu Chuxia, through her perceptive abilities, understands that Jiayue has slain Yunlu. After dispatching the lesser foe, she assumed the matter had concluded. Little did she anticipate that the seven-colored giant python would turn its pursuit towards the azure wind python. Now, the azure wind python is heading toward her as well. Observing this, Lu Chuxia's expression shifts dramatically as she exclaims, "This is bad. That half-step level 4 beast is coming our way. Everyone scatter." The three foundational cultivators, Li Jia and her companions, also sense an overwhelming aura approaching them and, upon hearing Lu Chuxia's warning, yearn for wings to take flight, swiftly dispersing like birds in the wind. Though the chi-refining cultivators could not yet sense the formidable aura upon hearing Lu Chuxia's words, the other three foundation establishment cultivators scattered in haste, causing the group of chi-refining cultivators to disperse in a frenzy. "Sister Tianchuang, you must leave at once. This half-step 4th-level demon beast is targeting my spiritual beast, the Qingfeng python." With a firm step, Lu Chuxia landed upon the back of the golden thunder eagle. Noticing that Qin Tianchuang had yet to flee, Lu Chuxia maintained a composed expression as she addressed her. "Come with me." Qin Tianchuang resolutely descended onto the back of the golden thunder eagle. Very well. Lu Chuxia understood that once Qin Tianchuang made up her mind, she would not easily alter her resolve. With a thought, Lu Chuxia directed the golden thunder eagle to veer towards the rear of Jiayue. The Qingfeng python likewise followed suit, while the vibrant giant python trailed closely behind. However, the Qifeng python executed the wind escape technique, allowing it to evade the pursuit of the colorful giant python momentarily. As Lu Chuxia and her companions soared towards Jiayue, a golden core escape light approached them. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lu Chuxia felt a stir in her heart and immediately called out, "Uncle Yunhe." It was that half-step 4th-level demon beast that killed Uncle Yunxiu and Brother Yunlu. Lu Chuxia had cleverly shifted the blame, igniting a firestorm of vengeance. "It is you, vile creature, who has slain my descendants. I shall not rest until we are avenged." Upon hearing this, Master Yunhe's eyes turned crimson as he soared toward the colorful giant python, blinded by rage. Yet, he failed to consider why the colorful giant python was pursuing them and why Lu Chuxia and her companions were not clad in the attire of the Dan Ding sect disciples. Before long, a fierce battle erupted between a man and a beast. The azure wind python swiftly arrived at Lu Chuxia's side, transforming into a cerulean bracelet that coiled around her wrist. Jiaoyu and Wenshu followed closely behind. Yuni must have realized that his grandson had perished, which prompted him to depart from the Dan Ding sect. I stated that his progeny had been slain by the radiant python. Indeed, he engaged in combat with the radiant python. Lu Chuxia explained with a smile, "Brother Wen, let us wait a moment longer. This presents an opportunity to exhaust Yunhe, and perhaps even glean insights about him through the radiant python. We shall proceed with caution." Seeing Wenshu's eagerness to join the fray, Jiaoyu hurriedly intervened. Chapter 56. Crisis. It remains uncertain whether the tumult of battle here was excessively loud or if other factors were at play. But from the left emerged 3 third-tier demonic beasts, a third-tier early-stage golden sparrow, a third-tier mid-stage crimson gold serpent, and a third-tier late-stage ironhide bull. These 3 third-tier demonic beasts were the same ones that had previously besieged Wenshu and his companions. At this moment, Zhang Lin was nowhere to be seen, and one golden sparrow was missing, suggesting that Zhang Lin had taken one third-tier early-stage golden sparrow with him before his demise. Furthermore, The three third-tier demonic beasts bore various injuries. Shortly thereafter, a severely wounded third-tier late-stage silver moon giant wolf and a third-tier mid-stage golden crown tiger emerged from below. Two third-tier early-stage ironhide bulls appeared on the left. However, all these third-tier demonic beasts were drawn here by the allure of the radiant python. The vibrant giant python has now attained a half-step 4th-level cultivation and has refined the horizontal bone, enabling it to articulate human speech. At this moment, it is gravely injured. And the 3rd-level demon beasts naturally seek to devour its demon core and refine its flesh to enhance their own cultivation. Among demon beasts, the principles are often starkly clear. The weak are prey to the strong, and the mighty reign supreme. Earlier, they had obeyed the commands of the vibrant giant python. But upon witnessing its dire state, they launched a collective assault. Not good. Scatter and flee. Upon the sudden emergence of several 3rd-level demon beasts, Wenshu's countenance shifted dramatically. After uttering these words, he transformed into a white streak and fled to the right. Jiayue, come here. Lu Chusha called out to Jiayue. Then with a slight push from her toes, she leapt onto the golden thunder eagle. The eagle, now at the mid-2nd level, unleashed its speed, igniting its vital essence, and soared with Lu Chusha and the others deep into the misty forest. The golden thunder eagle, having advanced and awakened its lightning affinity abilities, moved with a swiftness akin to lightning, leaving the pursuing 3rd-level demon beasts unable to keep pace. Noticing the Qingfeng python had escaped, the vibrant giant python disregarded its battle with the real person Yunha. With a flick of its tail, it sent Yunha flying and immediately transformed into a colorful streak, pursuing the golden thunder eagle. The remaining 3rd-level demon beasts, witnessing this turn of events, hastened after the departing vibrant giant python. The vibrant giant python and those 3rd-level demon beasts are relentlessly on our trail. We must devise a means to shake them off, Jiayue remarked, her expression darkening as she noted the multitude of pursuers behind them. The vibrant giant python is following Shaoqing, Lu Chusha pondered, and with a swift thought, she promptly summoned the Qifeng python into her celestial abode. However, the vibrant giant python pursuing Lu Chusha and her companions suddenly lost the trace of the Qifeng python. And in an instant, it erupted in fury. Where has it gone? You shall not escape. To their astonishment, the loss of the Qingfeng python sent only incited the rainbow serpent's rage further, as it clung relentlessly to their heels, refusing to relent. Regardless of how Lu Chusha altered her course, the colorful giant python and the Tier 3 beasts trailing behind remained in hot pursuit. The rainbow serpent is after me, Jiao Yu. Tian Shuang. You too should seize this opportunity to escape. Surely the giant python and those Tier 3 beasts will not pursue you, Lu Chusha urged anxiously. At this moment, Lu Chusha found herself in her first perilous crisis since embarking on her cultivation journey, unless she were to abandon the Qingfeng python. No, if I leave, with your current cultivation, how could you withstand a strike from the rainbow serpent? Since the vibrant giant python was targeting the Qingfeng python, the Tier 3 beasts behind it were evidently after the giant python. Perhaps if I could delay the rainbow serpent for just a moment, when the Tier 3 beasts catch up, we might be able to launch a counterattack against the giant python. At that point, we could also make our escape, Jiao Yu thought rapidly. Very well. Regardless of the outcome, consider it a debt of gratitude for my life owed to both of you. Lu Chusha felt a swell of emotion. In this life and death scenario, Jiao Yu and Tian Shuang had not abandoned her. It is often said that cultivators are driven by self-interest, prioritizing their own safety, but without having experienced it firsthand, one cannot truly believe it. This journey through cultivation, perhaps knowing them both, has been my greatest fortune. Beauty is easy to attain, yet true friendship in times of peril is hard to come by. What do you see? At this moment, they ventured deep into the mist-laden forest. Suddenly, Jiayue spotted a chasm on the ground not far ahead. Within this abyss, one's consciousness could not penetrate, as if it were cloaked in a veil of darkness. Let us proceed towards that direction, she urged. Lu Chusha lightly tapped the back of the golden thunder eagle with her toes, prompting it to emit a resonant cry before surging powerfully towards the chasm. However, after a quarter of an hour had passed, the golden thunder eagle, having exhausted more than half of its vital essence, found itself struggling to break free from the encroaching peril. Do not stray, the multicolored giant python exclaimed, seemingly discerning their intent. The more it protested, the more Lu Chusha felt that the chasm was indeed the key to their escape. As they approached the abyss, a faint yet ominous force began to emanate from within, gradually intensifying until it enveloped Lu Chuxia, her companions, and the golden thunder eagle, drawing them inexorably into the depths. Upon witnessing Lu Chuxia and her friends being consumed by the chasm, the python's eyes widened with trepidation. Realizing the futility of the situation and sensing the imminent approach of a third-level beast behind it, it was filled with regret for its earlier bravado and hastily retreated to preserve its own life. Lu Chuxia and her companions found themselves ensnared in the black void, their bodies uncontrollably plummeting and separating from the back of the golden thunder eagle. In a fleeting moment, Lu Chuxia managed to draw the golden thunder eagle into her pocket dimension, while the thorny vines of blood unfurled from her hand, wrapping tightly around Qin Tianshuang and Jiayue's waists. "Be careful," she warned. After Jiaoyu witnessed them plummeting into the abyss-like black chasm, her form uncontrollably descended. As she fell, swirling gusts of dark tempest approached Lu Chuxia and the others. In haste, Jiaoyu summoned her jade-green umbrella, enveloping them with the protective aura of the celestial silkworm. In a bid to conserve Jiaoyu's spiritual energy, Qin Tianshuang wielded the spirit-absorbing jade bowl, drawing in the oncoming black winds to alleviate Jiaoyu's burden. Lu Chuxia, meanwhile, ensured that the blood thorns tightly entwined around both Jiaoyu and Qin Tianshuang, preventing their separation. Yet, at that moment, the trio found themselves ensconced within a dim, shadowy void. Around them, numerous dark whirlwinds surged forth. Their force was not particularly formidable, yet their sheer multitude was overwhelming. Within the void, spiritual energy was conspicuously absent, and their consciousness could not penetrate the surrounding circumstances. The only sensation they could discern was the realization that they were continuing to fall downwards, a descent that had persisted for a duration of 2/4 of an hour. Suddenly, Lu Chuxia seemed to perceive a glimmer of light beneath their descent. This radiance served as a beacon in the enveloping darkness. Immediately, Jiaoyu guided their descent toward the source of the light. Chapter 57. The Land of Absolute Spirit. Another surge of force emanated from the brilliant light, compelling their forms to uncontrollably pass through it. They found themselves in an expanse of desolate black desert. As far as the eye could see, the endless black sands stretched into the horizon, devoid of any other scenery. In this barren wasteland, not a blade of grass could be found. It appeared that this realm consisted solely of the black desert. Why was there not a trace of spiritual energy in sight? What manner of place was this? Lu Chuxia, sensing the absence of ethereal energy in the world around her, furrowed her brow. Even in the most mundane of realms, one could detect the faintest traces of celestial energy. However, in this black desert, not a whisper of such energy could be felt, which struck her as peculiar. Moreover, do you see the sun above? Qin Tianshuang pointed to the sun suspended in the sky. It shone not with a flickering crimson hue, but rather appeared dull and gray, radiating an intense heat. Lu Chuxia had assumed the dimness was a result of the black desert, but she had not anticipated the sun's oddity. Only Jiaoyu knitted her brows, seemingly deep in contemplation. "Sister Jiaoyu, do you know something?" Lu Chuxia inquired, noticing Jiaoyu's pensive expression. "I have encountered this place in the records of our sect. It appears we have arrived at the land of absolute spirit." Jiaoyu's expression shifted, her voice tinged with tremor. "The land of absolute spirit? What manner of place is this?" Lu Chuxia questioned, having never heard of such a realm in the world of cultivation. It is said that the land of absolute spirit came to be during ancient times when the demon clan invaded, leading ancient cultivators to engage in fierce battles that darkened the skies and severed the spiritual veins. Following the invasion of demonic energy, this desolate land was formed. There are also accounts stating that this place is the closest to the nether realm, allowing entry to the banks of the River of Oblivion. The records warn that once one enters the land of absolute spirit, all ethereal energy and spiritual awareness are retracted within, rendering them unusable. Though this should not be taken at face value, spiritual awareness is indeed limited, capable of probing a radius of 100 miles, but only at 1/10 of its full strength. The arcane arts and offensive capabilities are diminished to but half their former glory during this period of adversity. In this enigmatic realm, we must remain vigilant and cautious. Upon a swift scan of her surroundings, Jiaoyu released a fireball spell, only to be dismayed by the considerable limitations imposed on her combat prowess. It appears that to restore our spiritual energy in this desolate land, we will have to rely on the potency of medicinal pills and the rejuvenating properties of spirit stones. Sister Jiaoyu, Sister Tianshuang, please gather all the spirit stones you possess and present them to me. I shall exchange them for restorative pills and diluted millennial stalagmites, Luchuxia proposed, her mind racing with thoughts. From her storage pouch, she produced several potent pills for replenishing spiritual energy, along with the diluted stalagmites, offering them to Jiayue and Tianchuang. Though they found Luchuxia's actions peculiar, both Jiayue and Tianchuang placed their trust in her without further inquiry. The act of consuming the pills and diluted stalagmites for restoration proved to be a far swifter means of recovering their spiritual energy than the arduous process of absorbing and refining the energy contained within the spirit stones, leaving them with little to argue against. If we find ourselves in need after consuming these, do not hesitate to inform me. I have more at hand. Luchuxia reassured as she accepted thousands of spirit stones from Jiayue and Tianchuang, storing them within her personal sanctum. An instinctive awareness dawned upon her that they would likely remain in this desolate place for an extended duration, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. She exchanged all the spirit stones from Tianchuang and Jiayue, ensuring she had ample resources for cultivating spirit herbs and concocting restorative medicines for injuries and energy restoration. This was a precautionary measure on Luchuxia's part, with nearly 50 drops of the Millennium Stalactite remaining in Luchuxia's possession. Each drop possesses the remarkable ability to be diluted into 30 drops. A single drop of the diluted stalactite can replenish the spiritual energy of a foundational cultivator entirely. By consuming 5 drops of the diluted Millennium Stalactite, one can restore the spiritual energy of a cultivator in the early to mid stages of the Golden Core realm. At present, resources for replenishing spiritual energy are plentiful. Subsequently, they redistributed their spiritual tools and treasures, refining them anew. After a brief period of rest, they selected a direction in the dark desert and commenced their journey forward. Apart from the severely weakened golden thunder eagle, which is recuperating its vital essence within its celestial abode, and the evolving spirit-eating insect, Luchuxia released all her spiritual beasts. The azure wind python and the heavenly lawn white ape led the way. Luchuxia perched atop the three-eyed blue fox, while Jiayue and Tianchuang rode on the phantom white tiger. Not long into their journey, the heavenly lawn white ape and azure wind python engaged in battle with several yellow, scorpion-like creatures. These scorpion beasts exuded no spiritual energy, yet their exoskeletons were remarkably resilient. With tails that struck as swiftly as lightning, their aura rivaled that of second-tier demon beasts, rendering the heavenly lawn white ape and azure wind python momentarily unable to subdue them. It was then that the three-eyed blue fox advanced, its eyes glimmered with ethereal light, and a surge of azure energy swept over the scorpion creatures, leaving them momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, the heavenly lawn white ape and azure wind python managed to dispatch several of the scorpion beasts. Following the defeat of these creatures, blood thorns surged forth, joyfully absorbing the blood of the fallen scorpions. Although these extraordinary beasts lack spiritual energy, the blood coursing through their veins is astonishing, serving as an excellent substance for aiding physical enhancement. The weak nature of their primordial spirits suggests that the creatures inhabiting the realm devoid of spirit are inherently robust. Or perhaps the cultivators trapped within that desolate land have long focused on strengthening their physical forms. In future encounters with these beasts or the practitioners from the realm of no spirit, we must ensure that no one approaches them closely. Upon observing the blood spilled by these scorpion-like creatures, Jiayue was taken aback as her own blood surged in response. Subsequently, she cast a soul-binding spell, aiming to extract the primordial spirits of the scorpions, but to her surprise, she found their spirits to be exceedingly fragile and feeble. The blood within these scorpions was truly remarkable. Should several more of these creatures' blood be absorbed by the bloodthorn, it could soon advance to the late stage of the second level. After the bloodthorn drained the blood from several of the scorpion beasts, it transmitted a wave of contentment to Luchuxia. A gust of wind arose. What could it be? Suddenly, Tianchuang pointed towards their left, not far away. It's a sandstorm run, Luchuxia observed as the desert was suddenly engulfed by swirling winds, dark waves of sand rushing towards them, accompanied by 2 towering black tornadoes rapidly approaching. She caught a glimpse of the black tornadoes, within which some beasts were being swept up, instantly reduced to mere fragments. Luchuxia swiftly summoned the Qifeng python and the Tianwan white ape, urging the three-eyed green fox and the yumming white tiger to flee in the opposite direction. Chapter 58. An unexpected encounter behind them. A black tornado rapidly expanded, visibly brimming with immense power. Luchuxia surmised that even a golden core cultivator would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed if caught within its grasp. It appeared that no matter how they fled, This ominous whirlwind relentlessly pursued them, with the three-eyed Qinghu and the nether white tiger only marginally outpacing it. Time seemed to stretch on, and gradually, the tornado that had been trailing Lu Chuxia and her companions began to dissipate, fading from sight. Exhausted, the three-eyed Qinghu and the nether white tiger lay on the ground, tongues lolling and breathing heavily. It was not that Lu Chuxia and the others did not wish to ride the winds or utilize flying artifacts. Rather, the efficacy of their wind manipulation techniques had drastically diminished in this location, proving inferior to the swift four-legged sprint of the Qinghu and the white tiger. Furthermore, the consumption of spiritual energy required for flying artifacts was substantial, and the peculiar high altitude of this desolate realm not only hindered ascent, but also presented considerable resistance, accompanied by an oppressive sensation that slowed their flight. "The sun has turned red," Jin Tianchuang observed, noticing the unusual phenomenon above. "Let us first establish a defensive formation and conceal ourselves for a moment. I have an unsettling feeling that the reddening sun heralds ominous changes. We should remain vigilant and hope to soon encounter cultivators or natives of this desolate land, so we can swiftly comprehend the situation here and better strategize our escape." Lu Chuxia gazed at the blood-red crescent moon in the sky, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Shortly after the formation was set, strange and peculiar beasts began to emerge from the black sands. As previously observed, the scorpion, the blood-red centipede, the gray wolf pack, birds reminiscent of vultures, the ashen eagle, the black lizard, the scaleless serpent adorned with a horn, the long-legged hare, and the gray mouse, all these extraordinary creatures emanate a presence akin to that of first and second tier. Only a few beings, such as a colossal gray wolf several meters in size, a 10-meter unicorn, and a gray mouse of about 1 meter, exude a formidable aura of third-tier cultivation. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that within a radius of several miles, there exists a multitude of these extraordinary beasts, numbering in the thousands. Many of these creatures have formidable natural enemies. However, at this moment, they are not engaged in conflict, but rather seem to be absorbing something from the crimson moon above, like silver wolves paying homage to the moon. Lu Chuxia soon observes the red moon releasing delicate strands of crimson gas that cascade down upon these beings. As this crimson vapor envelopes them, the creatures display expressions of delight, their auras intensifying, their physiques evidently undergoing a process of fortification. Although subtle, Lu Chuxia perceives this transformation. As time progresses, the red orb in the sky gradually fades, revealing a grayish hue reminiscent of dawn. Consequently, as the crimson moon diminishes, the descent of the red gas becomes increasingly sparse, eventually ceasing altogether. The extraordinary beasts awaken from their state of comfort, and chaos ensues among them. The larger fish devour the smaller fish consume the shrimp, and the powerful beasts feast upon the blood of their weaker counterparts, thereby augmenting their own strength. At the lowest echelon of the food chain, the aberrant beasts scurried in all directions. Instantly, a cacophony of roars and the sounds of battle echoed within the radius of several dozen miles where Lu Chuxia and her companions had set up their formation. Blood flowed like rivers, and it was only when the pallid sun emerged in the sky that this horde of aberrant creatures ceased their onslaught and gradually retreated. The formation set by Jiayue concealed their presence, and these beasts, possessing feeble primordial spirits, remained oblivious to Lu Chuxia and her companions nearby. It remains uncertain whether there exist fourth-tier aberrant beasts, equivalent to nascent soul cultivators, within this realm of absolute spirit. This land is indeed peculiar. It seems imperative that we swiftly locate a gathering of people. The sooner we comprehend the circumstances of this place, the greater assurance we will have regarding our safety. Having stowed away the formation flags, Jiayue chose a direction and continued their journey. Fortune favored Lu Chuxia and her companions. After traveling for a considerable part of the day, they discerned the sounds of combat not far ahead. Upon realizing this, the trio's faces lit up with joy, and they hurried forward. Upon arriving at the scene of the skirmish, Lu Chuxia beheld 2 young men engaged in battle with 8 or 9 formidable gray wolves, wielding massive bone clubs. The aura emanating from these 9 wolves indicated they possessed second-tier cultivation. The 2 men appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age. One donned a flowing white robe, with sharp brows and starry eyes, his countenance resembling jade, exuding an air of icy severity. The other, while grappling with the wolves, bore a light smile, exuding charm and grace. "Long Zhu Xian, if we are to perish, let us do so together. I refuse to be a coward or a turtle withdrawing into its shell." With that, Yin Che leaped into the air, using the momentum to deliver a crushing blow that shattered the skull of one of the formidable wolves. However, at that moment, he found himself ensnared by the encirclement of colossal wolves, his old strength exhausted and his new vigor yet to manifest. Two of the giants lunged at him, one aimed for Xianxia's throat, while the other targeted his waist. The remaining wolves advanced towards Ling Zhuxian, obstructing any chance of rescue for Xianxia, just as Xianxia was about to be beset by the two wolves. Two golden flying swords pierced through the heads of the beasts. Ling Zhuxian's complexion had turned as pale as parchment, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. One hand propping himself up on the sandy ground, unable to evade the charging wolf. "Zhuxian, be careful," Xianxia cried out in desperation upon witnessing Ling Zhuxian exhaust the final vestiges of his spiritual energy to command the flying swords, eliminating the two wolves besieging him, and then noticing his own peril. Just as one wolf's claw was about to strike Ling Zhuxian's head, a long black staff intercepted the lethal blow. With a swift motion, the staff shattered the skull of one wolf. The Qingfeng python employed its wind evasion technique, dropping behind one of the giants and coiling around it to strangle it to death. Following this, it unleashed a verdant wind blade, cleaving another wolf in half. With the Qingfeng python and the Tianluan white ape joining the fray, the remaining wolves were dispatched in mere moments. "Spirit beasts, golden core cultivators, I am deeply grateful for your assistance, esteemed ladies," Xianxia expressed his heartfelt thanks to his saviors. He had not anticipated that those who came to his aid would be three young female cultivators newly arrived in this desolate land, one of whom was a golden core practitioner. Upon the arrival of three exquisitely beautiful female cultivators, a gentle smile graced his lips, and his gaze delicately traversed the trio of Lu Chuxia and her companions. Among them, one possessed an enchanting figure, her curves perfectly accentuated, exuding an undeniable charm. Another boasted skin as smooth as jade, her countenance strikingly ethereal, with a demeanor that radiated a subtle aloofness. The last of the trio was a paragon of grace, her bright eyes and radiant smile framed by elegantly arched brows, presenting an extraordinary elegance. Chapter 59. The Savage Beast. Thank you. Cold Bamboo Pavilion clasped his hands in gratitude towards Lu Chuxia and her friends. After surveying them, his gaze lingered on Lu Chuxia for a brief moment longer. "It is but a trifling matter," she replied. "I am Lu Chuxia, and these are my two elder sisters, Jia Yue and Kinian Shuang. Might you share with us the circumstances surrounding the realm of absolute spirits?" With that, Lu Chuxia presented 2 vials of healing and spiritual restoration elixirs to them. "I am Xianxia, and this is my brother, Cold Bamboo Pavilion. We are grateful for your generous gift, Lady Lu." Upon receiving the 2 vials, Xianxia's face brightened with delight. "Are these savage beasts the creatures dwelling within this expanse of black sand? I perceive a peculiar energy within their blood. It must possess significant value," Jiue inquired as she observed Xianxia cautiously collecting the blood from the savage beasts. "Indeed, the blood of these savage beasts can aid cultivators in body refinement. Moreover, the higher the level of the beast, the more effective the body refinement process. Yet, do you understand why we seek to refine our bodies?" Xianxia cautiously collected the blood from the bodies of the savage beasts, meticulously skinning and disassembling them before categorizing everything. Once he had stowed all the items in his storage pouch, he rose and addressed Lu Chuxia and the others with a serious demeanor. "Let me take a guess. This realm of absolute spirit is surely easy to enter but difficult to exit. Once cultivators step into the realm of absolute spirit, the spiritual stones they carry, along with the elixirs for restoring spiritual energy and healing, will eventually be depleted. When our spiritual energy is exhausted, our physical bodies become as frail as ordinary mortals. To survive in the realm of absolute spirit, one must not only guard against others, but also confront these savage beasts. Therefore, it is imperative to cultivate the body and enhance physical prowess to combat the beasts," Lu Chuxia speculated. "Dear Lu, your intelligence is truly commendable, with just a hint. You have deduced so much," Xianxia replied. "However, as you have just entered the realm of absolute spirit, there are many things you do not yet understand. Do not carelessly reveal the spiritual stones and healing elixirs you possess. If the inhabitants of this gathering place discover these valuable items on you, it is highly likely that they will covet your spiritual stones and elixirs, leading to significant troubles for you. You certainly wouldn't want to be the target of others' schemes every day. Additionally, when venturing out of the endless wasteland, it is advisable to travel in groups rather than alone. The higher our cultivation, the more astonishing the spiritual energy contained within our blood. Refining and absorbing the spiritual blood of cultivators can aid in recovering injuries and replenishing spiritual energy. This is also why demonic creatures are drawn to devour our flesh and blood. At this moment, Xianxia retracted the light smile from his lips, his expression turning solemn as he earnestly warned Lu Chuxiao and the others. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist Yin. The blood moon night occurs on the 15th of every month, when all the wild beasts emerge to pay homage to the blood moon, absorbing its essence to enhance their strength. It is also a night of chaotic slaughter. Once the blood moon has set, the wild beasts will engage in brutal fights, devouring each other's flesh to bolster themselves. Typically, on the night of the blood moon, no one dares to venture out for beast hunting at the gathering site. If you manage to return unscathed from the blood moon night, it is likely due to the power of the formation. Although the wild beasts possess formidable physical strength, their spiritual essence is feeble, leaving them defenseless against formations. Upon discussing the blood moon night, Xianxia's expression grew increasingly grave as he addressed Lu Chuxia and her companions. I see. Fellow Taoist Yin, what exactly is this gathering site you mentioned? Additionally, as newcomers, what individuals and matters should we be vigilant about? Jiao Yue nodded, shifting the conversation towards the gathering site that Xianxia had referenced. The gathering site is rather peculiar. Wild beasts cannot approach it, so there is no need to worry about beast attacks. However, the site is rife with chaos, where murder and plunder run rampant, far more savage than in the realm of cultivation. As long as one possesses formidable strength, they can act with impunity. While you need not fear the wild beasts, you must remain cautious of other cultivators who have fallen into this perilous domain. The gathering site comprises hundreds of towering peaks, with individuals or groups occupying each peak, creating a labyrinthine expanse. Every year, on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival in August, a pure spiritual essence rises from the peaks of every mountain. To restore one's cultivation, one must rely on this day. As the 15th of August approaches, the gathering places become increasingly chaotic with strife. You need only pay attention to three individuals, Zhang Tai, Shen Ling, and Wu Tongzi. It is said that these three have resided in the land of absolute spirits for several centuries, being formidable old cultivators of the nascent soul stage. Surrounding them is a multitude of followers, who must offer tributes each month in exchange for protection. Xianxia gradually divulged the situation regarding the gathering place of the three to Lu Chuxia. Zhang Tai, Shen Ling, and Wu Tongzi have lingered in the land of absolute spirits for hundreds of years. Could it be that they are unable to find a way out? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuxia's expression turned solemn. The way out is known to those who have spent much time in the land of absolute spirits. It is we who cannot break through. The path to escape lies atop the towering peak of heaven. It is said that a millennium ago, someone attempted to ascend the peak of heaven and subsequently vanished without a trace, leading to speculation that the route to the outside world lies there. Bamboo Xian and I also ventured to climb the peak of heaven, but regrettably, we could only ascend to halfway up before retreating. The higher one climbs the peak of heaven, the greater the pressure becomes. Without sufficient cultivation, it is nearly impossible to reach the summit. Legends speak of treacherous challenges awaiting at the peak, the specifics of which remain unknown to us. When discussing the possibility of escape, Xianxia felt both yearning and disappointment. Dear Yin, you and your brother have claimed a peak in the land of absolute spirits. If there are no alternatives, could we, the three sisters, join forces and each occupy a mountain peak, standing guard and assisting one another in this realm of ethereal spirits? As Jiua pondered, she gently touched her earlobe and, after 3 delicate taps, inquired of Xianxia. Given Taoist Jiao Yue's golden core cultivation, along with the assistance of Taoist Lu, Taoist Qin, and 2 spirit beasts, it would indeed be feasible to conquer and defend a mountain peak. However, this matter must await Zhu Xian's awakening before we can deliberate further. Chapter 60. The gathering place. This plan is indeed viable. The target is the Twin Maiden Peaks. At that moment, Lung Zhu Xian, having awakened from his recuperation, overheard Jiao Yue's intention to form an alliance to individually claim a mountain peak. Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, Lang Zhuxian decisively affirmed the decision. True to his surname, Long, his demeanor exuded a chilling elegance, and his speech was succinct and incisive, as if he would never utter an unnecessary word. His coldness rivaled that of Qin Tianshuang. The Twin Maiden Peaks consist of 2 adjacent summits that diverge from their mid-slope to rise to their respective pinnacles, making them both a singular entity and dual peaks. Additionally, every year on the 15th day of the 8th month during the Mid-Autumn Festival, both summits emanate a pure essence of spiritual energy, rivaling that of any solitary peak. This mountain is occupied by the 7 brothers of the Wang family, who have not allied themselves with Zhang Tai, Xin Gang, or Wu Tongzi, instead forming their own formidable faction, with each of the 7 brothers possessing considerable strength. Among them, the eldest and second possess the cultivation of the golden core stage. However, after so many years, the spiritual energy within them has likely dwindled to a mere fraction of its former self, and their strength has plummeted repeatedly. My brother and I shall handle the close combat, while you 3 sisters will be responsible for ranged attacks. Capturing the Twin Maiden Peak will be a trivial endeavor. Yet, you are not body cultivators and lack experience in physical training. When faced with the Wang brothers, it is inevitable that your identities as newly arrived female cultivators in the land of absolute spirit will be revealed. At that moment, the majority present in the land of absolute spirit will undoubtedly fixate on the spiritual stones, elixirs, and spiritual artifacts possessed by you 3 sisters. If you wish to conquer a mountain peak with us, you must consider this carefully. Xianxia, concerned that Lu Chuxia and the others might be unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Twin Maiden Peak, proceeded to inform them of the situation there, elucidating the advantages and disadvantages of the sisters taking a mountain peak. If it were anyone else, Xianxia would have been disinclined to elaborate. But Lu Chuxia and her companions were different, not only due to their breathtaking beauty, but also because they had once saved Leng Zhuxuan's life. Upon hearing his words, Lu Chuxia, Jiaoyu, and Qin Tianshuang exchanged glances and swiftly reached a consensus to join forces with Xianxia and his companions to seize a mountain peak as a resting place. Although the resources they brought from the land of absolute spirit, including spiritual stones, elixirs, and spiritual artifacts, would eventually be depleted. Occupying a mountain peak would allow them to absorb the spiritual energy emanating from it every August 15th, thereby reducing their consumption of spiritual stones, elixirs, and spiritual artifacts. Until they discovered a way out of the land of absolute spirit, their safety would be assured. After a thorough discussion, Xianxia and Leng Zhuxian led Lu Chuxia and her companions toward the gathering place. The demeanor and eloquence of these 2 individuals are remarkable. They are likely the offspring of prestigious sects or esteemed families, perhaps even practitioners from the other 3 realms who have fallen into the abyssal spirit land. Otherwise, in the southern domain, such extraordinary talents would not escape my recognition. Although we owe them a debt of gratitude for saving our lives, they do not strike me as deceitful or treacherous. Yet, one can never fully discern a person's heart by merely observing their appearance. Thus, we must exercise caution during the impending battle for the mountain peak, lest we fall prey to their cunning. As we departed towards the gathering place, the Moonlit One communicated telepathically with Lu Chuxia and Qin Tianshuang. Upon hearing her words, both women subtly nodded in acknowledgement, indicating their understanding. As Xianxia and the others made their way to the assembly point in the abyssal spirit land, it was not long before Lu Chuxia beheld a series of undulating mountain ranges. These peaks surrounded a central area, obscuring the towering summits from view. The abyssal spirit land has existed for many years, and numerous array masters have studied these mountains. Even earth-dwelling practitioners and spirit beasts have ventured underground for exploration. Alas, the subterranean resistance and pressure are formidable, rendering it impossible to ascertain the conditions below. Curiously, on the 15th day of the 8th month, each mountain emits pure spiritual energy. Yet the phenomenon remains enigmatic. Friend Jiao, should you wish to study these mysteries, you shall have ample time in the future, remarked Xianxia. This mountain is the Twin Maiden's Peak, occupied by the Wang brothers. At this moment, he pointed towards a colossal peak with 2 summits near the gathering area. Without hesitation, they ascended. The Moonlit One flickered through the air, encircling the Twin Maiden's Peak as she deployed a series of array flags to establish a mirage array. This formation possesses no defensive strength. It is purely an exquisite illusion array. Fearing that they might be caught off guard during a scuffle with the Wang brothers, Jiuet took the initiative to set up a maze to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Even if someone attempted to breach this maze, it would likely take them considerable time to succeed, allowing enough opportunity for them to react. Who goes there? Wang Du exclaimed, leaping from his dwelling, wielding a pair of black axes, his voice booming. The remaining brothers of the Wang family emerged from their quarters upon witnessing the commotion. Just as Jiao Yue had completed the formation, Wang De had already detected it. This is bad. They are setting up a formation. New arrivals who had just entered the Zhuling realm shouted, urgently seeking to thwart their efforts. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang De raised his black axes and charged toward Jiao Yue. The Qingfeng python confronted him directly, engaging in a fierce struggle. Xianxia and Leng Zhuxian each found their opponents as well. The Tianluan white ape, the Yuming white tiger, the three-eyed Qin fox, and the bloodthorn all sought their respective adversaries, entangled in combat. Lu Chuxia and Qin Tianshuang refrained from direct confrontation, instead observing the battlefield, ready to provide assistance wherever necessary while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Once Jiayue completed the formation, she produced the stasis realm, thrusting her hands forward. A beam of white light erupted from the realm, effectively immobilizing Wang De. Seeing this, the Qingfeng python unleashed a surge of azure spiritual light, releasing a wind blade of considerable size that cleaved Wang De in half. Meanwhile, Yin Che wielded his bone staff, bringing it down upon another Wang brother, ending his life. In the midst of the ethereal realm, Lang Zhuxian wielded a resplendent golden flying sword, which, with a sweeping motion, expanded to a formidable size of several dozen feet. With a mere flick of his finger, the sword descended with lethal precision, cleaving one of the Wang brothers in twain. After Lang Zhuxian, Jiaoyu, Yin Che, and Qing Fengming had freed their hands, it took but a brief moment to decisively vanquish the 7 Wang brothers. Is this truly it? A golden core cultivator? Lu Chuxia felt an overwhelming sense of simplicity in the swift demise of the Wang brothers, leading her to question the authenticity of the golden core title. Chapter 61. Capturing the twin peaks. Though the Wang brothers, Wang De and Wang Er, were indeed golden core practitioners, they had languished in the realm of absolute spirits for quite some time, relying solely on the meager spiritual energy absorbed each year on the 15th of August. Their reserves were nearly depleted. With Jiao, a fully realized golden core cultivator, unleashing his full power, the formidable spirit beasts at their disposal were no match for our might. In the outside world, should a Foundation establishment practitioner encounter a golden core cultivator, the prudent course would be to flee as far as possible. One misstep could cost them their life. I now find myself regretting not having contracted a few spirit beasts. Had I done so, I would have had allies even in this desolate realm. Yin Che cast a longing glance at Qing Fengming and its spirit beasts. With the demise of the 7 Wang brothers, Bloodthorn seized a tremendous opportunity, absorbing the fresh blood and essence from Wang Da's corpse, its form shimmering with a vibrant crimson glow. The vitality within the bodies of body refinement practitioners is naturally robust, and the Wang brothers, as golden core cultivators, were no exception. The Bloodthorn has absorbed the essence of the 7 Wang brothers, breaking through 2 levels in its cultivation, ascending directly to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, and is now on the cusp of advancing to the 3rd tier with just a single opportunity. It stands as the first among Lu Chuxia's myriad spirit beasts to reach this peak. The other spirit beasts look on with envy, including Yin Che and Lang Zhuxian. After consuming the blood of the Wang brothers, the Bloodthorn emanated a wave of exhilaration and satisfaction towards Lu Chuxia, before transforming into a red light that settled on her wrist, becoming a crimson bracelet. Lu, your wood spirit is truly formidable. It can advance merely by absorbing blood? Yin Che remarked, taken aback by the Bloodthorn's leap from the mid-2nd tier to its pinnacle. In the desolate realm, he felt a surge of envy towards Lu Chuxia for possessing such a powerful spirit beast. Moderate, nothing extraordinary, Lu Chuxia replied, nonchalantly waving her hand. Perhaps this desolate realm is merely a fortuitous opportunity for the Bloodthorn. Every cultivator entering this realm engages in body refinement, and the blood within them harbors astonishing energy. Thus, its absorption naturally benefits the Bloodthorn's growth and advancement. Yin Che and Lang Zhuxian exchanged glances, slightly taken aback by Lu Chuxia's unpretentious demeanor. They had encountered numerous female cultivators, some proud, others aloof yet capable, often cloaking their prowess in false humility and artifice. In Lu Chuxia, however, there was no pretense. Instead, her authenticity exuded an air of comfort and ease. However, just as Lu Chuxia and her companions conquered the Twin Maiden Peak, an intense surge of spiritual energy erupted, revealing that a mirage formation had been set up around the peak. Other cultivators who had fallen into the abyss of spirits quickly realized that new arrivals had entered this desolate realm. Some unscrupulous cultivators immediately encircled the Twin Maiden Peak, lurking and waiting for an opportunity to act. In the days to come, the 3 of you must exercise caution and travel in groups whenever possible. Moreover, the 15th day of the 8th month is fast approaching, and many cultivators will undoubtedly seek to contend for the rights to various peaks. Are you not going to dismantle this formation? Even if no one breaches it, the operation of the formation still requires a considerable amount of spirit stones over time. Yin Che, observing that Jiao Yu had no intention of dismantling the Mirror Flower Watermoon formation, felt a pang of regret for the spirit stones sustaining it. For our safety, this formation is established here, she asserted. Moreover, I find it insufficiently secure. With a flicker of inspiration, Lu Chuxia unleashed a blood thorn from her hand, which rooted itself around the twin maiden peak. As it swelled in the wind, it swiftly encircled the peak, forming a wall of blood thorns approximately 10 feet high. Even if someone were to breach the first layer of the formation, they would still face a second wave of defense from the blood thorns, thereby enhancing their safety further. Well, the spirit stones are yours to use as you wish. In the future, when they are depleted, you will undoubtedly regret your actions today, Xianxia warned. Reminiscent of his own past extravagance with spirit stones when he first entered the abyss of spirits. Let it be settled. On the left stood the man, and on the right, the woman, each occupying a peak of their own. The radiant moon deemed it necessary to weave an illusory array of mirrored flowers and flowing water upon the twin maiden peaks to deter any unwelcome prying eyes. With the formidable bloodthorn guarding the periphery at the second pinnacle, safety was assured. Zhu, when do you think they will return to seek us out? Xianxia inquired, gazing at the retreating figures of Lu Chuxia and her companions. Lost in thought, a soft smile graced his lips as he turned to the indifferent Lang Zhuxian beside him. Today, was all Lang Zhuxian replied before pivoting and making his way toward the left summit. Hey, slow down, you rascal. Wait for me. This is truly dull. Xianxia called after him. Now that we have 3 female cultivators as our neighbors and allies, don't you have the slightest inclination? Dull, Lang Zhuxian retorted. The summit of the twin maiden peak spans several dozen zhang, adorned with several residences crafted by the Wang brothers, albeit rather simple and crude. Observing the inadequacies of these dwellings, Jiaoyu decided to flatten them and harness her spiritual energy to reshape the mountain stones, constructing a grand cave dwelling. Within, she partitioned 3 chambers of considerable size for the trio's cultivation and built a reception hall for visitors. From her storage bag, she retrieved some exquisitely carved and antiquely styled chairs, beds, and plants to embellish their quarters. Additionally, she established a defensive and concealing array, transforming the cave into a space that exuded an ethereal aura. At present, we have 2 matters to attend to. First, we must investigate the legendary Tongtian giant peak, rumored to provide an exit from the realm of absolute spirit, and ascertain its conditions. Secondly, we remain uncertain as to when we shall discover a means to escape the realm of absolute spirit. The elixirs and herbs we carry for the restoration of our spiritual energy and injuries will eventually be depleted. In order to survive in this desolate realm, we must enhance our physical cultivation. The second matter at hand is the fortification of our bodies. Once Jiaoyu and her companions complete the construction of their dwelling, they gather to deliberate on survival strategies within the realm of absolute spirit. Jiaoyu, her expression grave, states, "Today we shall rest. Tomorrow we can ascend the towering peak to assess its conditions." Lu Chuxia nods in agreement, recognizing the urgency of finding an escape from this realm. The realm of absolute spirit isolates them from all spiritual energy, rendering them exceedingly uncomfortable. Foundation establishment cultivators are accustomed to the changing seasons and fasting, which presupposes the presence of spiritual energy circulating within them. Should they find themselves devoid of such energy, they would be akin to mere mortals. Even if she possesses a paradise of her own, without spiritual stones to nurture the growth of herbs and elixirs, relying solely on the naturally occurring flora would prove insufficient for prolonged sustenance. Chapter 62. 9 Transformations of White Jade. This is the jade slip containing insights into physical cultivation that I discovered within the storage bags of Brother Wang and his companions. Please peruse it at your leisure. Regrettably, there were no physical cultivation techniques among their belongings. Jiaoyu produces 2 jade slips and hands them to Lu Chuxia and Qin Tianshuang, a look of disappointment crossing her face. Xianxia and Lang Zhuxian exhibit remarkable demeanor and eloquence. Perhaps they possess physical cultivation methods, and we might negotiate an exchange with them. Even if we were to take a step back and consider, even in the absence of body-refining techniques, they would surely have learned where to exchange for such methods after spending an extended period in the realm of absolute spirit. Lu Chuxia felt a slight stir within her heart. Tianshuang, you shall remain in the cave, she said, knowing that Tianshuang was not fond of socializing. Jiaoyu had decided to leave her behind as she and Chuxia proceeded towards another peak of Shuang Peak. Unaware of your esteemed presence, may I inquire what brings you here? Xianxia, having sensed Lu Chuxia and Jiaoyu's arrival, stepped out of the cave, a subtle smile gracing his lips. We do not visit without purpose, Yin Daoist. Do you wish to converse with us? Lu Chuxia observed that Xianxia and Lang Zhuxian had taken residence in their cave without having made any arrangements of their own. It was evident that they had been in the realm of absolute spirit for quite some time, possessing little of value and lacking the leisure to establish their own abode. Please, come in, esteemed Taoists. However, we have neither tea nor fruits to offer you. Xianxia invited them into the cave. Should you have any matters to discuss, please speak freely. We are now allies, and we shall not stand idly by if we can be of assistance. Once Xianxia had ushered Lu Chuxia and her companion inside and they were seated, he finally addressed them. Yet, inside the cave, there was no sign of Lung Zhuxian. To speak candidly, we examined the storage bags of the Wang brothers, and their bags contained only their insights on body refining techniques, devoid of any actual techniques. Do you possess any body refining techniques? We are willing to exchange them for spirit stones or elixirs. If you lack body refinement techniques, given your considerable time in the realm of absolute spirits, you must know where one might trade or barter for such techniques, Lu Chuxia stated directly. Steering the conversation towards Xianxia. You have indeed approached the right individuals, Xianxia replied. Barter occurs on a street within the gathering center, akin to a marketplace. There, anything deemed useful can be exchanged, be it spiritual stones, medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, or various grades of beast hides and flesh. Body refinement techniques are certainly included in these transactions. The trading area is overseen by the trio known as the Watangzi. Once within this domain, no one is permitted to engage in combat, murder, or plunder. Should anyone breach this rule, they will be besieged by the crowd gathered there. This trading ground is regarded as the sole sanctuary within the entire realm of absolute spirits. However, upon exiting this area, one may encounter all manners of violence and theft, as the outside world remains unchanged. Nevertheless, there is no need for you to venture to the gathering center for body refinement techniques, as both of us possess a volume of such techniques. It simply depends on what you are willing to offer in exchange. Xianxia glanced at Lu Chuxia and Jiayue, his eyes glinting with interest. Zhuxian's prediction was indeed accurate. She foresaw your arrival today. Let us first examine the outlines of the two body refinement techniques, Jiayue inquired. Why not? Xianxia responded, producing 2 jade slips and handing them to Jiayue. She accepted the slips and meticulously reviewed the contents of the body refinement techniques before passing them to Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia swiftly scanned the slips with her consciousness, quickly absorbing the essential details of both techniques. The essence of the martial arts manual resembles an outline, elucidating the purpose, functionalities, and formidable powers of the techniques therein. 2 prominent body refinement methods are introduced. The first, known as the 9 transformations of white jade, when cultivated to its utmost limit, bestows the practitioner with an immortal physique. This body refinement technique ensures that female practitioners do not become coarse and muscular. Rather, upon achieving mastery, their skin becomes as flawless as snow, and they develop a physique of exquisite jade. However, the version of the 9 transformations of white jade provided by Xianxia only encompasses the initial 4 layers of the technique. The second technique is true spirit metamorphosis, which, while it is fundamentally a body refinement method, can also be classified as a secret art. Mastery of true spirit metamorphosis necessitates the refinement of true spirit essence. And upon successfully assimilating a specific type of true spirit essence, the practitioner's physical strength is significantly enhanced. Furthermore, they can transform into the true spirit form, embodying the refined essence to confront adversaries. The practice of true spirit metamorphosis is boundless, teeming with immense potential. Nevertheless, this technique is incomplete. It solely documents the operational pathways of the 9 transformations of the true spirit. Among these transformations are the dragon of the abyss, the mountain giant ape, the heavenly luan, the white tiger, the 9-tailed celestial fox, the phoenix, the black tortoise, the sky ping, and the thunderbird. The sequence of cultivation is not rigid. One merely needs to acquire a type of true spirit essence to commence training in true spirit metamorphosis. Lu Chuxia cast a glance at Jiayue, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement, indicating her interest in engaging in a transaction with Xianxia for the 9 transformations of white jade. As for the requirements for practicing true spirit metamorphosis, they are exceedingly stringent, necessitating true spirit essence, a stipulation that deters the vast majority of individuals. Even with the addition of the true spirit transformation technique, it remains incomplete, which is unsurprising to Jiayue. The 9-turn white jade formula is commendable. However, the practice of true spirit transformation is excessively demanding. I wonder what Taoist Yin seeks to exchange with us? Lu Chuxia inquired, casting a glance towards Xianxia. Taoist Yin, do you regard our elixirs and spirit stones as mere cabbages, easily harvested and consumed? Jiayue remarked, her tone sharp upon observing Xianxia's audacious demands. Were it not for the fact that Xianxia and Lung Zhuxian are allies, and their interactions have been amicable, Jiayue would have felt an overwhelming urge to seize what she desired. Daoist Jiayue. The cultivation of the 9-turn white jade formula to the 4th level allows one to withstand the existence of spiritual treasures. If this technique were to be offered publicly, the items I am requesting would be utterly insufficient. Xianxia remained resolute. However, given the uncertainty of their duration in the desolate spirit realm, Luchuxia was naturally inclined to conserve her resources. Chapter 63. Red Jade Pill. Otherwise, there can be no negotiation. You may seek out the trading center in the gathering area to exchange for body refinement techniques with others. I can candidly inform you that the body refinement techniques available in the entire gathering area are unlikely to match the prowess of the 9-turn white jade formula, seeing Luchuxia bargain so fiercely. Xianxia laid bare his bottom line. If this is agreeable, we shall proceed with the transaction. If not, my sisters and I will have to make a trip to the trading area, which will require additional time. In truth, Luchuxia was not solely interested in the 9-turn white jade formula for its body refinement practices. She was equally captivated by the true spirit transformation technique. Perhaps it is difficult for others to acquire the essence blood of true spirits, but this poses no challenge for Luchuxia. Within her celestial sanctuary, she possesses the ability to awaken spirits and accelerate the cultivation of spirit beasts. As her sanctuary undergoes further evolution in the later stages, it is possible that her spirit beast enclosure may unveil additional extraordinary functions, such as harnessing the pure power of spirit beast bloodlines, potentially facilitating the ancestral return of these bloodlines. In short, Luchuxia resolved to first exchange the transformations of true spirits, a body-refining technique, before proceeding. Consequently, the essence blood she had earmarked included that of the flood dragon, the thunderbird, the 9-tailed celestial fox, the white tiger, the mountain giant ape, and the celestial swan. However, I also have a stipulation. These 2 body-refining techniques are exclusively for the practice of you 3 sisters. Once you leave, you must not disseminate these techniques to outsiders. Xianxia smiled lightly, pausing in contemplation before finally acquiescing. Agreed. Should we discover subsequent cultivation methods, fellow Daoist Yin, you cannot impose restrictions on us sharing these 2 techniques, Luchuxia suggested. Certainly. If you manage to uncover further methods, that will be your own achievement, Xianxia responded. Presenting the complete versions of the 9 transformations of white jade and transformations of true spirits, which contain their cultivation insights. You may first contemplate these. Should you encounter any uncertainties, I am available to provide clarification. As Luchuxia's spiritual essence entered the celestial sanctuary, she found herself in the cultivation chamber, commencing her study of the first layer of the 9 transformations of white jade. Upon entering the cultivation chamber, Luchuxia felt a surge of clarity and enlightenment wash over her. The once obscure aspects of the first level of the 9 transformations of white jade technique suddenly became as clear as day, as if she had received a divine revelation. All manner of ingenious thoughts flooded her mind, enabling her to swiftly comprehend the fundamental principles of the first level of the technique. To cultivate this initial level of the 9 transformations of white jade technique, it is essential to pair it with the practice of the red jade pill, which significantly enhances the learning process. The primary ingredient for concocting the red jade pill is the red ling herb, which she possesses. Furthermore, she has all the auxiliary materials readily available within her own paradise. Once she successfully produces the red jade pill, she will be able to begin her cultivation of the first level of the 9 transformations of white jade technique. Luchuxia discovered that, having planted these spiritual herbs and elixirs in her sanctuary, a smile of delight graced her face. She promptly expedited the growth of the herbs necessary for the preparation of the red jade pill and commenced the refining process. Of course, it is possible to cultivate the 9 transformations of white jade technique without the aid of the red jade pill. For instance, initially applying the blood of exotic beasts from desolate lands, gradually acclimatizing to the practice, followed by soaking in a concoction made from the blood of sand-dwelling beasts, and ultimately consuming the essence of these beasts to refine and strengthen the body. The more potent the blood of the sand-dwelling beasts, the more effective the body refinement will be. These insights were the culmination of the experiences gathered by Xianxia and his companions regarding the cultivation of the 9 transformations of white jade technique. However, this method of cultivation entails immense suffering and demands formidable willpower and perseverance, lacking the comfort that the red jade pill provides. Consequently, Luchuxia prepared over a dozen batches of the red jade pill, yielding more than 100 pills in total. Upon witnessing the abundance of red jade pills, Xianxia ceased her alchemical endeavors, recognizing that such a bounty would sufficiently facilitate her cultivation of the 9 turns of white jade technique, allowing her to not only gain entry into its mysteries but also to make significant progress. She retrieved a single red jade pill and consumed it, feeling an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through her veins. The potent essence of the pill induced a profuse sweat, rendering her complexion a deep crimson, reminiscent of a boiled shrimp. Determined not to falter, she swiftly commenced the first layer of the 9 turns of white jade technique, channeling the immense vitality to nourish her flesh and sinews, gradually allowing it to permeate inward and fortify her bones. After half an hour of refining the red jade pill, Xianxia felt her strength markedly enhanced, accompanied by the expulsion of a layer of yellow-black impurities, likely the detritus of her bodily refinement. However, a solitary red jade pill was insufficient for her to grasp the first layer of the 9 turns of white jade technique. Xianxia estimated that she would require approximately 5 more pills to achieve entry into this foundational level. Upon doing so, her physical form would be robust enough to withstand inferior-grade magical artifacts. Just as she contemplated consuming another red jade pill, a sudden intuition struck her. She sensed the presence of both Jiayue and Qintian emerging from their cavern. Exchanging glances, the trio swiftly exited the cave. Acutely aware that an intruder was breaching the illusion array set by Jiayue, an enemy was upon them. Arriving at the summit of the right peak of Shuang Peak, Xianxia and her companions observed 3 groups of individuals attempting to traverse the mirror flower water moon array, each comprised of 4 to 5 members. Moreover, numerous individuals were eyeing the situation on their side. With the matter entrusted to us, Jiayu cast a glance at Yin Che and Lang Zhuxian as they emerged. Subsequently, she executed a spiritual incantation that fell upon the illusory flower and water array, causing the previously dormant array to emit a flash of white spiritual light. Those who were on the verge of breaking free from the array found themselves ensnared once again. Thereafter, without the need for Xiaoxia's command, the Bloodthorn, unaffected by the illusions, systematically vanquished the intruders of Shuang Peak. After dispatching one adversary, Bloodthorn drained the blood and unceremoniously discarded the corpse beyond the array, issuing a warning to those lurking outside to reconsider their intentions, serving as a stark example. Witnessing Xianxia and her companions swiftly eliminate the assailants, the onlookers understood that the newly arrived cultivators in this desolate realm were formidable and promptly retreated like a receding tide. Chapter 64. The discussion of physique. After consuming 4 red jade pills in succession, Xianxia found herself at a critical juncture in her cultivation. At this moment, her blood surged with fervor, relentlessly purging her flesh, skin, and bones, igniting a fiery sensation within her being. Impurities of a yellow-black hue began to emanate from her surface. As a cracking sound resonated from within her body, a flash of white light enveloped her, signaling that she had seemingly transcended a certain boundary. With the first layer of the 9 transformations of white jade technique mastered, Xianxia, upon consuming another red jade pill, felt its effects gradually diminishing. The following day, she was greeted with an observation. "Xianxia, I can't shake the feeling that you seem different today." In the morning, upon encountering Xianxia, Jiayue sensed that something about Xianxia had subtly changed, though she could not quite articulate what it was. I, too, felt the same, and Qintian nodded in agreement. After practicing the first level of the 9 turns of white jade technique last night, I had successfully grasped the basics. Xianxia did not conceal her progress. "What? So soon?" Jiayue exclaimed in astonishment. She had spent the entire previous night contemplating the 9 turns of white jade technique and believed her own speed to be commendable. She never anticipated that Xianxia would have already entered the initial stage of cultivation. It is not that my constitution is particularly suited for the 9 turns of white jade technique, but rather that I took a shortcut thanks to the potency of the Hongyu Dan. Xianxia clarified. Previously, while assisting with the refining of various elixirs in Yunwu City, I developed a habit of collecting spiritual herbs. Fortunately, I had the ingredients necessary to concoct the Hongyu Dan on hand, and after refining it yesterday, I consumed it, which enabled me to embark on my journey with the 9 turns of white jade technique. Xianxia produced 2 bottles of Hongyu Dan and handed them to Jiayue and Qintian. Even so, Jiayue remarked, "Your perceptiveness is remarkable. I have only just comprehended the cultivation methods of the 9 turns of white jade technique, while you have already mastered it and begun your training, demonstrating your exceptional talent." Having shared numerous trials and tribulations together, there was no need for formalities. Jiayue accepted the Hongyu Dan from Xianxia without hesitation, subsequently expressing her admiration for Xiaoxia's astonishing insight. Lu Chuxia smiled modestly, choosing not to elaborate further. Any additional humility might come across as disingenuous. Her current level of cultivation was entirely reliant on the advantages provided by the Cave of Fortune. Regardless of who acquires the celestial paradise, even a fool could attain immortality. We set forth. Today, they intend to explore the magnificent peak of heaven, eager to uncover its wondrous secrets. It is widely known that the path to the outside world lies upon this peak, yet no one has successfully ventured out. You intend to investigate the peak of heaven today. Just as Lu Chuxia and her companions emerged from their abode, they encountered Xianxia and Lang Zhuxian approaching. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Xianxia affirmed, recalling the days when he first descended into the land of absolute spirits. He remembered hearing that the route out of this realm was located behind the peak of heaven. He had recklessly traversed it, only to find himself still ensnared within the land of absolute spirits. You have entered the threshold, Lang Zhuxian remarked, casting an astonished glance at Lu Chuxia. What? How have you so swiftly mastered the 9 turns of white jade technique? Xianxia, who had known Lang Zhuxian for many years, understood the implication of his words. Upon scanning Lu Chuxia with his consciousness, he was taken aback by the unique aura of white jade emanating from her. You entered the path of cultivation so easily? Lu Chuxia shrugged innocently as she spread her hands. Could it be that you possess a special constitution conducive to practicing the 9 turns of white jade technique? Xianxia's brow arched slightly as a thought crossed his mind. A special constitution? Is there any notion among cultivators regarding possessing such a trait? Lu Chuxia mused, recalling the alluring phantom body of Zhao Yue and her purine constitution. She glanced at her companions before inquiring of Xianxia. The widely recognized practices of cultivating unique physiques can yield remarkable results with minimal effort. However, from my understanding gleaned from ancient texts, all practitioners endowed with extraordinary physiques encounter no bottlenecks prior to achieving the transformation of divine consciousness. With the proper elixirs at their disposal, their cultivation progresses naturally and effortlessly. When any sect receives a disciple with such a rare physique, it signifies the promise of a future master at the nascent soul stage, or even a formidable being at the divine transformation level. Xianxia's gaze swept across Lu Chuxia and her companions before lingering a moment longer on Lu Chuxia. Observing the conversation between Taoist Yin and Taoist Lang, he noted their exceptional demeanor and eloquence, indicative of disciples from prestigious sects or esteemed families. I wonder, having not fallen into the abyss of Ling, from which domain do you hail? Asked Zhao Yue, turning to Xianxia. We come from the northern domain. May I inquire which domain your trio hails from? Xianxia, intrigued by the distinct styles and ethereal qualities of Lu Chuxia and her companions, found them to possess a gentle demeanor, far removed from the arrogance often exhibited by maidens of grand sections. Each one, in terms of beauty, grace, and eloquence, was of the highest caliber. Perhaps forming a dual cultivation partnership with her would be a splendid choice. Had Lu Chuxia been aware of Xianxia's thoughts, she would have immediately cast him a disapproving glance. She was quite taken with her own physique and would not allow her allure to be squandered on outsiders. As for the realm of cultivation, we hail from a humble place, merely the southern domain, which pales in comparison to your esteemed selves. I shall not burden you further with idle chatter. Let us first explore the towering peak of Toktian. The bright moon cast a look of surprise upon Xianxia and Lang Zhuxian, both hailing from the northern region. After a brief glance at the two, she nodded slightly and proceeded to lead Lu Chuxia and Qin Tianxuang towards the towering Tianji Peak. Dear friends, please wait a moment. As one ascends Tianji Peak, the gravitational force intensifies and the pressure mounts. Numerous cultivators who have fallen into the abyssal spirit land often ascend this peak to harness its gravity for body refinement. I am well aware that your determination will not wane until you reach your goal. Hence, you shall employ magical artifacts and spiritual tools to clear your path up the peak, to safeguard against the cultivators refining themselves on Tianji Peak. Be cautious not to deplete your own spiritual energy excessively. That is all I wish to convey. You may proceed now. Reflecting on his own past, Xianxia kindly offered a few words of caution to Zhao Yu and her companions. It seems beauty can indeed lead one astray. When did I become so benevolent towards those I have only recently met? Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist Yin. Chuxia, Tianxuang, let us go, Zhao Yu replied, giving Xianxia a nod before ushering Lu Chuxia and Qin Tianxuang onward towards Tianji Peak. Chapter 65. Tianji Peak Zhuxian. When do you suppose they will descend from Tianji Peak? After Lu Chuxia and the others had departed, Xianxia inquired with a light smile gracing his lips. It's hard to say, Lang Zhuxian replied, his gaze lingering on the retreating figures of Lu Chuxia, a contemplative look crossing his features. Once they return, They must earnestly focus on body refinement. Xianxia remarked, somewhat dismissively. Tianji Peak stands at the heart of the gathering place, a colossal mountain rising endlessly toward the heavens. Its summit obscured from view. Luchuxia and her companions proceeded towards the towering Tongtian Peak, encountering other cultivators along the way. These individuals bore expressions of vigilance, while some cast furtive, sinister glances at the trio. It appeared that their resolute and decisive elimination of the intruding cultivators from Shuang Peak the previous day had already alerted others in the realm of Juling that they were not to be trifled with. Moreover, to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, Luchuxia had summoned the Qifeng Python and the Tianluan White Ape to patrol their surroundings. With two formidable second-tier spirit beasts as their guardians, no one dared to provoke them. Upon reaching the base of Tongtian Peak, they observed a series of steps, each about a foot high, ascending towards the summit. The color of the peak was not a dull gray, but rather resembled the lustrous black of Xi stone. Luchuxia pressed her fingers against the stones of the peak, feeling the cold, unyielding surface, accompanied by an unmistakable gravitational pull. Gazing ahead, she noticed numerous cultivators ascending the steps, utilizing the peak's gravity to hone their physical strength. Let us proceed, Jiao Yu called out to Lu Chuxiao and Qin Tianshuang, leading the way up the mountain. As soon as Lu Chuxiao set foot on Tongtian Peak, she felt an unexpected heaviness, an invisible pressure enveloping her. Jiao Yu, can you discern any traces of an array? Lu Chuxiao inquired. The gravity exerted by Tongtian Peak was often attributed to the presence of a formation. At present, I cannot detect any signs, Jiao Yu replied, her brow furrowed. However, I find the stones of this peak rather peculiar. The source of this gravity seems to emanate from within the very rock itself. Let us first ascertain the limits of our capabilities. Luchuxia nodded and took the lead, to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from plotting against them or launching a surprise attack. Luchuxia instructed the King Kong ape to forge ahead while the Qifeng Python brought up the rear. Ascending step after step, first, second, third, fourth, they climbed a total of 156 steps. Luchuxia felt that she could still manage with ease, and Jiao Yu was barely able to keep pace, while only Qin Tianshuang lagged behind, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. I can't go on any longer. I need to wield a defensive spiritual artifact to continue. Qin Tianshuang panted, one hand propped on her knee. Who knows how many steps there are to this colossal peak? If there are 1,000, then we have traversed less than 2/5 of the distance, Jiao Yu remarked, her breath also growing labored. I suspect there are certainly more than 1,000 steps. From where we stand, we can already see 700 or 800 steps, she continued. If there were only 1,000 steps, the cultivators of the absolute spirit land, honing their bodies, would easily surpass them. Otherwise, how could they remain oblivious to the conditions at the summit of this towering peak? Jiao Yu, Qin Tianshuang, why don't you both wait for me here? I shall ascend to investigate and gauge the situation at the top of the Tianji Peak, Lu Chuxiao proposed. Very well. But do exercise caution, Jiao Yu replied with a nod. Lu Chuxiao signaled to the Qifeng Python, which transformed into a streak of azure light, coiling around her wrist as she continued with the Tianluan White Ape towards the summit of the Tianji Peak. However, upon crossing 200 steps, she felt the weight of gravity intensifying around her, and her physical strength could no longer withstand such formidable force. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She retrieved a red jade pill and swallowed it. As she began to circulate the 9 turns of white jade technique, she gradually made her way up the towering peak. Under the weight of gravity, Lu Chuxia's cultivation route slowed considerably. However, the medicinal power of the red jade pill erupted within her, amidst the formidable gravitational pressure. This potency swiftly melded with her flesh, meridians, and bones, refining her physical form as if through a process of meticulous distillation. Not only was this method exponentially faster than consuming and refining the red jade pill within her cavern, but it also ensured that none of the pill's medicinal essence was squandered. While executing her technique, she could withstand the immense external pressure bearing down upon her. Observing the efficacy of consuming the red jade pill atop the towering peak while practicing the 9 turns of white jade technique, Luchuxia decided to send a communication talisman to Jiao Yu and Qin Tianshuang, inviting them to utilize the peak for their own physical training. However, the talisman hardly flew far before succumbing to the gravitational force of the peak and plummeting to the ground. When Luchuxia informed Jiao Yu and Qin Tianshuang that ascending the towering peak and consuming the red jade pill while practicing the 9 turns of white jade technique would expedite their body refinement, they both began to train diligently, harnessing the peak's gravity. Witnessing the remarkable results of their efforts, they dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to the enhancement of their physical forms. The desire to explore the towering celestial peak has waned. They are acutely aware of their insufficient cultivation, rendering their words futile. For half a month, the three of them have been tirelessly climbing the celestial peak, harnessing its immense gravity to refine their physiques. After this duration, Xianxia has reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the first layer of the 9 transformations of white jade technique, enabling her to withstand mid-grade magical artifacts. Jiayue has also progressed to the mid-stage of the first layer, while Qin and Shuang has made a more modest advancement, barely entering the mid-stage. As their physical cultivation has advanced, they no longer require magical treasures or spiritual instruments to ascend the celestial peak, having successfully climbed 600 steps, a significant achievement. Upon reaching the 600th step, they observed numerous cultivators, many of whom were stuck between the 600th and the 1000th steps. Initially, they intended to continue utilizing the gravity of the celestial peak for their training, yet they found their supply of red jade pills exhausted. Without the aid of these pills, the effectiveness of their training has diminished considerably. Gravity, techniques, and pills are all indispensable. Without any one of them, the efficiency of cultivation suffers greatly. Furthermore, Xianxia noticed that many cultivators, after ascending the steps of the celestial peak, would consume the blood of desert beasts to enhance their training. It appears that a significant number of cultivators are employing the celestial peak for physical refinement. Chapter 66. The Surge of Spiritual Energy at Twin Peaks. Why have these three not descended from the celestial peak? Could it be that they have met with misfortune? As the day of the 15th of August approaches, the day of the spiritual energy surge, an increasing number of individuals are eager to seize the summit, awaiting the influx of spiritual energy to absorb and restore their own cultivation. Had it not been for the enchanting array meticulously arranged by the radiant moon prior to their arrival at Twin Maiden Peak, which had effectively repelled several waves of intruders, coupled with the precious restorative elixirs procured from Xianxia, the two brothers would have found it exceedingly challenging to defend their position. Before departing, Xianxia took away the bloodthorn. Had it remained at Twin Maiden Peak, Xianxia and his companion would not have endured such arduous trials. You two have commenced your practice of the 9-turn white jade technique, and it appears you have made some progress, remarked Xianxia, seemingly sensing something unexpected. The effects of physical cultivation atop the celestial summit were indeed commendable, and with persistence, success could be achieved. Naturally, the radiant moon would not divulge that they had consumed auxiliary elixirs to enhance their training in the 9-turn white jade technique, which allowed for such rapid advancement in their physical prowess. With the 15th day of the 8th month approaching, Xianxia inquired, "How much longer until the peak releases its spiritual energy?" "There are still 3 days remaining," came the reply. "During this time, my sisters and I will guard Twin Maiden Peak. Fellow Yin, fellow Ling, you may rest assured and focus on your cultivation." With a flick of her wrists, Xianxia commanded the bloodthorn to re-establish its roots around the entire Twin Maiden Peak, while the azure wind python was dispatched to patrol the surroundings. In the ensuing 3 days, although intruders attempted to breach Twin Maiden Peak, Xianxia and her companions refrained from intervening, allowing the bloodthorn and the azure wind python to handle the intruders. However, after absorbing yet another wave of fresh blood, the bloodthorn drew perilously close to reaching level 3. Its burgeoning aura indicated a deficiency in energy, as a barrier seemed to impede its advancement. It required the absorption of potent blood to forcefully break through the barrier that hindered its progression. Xianxia estimated that the bloodthorn would need to absorb the entire blood of a golden core cultivator or the blood of a third-tier savage beast to break through its bottleneck and subsequently advance. Within the gathering place, in a cave on a certain mountain peak, one of the prominent figures, Watongzi, addressed the matter. 3 female cultivators arrived at the gathering place yesterday. They have just recently fallen into the realm of absolute spirits, he stated. What is their cultivation level? Watongzi inquired solemnly. One possesses golden core cultivation, while the other 2 are at the foundation establishment stage. However, they are accompanied by several formidable spirit beasts for protection, replied a one-eyed man. Before the 15th of August, we should refrain from provoking them. They have only just descended into the realm of absolute spirits, and their supply of spirit stones and elixirs is abundant, placing them at the peak of their power. Although my cultivation surpasses theirs, my spiritual energy is nearly depleted, preventing me from exerting my full strength. Engaging them would likely result in mutual destruction, which could benefit Zhang Tai and Xin Gang. Yet, Zhang Tai has a penchant for beautiful women and is fond of seizing the spirit pills and stones from newly fallen cultivators. Even if we refrain from acting, Zhang Tai will likely take action after the 15th of August. We shall merely observe and wait for the spectacle, keeping a close watch on their situation for now. It seemed that Wutongzi had other plans in mind. Meanwhile, within a cave on a mountain peak at the gathering place, an elderly and a youthful cultivator were conspiring. Their discussions directly concerning Xianxia and her companions, who were unaware that they had already attracted the attention of many. On the 15th of August, Xianxia, Jiaoyue, and Xianxia sat cross-legged beside a pit of about a foot in size. As the hour of the dog approached, an ethereal and pure aura unexpectedly surged from the celestial pit. Xianxia and her companions promptly channeled their energies to refine this essence, replenishing the spiritual energy they had expended in recent days. After an hour had elapsed, the aura emanating from the pit gradually dissipated, seemingly controlled by an unseen switch, abruptly ceasing its flow. The arrival of this energy was peculiar, and its disappearance was equally enigmatic. On the following day, before dawn had fully broken, Xianxia, Jiaoyue, Xianxia, Yin-Che, and Ling Zhuxian set forth from Xuanv Peak towards the sandy expanse. They had previously conspired to hunt feral beasts together for the first half of the year, extracting their blood to enhance their physical cultivation. However, as soon as Xianxia and her companions departed from Xuanv Peak, a group of over 10 individuals stormed towards it with great fervor. Leading this contingent were Zhang Tai and Xian Gang. Yet, shortly after their arrival, having scoured the area without encountering anyone, both Zhang Tai and Xian Gang wore expressions of deep discontent. Fortune favors those who flee swiftly, Zhang Tai remarked grimly. After we capture them, Brother Zhang must not forget the promise you made to me, Xian Gang replied, his demeanor equally somber. The duck that had been so readily within their grasp had eluded them, leaving him somewhat anxious. Naturally, the fewer spoils they obtained, the more eager he was to apprehend Xianxia and her companions. Chapter 67. The false pill. The desolate expanse of the wasteland was vast and boundless, suffused with an oppressive heat, where the strength of the feral beast intensified as one ventured deeper under the relentless sun. In days of yore, Yin-Che and Lang Zhuxian dared only to venture 100 miles into the sandy expanse, hunting beasts of lesser rank, equivalent to second-level demonic creatures. Moreover, their quarry was strictly limited to no more than 5. Exceeding this number would render them vulnerable, leading not only to potential injuries, but also to the perilous possibility of falling prey to the very beasts they sought to vanquish. Having absorbed the spiritual energy emanating from the sinkhole yesterday, they had restored their cultivation to the late foundation establishment stage. Thus, it appeared that both possessed at least this level of mastery, if not greater. This day, before the dawn had fully graced the horizon, Yin-Che urged us to embark on our expedition into the sandy realm to hunt beasts, which struck me as somewhat peculiar. As we traversed the sands, Jiaoyu communicated telepathically with Xianxia and Qin Tianshuang. After casting a glance at Jiaoyu, Xianxia addressed Yin-Che, saying, "Friend Yin, I am curious to know what level of cultivation you and Friend Lang possessed when you fell into the land of absolute spirits. Now that we are allies, understanding each other better will enhance our cooperation against future adversaries. Might you share a glimpse into your past? The realm of Falstan. What is this Falstan? It is the stage achieved after reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment, wherein one strives for the core formation stage but falls short, resulting in the condensation of a Falstan. When one subsequently endeavors to break through to the golden core stage, it is somewhat easier than advancing directly from the peak of foundation establishment. Nonetheless, practitioners at the Falstan stage typically exhibit greater prowess than those at the peak of foundation establishment, possessing combat capabilities akin to those of early golden core practitioners. Observing their youthful countenances, with less than a century of age yet already at the Falstan stage, it is evident that they are esteemed core disciples within the great sects of the northern region of the immortal cultivation sacred land. Dear Taoist Yin and Taoist Lang, now that we have just passed the 15th of August, it is rather peculiar that you two have hastily brought us sisters out to hunt feral beasts this early in the morning. Is there something you are concealing from us? Xianxia inquired, her curiosity piqued. Taoist Lu, have you discerned this? Xianxia continued, yesterday, they absorbed the spiritual energy emanating from the chasm and have regained a portion of their cultivation. Today, they will undoubtedly come to Xuanv Peak to raid you. Why did you not inform us of this beforehand? Jiaoyu, slightly frowning and evidently displeased, questioned, had we known sooner, we could have taken precautions to avoid being caught off guard. They are quite precious about their lives. Zhang Tai and Xian Gang had fallen into the realm of absolute spirit for several centuries, and their spiritual energy was nearly depleted. They likely could not muster the combat strength of the nascent soul stage, at best exhibiting the prowess of the golden core stage. Taoist Yin, Taoist Lang. Do you wish to embark on a grand endeavor? Lu Chuxia's eyes shimmered with a hint of excitement as an idea struck her. A grand endeavor? How do you propose we proceed? Xianxia and Lang Zhuxian exchanged glances, intrigued by her suggestion. Even Zhao Yu and Qin Tianchuang, who stood nearby, looked over at Lu Chuxia in bewilderment. By restoring your cultivation, the combined strength of you and Daoist Lang would rival that of a golden core warrior. With Zhao Yu's assistance, we would possess 2 golden core strengths on our side. We could hunt a level 3 feral beast. My spirit beast, Bloodthorn, has a significant chance of advancing to level 3 if it absorbs the blood of another level 3 beast. At that point, we would effectively wield the combat power equivalent to 3 golden core warriors. Upon returning, whether by intention or happenstance, even if we cannot eliminate Zhang Tai and Xin Gang, we can at least maintain an undefeated stance. Together, we can emerge as the 4th major force in the gathering place. At that time, we could partake in the management of the trading area, collecting protection fees, and subsequently gathering subordinates to do the same. This approach would undoubtedly be far easier and safer than venturing out to hunt savage beasts and gather resources. In the future, we need only to focus on our cultivation, striving to enhance our physical refinement and seek the path to the spiritless land. A bold plan suddenly blossomed in Lu Chuxia's mind, and she gradually shared it with the others. Naturally, Lu Chuxia stood to gain the most from this endeavor. Once her spirit beast advanced to the 3rd level, her personal safety would be significantly assured. However, nurturing the Bloodthorn to the 3rd level was merely the first step in Lu Chuxia's grand design. Backlash? Cold Bamboo Pavilion's eyes sparkled slightly as he glanced at Lu Chuxia and inquired. At this moment, he deemed Lu Chuxia's audacity as extraordinary for a foundation establishment practitioner to entertain ambitions towards a nascent soul cultivator. Your spirit beast surpasses you by so much. Will you not suffer from its backlash? Xianxia elucidated Cold Bamboo Pavilion's concern. My constitution is unique. I can suppress the spirit beast backlash, Lu Chuxia assured them. Damn it, we shall proceed, Xianxia remarked, casting a glance at Cold Bamboo Pavilion. Upon receiving a barely perceptible nod from him, he cursed under his breath and acquiesced. Reflecting on the years spent in the spiritless land, toiling to hunt savage beasts for resources to refine the body, it was far more gratifying than waiting idly to collect protection fees. Within this jade vial resides the essence of 30 drops of millennial stalactite, meticulously diluted. Just a single drop of this ancient stalactite possesses the remarkable ability to restore the full spiritual essence of a foundation-building cultivator. Furthermore, ingesting 5 drops of the diluted millennial stalactite can rejuvenate the spiritual energy of one in the early to mid stages of the golden core realm. These 30 drops of diluted stalactite are ample for both of them to engage in the hunt for a 3rd-level savage beast. At this moment, the diluted millennial stalactite reveals itself. It appears that the 3 companions are well equipped with valuable treasures. Lu Daoist's generosity is commendable. As Xianxia uncorked the jade vial, a surge of pure spiritual energy erupted forth. Upon realizing it was the diluted millennial stalactite, a smile of delight graced his face. Chapter 68. 3rd-level savage beasts. This is the place. In this valley, there exists a pack of sandwolves, including a 3rd-level sandwolf king, dozens of 2nd-level sandwolves, and over 100 1st-level sandwolves. Once Xianxia and Lu Chuxia have regained their cultivation levels, he led the 3 of them to the entrance of a desolate valley. From their vantage point, a narrow path wound its way into the valley, flanked by towering mountains on both sides and ahead, each reaching several hundred zhang in height. At the base of the mountain in front, numerous caves had been excavated, suggesting they served as the lairs for these sandwolves. Within the valley, several wolf pups frolicked, while male wolves patrolled the area, ensuring the safety of their domain. To be prudent, let us first set up a formation to lure the sandwolves out, systematically eliminating the 1st and 2nd-level sandwolves before we confront the 3rd-level sandwolf king with full force, proposed Zhao Yue after assessing the situation within the valley. Xianxia nodded solemnly, a serious expression adorning his face. He and Lang Zhuxian fell into the realm of absolute spirits, yet they had yet to engage with the 3rd-level savage beasts. Perhaps this would present an excellent opportunity for practice. Lu Chuxia's lips moved slightly. She had initially stated that there was no need to set up formations, as her few spirit beasts would suffice. However, after some contemplation, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Lest they perceive her as pretentious, she decided to let her spirit beasts take the lead in the battle. Once the formation was established, Lu Chuxia released the Golden Thunder Eagle and the Tianwan White Ape, which soared directly into the sky above the valley. The Tianwan White Ape wielded a mysterious staff and struck down a 2nd-level sandwolf, then ascended into the heights. The sandwolves, incapable of flight, found themselves utterly powerless against the Tianwan white ape. The golden thunder eagle, having regained its vitality after a period of recuperation following the loss of its essence, acted decisively. With a swift opening of its beak, it unleashed a bolt of lightning, instantly slaying the weaker second-level sandwolves, while the more formidable ones were rendered unconscious. The Tianwan white ape, providing support, swiftly finished off the incapacitated sandwolves with a single strike of its staff. In a matter of moments, they had vanquished over 10 second-level sandwolves. Witnessing the sudden demise of its subordinates, the Sandwolf King let out a ferocious howl. With a powerful leap, it aimed to assault the Tianwan white ape and the golden thunder eagle. Although third-level savage beasts possessed the ability to soar through the skies, the savage beasts on the sandy ground lacked the spiritual energy necessary for flight, despite their remarkable jumping ability. Nonetheless, they were no match for the flying spirit beasts. The golden thunder eagle and the Tianwan white ape, now fully aware of their intelligence, would not engage in a direct confrontation with the Sandwolf King. Observing the Sandwolf King leap into the fray, they immediately soared higher, distancing themselves from their formidable foe. The Sandwolf King, realizing it could not contend with the two foes, let out a howl and summoned all the sandwolves into the depths of their lair, seeking refuge from the Tianwan white ape. However, at that moment, anguished and furious howls echoed from within the cave. Unbeknownst to them, the bloodthorn had stealthily infiltrated the wolf den. With its frenzied tendrils, it ensnared several second-level killing wolves, piercing their bodies and voraciously siphoning their blood. The bloodthorn executed a swift onslaught, deliberately targeting the weaker sandwolves. Now at the pinnacle of the second level, any sandwolf below mid-second level that fell into the bloodthorn's grasp would find its defenses shattered in less than 10 breaths. Once the paralyzing toxin infiltrated their systems, these sandwolves would swiftly succumb, like lambs led to slaughter. This sudden ambush resulted in the loss of over 30 sandwolves from the pack. In an instant, chaos erupted among the remaining wolves, who were at a loss as to where to flee. Now was the time to strike. Xianxia raised a hand, summoning the three-eyed blue fox, the nether white tiger, and the azure wind python from their hidden realm. The three-eyed blue fox rolled onto the ground and unleashed a verdant glow that rippled through the valley. Upon encountering this ethereal light, the lower-tier sandwolves were consumed by a crimson frenzy, turning on their comrades in a bout of madness. This triggered yet another wave of confusion, resulting in further losses among the unsuspecting pack. The nether white tiger, marked by the black flame on its brow, unleashed a surge of dark energy that radiated outward in rippling waves. As the black ripples swept over the pack of sand wolves, the weaker among them collapsed, their breaths extinguished, their souls dissipating into the ether. The Qifeng python and the Jinlei eagle unleashed their ranged assaults, occasionally claiming the life of a second-tier sandwolf. In close combat, the Tianwan white ape and the bloodthorn contributed to the carnage, reducing the once formidable group of hundreds of sandwolves to merely a handful within a mere quarter of an hour. Yanxia and Lung Zhuxian stood in stunned silence. Realizing that even before the formation had been fully deployed, Xiao's spirit beasts had decimated a significant portion of the pack. Reflecting on past years when they struggled to hunt a few savage beasts, they had never dared to engage more than 5 at a time. With a mournful howl, the Sandwolf King, witnessing the loss of hundreds of its kin, glared with crimson eyes. With a fierce roar, it leapt into action, its forepaws striking toward the bright moon above. You are here to confront the Sandwolf King, not to spectate, Jiao Yu admonished Yanxia and Lung Zhuxian. With a graceful motion, she summoned a shimmering light from the air, grasping the Lingjing realm in her palm. With both hands clasped around it, she directed a beam of ethereal light towards the Sandwolf King, immobilizing it in place. Long Zhuxian summoned 5 golden flying swords, imbuing them with his sword techniques. With a resonant hum, the swords expanded to a size of several dozen feet, slicing through the air toward the Sandwolf King. Unable to evade due to the binding effect of the Lingjing realm, the Sandwolf King was struck by the 5 flying swords, which cleaved deep, while revealing wounds into its flesh. Observing this, Qin Tianshuang unleashed the Shadowless Needle, piercing directly through the Sandwolf King's eye socket. The era of the Wolf King has come to an end. As for the Shadow Needle, it was acquired by Jiao Yu and her companions from the caverns of the Flowing Cloud Prefecture, and subsequently allocated to Qin Tianshuar as a low-grade magical artifact. The Shadow Needle indeed proved to be an exceptional tool for ambush. Following the demise of the Wolf King, the remaining sandwolves were no match for Xianxia and her companions, who swiftly dispatched them in mere moments. You sisters are truly formidable, Yanxia exclaimed. astonished at how quickly they had eliminated a horde of several hundred third-tier savage beasts. His surprise deepened upon observing the remarkable artifacts wielded by Xianxia and her companions. Not to mention the diverse and potent abilities of Xiao's spirit beasts. A significant portion of the sand wolves had been vanquished by her spirit beast alone. With a flick of her sleeve, she dispersed the stench of blood lingering in the valley, then set up an illusionary array at the valley's entrance to conceal their presence, while establishing a defensive formation within. Subsequently, they proceeded to skin the sand wolves, collecting their flesh and blood. Chapter 69. Third-tier spirit beast. The bloodthorn had already taken root beside the third-tier sand wolf king, eagerly eyeing the blood of the beast. Had it not been for Xiao's command, the bloodthorn would have lunged at the opportunity. Upon a mental cue from Xiao, the bloodthorn surged forth, enveloping the sand wolf king and transforming it into a crimson sphere. Following a flash of red spiritual light, the bloodthorn lay still upon the ground. Xiao could sense that it was absorbing the blood of the sand wolf king, gathering strength to break through the third-tier threshold. With a wave of her hand, she collected the bloodthorn, along with all spirit beasts except for the golden thunder eagle, into the spirit beast enclosure of her cave dwelling. The golden thunderbird, perched in the sky, serves as a sentinel. The spirit sword body truly belongs to a spiritual entity. No wonder he wields his flying sword with such commanding energy, exuding an aura as radiant as a rainbow. Even I can sense a hint of threat. With his current false Dan cultivation, he is already capable of contending with cultivators at the initial stage of the Golden Dan. Once he ascends to the Golden Dan realm, I will undoubtedly be no match for him. Fortunately, he is an ally. While Jiayue and the others established their respective caves for secluded training, Jiayue retrieved a spirit testing disc. After a flurry of luminous activity, 2 rays of light, one black and one white, burst forth, eventually melding into the disc, which then inscribed the words Spirit Sword Body. However, within the confines of Lang Zhuxuan's secluded chamber, he seemed to sense something amiss. He cast a contemplative glance in Jiayue's direction. Subsequently, he consumed the essence blood of a savage beast to refine his physique. The blood within a savage beast can be categorized into 2 types, the ordinary blood and the essence blood, which is also known as the heart's blood. The more formidable the savage beast, the more potent the refining effects of both its ordinary and essence blood. Xianxia, in her initial endeavor to refine her body using the blood of savage beasts, chose not to directly ingest the essence blood. Instead, she opted for a gentler approach, concocting a mixture of refining herbs infused with the ordinary blood of the savage beast for a soaking bath to cultivate her body. Once she acclimated to this process, she gradually began to consume the ordinary blood of the savage beast for refinement. Step by step, as she adapted, she ultimately ingested the essence blood of the beast. Thus, half a year swiftly passed. One day, while engaged in her cultivation, Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing within them, and a joyful expression blossomed upon her face. Suddenly, after a moment, the primordial spirit entered the realm of the cave heaven and arrived at the spirit beast enclosure. At this moment, the spirit-eating worms had completed their advancement and awakened, with all 88 successfully reaching the early stage of the 2nd level. The appearance of the spirit-eating worms had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously, they were merely the size of an adult S-fist, but now they had grown to the size of a basketball. Once pristine white as jade, they had now taken on a delicate golden hue, with faint arcs of electricity flickering across their shells. It seemed that the spirit-eating worms had indeed undergone a mutation. Upon seeing Xianxia, each of the 88 emitted a buzzing sound, radiating joy as they flew towards her. With a mere thought, the 88 spirit-eating worms coalesced into a golden armor that enveloped Xianxia. Following this, they either dispersed or gathered, transforming into blades, spears, swords, and halberds, as Xianxia deftly maneuvered these spirit-eating worms at will. Spirit-eating worm, early stage of the 2nd level, now mutated, possessing lightning attributes. Innate abilities, devour all, steel-like resilience. Demon banishment. Qualification, upper middle. Understanding the demon banishment ability of the spirit-eating worms brought a smile to Xiaoxia's face. Demon banishment referred to the worm's capability to consume demonic entities, demonic energy, and even celestial demons and inner demons. Previously, the worms could only devour tangible objects. They were powerless against the intangible forms of demonic energy, celestial demons, and inner demons. However, after this mutation, the spirit-eating worms could now consume these formless entities. After gaining insight into the spirit-eating worms, Xianxia turned her attention to the bloodthorn. At present, the bloodthorn was also at a crucial juncture, poised to advance to the third level. Bloodthorn. Its entire body radiating a crimson luminescence, flashed momentarily before its aura surged, marking its ascension to the early third tier. Following this advancement, intricate azure patterns resembling mystical runes manifested upon its branches. Bloodthorn, early third tier. Innate abilities: bloodsucking, limb regeneration, disguise, blood explosion. Qualification: mediocre. In contrast, the other spirit beasts had made little progress over the past 6 months. Although she possessed a substantial number of spirit stones, she refrained from extravagantly cultivating spirit herbs or concocting pills for the beasts to consume. A fine blade must be wielded judiciously, and the timing for leaving the realm of absolute spirits remained uncertain. Thus, conserving spirit stones was paramount. After playfully interacting with the spirit beasts, Lu Chuxia felt a stirring within her soul and subsequently emerged from her seclusion. Following her, Jia Yue, Qintian Shuang, Yin Che, and Lung Zhuxian also concluded their periods of isolation. After 6 months of cultivating with the essence blood of wild beasts, Lu Chuxia and her companions experienced significant enhancement in their physical cultivation. Having practiced the 9 transformations of white jade to the mid-second layer, Lu Chuxia's physical form could withstand mid-grade spiritual artifacts, and her strength could rival that of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Remarkably, her physical cultivation had progressed ahead of her magical cultivation. Over these months, Lu Chuxia had not solely focused on physical training. She also consumed and refined the monkey wine obtained from the Cloud Mist secret realm to further her cultivation. Lu Chuxia felt assured that upon completely refining the remaining monkey wine, she would undoubtedly ascend to mid-foundation establishment. Jia Yue practiced the 9 transformations of white jade to the mid-second layer, while Qintian Shuang had reached the early second layer. As for Yin Che and Ling Zhuxian, they have reached the pinnacle of the second layer of the 9-turn-white jade technique. They are but a step away from breaking through to the third layer. At that point, their physical prowess alone would enable them to contend with early golden core cultivators. Now that his spiritual energy has recovered and his physical cultivation has significantly advanced, he exudes an air of unparalleled confidence. The nascent soul cultivator should not be underestimated. Long Zhuxian, with a cold yet grave expression, articulated these words for the first time. When the time comes to confront the other party, it will become considerably easier. Jia Yu harbors a profound disdain for male cultivators who engage in pillaging. She holds no affection for Zhang Tai and Xian Gang whatsoever. In the outside world, she would avoid a nascent soul cultivator at all costs. However, in the land of absolute spirits, the circumstances are quite different. With their ample supply of elixirs and spirit stones, it is time to take action. Chapter 70, The Great Battle. Even if Zhang Tai and Xian Gang possess nascent soul cultivation, what of it? Even if they cannot prevail, they should still be able to retreat unscathed. Has your spirit beast advanced to the third tier? Yin Che inquired of Lu Chuxiao at that moment. It has indeed. In fact, there exists a more secure method to continue hunting third-tier savage beasts and assist both of you in cultivating to the third layer of the 9-turn-white jade technique. By then, relying solely on your physical strength, you would be capable of contending with golden core cultivators, thereby enhancing our chances against Zhang Tai and his companions. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chuxia responded, to cultivate the third layer of the 9-turn-white jade technique without the aid of Huang Yudan, relying solely on the essence blood of third-tier savage beasts, would consume an inordinate amount of time. It is not feasible in the short term. Should we choose the former option, the spiritual stones upon our persons will inevitably be depleted, leaving us vulnerable to the relentless onslaught of feral beasts at night. A fate we cannot withstand. Conversely, should we opt for the latter, our chances of victory remain considerable. Yin Che meticulously weighed the pros and cons. Observing that Yin Che exhibited no signs of trepidation towards Zhang Tai and Xian Gang, both of whom were nascent soul cultivators, Lu Chuxia speculated that either he was unaware of the formidable nature of nascent soul practitioners, thus fearless, or he possessed some hidden trump card that would ensure his escape. She surmised it was the latter. Let me and Bloodthorn take the lead, while Taoist Yin and Taoist Lung provide support. Tian Shuang, Chuxia, and your spiritual beasts will handle the others, remaining vigilant and adapting as circumstances unfold. After deciding on this course of action, Jiao Yu organized the group. If Zhang Tai and Xian Gang were indeed nascent soul cultivators, their depths remained a mystery to them. This battle should be swift, should you possess any hidden cards. I implore you not to withhold them, but to resolve Zhang Tai quickly to avert unforeseen complications. Before their departure, Lu Chuxia cast a glance at Yin Che and Leng Zhuxian, offering a word of caution. Xianxia was well aware of the mountain where Zhang Tai resided and swiftly led them to its base. The formidable spiritual awareness of nascent soul cultivators deterred them from probing Zhang Tai's presence. Yet, this challenge was not insurmountable. Bloodthorn was not only adept at camouflage, but also acutely sensitive to the fluctuations of vital energy, quickly discerning a location rich in potent life force. This place was likely the secluded cave where Zhang Tai cultivated. With Bloodthorn leading the way, and its disguise technique enveloping Jiaoyu, Xianxia, and Lang Zhuxian, they were well prepared. They swiftly approached Zhang Tai's cave, remaining undetected by him. Bloodthorn stealthily infiltrated Zhang Tai's sanctuary, unleashing a multitude of crimson vines that morphed into two long, red whips aimed directly at him. Within the confines of his secluded retreat, two flashes of spiritual light suddenly shimmered as the barbed red whips lashed towards him. Zhang Tai leapt agilely, striking the whips apart with his palms. Just as he intended to let out a warning cry to alert of the impending attack, a hazy beam of light swept towards him, freezing him in place and rendering his shout silent. Subsequently, a colossal golden flying sword, measuring several dozen feet in length, materialized in the air and aimed to cleave him in two. The immobilization only held him for a fleeting moment before he broke free. Reacting with remarkable speed, Zhang Tai summoned a seven-tiered golden tower, which descended upon him, enveloping him in a shimmering golden shield. The flying sword crashed against the shield, creating ripples upon its surface. A torrent of spiritual energy surged from Zhang Tai's body, causing his complexion to pale slightly. The commotion had already attracted the attention of other cultivators residing on the mountain, who numbered around 10 and hastened towards Zhang Tai's cave, seemingly tasked with safeguarding him. However, before they could reach him, they were swiftly dispatched by Qin Tianshuang, Lu Chuxia, and her spirit beast. Among them was a figure suspected to be a golden core cultivator. Yet he fell victim to the combined assault of the fully powered Qingfeng python, Tianwan white ape, and 88 spirit-eating insects, meeting a tragic end. After dispatching the minions, Lu Chuxia dispersed several spirit beasts. Should anyone dare to scale this peak, they would face ruthless extermination. So it is you. I harbor no ill will towards you. Yet you have come to me unbidden. If you retreat today, I shall pretend this encounter never occurred and shall not trouble you henceforth. Observing that Jiao Yue possessed the initial cultivation of the golden core and accompanied by a level 3 with spirit, while Xianxia and Lang Zhuxian were still at the false core stage, Zhang Tai's expression darkened considerably. Should he ally with Xian Gang, he could overpower them. But their sudden ambush suggested prior preparation. Although he felt no fear, the prospect of mutual destruction lingered, leaving an opportunity for others to seize. Afade of bravado. Jiyue dismissed Zhang Tai's bluster. The blood thorn, with a swift motion, launched itself towards Zhang Tai. The barbs on its body suddenly engorged with blood. A flash of crimson spiritual light erupted, and a multitude of blood explosions surged forth, detonating upon the golden shield. Each strike possessed power equal to that of a full-force blow from a false core cultivator. This was the newly developed innate ability, Bloodburst, unleashed after the Bloodthorn advanced to level 3. The higher the Bloodthorn's cultivation, the greater its vitality, and thus the more formidable the Bloodburst became. The myriad blood explosions crashed upon the golden shield, causing its spiritual light to flicker perilously, as if on the verge of shattering, yet it remained intact. At that moment, Xianxia produced a level 3 late-stage Fire Dragon Talisman, equivalent to a full-force strike from a golden core cultivator, and activated it. A fire dragon, measuring over 10 feet, adorned with antlers, fish whiskers, and eagle claws, spiraled in the void before charging at Zhang Tai. Boom! With a resounding crash. The protective shield of the 7-layered golden tower fractured, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Within the shield, Zhang Tai's complexion was as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Cold Bamboo Xian unleashed a sword technique that merged with a golden flying sword. With a chilling command, unity of man and sword, a golden lotus flower erupted from the flying sword, engulfing Cold Bamboo Xian within its luminous embrace. The golden flying sword shimmered in the void, its sword energy sharp and magnificent, slicing downward towards Zhang Tai with formidable force. The golden shield shattered with a resounding pop, and the flying sword, undeterred, continued its deadly descent. Zhang Tai had no time to react. With a sickening thud, he was cleaved in two. In that instant, a dim, fist-sized golden elixir, bearing faint impressions of facial features, shot forth, making a desperate escape towards the cave dwelling. Jiyue, wielding the spirit-binding mirror, immobilized the elixir. and with a flick of her finger, extinguished it. Zhang Tai was not a true nascent soul cultivator, but rather a counterfeit. In a distant void, cold bamboo Xian, sword in hand, emerged. At that moment, bloodthorns surged forth, their roots penetrating Zhang Tai's lifeless body as they eagerly drained his lifeblood. Zhang Tai's counterfeit nascent soul cultivation had endowed him with a robust physique, his blood essence rich and potent. Once the blood thorns had satiated their hunger, they ascended to the peak of the early third level, mere steps away from the mid-third level. After a hearty feast, a flash of crimson light flickered, and they resumed their entanglement around Lu Chuxia's wrist. This can be attributed to the fact that Zhang Tai is merely a pseudo-infant cultivator rather than a true nascent soul master. Coupled with their premeditated strategy and Zhang Tai not being at a zenith of power, they swiftly succeeded in vanquishing him. This is the Green Lotus Sword technique. The relationship between Lang Zhuxian and the Miao Fa Pavilion's elder remains unclear. Upon witnessing the execution of the Green Lotus Sword technique by Lang Zhuxian, Lu Chuxia slightly narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him intently. It seemed that Lang Zhuxian sensed her gaze and turned his attention towards her. Subsequently, their gazes averted from one another. The commotion they stirred had attracted a considerable number of onlookers from the surrounding area. Xian Gang and Wu Tongzi arrived on the scene. As Lu Chuxia sensed two formidable presences rapidly approaching their direction, she scanned with her spiritual awareness and, upon recognizing Xian Gang and Wu Tongzi, promptly exclaimed. Uncertain of their intentions, Xian Gang and Wu Tongzi remained on guard after Jiao Yu and her companions had finished surveying the battlefield. Is it you? Have you slain Daoist Zhang? Upon arriving at the peak where Zhang Tai resided, Xian Gang, after scanning with his spiritual awareness and finding no trace of Zhang Tai, instead detected a strong stench of blood emanating from Zhang Tai's cave, which left him somewhat astonished as he gazed at Jiao Yu and her group. In the outside world, Zhang Tai would undoubtedly be inferior to him. However, within this realm of absolute spirit, Zhang Tai's physical cultivation and combat prowess were at least on par with his own, if not superior. Instantly, Xian Gang regarded Jiao Yu and her companions with heightened vigilance, subtly shifting closer to Wu Tongzi. In contrast to Jiao Yu and her group, who had recently fallen into this realm of absolute spirit, he placed greater trust in Wu Tongzi, with whom he had battled for several centuries. Thus, the situation unfolded. We have slain Zhang Tai, thereby demonstrating our own strength. Should we not also partake in the profits from this transaction land? Yin Che, Lang Zhuxian, and Jiao Yu exchanged glances, realizing that eliminating Xian Gang would prove to be a formidable challenge. They were now on guard. If they could not prevail, they could at least retreat. Naturally, since you have dispatched Zhang Tai, it is only just that you claim your share of the transaction land's profits. You may send 3 individuals tomorrow to receive Zhang Tai's portion of the gains. Upon exchanging glances with Xian Gang, Wu Tongzi discerned the apprehension in Xian Gang's eyes towards Lu Chuxia and her companions, and he smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. However, Wu Tongzi placed particular emphasis on the word 3. Noticing the tone in Wu Tongzi's words, Lu Chuxia scrutinized both him and Xian Gang. She could unmistakably sense Xian Gang's wariness towards them. Should they appear weakened or isolated, Xian Gang would undoubtedly not hesitate to eliminate them. He was the type to assess the situation, bide his time, and act only when assured of success. Such individuals are often easier to manipulate with incentives. As for Wu Tongzi, he was a young man of approximately 35 or 36, clad in a green robe. His appearance was unremarkable, yet he exuded an air of tranquility and ease. He seemed neither shocked nor surprised by their act of killing Zhang Tai. Everything appeared to be within his expectations. Such individuals are typically meticulous in thought, making it difficult to discern their true intentions. They tend to be more troublesome than others, when they are either allies or adversaries. It is prudent to deal with them decisively, eliminating any possibility of future trouble. Shen Steel encountered Wadongzi and Lu Chuxia, and after determining the share of the iron trade for Lu Chuxia and her companions, both Shen Steel and Watongzi did not linger but took their leave. Earlier, he and Lang Zhuxian had been struggling to hunt wild beasts, striving to earn resources for their physical cultivation. Now, their value had surged dramatically, allowing them to await the collection of rent without the peril of venturing out to hunt wild beasts. Let us wait for a while and depart after the third watch, Lu Chuxia suggested, asking everyone to hold on for a moment. What's the matter, Chuxia? Jiao Yue inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Chuxia. Wait. Lu Chuxia felt a twinge of uncertainty in her heart. Perhaps it was merely her fanciful imagination. He has arrived. Upon sensing the powerful aura of blood energy on their left, indicated by the blood thorn's warning, her gaze turned towards that direction. Since the senior has come, why hide in the shadows? At that moment, a flash of azure spiritual light appeared to their left, revealing Watongzi before them. Xianxia and Lang Zhuxian also wore expressions of astonishment. Just moments ago, when Watongzi had suggested that they send 3 individuals to collect the profits from the iron trade. His emphasis on the word 3 had not gone unnoticed. With the third watch approaching, she conjectured that perhaps Watongzi intended to meet them then, even if I have overthought it. We stand to lose nothing. Luchuxia smiled brightly at Watongzi and inquired. You are quite remarkable, young lady, perceptive and clever, having caught on to my unspoken intentions. Watongzi remarked, casting a satisfied glance at Luchuxia. Lu, my friend, you are formidable. The subtle implications in the words of Elder Wudong were not lost on Xianxia, who felt a measure of astonishment at Luchuxia's ability to derive such extensive insights from a single statement. Those who cultivate immortality must invariably exercise caution to avoid significant errors. Yet, the purpose of the elder's invitation for a meeting at the witching hour remained a mystery. Luchuxia suppressed her smile and earnestly inquired of Wudong. Chapter 72. Cooperation and Exchange. Although Luchuxia found it challenging to gauge Wudong's temperament, it was evident that, in this realm of desolation, their connection with Wudong would hinge primarily on mutual benefit and the prospect of escape. Luchuxia leaned toward the latter. This is merely a minor test for you. Should you fail to pass this trial, I shall not seek collaboration with you in the future. Wudong cast a discerning glance over the 5 of them, pausing momentarily on Luchuxia, Xianxia, and Lang Zhuxian. Elder, are you proposing a partnership to escape this desolate land? Luchuxia asked, her impatience evident. You are indeed a clever girl, truly the one who comprehends my intentions best. It is common knowledge that the path out of this realm lies atop the towering summit of Tongtian. Are you aware of the formidable challenges and perils that await at its peak? Wudong spoke solemnly, the gravity of his words palpable. Elder, please enlighten us further. Xianxia replied, suppressing a smile as he ushered Wudong into Zhang Tai's cave dwelling. Elder, what exactly lies atop the summit of Tongtian? What obstacles might impede our escape? Once Watongzi was welcomed into the sanctuary and comfortably seated, Xianxia, brimming with curiosity, eagerly inquired about her experiences. Nevertheless, neither party allowed their guard to falter. The summit of Tongtian Giant Peak was infested with corrupted demonic entities and spectral beings, including the formidable celestial demon. Upon discussing the dire situation at the peak, Watongzi's expression turned grave. What? Demonic creatures? Celestial demons? Have you witnessed the conditions atop Tongtian Giant Peak with your own eyes? Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. The expressions of Jiayue, Qintian Shuang, and Ling's Huxuan reflected their shared shock. Following the ancient incursion of the demon clan and the subsequent righteous demonic war, all demonic cultivators and entities were believed to have been eradicated, leading them to think that such beings would no longer exist in this realm. To their dismay, remnants of the demon clan still lingered in the land of absolute spirits. With no artifacts to counter the demonic creatures, even ascending Tongtian Giant Peak would be tantamount to courting death. Only Luchuxia appeared contemplative, although she lacked an artifact to repel demons. She possessed spiritual beasts that could subdue demonic entities and the Golden Thunder Bamboo. The Golden Thunder Eagle, endowed with innate lightning abilities, naturally overpowered demonic and spectral beings, even those of superior cultivation. Furthermore, the spirit-eating insect had mutated, now infused with lightning attributes, capable of consuming any entity, including celestial and heart demons. The nether white tiger could devour souls, providing significant leverage against both spectral and demonic foes. The leaves of the Golden Thunder Bamboo could be utilized to forge the Thunderous Annihilation spell, if they diligently nurtured the spirit-eating insect and the Golden Thunder Eagle. While employing the bamboo leaves to craft the Thunderous Annihilation spell, their odds of overcoming the demonic blockade and escaping would rise to an impressive 50 to 60%. Senior, are you certain that merely traversing past the enchanted beasts and spirits at the summit of the celestial peak will lead us out of the abyss of spirits? Jiayu inquired. I have been ensnared in this realm for several centuries and have explored numerous locales. The path to escape the abyss of spirits undoubtedly lies behind those malevolent creatures at the peak, affirmed Watongzi. Therefore, esteemed senior, seeing as we have just fallen into the abyss and possess spiritual stones and elixirs, do you wish to barter? Or do you intend for us to serve as your vanguard? Luchuxia fixed her piercing gaze upon Watongzi and candidly asked, You possess the qualifications to collaborate with me. I possess a remarkable ancient artifact, the Golden Thunder Umbrella, which can unleash celestial lightning specifically designed to counteract malevolent spirits and creatures. My own spiritual energy is limited, and invoking its power alone may prove insufficient. As you have recently arrived in the abyss, your cultivation is robust, and your reserves of spiritual energy, elixirs, and stones are ample. You are indeed ideal candidates for partnership. And I invite you to join me in activating this treasure to seek the exit from the abyss of spirits. At this moment, Wutongzi tapped his waist, and a deep blue umbrella floated above his head. The azure umbrella shimmered with erratic arcs of electricity, harboring an astonishing energy. We are willing to assist you, esteemed senior, in activating the Golden Thunder umbrella to locate the exit from the abyss of spirits. However, you must vow with your heart's demons that you shall never harm any of our 5 members, regardless of the time or place. Should you break this oath, may the heavens unleash 5 bolts of thunder upon you, causing your soul to disperse and ensuring you never find rebirth. Xianxia's heart was stirred, yet he remained composed despite discovering the route out of the realm of absolute spirits. The presence of such formidable defensive ancient treasures indicated that Wutongzi was undoubtedly a nascent soul cultivator. Human nature is inscrutable. They could find themselves in peril. Wutongzi solemnly vowed, proclaiming that at all times and in all places, he would not harm the 5 of them. Should he violate this oath, he would face the wrath of heaven, his soul shattered, never to be reborn. With determination, Wutongzi raised his index, middle, and ring fingers to swear the oath. Esteemed senior, when do you plan to take us to the summit of the heavenly giant peak to seek the path to the realm of absolute spirits? After Wutongzi's vow, the radiant moon inquired. The sooner, the better. The longer you remain in the realm of absolute spirits, the more elixirs and spirit stones you will consume. When we reach the summit, we will face a fierce battle against those demonic entities. Lacking restorative elixirs and spirit stones would be greatly disadvantageous for us. Wutongzi had already devised a plan. 3 years hence, we shall set forth to the summit of the heavenly giant peak in search of the path to the realm of absolute spirits. I possess a lightning attribute spirit beast and a netherworld white tiger. Both beasts can counteract demonic and ghostly entities. Prior to entering the realm of absolute spirits, I prepared various spiritual items for their cultivation. In 3 years, I will have sufficiently advanced their abilities, making them formidable allies against the demonic and ghostly beings. The esteemed senior seeks not only our collaboration in locating the path to the realm of absolute spirits, but also wishes to exchange some spirit stones with us. Am I correct? Uncertain of what the senior intends to exchange with us, Xianxia cast a fleeting glance at Wutongzi. As a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, one can hope that he harbors numerous valuable items. At present, I possess only these remnants that may prove useful to you. Wutongzi was acutely aware that despite their cooperative relationship, spirit stones and elixirs would not be offered freely. At best, they would be exchanged at a reduced rate. He let out a bitter smile and waved his hand, revealing 6 items in the open space of the cave dwelling. Several jade vials, likely containing the essence blood of 3rd-grade savage beasts, a blue short spear, a superior-grade offensive magical artifact, a golden scaled shield, a superior-grade defensive magical artifact, a roll of silk from a 4th-grade ice silkworm, a golden orb, a 4th-grade puppet, and a flying vessel, an exquisite flying magical artifact. Chapter 73, Fire Phoenix Egg. Wudong Tree Seed. Should these magical artifacts be presented to the outside world, many cultivators would undoubtedly vie for them, particularly the exquisite flying artifact and the 4th-grade puppet. It is no trivial matter for a nascent soul cultivator to possess such items. Senior, to speak candidly, apart from the essence blood of the 3rd-grade savage beast and the silk from the 4th-grade ice silkworm, each item truly captivates my interest. However, we already possess offensive and defensive artifacts, and without high-grade spirit stones to command the 4th-grade puppet, our consciousness cannot activate it. As for the exquisite flying artifact, it holds no appeal for me, as I have a flying spiritual beast. Once my beast advances, it will effectively serve as an exquisite flying artifact. Thus, these items fail to sway my resolve. Xianxia's gaze briefly swept over the items before her, and she slowly shook her head. Only 2 items remained. Seeing that Xianxia showed no interest in these objects, Wutongzi's expression shifted. These items, even in the outside world, would be fiercely contested by Yuanian cultivators. Yet here in the realm of absolute spirits, even a mere foundation establishment cultivator disregarded them, leaving Wutongzi's face darkened with discontent. As if struck by a sudden thought, Wutongzi waved his hand again, causing a radiant glow to sweep across the ground. There appeared an egg, the size of an adult's head, a fiery red hue dominating its surface. However, the egg's vitality was faint, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Beside the red egg lay a blue seed, devoid of any life force. This seed was adorned with layers of ancient red spirit patterns. Could you kindly introduce these two items to me? Xianxia inquired, her interest piqued by the unmistakable beast egg. This spirit beast egg and the seed were acquired from a perilous encounter within the nest of a fire phoenix. At that time, I obtained this spirit beast egg while the fire phoenix was battling a Jiao dragon. I seized the opportunity amidst the flames. This egg was likely laid by the fire phoenix, perhaps due to premature birth, as I have exhausted every means to hatch it without success. Even when I found myself in dire straits within the realm of absolute spirits, I did not resort to consuming the fire phoenix egg to replenish my essence and spiritual energy. Currently, these are all the valuable possessions I possess. Wutongzi lamented as he reluctantly revealed the fire phoenix egg. Yet, contemplating the years he had invested without achieving hatching, he felt a sense of resignation. What? Is it the fire phoenix egg? Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. Soon after, a surge of joy welled up within her. Although Wutongzi could not hatch this fire phoenix egg, she possessed a celestial realm where she could place it in the spirit beast enclosure, even if she could not hatch the fire phoenix at present. As her cultivation advanced and her celestial realm evolved further, it was only a matter of time before the fire phoenix egg would eventually hatch. There exists a saying that dragons have 9 offspring, and similarly, phoenixes are said to have 9 divine birds. The 9 offspring of the phoenix are, in order, the golden phoenix, the colorful phoenix, the fire phoenix, the snow phoenix, the blue phoenix, the peacock, the roc, the thunderbird, and the great wind. The fire phoenix ranks 3rd among them, possessing immense potential and formidable combat prowess. With the assistance of the spirit beast enclosure in her celestial realm, it would one day undergo transformation into a phoenix. Acquiring the fire phoenix egg now meant securing a powerful protector for her future. I shall take this fire phoenix egg along with that seed. This is my utmost sincerity. Now it depends on whether the esteemed elder wishes to conclude this transaction. With determination in her heart, Xianxia flicked her sleeve, sending a jade vial soaring towards Wutongzi. Inside the vial, she contained 7 undiluted drops of millennium stalagmite essence. Upon receiving the jade vial, Wutongzi opened it and, upon observing the 7 drops of millennium stalagmite essence, glanced at Xianxia. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Seeing Wutongzi's consent, Xianxia waved her sleeve and first secured the fire phoenix egg along with the seed into her celestial realm. Initially, Xianxia had intended to sow the spirit seed in the spiritual fields of her celestial realm. But the unruly spirit seed directly soared into the spirit beast enclosure alongside the fire phoenix egg. In that instant, Xianxia comprehended the circumstances surrounding the spirit seed and the fire phoenix egg. Qingmu spirit, Wudong tree, a pure blood phoenix's accompanying guardian spirit. Upon reaching maturity and transcending the transformation tribulation, it can assume human form and will recognize the first phoenix it encounters as its master. In its seed form, devoid of the nourishing aura of the phoenix, it cannot break through the soil. The spirit beast enclosure's insufficient level prevents it from germinating. Innate talent, it can release the phoenix aura, capable of refining and containing the power of the phoenix bloodline, thereby promoting the ancestral return of the beast bloodline. Qualification, supreme. Fire phoenix egg, a premature egg with a pure bloodline. Due to its premature state, it lacks the essential origin and has not been nourished by spiritual energy for years, currently existing in a state of half-life. The spirit beast enclosure's insufficient level renders it incapable of hatching. Innate talent, none. Qualification, celestial grade. Upon learning about the fire phoenix egg and the spirit seed, a flicker of joy mingled with surprise graced Xianxia's face. The qualification of the fire phoenix egg was unexpectedly celestial grade. Previously, Xianxia had known that spirit beasts were classified as low, medium, high, and supreme grades, each further divided into 4 tiers, with better qualifications indicating greater potential. However, with the fire phoenix egg, it directly ascended to celestial grade. This implies that the fire phoenix egg possesses the potential for ascension. Thus, in 3 years' time, we shall scale the summit of the Tongtian giant peak. During these 3 years, you both should strive to enhance your physical cultivation. It would be ideal if you could advance further in your physical training. For when we venture forth, it will provide us with additional strength. As for the 3 of you, it would be best to refrain from utilizing spirit stones, elixirs, or spiritual items over the next 3 years. Avoid using them as much as possible. It would be preferable to conserve everything for our journey to the peak of the Tongtian giant peak. After Wutongzi offered a few words to the group, he took his leave. With his departure, we divided the possessions from Zhang Tai. Once Wutongzi was gone, Yin Che meticulously laid out the items acquired from Zhang Tai before them. The most valuable among these was the golden tower he commanded, known as the Demon Binding Tower. This tower possessed the extraordinary ability to ensnare and defend, serving as a natural countermeasure against both demon and beast alike. It was a superior magical artifact. Alongside it was a jade fan, classified as a medium-grade magical artifact, as well as the essence blood of several third-tier savage beasts, and several sturdy bone clubs crafted from the hardest bones of these creatures, comparable in strength to inferior-grade magical artifacts. There was also a cloak, a medium-grade magical artifact that could conceal one's form. Ultimately, Lu Chuxia selected a large bone club to replace the Xiangang staff wielded by the Tianhuan white ape, thereby enhancing its prowess. Lu Chuxia also claimed the Demon Binding Tower, while the cloak was taken by Jiao Yue, and the jade fan was given to Yin Che. The essence blood from the third-tier savage beasts was distributed between Yin Che and Lang Zhuxian. After the distribution of these items, Yin Che, with a solemn expression, addressed Lu Chuxia and the others. I wonder if the three of you have any thoughts or insights regarding our expedition to the summit of the Tongtian Giant Peak in 3 years' time. Chapter 74. The Heavenly Thunder Extermination Talisman. Wutongzi had sworn an oath, assuring us that we need not worry about him betraying us or using us as mere pawns. However, the demons and spirits residing at the peak of the Tongtian Giant Peak posed a considerable challenge, and relying solely on Chuxia's 2 spirit beasts would undoubtedly be insufficient. 3 years hence, the Golden Thunder Eagle may advance only to the late stage of the 2nd level, while the Phantom White Tiger can at most reach the mid-stage of the same level. Their cultivation remains below the 3rd level, thus their capabilities are likely to be limited. We have also prepared other items to counteract demonic and ghostly entities, Jiao Yu said with a grave expression. I possess a top-tier 3rd-level Thunder Talisman, 3 3rd-level late-stage Fire Dragon Talismans, and a 4th-level early-stage Defensive Talisman, the Blue Gang Talisman. These talismans hold some utility against demons and ghosts, Yin Che added, equally solemn. I also carry 3 3rd-level Fire Attribute Talismans, as well as a dozen 2nd-level Fire Attribute ones. Jiao Yu counted the items in her storage bag that restrain demonic and ghostly creatures. I do not have any, Qin Tianchuang remarked. Neither do I, Lang Zhuxian replied. Fellow Taoist Yin and Lang, can either of you draw talismans? Lu Chuxia felt a flicker of hope. It is imperative to refine the thunder-dispelling talismans from the leaves of the golden thunder bamboo. However, if neither Yin Che nor Lang Zhuxian can draw talismans, it would be disastrous. I would have to start from scratch, which would consume vast amounts of time and resources, and success is not guaranteed. I am a talisman master, capable of crafting 3rd-level talismans at best. However, to create talismans that counteract demons and ghosts, I lack the necessary materials. A skilled artisan cannot work without raw materials. Yin Che lamented, extending his hands in a gesture of helplessness. You lack the raw materials, but I do not. The question is, can I trust you? Lu Chuxia felt a glimmer of joy upon realizing Yin Che was a talisman master capable of producing 3rd-level talismans, yet she soon sighed deeply, lost in thought. Although I may not be a gentleman, I certainly do not embody the qualities of a rogue. We have shared nearly a year together, and by now, we can be considered friends. As long as you remain true to us, we shall be your lifelong allies, willing to stand by you through thick and thin. Yin Che, suppressing a playful smile, regarded Lu Chuxia and her companions earnestly. I hope you will honor your word. These materials should suffice to forge the Heavenly Thunder exterminating demon thunder. Correct? When you succeed in your endeavor, I trust you will not hoard it, but rather share it equally among us. At that moment, Lu Chuxia waved her sleeve, and a shimmering golden light illuminated the ground as she harvested all the leaves from the 2 golden thunder bamboos to assist Yin Che in crafting the Heavenly Thunder exterminating demon thunder. Previously, in her efforts to nurture the spirit-eating insects, she had stripped the leaves from the golden thunder bamboo. However, to ensure she had sufficient resources for herself, she used spirit stones to stimulate the growth of the bamboo leaves anew. Little did she expect that they would indeed be put to use. These are the leaves of the golden thunder bamboo. Observing a multitude of shimmering leaves crackling with golden arcs on the ground, Yin Che picked one up for a closer inspection, his face lighting up with joy. Lu, my friend, do you happen to have any remaining golden thunder bamboo? If so, I could craft even more formidable talismans to counteract malevolent forces. Yin Che inquired eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, I have plenty right here. Lu Chuxia promptly severed the entire 1,000-year-old golden thunder bamboo from its roots and tossed it to Yin Che. The bamboo has roots. allowing for continued cultivation when I acquire more spirit stones in the future. Wonderful. Initially, if there was only a 30% chance of reaching the summit of the celestial giant peak, now, with the aid of these materials to forge treasures capable of subduing demons, the likelihood has risen to 50 or 60%. Xianxia accepted the 3-foot-long golden thunder bamboo, his face radiating with delight. However, they all tacitly refrained from inquiring about the origin of this golden thunder bamboo from Luchuxia. Esteemed Taoist Yen, esteemed Taoist Lang, the price I have paid for this endeavor is considerable. Should we succeed in our venture, you too must compensate me with a share of spirit stones. Luchuxia felt a pang of regret for the 3-foot-long golden thunder bamboo, yet she deemed such concerns trivial as long as they could emerge victorious. Upon arriving at the blessed realm, Luchuxia bestowed upon the netherworld white tiger several spirit beast pills to enhance its cultivation. The spirit beast pill is an advanced version of the spirit nourishing pill, crafted from ancient formulas. The spiritual herbs and medicines used to concoct the spirit beast pill must be over 500 years old, making it most suitable for second and third-tier spirit beasts. The limited number of spirit beast pills Luchuxia had previously prepared sufficed to elevate the netherworld white tiger to the mid-stage of the second level after ingestion and refinement. Once she had arranged for the netherworld white tiger, Luchuxia approached the dragon saliva grass. Upon acquiring the dragon saliva grass, she utilized spirit stones to accelerate its growth. Although this method could promote its maturation and increase its age, the dragon aura inherent in the grass would not amplify with age. In fact, hastening the growth of the dragon saliva grass would dilute the dragon aura present within it. Nevertheless, having nurtured the dragon saliva grass to a millennium's worth of age, even with the dilution of its dragon aura, 1,000-year-old dragon saliva grass still possesses immense allure for beasts imbued with the bloodline of dragons, capable of refining their bloodline power and enhancing their cultivation. Without hesitation, Luchuxia summoned a dragon's bile herb that had matured for a millennium and promptly discarded it for the chiefone python to consume and refine. It was anticipated that once the chiefone python completed the refinement of this herb, it would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the second level, while also purifying a portion of its bloodline power, thus reaching a new height. Subsequently, Luchuxia began orchestrating the Golden Thunder Eagle. Upon unlocking its thunderous innate abilities, it would gain significant advantages against demons and monsters, potentially enabling it to emerge from the realm of absolute spirits, where it would play a crucial role. The Golden Thunder Bamboo served not merely as a material for refining tools but also enhanced the cultivation of thunder attribute beasts and spirit creatures upon ingestion. Thereafter, Luchuxia systematically severed the roots of the 3,000-year-old Golden Thunder Bamboo and offered it to the spirit-eating worm for consumption. Given that the spirit-eating worm was already imbued with thunder attributes, it was presumed that consuming the 3,000-year-old bamboo would amplify its thunderous powers, thereby providing a considerable advantage in dealing with demons and monsters. Following this, Luchuxia distributed several spirit beast pills to the three-eyed Qing fox before entering a period of seclusion, wherein she ingested the monkey wine to refine its essence and enhance her cultivation. Chapter 75. A significant advancement in spirit beast cultivation 3 years later. Luchuxia had reached the age of 27. In the preceding 2 years, after consuming the monkey wine obtained from the Cloud Mist secret realm, her cultivation had progressed to the mid-foundation establishment stage. She subsequently concocted several pills for foundation establishment practitioners to restore their spiritual energy and injuries, expending a considerable amount of spirit stones. Even the 2 golden thunder bamboos, which had been severed at their roots, were deemed too precious to risk summoning back with spirit stones, as she feared her reserves might be insufficient. Now, with all preparations complete, she was poised for the next phase of her journey. As for the Azure Wind Python, it has successfully refined the millennium-old dragon saliva grass, advancing to the pinnacle of the second tier. The Bloodthorn and the Celestial Lawn White Ape remain unchanged, one at the early peak of the third tier and the other at the mid-phase of the second tier. After devouring the Golden Thunder Bamboo, all 88 spirit-eating insects have also progressed to the mid-phase of the second tier. With a wave of her hand, she opened the entrance to her cave, revealing Xiaoyu and Qin Tianshuan emerging from their respective dwellings. Chuxia, you have emerged from seclusion. Your cultivation has reached the mid-phase of foundation establishment, Xiaoyu remarked, a hint of joy gracing her features as she scanned Chuxia's advancement. It has been 3 years. It is time to come forth. Having refined some monkey wine obtained from the misty secret realm, her cultivation had undergone a breakthrough. Notably, during these 3 years, Xiaoyu has also cultivated the 9-turn white jade technique to the 3rd layer, allowing her to withstand low-grade magical treasures and, relying solely on her physical prowess, endure against early golden core cultivators. Coupled with her magical cultivation, she finds it effortless to contend with mid-golden core practitioners. Everything is prepared here. Chuxia, your spirit beasts are ready to advance. Jiao Yu handed Lu Chuxiao a storage bag, her expression turning serious. The Golden Thunder Eagle has reached the pinnacle of the second tier, and the Netherworld White Tiger has also advanced to the mid-phase of the second tier. Please keep the spirit stones and elixirs within this storage bag safe. After receiving the storage bag from Jiao Yu, Lu Chuxia returned the gesture, offering both Jiao Yu and Qin Tianshuang a storage bag in turn. Over the past 3 years, Jiao Yu had prepared dozens of vials containing the essence blood of third-tier savage beasts for Lu Chuxia, along with a substantial amount of ordinary third-tier savage beast blood. However, no further inquiries were made. She simply accepted the items. Although Wutongzi has vowed not to harm us, should we find ourselves in peril, it would be of no consequence to him whether he chooses to save us or not, thus not violating his prior oath. Therefore, we must remain vigilant and refrain from placing our hopes upon him. Lu Chuxia has an inkling that the journey to uncover the land of absolute spirits will not proceed smoothly. A minor setback could render our efforts futile. We are aware. They have arrived. Jiwei solemnly nodded, and upon noticing Yin Che and Lung Zhuxuan's arrival, she gestured with one hand, casting a spiritual incantation to activate the formation and welcome the two into the cave dwelling. Congratulations, Taoist Lu, on advancing to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. I wonder if your two spiritual beasts have also progressed, Yin Che remarked, slightly taken aback upon entering the cave and seeing Lu Chuxia's advancement. In the land devoid of any spiritual energy, maintaining the consumption of one's own spiritual essence is indeed a rare feat, as cultivators habitually circulate their energy to protect themselves from the elements and sustain their existence without the need for earthly sustenance. The fact that Taoist Lu has not only retained but enhanced his cultivation in the land of absolute spirits is truly astonishing. Prior to our descent into this realm, I prepared some resources to aid in cultivating my abilities. As we embark on this journey to the summit of the heavenly giant peak in search of an exit, I shall utilize these resources to further my cultivation, thus enabling me to contribute when the time comes. My two spiritual beasts have also risen to the occasion and advanced. Taoist Yin, this is a token I have prepared for you and your brother, Lu Chuxia said with a smile, tossing a storage bag to Yin Che. The reason Lu Chuxia prepared these items for Yin Che was not merely out of generosity. She regarded this as a means to inspire others, hoping that Yin Che would concoct the heavenly thunder exterminating demon thunder without hoarding too much for himself and generously share some with them. At that time, possessing the talismans capable of subduing demons would further ensure their personal safety. Moreover, they had developed a cordial relationship, having come to understand each other's characters, making the bond worthwhile. Thank you. In the spirit of reciprocity, I have crafted 13 low-grade third-tier heavenly thunder exterminating demon thunders and 15 medium-grade third-tier heavenly thunder exterminating demon talismans. Each of you sisters shall receive 3 of each. Through trials and tribulations, true character is revealed. Having established this mutual understanding among the 3 friends, they recognized the necessity to respond in kind after the initial gesture. Chapter 76. Ascending the Peak, we are departing. After gathering their belongings, Jiao Yu, having confirmed the time with Wutongzi, beckoned everyone to proceed towards the towering peak. Upon reaching the foot of the colossal mountain, Wutongzi awaited their arrival, his gaze fixed on Lu Chuxia. Noticing her advancement to the mid-foundation stage, he inquired with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes, "How is it?" Living up to expectations, Lu Chuxia replied with a smile, nodding at Wutongzi. She did not overlook the flicker of surprise in his gaze upon witnessing her progression. At that moment, Lu Chuxia felt a sense of caution towards Wutongzi. His profound thoughts suggested he was not one to be trusted too deeply. Thus, they set forth. Wutongzi nodded in acknowledgement and began the ascent up the towering peak. At this juncture, Lu Chuxia and her companions had each achieved minor success in body refinement, effortlessly ascending thousands of steps without feeling the slightest strain. As they gradually ascended the 2,000 steps, Qin Tianshuang, whose physical cultivation was somewhat lacking, began to feel the strain. Lu Chuxia, though still able to persevere, also sensed a growing pressure. Yin Che and Leng Zhuxian had already reached the 3rd layer of the 9 turns of white jade technique, maneuvering with ease alongside Jiao Yu. From Wutongzi, they learned that the towering Tongtian peak boasted a total of 9,999 steps, given their cultivation levels. Reaching the summit would undoubtedly require considerable effort. In contrast, Wutongzi, who led the way, seemed to stroll leisurely, unhurriedly maintaining a distance of 10 steps ahead of them. Conserve your spiritual energy. Watch this, Lu Chuxia said, noticing Qin Tianshuang's intention to utilize a defensive spiritual artifact to continue the ascent. She grasped Qin Tianshuang's hand firmly, then lightly pricked her finger on the blood thorn. A crimson aura flared from the blood thorn, conjuring a protective red shield that enveloped both Lu Chuxia and Qin Tianshuang. Instantly, the pressure on Lu Chuxia lifted, allowing them to quicken their pace toward Tongtian Peak. After half a day, as they reached the 5,000-step Jiaoyu, Yin Che and Lang Zhuxian began to struggle. Only Wutongzi continued to advance effortlessly, showing no inclination to assist. Observing the trio's mounting difficulty, Lu Chuxia expanded the shield emanating from the bloodthorn, encompassing Jiaoyu and her companions within its protective embrace. As they ascended the towering peak, the gravitational force and pressure surrounding them intensified, causing the bloodthorn's defensive shield to consume an increasing amount of its own spiritual energy. The bloodthorn began to draw blood. Capable of absorbing various blood infused with spiritual energy or vitality, it transformed this essence into spiritual energy or life force. Earlier, Lu Chuxia had instructed Jiaoyu to prepare an ample supply of beast blood, specifically for the arduous climb of the towering peak. The roots of the bloodthorn penetrated a jade vial, drawing in the essence of the beast's blood, converting it into spiritual energy, and steadily outputting a protective shield to safeguard their ascent. After a day, as they reached the 8,000th step, the spiritual energy shield released by the bloodthorn became overwhelmingly vast, unable to keep pace with the conversion of the beast's blood into spiritual energy. The shield was deformed by the crushing weight exerted by the towering peak, seemingly on the verge of shattering. The bloodthorn could no longer sustain itself and needed to rest. The task was now entrusted to me. Observing this, Jiyue waved her hand, summoning the celestial silkworm, which transformed into a hazy white shield that enveloped the 5 of them. Lu Chuxia noticed that Wutongzi, walking ahead, had slowed his pace, his back slightly hunched, and beads of sweat had formed at his temples, indicating that he was nearing his limit. With Jiyue commanding the defensive artifact to aid in their ascent, the bloodthorn finally found a moment of respite. Jiyue also comprehended why the bloodthorn had to draw blood while converting spiritual energy to maintain the defensive shield. Even with the use of defensive artifacts to support their ascent up the towering peak, the immense pressure surrounding them bore down heavily upon the one wielding the artifact. Presently, the spiritual energy within Jiaoyu flowed like a gentle stream, steadily leaking away. It would not be long before, having climbed merely a few hundred steps, this reservoir of energy would be completely depleted. After a quarter of an hour, with her spiritual energy reduced to less than half, she retracted the celestial silkworm belt, switching to the bloodthorn to release a protective shield. 2.5 days later, they had ascended 9,000 steps, at which point the gravitational pressure around them intensified further. Should they withdraw the defensive artifact, their cultivation levels would not allow them to escape unscathed from the crushing force. Serious injury would be inevitable. Yin Che and Lang Zhuxian joined in wielding the defensive artifact, shielding their ascent toward the summit of the towering peak. Elder, you should also enter the protective shield, taking turns to wield the artifact to reach the pinnacle. This will help conserve our spiritual energy, Lu Chuxia suggested. It was evident to Lu Chuxia that Wutongzi's physical strength could no longer sustain his further climb, and he needed to step down. Wutongzi nodded in agreement, standing still to allow Lu Chuxia and the others to catch up, appreciating her understanding and the opportunity she provided for him to save face. 3 days later, only a few steps remained before them. Let us quicken our pace, Wutongzi urged as he summoned the golden thunder umbrella to shield them. With renewed vigor, they hastened their steps, and after a series of vigorous ascents, they reached the summit of the towering peak. Upon their arrival at the towering pinnacle of heaven, they were met with an unexpected sight. They found themselves not in the grand plaza atop the peak, nor before any palatial structures, and certainly not amidst the various demons and monsters described by Wutongzi. Before them loomed a vast, pitch-black void, a gaping maw of unfathomable depths, adorned with intricate layers of golden spiritual runes. These runes intertwined in a complex pattern, seemingly forming an enormous array, exuding an aura of ancient sanctity. Inside the abyss, a suffocating darkness prevailed, akin to the mouth of a colossal beast, impenetrable to their senses, which were severely constrained. Just as Lu Chuxia and her companions reached the summit, tendrils of black smoke erupted from the depths of the cavern, manifesting into numerous spectral figures that surged forth in a frenzied rush. Startled, Xianxia and her companions momentarily recoiled, yet upon discerning the low tier of these apparitions, they collectively exhaled in relief. At that moment, the golden runes inscribed on the walls of the black void began to radiate with brilliance, forming a golden barrier that sealed the cavern's entrance, effectively restraining the spirit's escape. This luminous shield emanated a serene energy, accompanied by faint echoes of Buddhist chants. Under the golden light, the spectral figures were enveloped in swirling black mist, their forms visibly fading into obscurity. Each specter emitted piercing wails, their greedy eyes fixated on Xianxia and her companions. Chapter 77. The trial commences. Predecessor. You must have traversed this black void. Could you enlighten us about the circumstances within? Xianxia gazed into the abyss of the black hole, teeming with spectral entities, and inhaled sharply before turning to Xianxia. Although these apparitions possessed relatively low cultivation levels, predominantly classified as secondary-grade spirits, akin to foundation-building practitioners, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Upon my descent into the abyss of absolute spirit, I learned that the path to escape lay within the towering celestial peak, prompting me to venture forth for exploration. Within that obsidian cavern, I encountered a total of 10 trials. The initial 9 comprised various ranks of malevolent spirits. Upon reaching the 10th trial, I was confronted by fully corrupted beings. At that moment, I was unaware of the total number of trials within that shadowy passage. The depletion of spiritual energy was severe. And unprepared as I was, uncertainty gripped me, compelling my retreat. Subsequently, as I traversed the abyss of absolute spirit, I discovered through ancient texts the accounts of predecessors who described the celestial peak, revealing that within this dark cavern lay 98 trials in total. However, a singular source of solace was that at each trial's conclusion, a stone platform awaited for respite, a sanctuary impervious to the encroachment of those fiendish entities. We need not engage these spirits and demons in direct confrontation. We simply had to hasten through to the next platform, where they would not pursue us. Xianxia's expression turned grave as he addressed the assembly. Elder, what of the strength of the various spirits and demons at each trial? Xianxia inquired of Xianxia. In the preliminary 3 trials, the adversaries are primarily first and second-grade spirits. The subsequent 3 trials present a mix of third-grade entities, while the final 3 trials consist of fourth-grade fiends. Yet, we are fortunate that fifth-grade demons have not made an appearance. Beyond the 10th trial, corrupted beings begin to manifest, but the specifics elude my knowledge. To escape the abyss of absolute spirit, we must confront the trials head-on. At that time, we shall jointly wield the golden thunder umbrella, and the opportunity to venture into the abyss of spirits remains substantial. He understood that among them, Xianxia, despite having the lowest cultivation level, was also the most enigmatic. The ability to contract a third-tier demon beast with merely foundational cultivation is no ordinary feat without secrets. Who would believe her? She was not only astute, but also seemed to be the unspoken leader of the 5. Senior, this is the spirit stones I can offer you. I hope you do not find them lacking. Xianxia, pondering her thoughts, produced 50 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them to Xianxia. She then presented another 50 mid-grade spirit stones to him, leaving herself with just over 200. As the saying goes, to make a horse run swiftly, one must provide ample fodder. Whether they could withstand these malevolent spirits would largely depend on Xianxia's efforts, as he was their main force. At this moment, each spirit stone appeared extraordinarily precious. How could I possibly find them lacking? If we can emerge from this abyss of spirits, I shall repay you 100-fold. Xianxia assured Xianxia after glancing at her. I shall eagerly await your 100-fold reward, Senior, Xianxia replied with a smile. As for the first 3 trials, allow my spirit beast to handle them. Upon entering the cave, Xianxia waved her hand, summoning the nether white tiger from its celestial abode. Upon witnessing the multitude of spirits within the cave, the nether white tiger let out a joyful roar and, with a gleeful demeanor, strode into the depths of the cave. Upon the arrival of living beings, the spectral entities reacted as if they were sharks sensing blood, emitting piercing wails and lunging towards the ethereal white tiger. With a mere opening of its maw, the white tiger unleashed waves of black radiance, drawing these spirits into its gaping mouth, seemingly welcoming all that approached. Like a dragon plunging into the depths of the ocean, it gazed at the apparitions before it, its eyes gleaming with intensity. In this initial trial, the spirits varied in cultivation, the weakest at the late stage of level 1 and the strongest at the early stage of level 2. Though numerous, they posed little threat. Yet, as they noticed the vanishing presences of their companions, they quickly realized the shift in their roles from hunters to prey. If you do not come to me, I shall come to you, declared the ethereal white tiger as it galloped forward, expelling more black radiance and drawing the spirits from the cavern into its awaiting mouth. Xianxia and her companions emanated a potent aura of vitality, trailing closely behind the ethereal white tiger, causing the specters to hesitate in their approach. Anytime they neared Xianxia, the white tiger would unleash another wave of black radiance, causing the spirits to vanish without a trace. As the ethereal white tiger consumed numerous spirits, Xianxia noticed her own spiritual awareness steadily expanding, surpassing that of her peers in the same realm. Following the white tiger's devouring of these spirits, it bestowed additional strength upon Xianxia, enabling her spiritual awareness to swiftly ascend to the late stage of foundation establishment. Concurrently, as the ethereal white tiger absorbed these spirits, its own awareness grew, and the refinement of the spirits transformed into energy that enhanced its cultivation. The originally ethereal white tiger had already ascended to the pinnacle of the mid-second tier. After absorbing and refining so many malevolent spirits, the constraints of this peak were beginning to loosen. It was on the verge of entering the next stage of rest. My spiritual beast was about to advance to the late second tier. Upon noticing the unusual aura of the ethereal white tiger, Xianxia's face revealed a hint of joy, prompting her to beckon everyone to follow closely. The resting stone platform resembled a passageway, adorned with layers of golden spiritual patterns that separated the front and back, isolating them from one another. Upon reaching the resting corridor, the ethereal white tiger, without needing Xianxia's command, lay down upon the stone platform to refine the energy within. As half a day passed, the aura emanating from the ethereal white tiger surged, marking its breakthrough to the late second tier. Resuming their journey, Xianxia observed that the ethereal white tiger had awakened. The majestic creature approached her, affectionately nudging its massive head against her waist. It glanced back, indicating that she should take a seat upon its back. Xianxia, unreserved, settled behind the ethereal white tiger and signaled for the others to proceed. Upon entering the second level, Xianxia discovered that the malevolent spirits within possessed a minimum cultivation of early second tier, with the most formidable reaching late second tier, significantly fewer in number than those in the first level. Nevertheless, with the ethereal white tiger leading the charge, it unleashed waves of black radiance from its mouth, engulfing all surrounding malevolent spirits and drawing them into its maw. Chapter 78. The anomaly of the ethereal white tiger. As the ethereal white tiger refined these spirits, its own cultivation steadily ascended, while Xianxia's consciousness gradually approached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. At this moment, Xianxia also noticed that the fiery mark on the forehead of the spectral white tiger began to undergo a gradual transformation. A dazzling black light flickered intermittently, as if it were about to burst forth from the creature's brow at any moment. Beside him, Watanzi observed the spectral white tiger's condition with a furrowed brow, seemingly lost in thought. With the spectral white tiger leading the way, they navigated the obstacle with ease. No malevolent spirits dared to approach within 2 yards of them. It appeared that these spirits sensed something formidable emanating from the spectral white tiger, causing them to tremble and retreat in fear. Upon passing through the second checkpoint, the spectral white tiger had absorbed and devoured numerous spirits, elevating its cultivation to the pinnacle of the late second level. Furthermore, due to the substantial energy it had consumed, it had not yet refined the excess energy within, resulting in a slight expansion of its form. Once they entered the corridor of the second level, the spectral white tiger resumed its position on the ground, continuing to refine and absorb the spirits. As the spectral white tiger engaged in this process, a dark, ethereal light surged violently around its body, enveloping it in a shroud of ominous radiance. The fiery mark on its forehead became increasingly resplendent, as if it were on the verge of manifesting outwardly. Subsequently, an aura of malevolence intertwined with an unwavering righteousness erupted from the spectral white tiger, creating an extraordinarily peculiar and paradoxical presence. These two opposing energies coexisted within a single spiritual beast. Xiaoyu, your spiritual beast, is rather extraordinary. It seems to be undergoing a mutation. Yet, it remains uncertain whether this transformation is progressing in a favorable or unfavorable direction. I observe that your spirit beast seems to be evolving towards the form of a punishment beast. Watanzi gazed at the spectral white tiger, which was currently refining the ghostly entities. Is this spectral white tiger truly undergoing a transformation into a punishment beast? If this evolution is successful, our chances of traversing through these 18 trials and emerging from the realm of absolute spirits would indeed be enhanced. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's eyes sparkled with interest as he turned his gaze towards the spectral white tiger engaged in the refinement of the ghostly beings. The punishment beast is known for its ability to devour soul essences, ghostly entities, and the energies of the deceased, rendering it a natural adversary against malevolent spirits. Moreover, there are legends that speak of the punishment beast as a creature of retribution, adept in wielding thunder and mastering the arts of punishment. Although this spirit beast is evolving towards the punishment beast form, it may provide us with some advantage in dealing with those spectral entities and demons, potentially aiding our escape. Yet, within the cultivation realm, there are whispers that the emergence of a punishment beast heralds chaos and turmoil. I find myself torn between hoping this spirit beast evolves into a punishment beast to assist us and wishing it remains untransformed. Wutongzi gazed at the spectral white tiger, a complex expression gracing his features. According to the legends, the punishment beast is described as having the body of a monkey, an unusually large nose, a darkened exterior, and a visage of a ghost upon its back. My spirit beast does not conform to these descriptions, Lu Chuxiao remarked curiously. Were it not for the fact that revealing the spectral white tiger here would attract attention, Lu Chuxiao would have already concealed it within a secluded realm to investigate its condition. The forms of the punishment beast are not uniform. Some take on the shape of a monkey, others that of a tiger, and still others that of a horse. The prerequisite for transforming into a punishment beast is that the creature must excel in devouring soul essences, ghostly entities, and the energies of the deceased. It is not merely a matter of fortunate coincidence that such a transformation occurs. Otherwise, in such a vast realm of cultivation, it is not uncommon for a xianxia beast to emerge every few millennia or even tens of thousands of years. Historical records indicate that each xianxia beast represents the reincarnation of a significant figure from the netherworld and is often referred to as the child of the earth. Wutongzi, with a grave expression, addressed Lu Chuxia and the others. The netherworld? Does it truly exist? Xianxia inquired with growing interest. The netherworld is still too distant for us. Our primary focus is to exit the spiritless realm. This spiritual beast is close to completing its advancement. Just as Wutongzi finished speaking, the dark radiance enveloping the netherworld white tiger retracted entirely into its body, emanating an aura of peak level 2 prowess. The white tiger's hooves were now inscribed with layers of black spiritual patterns, which, upon closer inspection, evoked the unsettling illusion of ghostly faces. Following its advancement, the netherworld white tiger appeared even more majestic and formidable. Let us continue our journey. Lu Chuxia mounted the back of the netherworld white tiger and signaled the group to proceed toward the third checkpoint. Upon entering the third checkpoint, Lu Chuxia quickly discerned that the lowest cultivation level of the ghostly entities within was at the mid-level 2, with the highest reaching peak level 2. And their numbers had significantly diminished once more. The netherworld white tiger cleared the path with its imposing presence, swallowing any foolish ghostly beings that dared to approach. Furthermore, within the third checkpoint, the white tiger voraciously consumed several level 2 ghostly entities to amass strength for its future breakthrough to level 3. Soon, they successfully passed through the third checkpoint. Daoist Lu, is it true that your spiritual beast cannot advance to level 3 yet? Upon arriving in the corridor of the third checkpoint, Xianxia noticed that the netherworld white tiger showed no signs of advancement and promptly asked. Even the expression on Wang Tongzi's face bore a hint of disappointment. It seemed they still fell short, estimating that they would need to devour 1 or 2 third-level ghostly entities to trigger a qualitative transformation that would facilitate the advancement of the nether white tiger. Lu Chuxia could distinctly sense that the nether white tiger had amassed sufficient energy to advance to the third tier. However, it lacked a catalyst for this transformation. Once it consumed a couple of third-level ghostly beings, the qualitative change would ensue, allowing it to ascend to the third tier. After the nether white tiger had devoured so many ghostly entities, Lu Chuxiao's consciousness had reached a level comparable to that of a false Dan cultivator. A further progression would enable her to attain the golden core realm. Once her consciousness advanced to the golden core stage, it would significantly ease her future breakthroughs into that realm, yielding results with half the effort. As they approached the fourth challenge, the plan was to have the nether white tiger consume third-level ghostly entities. Once it showed signs of advancement to the third tier, they would swiftly navigate through the fourth challenge. Today, within the passage of the fourth challenge, the goal was for the nether white tiger to reach the third tier. Jiao Xiaoyu, you shall wield the golden thunder umbrella first. I shall take on the 7th, 8th, and 9th challenges. Wang Tongzi instructed the group. Very well. Jiao Yu nodded in agreement and promptly accepted the golden thunder umbrella handed to her by Wang Tongzi. She infused it with spiritual energy, causing the umbrella to ascend gracefully above the heads of the group, shimmering with a golden, ethereal light, while arcs of golden electricity danced unpredictably across its surface. Let us proceed. Upon entering the fourth challenge, xianxia summoned the golden thunder sculpture from her heaven and earth cave. As their group stepped into the fourth checkpoint, the black mist swirled, revealing hundreds of ghostly entities. These apparitions, solid in form with glinting black eyes, erupted into a cacophony of chilling, cackling laughter upon spotting xianxia and her companions. Chapter 79. The manifestation of divine consciousness cackling with delight. It had been many years since another had entered this realm. How long had it been since I tasted human blood and soul? At last, I shall feast again. The golden thunder eagle showed no mercy to these spectral beings. It was ill-suited to this environment. With a resounding cry, it unleashed a bolt of thunder towards the nearest third-tier specter. With a crackling sound, the bolt struck, causing the third-tier specter to dim and its ghostly essence to swirl chaotically, its vitality greatly diminished and gravely injured. Following this, the infernal white tiger opened its maw, releasing a wave of dark radiance, ensnaring the weakened specter and drawing it into its gaping jaws. The first and second-tier specters were mere lowly entities, lacking awareness and existing in a state between illusion and reality, driven solely by instinct. However, the third-tier specter possessed consciousness, capable of speech and fully corporeal, aware of danger and safety. Upon witnessing the grievous injury of a once formidable companion struck down by a bolt of golden thunder, and subsequently devoured by a creature that exuded both fear and malevolence, the remaining specters were seized by terror. Thunder was their greatest fear, and the beast instilled a primal dread within them. Consequently, they no longer exhibited the same audacity upon encountering xianxia and her companions, retreating swiftly and avoiding any approach within a 5-zhang radius of them. Is this so? Xianxia observed xianxia's thunderous spirit beast effortlessly intimidate these specters, and he was taken aback. Originally, he believed that even if there would not be a fierce battle, at the very least, this group of spectral entities would prove to be quite formidable. To his surprise, a pinnacle-level second-tier lightning spirit beast was sufficient to intimidate these apparitions. Under xianxia's signal, the golden thunder eagle once more inflicted wounds upon 2 initial-stage third-tier specters. Following this, the nether white tiger proceeded to devour these 2 initial-stage third-tier entities, triggering a transformative reaction within its internal energy, thus presenting an opportunity for advancement. My spirit beast is about to advance. We must leave at once. Upon witnessing the nether white tiger's imminent progression to the third tier, joy illuminated xianxia's countenance as she beckoned everyone toward the corridor leading to the 4 checkpoints. Along the way, bolstered by the deterrence of the golden thunder eagle and the nether white tiger, the specters within the 4th checkpoint dared not approach within 5 zhang of them. As they entered the corridor of the 4th checkpoint, the nether white tiger immediately crouched down, commencing the refinement of its internal energy to elevate itself to the 3rd tier. Observing this, xianxia seated herself beside the nether white tiger, pressing her hands firmly against its form, channeling her own spiritual energy into the beast to assist in the refinement of the specters within it, thereby facilitating its ascension to the 3rd tier. Instantly, a dark mist enveloped the nether white tiger as waves of black radiance surged forth from within, encasing it in ethereal light. Concurrently, a cascade of azure brilliance emanated from xianxia, within which myriad musical notes emerged, crisp and melodious, captivating the senses and inducing a sensation of vertigo, as if the very earth were spinning, and her eyelids grew heavier with each passing moment. Upon witnessing the musical notes emanating from xianxia, Wutongzi, Yanche, and Lang Zhuxian were taken aback, each uttering the phrase Tianin Baodian. The azure radiance gradually intertwined with the dark light, creating a harmonious blend of blue and black. A month passed in this manner. On this particular day, the ethereal black light of the nether white tiger surged wildly. As the dark aura within it receded back into its being, a sudden surge of power erupted from within, naturally elevating its cultivation to the initial stage of the 3rd level. With its eyes wide open, a glimmer of darkness flashed, sharp enough to pierce the heart, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to meet its gaze. Following the nether white tiger's breakthrough, the refinement of the spirit's consciousness it had previously absorbed began to reflect upon xianxia, who found herself at a pivotal moment in her progression towards the golden core realm. Her consciousness manifested as a black chain, swirling in the void before completely merging back into her mind. To her astonishment, with her foundational cultivation, her consciousness was able to undergo a metamorphosis, advancing to the golden core stage. This was indeed extraordinary. It was now a certainty that Lu Daoyu would ascend to the golden core realm in the future. Xianxia, witnessing Lu Chuxia's consciousness taking form and advancing to the golden core realm, displayed an expression of incredulity and astonishment. At that moment, Lu Chuxia opened her eyes, her face radiant with joy, as she had not anticipated that her consciousness could take shape in such a manner. The consciousness of a chi-refining foundation cultivator is formless and intangible. However, upon breaking through to the golden core realm, it can manifest into a physical form. After the spectral white tiger ascended to the early third tier, it joyfully let out a howl and rose to its feet, affectionately nudging Lu Chuxia, as docile as a large cat. The transformation of the spectral white tiger upon reaching the third tier was remarkable. Its fur was now a striking blend of black and white, with a colossal ghostly visage adorning its back, and the 4 ghostly faces on its hooves had become increasingly vivid. The black flame mark upon its head flickered with an enigmatic dark light, resembling a black flame affixed to its brow. The blood thorns coiled around its wrist unfurled like tendrils, as if celebrating the spectral white tiger's ascension to the third tier. Lu Xiaoyu was indeed formidable. With a mid-foundation cultivation level, he managed to tame a third-tier early spirit beast, and astonishingly, 2 of them without suffering any backlash, truly impressive. This spirit beast, judging by its form, appeared to have evolved into a Xing beast. Wutongzi gazed at the spectral white tiger, his eyes glimmering slightly as he spoke. The strength of my divine sense and primordial spirit, coupled with my extraordinary talent and the practice of certain secret arts, enables me to command the spirit beasts at my side, despite his seemingly effortless demeanor. He had just endured a backlash when the spectral white tiger ascended to the third tier. Fortunately, he had persevered. Lu Chuxia was aware that having contracted 2 spirit beasts that had both ascended to the third tier without experiencing backlash had aroused Wutongzi's suspicion. This secret art is indeed remarkable. I wonder if Lu Xiaoyu would consider parting with it. I assure you, I would not let you down, Wutongzi said with a smile as he looked at Lu Chuxia. Why not? After we exit, I shall gladly present it to you, came the reply. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chuxia felt a tightening in her heart, yet maintained a cheerful demeanor. It appeared that Wutongzi had indeed set his sights on her, regardless of the circumstances. When it comes to profound bonds of life and death, interests take precedence. She possessed no secret techniques. It was solely the merit of the blessed land that afforded her any advantage. For now, she could only employ a strategy of delay, focusing on exiting the spirit-severing land first. Senior, this seems rather ungracious of you. Previously, Lu Daoyu graciously distributed several dozen mid-grade spirit stones to you. Within the spirit-severing land, Lu Daoyu could offer 50 mid-grade spirit stones to you, which should be considered a significant favor. Before they had even left the spirit-severing land, the senior was already coveting Lu Daoyu's techniques, which was rather inappropriate. Xianxia seemed to perceive something amiss, and he, along with Lang Zhuxian, subtly positioned themselves alongside Lu Chuxia and her companions. Upon witnessing the actions of Lang Zhuxian and Xianxia, Lu Chuxia felt a warmth in her heart. The spirit stones and elixirs she had previously given to them were not in vain. I merely spoke in jest. If Lu Xiaoyu is unwilling to exchange, I shall not press the matter. Wutongzi cast a glance at the 5 of them. Let us not dwell on other matters for now. We must first overcome the remaining challenges and discuss everything else after we exit the spirit-severing land. Observing this, Zhao Yue saw teased the tension. She understood that once they left the spirit-severing land, they would be randomly dispersed, which would be fortuitous in avoiding Wutongzi, a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. However, should they exit together, she hoped that Wutongzi would consider their shared hardships. You will tread your sunny path, while I will navigate my solitary bridge. Let us proceed. I shall take the lead in the 5th trial. With a smile, Wutongzi cast a glance at Lu Chuxia and the other 4 before leading the way ahead. Upon entering the 5th level, only a few hundred mid-level and above specters remained. Indeed, upon sighting the ethereal white tiger, these apparitions recoiled as if confronted by their nemesis, not daring to approach, and even hesitating to reveal themselves. At that moment, Wutongzi reached into the void with a single hand. A flicker of dark, ethereal light flashed from his palm, materializing into a pitch-black banner, its pole glimmering like gold. The banner itself was no larger than 2 adult palms, adorned with numerous skulls that seemed to wail and weep, as if they were on the verge of breaking free from the banner's surface. Wutongzi then brandished the black banner toward a certain point in the void, unleashing a surge of dark radiance that engulfed several hidden mid-level specters, drawing them into the banner, rendering them unseen. Following this, a tumult of black mist erupted from the banner, swirling chaotically as if in defiance. Observing this, Wutongzi let out a cold snort. He tossed the banner into the void and executed a series of spiritual seals that infused it with energy. The small banner unfurled in the wind, expanding to a size of about 10 feet. With a pointed gesture from Wutongzi, the dark banner unleashed waves of black brilliance, drawing forth specters from the air into its depths. Upon absorbing a specter, the banner's surface swelled with a more intense, roiling darkness, amplifying its formidable presence. Wutongzi cast a series of spiritual incantations that melded into the surface of the flag, his lips moving in silent invocation. After a brief moment, the flag's surface settled, as if the malevolent entities contained within had been refined away. At that instant, Wan Hun Fan, Xianxia, appeared to have an epiphany. His pupils contracted, and he exclaimed, "The Lord of 10,000 Demons." Cold Zhu Xian echoed with a chilling tone, "Yin, my friend, cold, my friend, do you harbor some knowledge we are unaware of?" Observing Wutongzi command a small flag to absorb and refine the malevolent spirits, Jiayu sensed the precariousness of the situation. She promptly led Luchuxia and Qin Tunchuang away from Wutongzi. With such formidable abilities, Wutongzi no longer needed to collaborate with them to navigate the perilous realm of Zhu Ling. It was evident he had ulterior motives. The Lord of 10,000 Demons was a renowned figure in the central domain, a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Emerging from a background of solitary cultivation, he embodied both righteousness and malevolence, his temperament unpredictably shifting. He wielded the power to kill, extract souls, and refine spirits at will, accumulating countless adversaries over the millennia. Initially believed to have perished at the hands of his enemies after nearly 1,000 years of absence, it was shocking to discover he had instead fallen into the abyss of Zhu Ling. "We must exercise caution around him," Xianxia warned, his expression grave and troubled. The Lord of 10,000 Demons, with his formidable prowess and mastery of ghostly arts, could command such a multitude of spirits, his temperament ever capricious. Xianxia had no desire to place his life in the hands of another's whims. "A late-stage nascent soul grandmaster," Luchuxia remarked, a wry smile crossing her face. As she understood, the disparities between each minor realm after reaching nascent soul were immense, particularly at the late stage, where even several mid-stage nascent soul cultivators would struggle against a single late-stage master. Moreover, the bottleneck during the middle stage of the nascent soul is exceedingly difficult to surmount, resulting in a plethora of practitioners at the early to mid-nascent soul stage within the cultivation world. Those who advance to the late nascent soul stage are esteemed with the title of great cultivators of the late nascent soul. Within a sect, a single practitioner at the late nascent soul stage can be equivalent to several practitioners at the early to mid stages, akin to a stabilizing force amidst chaos. Having absorbed the spectral entities within the fifth checkpoint using the 10,000 Souls banner, Wutongzi casually glanced at Luchuxia and her companions. Aware that the two young men had recognized his identity and overheard their conversation, "Senior, with such capabilities, is there really a need for collaboration? You could simply take us and soar away, escaping the land of absolute spirit." Luchuxia thought it prudent to flatter, prioritizing her own life, for otherwise, they would all meet their demise. Zhu Yue, Qintian Shuang, Xianxia, and Lung Zhuxian were momentarily taken aback by Luchuxia's transformation from a gentle and poised beauty to one who was now ingratiating herself. Earlier, he had vowed not to harm them, and bringing them along as bait was originally intended to lure the monsters and spirits, allowing him the opportunity to seize and subdue them. Now that her spirit beast had evolved into a formidable creature, it inherently possessed a strong deterrent effect against these malevolent beings, thereby allowing them to momentarily shed their roles as bait. Should their assistance be required in the future, they must still bravely lead the charge. They ought to pray that no further disturbances arise, enabling a safe passage for all, should this be the case. The senior's mood might brighten, granting them a chance at survival. The Lord of 10,000 Demons, with a temperament as unpredictable as the weather, candidly admitted that he regarded them merely as bait, showing no concern for their thoughts. "Elder, please instruct us on how we should cooperate," Luchuxia inquired with a nod. "This junior of yours is quite pleasing to my eyes. I am most satisfied, and you shall remain until the end." He continued, "In the subsequent challenges, you shall continue to wield the Golden Thunder umbrella to shield us, while allowing your spirit beast to intimidate these specters, enabling me to confidently manipulate the 10,000 Souls banner to absorb and refine the spirits within this level. The more spirits my 10,000 Souls banner absorbs and refines, the greater its power will become, allowing us to unleash it against our foes when the time comes. Thus, we possess a considerable chance of success in our endeavor. Junior, do you have any more millennia-old stalactite? Please provide me with a few drops. My spiritual energy is ample, and the faster we refine these spirits, the greater our chances of escape. Yes, I have some right here. Please accept it, Elder. Lucutia reluctantly handed over a jade vial containing 3 drops of millennia-old stalactite. You are quite resourceful, Junior. The Lord of 10,000 Demons opened the vial and, with a satisfied nod, remarked. Chapter 81. Spiritual Treasures While the Green Mountains Remain. One need not fear the absence of firewood. If one cannot win, then retreat. If one cannot escape, then concede. Nothing is more important than life itself. Once dead, all is lost. The fear lies in dying without the chance of rebirth. Upon witnessing the peculiar gazes from Jiao Yue and the others, Luciushia's eyes shone with clarity as she asserted, nothing is more crucial than survival. In contrast, Jiao Yue, Qin Tinchuang, Yan Che, and Lang Zhuxian were momentarily taken aback, their expressions quickly becoming complex as they turned their gazes toward Luciuxia. This also led them to remember Luciuxia's words. Even the forward-thinking Wan Majinjuan, upon hearing Luciuxia's remarks, smiled faintly and remarked, "This girl is becoming increasingly intriguing. She possesses clarity of thought, knows how to navigate situations, and has a commendable disposition. She is indeed a promising candidate for cultivation, destined for significant accomplishments in the future." Upon entering the 6th checkpoint, the spirits within possessed a minimum cultivation level of late-stage 3rd rank, and with the presence of the yumming white tiger looming nearby, these spirits dared not approach. Wan Majinjuan wielded the Wan Hun banner, capturing the 3rd-rank spirits within the 6th checkpoint and refining them into the banner. As he continued to refine the spirits, the Wan Hun banner emitted a dark, ethereal light, exuding an imposing aura that suggested a forthcoming transformation. Wan Majinjuan's banner was on the verge of ascending to the status of a spiritual treasure. Observing this, Yan Che's expression turned serious, revealing a look of complexity. If Wan Majinjuan were to possess a spiritual treasure-level Wan Hun banner, combined with his late-stage nascent soul cultivation, he would become unparalleled within the nascent soul realm. The ensuing slaughter he would unleash would be even more devastating. However, given their current location in the realm of absolute spirits, the stronger Wan Majinjuan became, the greater their chances of escape. Thus, Yan Che's emotions were indeed conflicted. Spiritual treasure? Luciuxia pondered, somewhat perplexed. She speculated that it must pertain to a higher echelon of magical artifacts. Above ordinary implements are spiritual tools, followed by magical treasures, ancient treasures, spiritual treasures, and transcendent spiritual treasures, each grade further divided into upper, middle, lower, and supreme tiers. Spiritual treasures are likely scarce throughout the entire cultivation world, wielding power that surpasses that of ordinary magical treasures and ancient artifacts. The celestial treasures are indeed formidable. There are scarcely a few throughout the entire realm of cultivation. And even if there are, most are of inferior quality. The demon path artifacts, such as the 10,000 Souls banner, can evolve infinitely into more sophisticated weapons as one refines an increasing number of spectral entities within them. Yan Che observed that Luciuxia and her companions were unfamiliar with the concept of spiritual treasures, and thus he took a moment to elucidate. From the southern region? At that moment, Lang Zhuxian directed a cold gaze towards Luciuxia and her companions. Are you hailing from the southern region? The cultivation there has withered. Had you come from any of the other regions, you would undoubtedly be aware of the existence of spiritual treasures. Yan Che supplemented Lang Zhuxian's assertion. He then cast a glance at Luciuxia, his expression reflecting a mix of complexity. He had previously speculated about the origins of these individuals, and it turned out they truly hailed from the southern region. Indeed, Jiao Yu confirmed with a nod. Very well, we shall now proceed to the next challenge. The 7th, 8th, and 9th trials each contained mid to late stage 4th level spectral entities, numbering 99, 66, and 33 respectively. Your task will be to alternate in wielding the Golden Thunder umbrella to safeguard our surroundings, while I will manipulate the 10,000 Souls banner to refine the spectral entities within each trial. Once subdued, we shall employ them against the demonic beings, as my 10,000 Souls banner is incapable of subduing or refining demons. The number of spectral entities I manage to refine with the banner is crucial as we advance through the subsequent 9 trials. Unbeknownst to them, the true monarch of 10,000 demons had already captured and refined the spectral entities within the 6th trial, and he turned to instruct Luciuxia and her companions. As their group entered the 7th trial, The 4th level spectral entities surged towards them like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Even with the presence of the ethereal white tiger looming nearby, its intimidation proves of little consequence. For the creature's level is far too low to pose a threat to these spectral beings. The Lord of 10,000 Demons showed no courtesy toward these apparitions. With a swift motion, he brandished the banner of souls, instantly ensnaring 2 4th-level specters within its folds. The Lord of 10,000 Demons hastily performed a spell to refine the captured spirits. However, the group of 4th-level specters quickly regained their composure, clawing and shrieking as they lunged toward xianxia and her companions, unleashing waves of dark energy in their wake. Juyue, Xianxia, and Lang Zhuxian simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy into the Golden Thunder umbrella, causing a torrent of energy to burst forth. At this rate, it would not take long for them to exhaust their reserves, even with the assistance of replenishing spiritual artifacts. Meanwhile, Qin Tianshuang and Lu Chuxiao were not idle. They unleashed 3rd-level fire attribute talismans to fend off the specter's assaults, alleviating some of the burden from Jiayue and her companions. The ethereal white tiger emitted streams of black radiance, while the golden thunder eagle summoned bolts of heavenly thunder. Senior, with so many specters attacking, our spiritual energy is depleting rapidly. I fear we cannot endure for much longer. Jiayue remarked, her expression pale as she addressed the Lord of 10,000 Demons. I understand, he replied, with a mere flick of his finger toward the void. The banner of souls emitted a flash of dark energy, releasing a swarm of 3rd-level specters from its surface. As these 3rd-level entities emerged, they charged fiercely at the 4th-level specters, significantly alleviating the pressure on Jiayue and her companions. With Wanma Jinjuan having refined 3 waves of early-stage level 4 specters, he immediately released these refined specters to engage in battle with the unrefined level 4 specters. As time progressed, the quantity of level 4 specters refined by Wanma Jinjuan increased, thereby alleviating the pressure on Jiayue and her companions. It was not until Wanma Jinjuan had refined 60 level 4 specters that the Wanhun banner in his possession suddenly emanated a dazzling black light, its momentum surging forth and exuding a terrifying spiritual pressure, marking its ascension to the realm of spiritual treasures. Once the Wanhun banner advanced to this elevated state, Wanma Jinjuan's ability to refine specters accelerated dramatically, swiftly cleansing the level 4 specters from the 7th checkpoint. Upon reaching the 8th checkpoint, Wanma Jinjuan unleashed all the specters contained within the Wanhun banner, ensnaring the level 4 specters present while he focused on refining the mid-stage level 4 specters. In less than an hour, he successfully refined all the specters within the 8th checkpoint. For the specters in the 9th checkpoint, Wanma Jinjuan adhered to his established methods. After consecutively refining numerous level 4 specters, the spiritual pressure emanating from the Wanhun banner grew increasingly formidable, surpassing that of inferior spiritual treasures and attaining the level of superior spiritual treasures. With such a plethora of specters at his disposal, even a deity-level practitioner would find themselves challenged by Wanma Jinjuan. Beyond the 10th checkpoint lay a realm inhabited entirely by corrupted fiendish creatures. These entities varied in form, some having transformed from beasts, while others were once human. The fiends wielded dark energies and excelled at corrupting magical artifacts, and in combat against them, it was prudent to utilize talismans and techniques. As they approached the 10th checkpoint, Wanma Jinjuan imparted guidance to Lu Chuxia and her companions. Senior, having absorbed and refined so many level 4 spirits within the soul banner, we should face the upcoming challenges with relative ease. Shun Tiwi? Xianxia glanced at the Lord of 10,000 Demons and inquired. In the first 6 barriers, with the deterrent presence of the Xing beast, it is likely that spirits below level 4 would not dare to approach us. Level 4 entities, however, are another matter entirely. My soul banner has only just ascended to the level of a spiritual treasure, and I do not wish to squander the spirits within it on these creatures, risking a downgrade in quality. In the final 3 barriers, we shall exert our utmost efforts to break through, avoiding direct confrontation with level 4 entities. Behind the 18th barrier lies a dark fissure. Descending into it leads to the path out of the realm of absolute spirits. Whether we survive thereafter depends solely on your own capabilities. The Lord of 10,000 Demons kindly advised the 5 of them. As the Lord of 10,000 Demons stated, within the 10th through 15th barriers, the presence of the nether white tiger instilled fear in the lower-level spirits, preventing them from approaching or attacking Lu Chuxia and her companions. They effortlessly traversed into the corridor of the 15th barrier. The 16th, 17th, and 18th barriers were filled with level 4 entities. With 99 initial stage level 4 spirits in the 16th barrier, 66 mid-stage level 4 spirits in the 17th, and 33 late-stage level 4 spirits in the 18th. However, there was no respite within the 18th barrier, which was guarded by the spirits to prevent any incursions. At the end of the 18th barrier lay a dark spatial fissure, closely watched over by the spirits within. Thus, in the final 3 trials, we exerted our utmost effort to wield the Golden Thunder umbrella, swiftly navigating through the last 3 obstacles. The swifter, the better. Should you possess any treasures for exorcising or vanquishing demons, do not hesitate to employ them. Demonic entities inherently counteract specters. Creatures of the same rank in the spectral realm stand no chance against their demonic counterparts, unless absolutely necessary. I am reluctant to sacrifice the specters within the 10,000 souls banner, lest it diminish in rank. As we approach the 16th trial, the Lord of 10,000 Demons cast a grave glance towards xianxia and her companions. Let us proceed. With that, the Lord of 10,000 Demons enveloped the 5 of them within the 16th trial. The ethereal white tiger entered the 16th trial, tilting its head and letting out a resonant howl, unleashing a wave of black sound energy that radiated in all directions. The golden thunder eagle unfurled its wings slightly, sending arcs of golden lightning cascading outward. Instantly, the demonic entities within the 16th trial were struck with dread by the ethereal white tiger and the golden thunder eagle. Now is the time, let us hasten. Observing the situation, the Lord of 10,000 Demons wielded the golden thunder umbrella, propelling xianxia and her companions forward with great speed, covering more than half the distance in a mere moment. At this juncture, the demonic entities within the 16th trial began to react. One by one, they exhaled demonic energy and bone spikes, launching assaults towards xianxia and her companions. If you wish to depart, stay and accompany us, cackled the demons in unison. The Lord of 10,000 Demons, witnessing this, darkened his expression and raised the 10,000 souls banner. From within it surged forth a multitude of third-tier specters. Explode. With a commanding shout from the Lord of 10,000 Demons, these third-tier specters detonated simultaneously, creating a tempest of black winds that tore open a breach. The true Lord of 10,000 Demons swiftly gathered xianxia and the others, propelling them towards the breach, instantly surpassing the encircled 4th-level specters of the 16 gates, and entering the corridor within. However, upon witnessing xianxia's departure, the demonic entities within the 16 gates became frenzied, their crimson eyes fixated on xianxia and the others who were resting in the corridor. Were it not for the layers of golden spiritual runes etched into the walls of this passage, these specters would have charged forth without hesitation. The recent spell had drained 70% of his spiritual energy, a feat made possible only through the combined efforts of Jiaoyue, Yanqi, and Ling Zhuxian wielding the golden thunder umbrella. Otherwise, he would have faltered alone. The trio, alongside the true Lord of 10,000 Demons, found their spiritual essence nearly depleted after a brief exertion with the golden thunder umbrella. They had even consumed a drop of a millennium-old stalactite to sustain themselves. Only xianxia and Qin Tianchuang had not expended much energy. Observing the dire situation, the 5 quickly positioned themselves beside the true Lord. Upon entering the 17th gate, the Yinming White Tiger and the Golden Thunder Eagle executed their tactics, momentarily intimidating the demonic entities within, allowing them to traverse merely 1/5 of the distance. In an instant, the malevolent beings surged forth, launching frenzied attacks while cackling maniacally. The barrier of the Golden Thunder umbrella flickered dimly under the onslaught, appearing on the verge of collapse. As the true Lord of 10,000 Demons, Jiaoyue, Yanqi, and Lang Zhuxian collectively unleashed their spiritual energy in a desperate bid for survival. At this moment, xianxia and her 4 companions silently refrained from drawing forth the thunder of annihilation and the thunder annihilation talismans. Observing this, the Lord of all Demons frowned deeply, prioritizing the release of the spirits trapped within the soul banner. With a swift motion, he brandished the soul banner, unleashing a handful of level 3 spirits and approximately 20 level 4 spirits. Upon their emergence, these spirits did not engage in combat with the demonic entities. Instead, they expanded their forms and self-destructed, creating a breach through which they rapidly surged forth. With only 1/5 of the distance remaining, they were on the cusp of entering the passageway of the 17th gate, where they could momentarily rest. The Lord of all Demons had already entrusted the Golden Thunder umbrella to Jiaoyu and her companions, commanding them to wield its power with all their might while he manipulated the soul banner. "Hurry," he urged. After releasing several level 4 initial stage spirits to self-destruct, they broke through the final encirclement. The group hastily made their way into the passageway of the 17th gate. However, At that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 83. Egress from the land of absolute spirits. Xianxia and her companions, demonstrating remarkable synchrony, chose not to linger in the passageway of the 17th gate for rest, abandoning the Lord of all demons as they swiftly advanced toward the 18th gate. Upon their arrival at the 18th gate, the phantom white tiger unleashed its beastly aura to its utmost potential, while the golden thunder eagle radiated with dazzling golden light, sending forth countless arcs of lightning in every direction. Subsequently, Xianxia produced 3 thunder of annihilation bolts and hurled them into the fray, igniting an explosion that filled the 18th gate with a tempest of electric energy. This not only purged the surrounding demonic aura but also instilled fear in the demonic creatures dwelling within the 18th gate. Jiaoyu, Yanche, and Ling Zhuxian wielded the golden thunder umbrella as the 5 of them swiftly progressed deeper within. In the blink of an eye, Qin Tianshuang hurled 3 more heavenly thunder demon extinguishing bolts and 3 heavenly thunder demon extinguishing talismans. In an instant, the demonic creatures within the 18th gate dared not approach Xianxia and her companions. The aura of the heavenly thunder instilled in these creatures a primal fear and aversion, and their momentum surged as they recoiled. Naturally, these demons were not so foolish. The group led by Jiaoyu swiftly traversed half the distance within the 18th gate. After another 2 heartbeats, Jiaoyu, Yanche, and Lang Zhuxian unleashed their own heavenly thunder demon extinguishing bolts, detonating 7 in total. As the demonic entities seemed to acclimatize to the essence of the heavenly thunder, sensing that the threat posed by these bolts was diminishing, they rapidly encircled them. Quickly, unleash all the heavenly thunder demon extinguishing talismans. Xianxia's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing this. She promptly activated and launched the heavenly thunder demon extinguishing bolts in her grasp, while Yanche even triggered a level 4 defensive talisman. The initial wave of demonic attacks shattered the level 4 defensive talisman in less than a heartbeat. Yanche, Jiaoyu, and Ling Zhuxian clutched the pole of the heavenly thunder umbrella, frantically consuming potions and channeling their spiritual energy into the umbrella. At that moment, the demonic horde began to stir, retreating in waves. Meanwhile, the true monarch of 10,000 demons observed Xianxia and her 5 companions abandoning him with their heavenly thunder umbrellas to enter the 18th gate. His expression darkened, followed by a series of cold chuckles. After patiently waiting for 7 heartbeats, he commanded the 10,000 souls banner to enter the 18th gate. Instantly, the demonic creatures within the 18th gate split into 2. The Lord of 10,000 demons was unaware that after entering the 18th barrier, he had already broken free from the encirclement of Xianxia and her companions, who themselves were ensnared in a perilous crisis. The demonic creatures assailed the golden thunder umbrella, causing the luminous bamboo spirit to flicker ominously as the protective shield it emitted began to show signs of fractures, seemingly on the verge of shattering. At that moment, Xianxia noticed a dark fissure approximately 10 zhang away, precisely the spatial rift the Lord of 10,000 demons had mentioned as the exit to the outside world. Yet beside this rift lay layers of inscribed golden spiritual patterns, radiating an erratic golden light, evidently intended to prevent these demonic entities from escaping into the external realm, thereby obstructing their passage. With a determination to breach their path, they would surge forward, leaving their fates to the whims of destiny. Jiaoyu cast a glance at Xianxia, Qin Tianshuang, and Yanche, her voice icy as she spoke. Subsequently, she pointed her finger towards the golden thunder umbrella, which soared forth with remarkable speed. With a commanding cry, she shouted, "Explode!" The golden thunder umbrella erupted in a dazzling display of golden radiance, followed by a thunderous roar as it detonated, unleashing a formidable force. The golden light surged forth, and bolts of lightning crackled, inflicting injuries upon several demonic creatures. The surrounding hostiles were momentarily cleared, leaving a gap devoid of adversaries. As Xianxia retracted the golden thunder sculpture, the ethereal white tiger of the underworld prepared to take action. At that juncture, Lang Zhuxian summoned his flying sword, invoking the unity of man and sword, and swept Xianxia, Jiaoyu, Qin Tianshuang, and Yanche towards the spatial rift, propelling them into the unknown. In a flash of speed, just as they were on the brink of falling into the spatial rift, a monstrous being erupted forth, delivering a crushing palm strike upon the golden flying sword. The harmony between Lang Zhuxian and his sword was instantly shattered, causing Xianxia, Jiaoyu, Qin and Yanche to tumble out, each spewing forth blood, having sustained grievous injuries. Lang Zhuxian bore the brunt of the assault, and had it not been for the 4 of them sharing the burden, this devastating blow would have claimed his life. Nevertheless, This forceful strike precisely propelled the 5 of them into the spatial rift, scattering them in various directions, effectively averting the onslaught of the monstrous entities and sparing them from a grim fate. Upon descending into the rift, a crimson shield emanated from the bloodthorns entwined around Luchusha's wrist, enveloping her within its protective embrace. Yet, the bloodthorns unleashed a multitude of tendrils, cocooning her in a scarlet chrysalis. Subsequently, with great difficulty, Luchusha retrieved a restoration pill and consumed it. At that moment, a torrent of black whirlwinds surged in from the outside, colliding violently against the shield conjured by the bloodthorns, causing her head to spin and exacerbating her prior injuries. After another bout of blood spilled from her lips, darkness engulfed her vision, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, swirling amidst the shadows of the void, swept away by the dark cyclone. Meanwhile, without the protection of the golden thunder umbrella, the Lord of 10,000 Demons commanded the spirits within the 10,000 Souls banner to fend off the foes. As he painstakingly navigated through the 18th trial and approached the spatial rift, a grim countenance clouded his features, endlessly battling the geese, only to be pecked in return. Not only did she suffer the loss of an exquisite ancient artifact of demon slaying, but the Wanhun banner also plummeted from a superior spiritual treasure to an inferior one. In a certain part of the southern region, beneath the luminous moonlit sky, a vortex descended. Though severely wounded, she moved without hindrance, extending her divine sense. She scanned her surroundings. It was now 3/4 past the hour of the dog, and not far from her lay a tribe. The men of the tribe donned colorful headscarves, their faces adorned with 3 vibrant stripes, their chests and backs exposed as they sang and danced with exuberance. In front of them lay offerings of bullheads, sheep, and snakes. These individuals were merely ordinary folk, not cultivators. Yet, within this tribe, there resided a chi refinement practitioner who was secluded in meditation upon the mountain behind the village. Where are Chuxia and Tianxuang? Could they have emerged from the spatial rift of the desolate spirit realm, scattered randomly across various places? Observing their attire and appearance, could this be the southern barbaric lands of the southern region? The luminous moon murmured to herself. After devising a plan in her heart, she transformed into a streak of spiritual light and headed towards the secluded cave of the chi refinement practitioner in the tribe. First, she would gather information about this place, then tend to her injuries, and subsequently seek out Chuxia and Tianxuang. Chapter 84. Arrival in the northern region in an expanse of endless ocean, a dark, murky cave suddenly materialized in the void. From it surged a figure, landing upon a desolate island, after which the shadowy cave promptly closed. Why is there only water here? This cannot be the southern region. Have I perhaps arrived in the eastern region? As Xianxia's consciousness swept across her surroundings, she found herself on a desolate island amidst an endless expanse of ocean. Realizing that the eastern region was indeed a maritime realm, doubts crept into her mind. Had she strayed far from the southern region and arrived in the east? Moreover, why had she not encountered Chuxiao and Jiayue? Upon discovering the absence of Lu Chuxia and Jiayue in the vicinity, Xianxia resolved to establish a rudimentary cave dwelling on this barren isle, intending to recuperate from her injuries before embarking on a quest to locate them. In another part of the northern region, within a dense forest, a young man clad in a flowing azure robe, with strikingly sharp brows and piercing eyes, descended from the heavens into the thicket. Cold Zhuxian, upon realizing that neither Yin Che nor Lu Chuxia were present, hastily sought a secluded spot to tend to his own wounds before anything else. Meanwhile, at a serene lake in the northern region, a figure suddenly emerged from the depths. This individual was none other than Yin Che, having just exited the realm of absolute spirits. Sensing the rich aura of spiritual energy surrounding him, a smile graced his lips as he recognized that he had indeed left the realm behind. After scanning his surroundings and confirming that he was in an expansive and tranquil lake, he suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting. Is this Qingyun Lake? Without further ado, Yin Che neglected his own flickering presence and swiftly took to the skies, departing from Qingyun Lake. Once he was safely away, he exhaled in relief and promptly sought a place to seclude himself and recover. In the southern region, within the confines of Cloud Mist City, the absence of Lu Chuxia darkened his expression. Immediately, he transformed into a streak of azure light, circling the entire Lin Kingdom in a frantic search for her. After a brief period of searching, Qing Shuzi's expression darkened as he failed to locate Lu Chuxia in the Lin Kingdom. Having encountered a female cultivator capable of naturally sensing the conditions of the spirit sealing barrier, he had initially planned to devise a strategy, but now found himself with nothing. Convinced that Lu Chuxia had perished amidst the beast tide, a surge of anger welled up within him, seeking an outlet. At that moment, He noticed a fierce battle unfolding a short distance ahead, where over a dozen golden core cultivators were engaged in combat with a third-tier demonic beast. Among them was a half-step fourth-tier beast, which seemed to be gaining the upper hand, suggesting that this beast's tide was instigated by it. Without hesitation, xianxia transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring towards the site of the conflict. Hovering in the air, he flicked his fingers several times, unleashing a flurry of sword chi that swiftly dispatched the half-step fourth-tier beast along with 4 late third-tier demonic beasts. Indignant at the audacity of those who dared to harm his people, he collected the remains of the half-beast and, with a cold snort, departed without even glancing at the golden core cultivators on the battlefield. Yun Muzhenren observed in awe as the elderly Taoist executed a series of precise finger flicks, sending forth sword chi that effortlessly cleaved through the half-beast and the 4 late third-tier beasts. In that moment, a profound respect for xianxia blossomed within him as he watched the figure recede into the distance. Finally, the long-standing beast tide had been resolved. The other golden core cultivators present were equally astonished, having never anticipated the existence of a nascent soul cultivator within the borders of Lin Kingdom. As Lu Chuxiao fell into the spatial rift, she was immediately rendered unconscious upon impact. When she gradually regained her senses, she felt herself plummeting rapidly downward. With a gentle touch to the blood thorn on her wrist, the tendrils enveloping her receded, enveloping her in a protective red shield. Lu Chuxiao noticed that she was descending towards a mountain rich in spiritual energy, characterized by its steep and formidable terrain. With a thud, her feet finally met the ground. Yet the suddenness caused her to stagger, and she could not suppress a surge of stagnant blood that erupted from her mouth. However, expelling this blood brought her a modicum of relief. Swiftly, she retrieved a restoration pill, consuming it while gradually channeling her spiritual energy to refine its effects. Taking in her surroundings, she observed the towering trees, abundant spiritual energy, and the perilous peaks, realizing she had seemingly landed within the territory of ferocious beasts. Suddenly, a male and female pair of advanced-level saber-toothed tigers lunged at her with a fierce roar. Without needing her command, the red tendrils of the bloodthorn surged forth, ensnaring the two tigers and swiftly draining them of their lifeblood. This place bore little resemblance to the misty forest Lu Chuxiao mused. A scan of her surroundings revealed a landscape of lush, towering peaks, peculiar stones, and cascading springs, with the spiritual energy in the air far denser than that of the misty forest. As she spotted various second-tier magical beasts roaming about, her suspicion deepened that she was no longer in the misty forest. From her celestial abode, she summoned the golden thunder eagle and, mounting it, soared into the skies. After a brief afternoon, the golden thunder eagle soared over high mountains and dense forests, arriving at the outskirts of a city. Lu Chuxiao gazed at the city gate and observed the plaque emblazoned with the name Tianyin City. A thoughtful expression crossed her face as she pondered whether her cultivation technique, the Tianyin Sutra, was connected to this city or merely a coincidence. After stowing the golden thunder eagle, Lu Chuxiao proceeded on foot toward Tianyin City. Upon paying the entrance fee of 10 spirit stones, she had scarcely stepped inside when a young girl, no more than 10 years old and at the first level of chi refinement, approached her respectfully. "Senior," she said, "may I offer to guide you around Tianyin City? I am well versed in its various locales and can help you avoid many detours. I only require 10 spirit stones for a day's service." "You are a broker," Lu Chuxiao remarked, scanning the girl with her spiritual sense. The girl possessed a 5-element spiritual root and, without any fortuitous encounters, was likely to remain stagnant in the mid-chi refinement stage throughout her life. Indeed, the girl nodded affirmatively. "Then tell me, which sect governs Tianyin City? Which alchemy shop offers the finest quality elixirs at reasonable prices, and where can I find a shop that sells a diverse and superior selection of spiritual herbs and medicines?" Lu Chuxiao inquired, her interest piqued.